Hello, everybody. We are here for the St. Louis Vintage Rotisserie Draft, and we're here coming out of my house in St. Louis. I'm Mark Caterberg,
I'm Brandon Curry.
and we're here. If somebody can tell us if our mic levels are good, hopefully you can hear us all right. First time we're actually trying this out, but we're about ready to get good on the draft. Excellent. Thank you, Lazaranth. So we're going to go straight to the draft then. We'll talk through after the draft who the players are and what they actually are doing. We'll get to that in a bit. But the players are out there with their computers ready to go, working on the spreadsheet.
Yeah, we've got quite a few rounds of drafts coming up for you. So let us know what you want to hear about in the chat. We're going to let you know who we've got drafting, some of their proclivities in terms of play style and preferred cards. They're our friends, and so we got some insight, but we're all very excited for what we've got to present to you today.
Absolutely. So let me go and let them know what's going on, and we can get this thing kicked off.
Bing, ding, ding. Okay, so what do you think? Is this Lotus up first or Ancestral Recall?
That is always the question. I think Steven is of the camp that Black Lotus is the best first pick, but we'll see in just 1 second. It's always a tough call. I think Lotus gives you a lot more power. Recall gives you a lot more power, but you get locked right into blue right away.
Yeah.
So that's always a tough choice. Steven's in the stay open camp. So.
Yeah. It's pretty hard to go wrong with Black Lotus. There are not a whole lot of decks that do not get immediate benefit out of 3 mana right off the bat.
It's pretty cool, too, because Black Lotus, you actually end up in this weird spot where you have to take the initial first stance, and then by the time it rotates back around to you, everyone else has their lane kind of called out. So you oftentimes will end up in Reanimator or something, where having 2 picks in a row for a 2-card combo, it ends up being insane.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And so we're already 3 picks deep. Unsurprisingly, we've got Black Lotus and Ancestral Recall. It's first and second.
Yep.
And then Eric Levine dropping the Time Vault with the 3rd pick. And Naveen, Mox Jet on 4.
Ooh.
And Mox Sapphire on 5. Not terribly surprising picks, but with Mox Jet going forth, I think Naveen has something tricky up his sleeve as he is wont to troll.
It's true. Naveen does tend to do that. Mox Sapphires tend to go pretty early.
Yeah.
I'm looking for where our fan control is in a minute. I'll take care of that fan noise in a minute. But Time Vault's been moving up and up the queue. Like, initially, when I saw these things happen, it took like 4th pick round, and now it's been moving up.
When I was thinking over this last night and, how I would make certain picks and everything like that, I valued Time Vault pretty highly.
It's very good.
It plays well, obviously, with any number of things, but with Voltaic Key and also Voltaic Servant now, which is not going to get picked anywhere else, you kind of have a redundancy for just infinite turns, which is at colorless generic mana, whatever you want to call it. Like, it's really, really powerful, obviously.
Absolutely. Oh, wow. Okay, so Vince gets the double Mox, but Coins opts not for any Mox in this time.
Opening the door for Vince to nab those last 2 Moxie boys. We've got Time Walk with the 7th pick, and at 8 and 9 we've got Pearl and Emerald.
Wow.
Still leaves you open for just about anything.
It does, but it's interesting to see if he's actually going to play those for their color value or just use them as Mox Crystals.
Mm-hmm. So, let's see, John, what do we kind of anticipate he might pick right here? Maybe a Force of Will? See, I was thinking that's what Naveen was almost certainly hoping for right there.
Yeah, so I was in the black slot last time, and I went Mox Jet, and then Mox Emerald, and just went for a rock deck.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of where, whenever I see Mox Jet, I think either broken combo with all the tutors, or just good value deck.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see Coins kind of lay into the 2 most popular colors of black and blue right now. The interesting question in the chat, K1MNO, is Kimono, I guess. I don't know. Kimno is asking what are some of the more popular decks in the format, and they range wildly across every vintage deck you can imagine, down to modern decks. So Splinter Twin is one of the more popular combos, but you can see lots of combo decks, but also lots of just good value decks that pop up.
Yeah.
Lots of interaction is really the only commonality between all the decks.
Yeah, I mean, you can make just incredible value like Esper decks and Jund decks. You don't need to combo in this format. You know, it's not vintage. It's not legacy. There's just a surplus of broken things you can do, but in terms of actual archetypes, you're going to see Reanimator almost surely. You're going to see Splinter Twin combo, other combos of that nature. I mean, Time Vault, you're going to see that with Voltaic Key and Voltaic Servant, I assume. There's going to be Green Stompy is pretty insane.
Sure.
You're going to have Crater Hoof and Natural Order and any number of other things to accelerate that.
That's actually what the 1 seat took last time, is they fell into Elves. Interesting, yeah, Flounce calls out Infect, and a little birdie told me that one of the players here is going to be trying to draft Infect today, so that's a good call out there as well, as a good mainstay of the format.
Okay, so with our round 2, pick 2, we had Demonic Tutor, as we mentioned, and then Elaine goes from Mox Ruby into Dark Confidant, which is a very interesting pick. I think means we're going to keep that very low to the ground. I was thinking about that archetype last night too. Like, Burn doesn't quite get there. In this format, you have access to Blazing Shoal, but going high with anything that's going to be super effective is a little awkward in the deck. And so mixing black and red allows you access to Kolaghan's Command and Blightning and other effects that keep your opponent's big stuff from really affecting you. So mixing that burn with the discard effects. Brent goes Mox Sapphire into Tinker, which is really powerful.
Wow,
so in round 3, we're probably going to see either a Blightsteel Colossus.
So that's always the fun thing about VRD, right? Is Blightsteel Colossus, no one else is going to take that card.
Right.
Unless they're trying to screw him over particularly. The odds that if I were him, I would try to float it down until you were pretty late in the draft.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's certainly up in the air. That's the joy.
Yeah. Unsurprisingly, we have Naveen picking up a Vamp Tutor here to pair very nicely with that Mox Jet. We could probably see him moving into the Reanimator archetype here. Eric getting that Soul Ring, which is pretty late.
Holy crap!
Pretty late on. Oh my God!
We have our first 2 Planeswalkers taken back to back, and they're both new.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. The Narset does not surprise me at all.
No.
Because, especially with the Black Lotus, not that you're going to get it every time, but it shuts down everything. Ancestral Recall, Time Twister, Time Spiral, Wheel of Fortune, I don't think so. And those are cards that you're really going to have to look out for. So I think Steven going in on a Time Twister or a Wheel of Fortune, probably a Memory Jar somewhere down the line. Narset just says, for 3 mana, I draw 7 more cards, and your hand goes to 1.
Yes.
And that's just ouchies.
Wow.
Ouchie McWowie.
What do you think about Karn and Narset going before Jace? Jace has been the long-time mainstay, usually going in the 4th or 5th round, but being the first Planeswalker almost every time.
So, I think that Jace, obviously is an incredible Planeswalker, but it's a little bit too fair.
Sure.
These decks are going to move really, really fast, as we can already kind of see. We're going to have a Time Vault combo. We're going to have a Reanimator, it looks like. Obviously with Black Lotus and Narset and Karn, some kind of you don't get to draw, goodbye your hand deck. And this stuff is going really fast, and Jace is going to be dropping on turn 3 and being a tempo play, which is
true.
Not
this is interesting.
Not quite going to keep pace. Yeah.
Naveen took both tutors back to back.
Yeah.
Both of the top of the deck tutors. Okay, so Flounce asks, is anyone going to steal the Voltaic key? And that's always tough, and kind of what you just pointed out earlier. There's so many replacement cards for it. There's Voltaic. What's the new one? The Voltaic.
The Voltaic Servant.
Yep.
I mean,
There's Galvanic key.
Galvanic key. It's
Ralzeric. There's so many ways to unlock it at this point.
There are legitimate reasons to block opponents.
Yes.
In this format, because it just says, hey, one of these 8 people, 12.5% of the field, is significantly less effective. That doesn't work when you have very specific, or when you don't have to have a very specific card to combo off. So one of the things we saw, Jason Mind Sculptor did go next to pair with that Ancestor Recall and Mana Vault, but all right, so Eric has Strip Mine. So what we're probably going to see at some point is a Fast Bond and a Crucible of Worlds.
Nice.
So if somebody took Fast Bond in round 3, it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to like pick off a Crucible of Worlds from somebody, because it's such a valuable slot for you.
And there's also the new Crucible on legs, the Raminep Excavator.
Exactly. And so that's the same thing that you're going to see with Time Vault, is that picking off Voltaic Key just isn't effective because there's redundant effects that maybe they cost more, but like it doesn't keep them off of. It doesn't say, hey, your first 3 picks kind of garbage, you're going to have to go back to the drawing board.
True. And now I think we have all of our power gone, right? We have all the Moxen.
Every
Twister just got taken.
Every piece of power is gone. I think the last pick that has not gone off the board that was taken in the first round last time is Library of Alexandria.
Oh yeah.
And last time during that tournament we saw that just in this format it's not as effective as you really think that it's going to be.
It's a perfectly good card, but it's not on the same power level of Demonic Tutor or Mana Crypt.
Yeah, it's not. Especially with everybody comboing, you can have an extra card in your hand, but if they have Inameria on the board or Iona or a Grizzlebrand or whatever, it's really not providing the same level of value.
Very true.
For more constructed type formats, Library of Alexandria is going to be more effective than in this particular format.
Yep.
So
we have our first artifact, creature, planeswalker, and land taken so far. So we're missing enchantments. Is that right? Is that the only type?
All right,
and
wait,
tribal?
What creature do we have off the
Demonic Tutor.
Dark Confidant.
Dark Confidant.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Bob himself.
Oh, Vince, what a... See, now this is actually really dangerous for Vince.
It is.
Because Eric has the opportunity right now, and honestly, very much should take a kind of a Crucible effect, or a Fast Bond Crucible.
Yes.
With Strip Mine, there's just no reason not to immediately go for you don't have lands combo.
It's true. I know Eric does have a lot of notes and has been prepping for a while, so it's possible that he just doesn't want to be in green. But if he is, unless he has a good reason not to want to be in green, I think Fast Bond has to be one of his next 2 picks.
Well, green-blue is one of the most powerful and potent color combinations in the format. You have access to a lot of ramp. This isn't Vintage Cube, so you don't have to mash up certain colors like you do like if you're playing MTG online, but it opens the door for upheaval decks and everything like that. I don't know that we're going to see games get that grindy, with as specific as these decks are going to get. But I don't know. Ghost Quarter from back-to-back Wasteland Ghost Quarter from Vince is a little bit questionable, I'd say.
It's certainly it's trying to claim the lane, right? So
here is something that is pretty interesting from John, completely taking Steven off of 2 of, if not the most powerful weapons in his arsenal from what it looks like he set out to do with Black Lotus and Narset.
Yep.
That's gotta really hurt Steven.
It
Like,
does. I mean, like,
ouchie
luckily both of those
wowie.
cards are still just good cards, right? Double Impulse and
Yeah.
having a toolbox are both just useful. So even if you don't use them for the broken effects of Notion Thief, kind of the killing of the wheels, it's still perfectly serviceable.
Yeah.
And he could also, Steven could go into Black Lotus and Lion's Eye Diamond and do the new Time Twister as well.
Yeah.
That's a new card that could really shake up this format, and having two ways to access it from the graveyard could be really nice.
Yeah. I mean, like, so to go to Flounce's questions and kind of consolidate them, those are the kinds of cards that you snipe.
Yeah.
You snipe a Time Twister because, like, it's an exceptional, like, it's part of the Power 9.
Absolutely.
It's not going to hurt you. It's not going to take away from your deck to have something that allows you access to 7 new cards. And doing it twice back to back does knock out another player while still giving you, like, aggressively powerful tools in your deck.
Coins is a Storm player at heart as well, so I could easily see him trying to just leverage these wheels into a Storm deck.
Those are the cards to do it with.
Oh,
Yeah.
first dual land taken. Elaine took the Underground in the fourth round. That's when the first dual land went.
See, I'm very much of the mindset that duels are not that they're good, but there's no reason not to just wait and get. This is how early it is in the morning for me that I can't even think of
Watery Grave
yes,
or anything
Watery
else.
Grave. Thank you. Like the 2-life is not nearly as important in this format. I think that the fetch
fetches.
lands are so much more effective.
Yep.
Because not only do they give you access to either of those basics, but they allow you to get, now I believe there's 4 total, like, dual lands or
There's a
fetchable
lot,
dual.
yeah.
Even if, like, the Tango lands from Battle for Zendikar are a lot more effective in this format because you're having to fill up your deck with considerably
deck.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting pick.
Okay, so we did see Eric go with the Crucible of Worlds.
Yes.
That we kind of predicted, and yes,
No fast bond, though.
Naveen is definitely on Reanimator, and Entomb is the way to go. There are so many Reanimator effects that
Bristlebrand he'll need at some point here, because that
yeah.
one could really wreck him if he doesn't get it.
Yeah.
But yes, Entomb is the most important.
Yeah. Paradoxical Outcome is pretty incredible. I think we're probably going to see Mox Diamond come up next for Brent.
So
Let's
this
see.
is interesting.
Ooh, wow.
Steven, Brent, and Coins are all kind of in the same lane of trying to do blue-black nonsense.
Yeah, this is and
Coins as
Elaine.
well. Oh wow, yeah. There's one of these players is going to get knocked out of that spot.
Yeah, this is really dangerous for a lot of these players. There are a lot of archetypes that
I
are
don't know
wide open.
Why would Hagen decide to jump into black here when he sees 4 other players already in it? That feels loose to
okay,
me.
so I'm not for sure on this, obviously, but I think we might be seeing Steven dive into a Super Friends list.
Nice.
So at some point, it doesn't look like anybody else has any Planeswalkers except for Dan with Jason Mind Sculptor, but at some point you might see an Oath of Nissa.
Wow.
You might.
That would be incredible if that happens.
And there's so many cards that aid Planeswalkers down the line that are not going to be highly valuable picks. Like the new land from War of the Spark that allows you to get 2 combo mana.
Yes.
That's going to be extremely potent if he continues going down the really, really strong Planeswalker path. I think that things could get really out of hand against Steven.
Yes.
If the deck shapes up to be a Super Friends kind of a list.
And there's a question about no one going towards Infect. It's still super early. There are at least 3 players that could go into Infect, and at this point in the draft, you're not trying to nail down your archetype unless you're going for a true combo. You're just trying to build up to. If you're an Infect, the joy of that is that no one's going to take a Glistener Elf until the 40th pick, unless you're in the Infect deck.
Yeah.
So you can float all of the Infect cards and just pick up Force of Will, Tutors, Fast Mana, whatever else you need in the interim. Something like Show and Tell, there's not a great replacement for, so that would be a good one to take right now.
Force of Negation, I think they probably mean Pact of Negation.
No, Force of Negation is the new one. That's the
Oh, okay.
from Modern Horizons.
Okay, I didn't realize that those
It's
were.
pitch. It's pitch negate.
It is pre-release weekend.
It
so
is. These cards are legal in this format, but nothing else yet.
Okay, this is going to be interesting from events. We might see a Ramonop Excavator here, but because a Ramonop into a fast bond
That would be strong.
would be like a pretty good play at this moment. Just without strip mine, it's just
Wasteland does
ouchie
a pretty
wowie.
good impression.
Hmm?
Wasteland does a pretty good impression. Oh, it goes Azusa, so he's definitely going lands.
Okay. So I mean, fast bond would. Oh, all right. There is the Ramonop, but it's tough to see.
How do you spell Azusa?
I believe that's.
There
that's
we go.
it, yeah. So I don't understand why fast bond.
Fast bond is floating late right
was
now.
not the play. So.
Counterspell. Okay, Mana Drain already went, so that's a reasonable pick there.
Yeah. So Mana Drain. Some of the cards that I could make a really good case for going first round, outside of the Power 8, which is exactly what Time Vault, but a lot of the cards that I could make a case for when I was kind of going over this last night included Demonic Tutor and Soul Ring, obviously, Mana Vault. Let's see.
Time Vault.
Yeah, Time Vault, of course. Force of Will, you can make a case for. Mana Drain, you can definitely make a case for.
So Dark Confidant, I think, is a good one, but there's a good point that Dark Confidant in a deck with Show and Tell and Factor Fiction is not at its best. Because like Dark Confidant, I love in a deck of 1 and 2 drops.
It's so. Every once in a while, you do see, see the little Twitch clips of somebody flipping a Blightsteel
Yes.
on a Dark Confidant or something like that and losing the game because of it. But even if you have something that's going to deal 11 damage to you off the top, there's enough. Okay, Sensei's Divining Top goes next, but that was one of those things I was going to talk about. There's enough ways to manipulate your deck, and just the 1 in 40 odds of that's
True.
That you don't already have the big baddie in your hand, and you have the Dark Confidant on board, and it's up and going. It's not as dangerous or deadly as you might think, but it's all going to come down to what other cards get drafted in the future.
Yes.
Factor Fiction is a curious choice.
It's pretty early
in
for
round
it.
6. I think that probably could have held off until round 8 or 9, and you wouldn't have missed out on too much.
I agree.
I think.
So here's some people that I think neither Eric nor Steven have done a Vintage Rotisserie draft before now, and I think that's kind of showing a little bit here. Taking the Painter Servant and Grindstone back to back is bold. You can float one or two of them, one of the other, all the way very late in the pick. Because it's just counter drafting is useful, but not in the first 10 rounds. Similar Voltaic Key, no one's going to take that card until 30th pick.
I'm very much of the mindset that Spell Pierce and Spell Snare should not be showing up in the top 10.
Oh, I disagree. This is interesting. I think Spell Pierce is incredibly powerful.
I think Spell Pierce is certainly a better pick than Spell Snare.
Did Spell Snare? Oh, it just went? Oh my god, I missed that. Yeah, Spell Snare, that's an early pick for that one. Mana Leak's still on the table.
The initial rounds of this draft, I think you really want to have action cards.
Sure.
So the kind of difference in terms of counterspells with Force of Will, that is directly saying like the action is no combo for you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty obvious. And then with Mana Drain, you're saying, okay, here's my, my Wormcoil Engine. Here's my Mere Battlesphere.
Yes.
So, all right, Brent's up now. He's got Tinker. Got Channel Sensei's Divining Top. I think. I still, I think you're right. It's a little bit early for a Blightsteel Colossus or a Mere Battlesphere or Wormcoil Engine, but if he just gets that out of the way and makes that pick now, then that's there's the deck that you're building around.
It's not bad. I think that he, with a Paradoxical and Tinker sitting there, I think he just needs to be taking all the fast mana he can.
Okay, so here's the thing that I'm seeing right now is that Mox Diamond is not off the board, and
or Mox Opal. I think Mox Opal with these lists that have all these artifacts. I think Eric and Brent both could use it really well.
Vince could really use it too, but if Vince doesn't take the Mox Diamond with one of these two picks, I'm gonna be a little bit disappointed shocked for sure. But I mean, it's early in the morning for some of us.
Yes.
But that is exactly what Vince wants to be playing with.
Yep.
We might even see Vince at some point, probably not in the top 20, but take the new 2-drop Planeswalker. I think that'd be extremely effective.
That card would be good in his deck. Yeah, if he's angling for that red-green lands build, that makes a lot of sense.
So another card that I thought was going to, is potentially a first-round pick, would be Mind Twist. I think it's a trap. Oh, no, Entomb is... we got to let Elaine... Okay, I think they let her know.
Good. Okay.
I think Mind Twist is a bit of a trap card.
Oh, I like it.
It's very, very effective.
Yes.
But to burn a lot of the fast ways that you're producing mana, Black Lotus is off the board, but like...
Dark Ritual.
Yeah, it's... to get there, to go down 3 cards or something, just to take them off of 3 cards.
Fair.
It is random, which really improves it, but you can absolutely bounce back from that. There are certain things that are a lot harder to bounce back from. So
and when you draw and you both have 0 cards in hand, it's abysmal. It's certainly, it is a high swing card. Mm-hmm. That's for sure.
Okay, so I think from Elaine, we got Fact or Fiction and Frantic Search. I think the next card that she picks, which might be a shock to a lot of people, is probably going to be a Faithless Looting.
See, I have her on Gristlebrand next. I think that she, with the Entomb, is signaling that she wants to fight Naveen for that Reanimator slot.
Yeah.
So if she takes Gristlebrand, that takes a lot of the punch out of his deck.
Okay, we have a Dark Depths, and come on.
Okay.
Let's get that Mox Diamond, Vince.
No Thespian Stage. You don't need it. No. Yeah, I don't understand. I do understand that it's nice to lock up your combo, but you can take some risk there and float it later.
It's also easy for us to sit here and look at all of these and try to, evaluating all of them at the same time. When you're in that draft room or at that draft table, you're almost exclusively like searching your head for what is going to make my deck work next, and just say like, I don't want to get to, 30 rounds into this thing and have the thing that makes my deck work just be off the table. And so I would rather take everything I need early, rather than like amp up the like median power level of everything that I'm playing with.
No, that's totally reasonable, and I think that it's definitely interesting.
So yeah, I think almost certainly John Coins is going for a Storm archetype.
Yep.
Originally, I was thinking about this last night, and I was going to say like, I just don't think Storm is going to be effective in this format, because so many of the cards that you want for it are immediately gobbled up by everybody else.
It's a hard spot to have.
Yeah, like it's a lot more effective in like a vintage cube type situation where not all of the power is available at the first onset, so stuff will wheel later, and you'll get a chance to kind of...
There's our first enchantment.
Okay. So yeah, we've got the Search for Azcanta, and it's a very, very good card with what Elaine's already got going on. Working with pitching stuff into the graveyard and doing a lot of card selection. Elaine is almost certainly going to be moving into I think it's going to be a graveyard value type situation with, so many obvious inroads to Reanimator.
I like that.
Yeah. You have the the basic materials for 3 or 4 different archetypes with that deck.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then there goes the Blightsteel off the board.
And Dark Ritual got remembered. That's great.
Yeah.
Good job, Naveen.
Yeah, so Naveen is obviously very clearly going into Reanimator. I think now.
Tolarian
Alright,
Academy.
so this is finishing up round 8. I think Naveen with his first pick, well, his only pick in round 9, really needs to snap up that Grizzlebrand.
Yeah, Grizzlebrand, I mean, or him, right? Keep floating the Grizzlebrand and take the him to Turok now.
I think that gives Elaine 2 opportunities to snipe it.
True.
And she's perfectly set up to make that happen.
Yeah, it's a question of whether she's feeling up for trying to steal or not.
Yeah, I think based on what I'm seeing right now, I would say that Eric probably has the most consistent and top-heavy deck. He's very clearly in the archetype that he's in.
True.
Getting Soul Ring with the 14th pick was really, really clutch.
See, I like Dan and Coins' spot right now. They're super open. They're in 1 or 2 colors. Coins is kind of dabbling with a third. I think Coins is a little locked in on Storm, but I really like where Dan is sitting, where he just has tons of great interaction and is sitting open on just 1 color. He can do whatever he wants, and can just sit there and decide what he wants to do in round 20.
Now, see, this is a really, really interesting pick from Stephen Hagen. That Mishra's Workshop it tells you more about what's going to happen in the draft than what his deck is so far, but that really sets up the Grindstone Painter's Servant combo, and I think we're going to see a memory jar in the not too distant future.
That's a good call
from
out.
Stephen Hagen.
I'm gonna post the list for the previous Vintage History draft that we did, and you'll note there in the last pick, in pick 45, that's where Mishra's Workshop went last time.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those cards that if you want it in your deck, you know you're gonna want it.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of decks that it's just completely useless in.
Oh, so. Yeah. I mean, so the fact that immediately off the bat you get 3 artifact mana, I think it is a little bit. It's not dangerous, but it's a little bit clunky when you're running so many Planeswalkers and other colored cards, because that you're saying that Lily of the Veil, if you don't see a Black Lotus, Lily of the Veil isn't coming out until turn 4, which is not optimal.
You want to know what's great, though? If you have a Mycosynth Lattice in play, then Liliana of the Veil can get cast off of Mishra's Workshop. Maybe that's a strategy. Turn 9.
Listen, we got 45 rounds to go. Or not 45 rounds. We have 45 total rounds. Mycosynth Lattice is going to be one of the picks. So,
absolutely.
And it is very appropriate for Steven to use one of his picks to grab it.
And Urza honestly unlocks a lot of things as well. Like, if he just has a bunch of cheap artifacts or like token producers like Saheeli or something, Saheeli into a couple of walkers into Urza means that now he can cast a Mycosynth Lattice easily.
Yeah. Oh wow! For whatever reason, when I saw Urza for the first time, I thought the CMC was 6.
No, this card is playable.
Oh, this card is more than playable. That is very, very good.
Okay, so Eric Levine's going on Tribal Tezzeret, apparently.
Okay, so Dan has has snapped up Muddle the Mixture. Another one of those picks that I think we. Oh, okay, it's Tezzeret, Agent of Bolus.
Yeah.
I thought that had been picked early, but it was the Seeker.
So he's breaking into his second color now. He was mono colorless, then finally went blue 2 rounds ago, and now it's breaking into black.
Mm-hmm. Muddle the Mixture, an interesting pickup. I'm not sure.
I like this card.
Sorry.
It's tons of interaction.
It's transmute, right?
Yeah, so you can transmute it for 3. It's on the screen right now.
Okay. Cool.
You can transmute it for 3 to go find any 2-drop in your deck.
Okay.
Or you can just use it as a counterspell that is a negate. So you have a negate that costs a blue instead of a colorless. It's a really versatile card that in its worst case scenario is negate, and in the best case scenario it becomes whatever your 2-card combo. It finds the other half of it.
Yeah. Let's see.
Before the power 9.
Currently, no other 2-drops in Dan's deck. We're almost certainly going to see some of those pop up down the line.
I would imagine Tezzeret, Agent of the Bridge. I don't even know. This is one of the new ones.
Tezzeret, Master of the Bridge.
Yeah. So Brent breaking up that Tribal Tezzeret theme apparently and taking it for himself.
I think it.
That's
I think
solid.
it can be extremely effective. So Brent in the Sultai colors.
Brent doesn't have a way to get into 6 mana yet. He doesn't have. He's going to be casting this card for fair unless he has channel on turn 4.
I'm almost certain that in the next, I'd say in the next 3 rounds, we see a Pinted Prism from Brent. Pinted Prism's really effective for a lot of reasons. It immediately gives you access to 2 colors that you don't have access to. So in this, in the case of Brent's deck right now, if you've just got blue and black out, here's your channel mana, and cast any of the big fatty artifacts.
Absolutely.
Not on top of that, you've got just like one of the best possible things to pitch to Tinker, because after that mana's gone, what are you going to do with it?
Yes.
So, and especially with Paradoxical Outcome, I think that Brent is drafting a really what he has so far is highly synergistic, and he can move into a lot of different, not necessarily archetypes, but can go a lot of different routes in terms of combos. Okay, Elaine now picking up Yogg-Will.
Wow.
Naveen, just looking at the picks that have gone so far, I think that Naveen definitely should have gone with that Yogg-Will over that Ancient Tomb. But there's a lot to remember.
And Yogg-Will for Naveen would just be a solid value card.
Yeah.
Like, he's not, if he's
especially
lining into that Reanimator strategy,
Yeah.
Elaine can just do good value things, then cast a Yawgmoth's Will for some good cards. Naveen seems to be leaning hard on that Reanimator.
Yeah. I mean, what Naveen could have done was, like turn 2 or something with the Jet and everything like that. Dark Ritual into, and a Thoughtseize or whatever into a Yogg-Will, get the Dark Writ back, another Thoughtseize, another Mind Twist, him to Turek at some point if he manages to pick it up. Vince, please take a Mox Diamond.
You got to do it, Vince.
Come on.
Oh, Nullrod just got taken as well. That's an interesting pick. I guess he's seeing the 3 different artifact decks that are running around and making the call now.
So Elaine with that Mox Ruby, and also no Grizzlebrand for Naveen. I think that this is exactly when Elaine has to pull the trigger on it.
Well, I don't think she wants. I mean, seeing the Yogg-Will in the search, I think that she is just going for a blue-black control deck that happens to fill up her graveyard.
Yeah.
I think the show and tell is going to try. You know what she could be doing? She could be doing a Reanimator the other direction, where she just shallow grave Emrakul instead, going for the instant speed Reanimator.
Yeah. I mean, Emrakul is one of those cards that that you could definitely see in the first 3 rounds if
Definitely.
That's the way things shaped up. But all right, we're gonna get fingers crossed for Vince.
You're heavily invested in this land stack.
So, we've got Eric, who's drafted the key parts of it. Vesuva.
Interesting. Vesuva doesn't combo with anything, but it is a good value card, I suppose.
I'd much rather see a crop rotation from Vince.
That'd be strong.
Because that's your tutor, right? And not only that, you've got the Ramanap, so it allows you to replay this stuff. And we have Knight of the Reliquary. I'm just a bit worried that Vince is going so high on synchronicity and synergy of the deck that he's overlooking the power level.
He's taking the cards that he wants to have in his deck, not the cards that are going to be gone by the time he wants them in his deck. And that's a common mistake for people that this is a very in-depth format. There's a lot going on, and it's really hard to play. But yeah, I agree. Taking a fetch would have been very strong right there and kind of solidify himself into green-white if that's where you want to be.
Okay. So, what do you think, John? And so I also agree. I think that a Windswept Heath even would have been
great.
a better pickup for Vince.
At the same time, we don't know what they're necessarily drafting. They're
Yeah.
sitting at a table with 7 other people that are all yelling at them to make their picks right now. It's hard to remember, even looking at your notes, what you need. Um, I think Vince is familiar with the Dark Depths combo. Last time he drafted he drafted basically a 2 card Monty deck last time, where he had just like 3 or 4 different 2 card combos and kind of drew them randomly and comboed off. So definitely playing a different angle this time, but he's familiar enough with the structure of the format.
So, all right, we have
Bitter
both.
Blossom.
Uh, interesting. Uh, I mean, John is definitely, he's got counter spells. He's got things that are shutting stuff down. Uh, Bitter Blossom is pretty exceptional in this format if you're competent at locking them out. Uh, like those 1/1 flyers that just keep popping out. Like enchantments in this format are a lot stronger than you think they are because you're going to be so light on enchantment destruction. There's not even a whole lot of cards that are going to effectively allow you to destroy permanents, and if you're running a lot of counter spells, like Dan certainly
Yeah.
running the most of them.
I'm gonna have to step out here a minute. Apparently they're having some technical difficulty.
Okay.
But I'll be right back.
I'll try to keep it locked down as best I can. Get to some of your questions.
Don't let the chat get out of line, Brandon. So.
All right. Yeah. All right. You guys, let's settle down, okay? All right. So we got 90-0. Narset getting drafted before Power 9. It's an extremely effective card to build around, and so Steven's pick is coming up. In 2 picks. And he has another one immediately after that. I think we're going to see a memory jar, and the interaction with that, if you have Narset on the board, just says, I draw 7, you draw 1. Arrivederci. And now the Mox Diamond comes off the board. And so that's going to Dan. Just a really good card that would have a really good card that would have suited probably all of these decks exceptionally well, but probably would have done a lot more for Vince, for Brent, particularly. So Steven dropping the Whir of Invention and the Fabricate to get some of those artifacts. He's going to be battling here with Brent and Eric over some really effective artifact strategies. They've split this archetype in 3. Brent with the Tinker. We have Steven with the Mishra's Workshop, and Eric with the Time Vault, Strip Mine, Crucible, Grim Monolith, Key, and all the Tezzerets, and Tolarian Academy. So it's certainly going to be interesting. And then we see now that Snapcaster Mage has come off the board. Oh, that was last round. Okay. We've got Fabricate and then a Tropical Island going to Dan Zelinsky. And once again, I think Misty Rainforest and the fetches are kind of ideally the lands that you want to see. Eric going with the Polluted Delta.
Yeah,
which I pretty solid, non-controversial, given the contents of the rest of the deck.
It is almost universally seen as the best fetch. There's always a land run at some point in the draft, and it looks like we're hitting it right now. It's about the right spot for it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
In the last draft, all the lands ended up going super early. Somebody ended up taking it in like 6th round, and then just all of the duels and all the fetches went right in a row.
Yeah.
So this time it's not quite as in depth there, but Mox Diamond finally went. Dan got it.
Yep.
And Mox Opal as well. Okay. So let's see when Mox Tantalite or whatever that new one that's really the Mox Tinfoil goes.
Yeah, how familiar are all of the drafters with everything in Modern Horizons?
Apparently, some of them are more familiar
Yeah.
than others, seeing as what do we have go already? Taz-
There's a
yeah, Urza Lord High Artificer went.
and
I
then the
know.
Force of Negation.
Yep, I've had a few people email me cards that they wanted printed off beforehand. So, just as a preview, I know that one of the cards coming through is going to be for that Infect player. They're getting the new, the one that turns it into a 6/4 worm. I forget the name of it.
Okay.
But yeah,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one will be incoming.
All right. So.
I think a lot of people are looking for specific combo cards.
All right. 4 picks in a row. We have Tropical Island, Polluted Delta, Verdant Catacombs, and Bayou.
Scale up. That's right.
People are now starting to kind of panic pick lands. Bayou, interesting from Brent. I mean,
Bayou for Brent. Interesting.
makes sense with the channel that he
Yeah.
picked up in round 5, and yeah,
And Trop is already gone.
the most surprising card that I have not seen come off the board yet is still Fastbond. Like,
Fastbound would be so
like
strong in both of those decks.
If Vincent, come on, Vince.
Yeah, I think it's always fun in chat to figure out what the cards that people are forgetting about are, right?
Yeah.
There's definitely cards that people don't want or cards that are powerful but don't fit into their decks, but there's definitely cards that get forgotten. So last draft, for instance, Gush was never taken.
Yeah.
This time, Elaine remembered it pretty early on
Yeah.
because we had made fun of people for forgetting it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Gush went 0 anywhere in there.
Savannah. Yeah, you're playing a.
I mean, these cards are good.
Yeah. Yeah.
He will have a very passable modern to legacy power deck.
Mhm.
And that's not even a bad thing. It's just there's going to be some insanely broken things happening around him,
Yeah.
and the tools that you can use to counteract those by doing fast bond or something to counteract that, he doesn't have in his deck right now. He's playing a very fair strategy. Even crop rotation would be very strong for him right now.
Yeah.
No one else is going to take Horizon Canopy. There's no reason
Right.
to take that right now.
And so John picking up the Scalding Tarn, which Elaine is about to punch him for.
Yep.
I think Bloodstained Mire is exactly what Elaine has to go for right now, because it based on how things have gone the last 2 rounds, it's just not going to be left on the board.
True.
And because it allows her to get the 2 duels that she's picked up in the first 10 rounds.
Yes. And all of this, like, criticism of the players isn't at all saying that they're doing a bad job or they're like bad at Magic. There's just a lot of things going on constantly, so it's really hard to keep track of everything that you need to keep track of.
Yeah, and also I'm just
it's fun to shit on players.
I'm salty and obnoxious, so please, by all means, ignore everything I say. We have Prismatic Vista from Elaine.
What is that card?
I do not even know what that is.
This has to be one of the new versions of Horizon Canopy, I bet.
That sounds like exactly what it is. All right.
Oh, no, it's the fetch land. It's the fetch that only gets basics.
Oh, interesting. All right, we have a Deathrite Shaman from Brent.
Okay.
We have a Watery Grave from Naveen. Good. Dak Faden from Eric. He's now moving into Grixis colors.
I wonder if Brent's going to audible completely out of the Storm strategy that he tried to do initially. The Paradoxical Aetherflux strategy. I think he might go into a black, green, blue Tinker, like a Sultai Tinker deck.
Yeah.
Mono red, ready? So yeah, I think whoever called Steven on Meet Super Friends is the dream is alive.
Yeah, very much so.
We're of Invention Fabricate as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so now it's interesting that Dan got the Tropical Island and the Misty Rainforest. We haven't seen anything green come off the board for him, but this might, he might be setting up for some kind of, upheaval,
Garib was speculating on Infect. With all that cheap interaction.
Sorry, who was?
Garib in chat.
Oh, and that would
make sense.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
because the green cards you can float super late.
Yeah, I think that that is probably what we're going to see from Dan.
That'd be pretty
cool. Nobody else is going to start taking Glistener Elves and Blighted Agents.
Do you want to update the Duretti to say Scrap Savant there?
Yeah.
It's under Steven's picks.
Oh, well, somebody did it for me.
Oh, good job, whoever that was.
All right, and then that Bloodstained Mire goes off the board for Naveen. It's super interesting. We haven't seen Emrakul or Gristlebrand picked up yet.
I know. I would be terrified if I were them.
Yeah.
Like normally I'm all for floating cards as late as you can, but Gristlebrand is so quintessential to that deck
Yeah.
that it's just really difficult to try to actually do anything without it. Let's see. So, okay, we're kind of getting into the range where people have locked in their high power cards and have locked in their lands, and now are figuring out what else. Like, because you walk in and you say, here's the 60 cards I wish I could have, and then by the time it's 10th pick, 50 of those 60 cards are gone, and you have to figure out what to build out of the remaining 30 picks that you have.
Yeah.
I know there's been some people that have been very much, I'm going to have as consistent a mana base as possible. There was a deck that ran Wild Nacatl and had all of the mana for Wild Nacatl, and it was great, but it also meant they used 40 of their picks on their main deck. They had 0 basic lands in their deck, which means their sideboard is 5 cards. And in this format, sideboards are so powerful. You can come out there and play Gloom against the mono white player, and all of their cards cost 2 more, right? You can do one-sided Nether Voids against players in this format because sideboards are so insanely powerful. And we're going to start seeing some sideboard picks beyond just Null Rod that Coins took.
Yeah.
That's going to be really cool to see.
I think one of the most powerful cards that we're not going to see for a while and probably should get picked up a little bit earlier is, oh my god, destroy an artifact and flashback.
Shenanigans or Ancient Grudge?
Ancient Grudge.
Balance is a really good call out, as is Daze.
That
Daze
was
would go
another
really
one
well.
of the cards that you can make a really good case for going in round 2 or round 3, especially if you pick up a Mox Pearl.
Yes.
Like, it's just so good.
Yeah. Balance, there's so much fast artifact mana in this format, and that just breaks the symmetry wide open.
So for Vince, what I think...
Oh, thanks for the follow, Geekmonger.
And not to continue to prognosticate too much on and unnecessarily target Vince, but I think right now would be great times to get first of all that Windswept Heath. I'm pretty sure that hasn't come off the board yet.
True. I haven't seen it at least.
And ideally, it's a little bit tough. He does have the Ramanop, but he doesn't have the Sensei's Divining Top, and really right now a Windswept Heath and a Fast Bond are, from what I'm looking at, what you kind of want to see here. But going with Oracle of Moldiah and Courser of Kruphix, Eladamri's Call. That's interesting because,
hold on a minute. We gotta give Paul Wade a shout out. He's the godfather of vintage rotisserie draft, and he's in chat right now.
Ooh.
He's the one that ran the group in Seattle for Shotgun Lotus and kind of kicked off everyone's love of this format. So thanks for joining us.
Thanks for joining us. Absolutely. So Paul, who do you think at the moment is shaping up the best right now?
And thanks for the follow, Mages. Okay, so Worldly Tutor and Eladamri's Call. So Vince is going for some kind of creature toolbox deck. I expect to see Court of Calling in this deck at some point.
Yeah.
As well as some of those really powerful, cards like Thalia. I bet will show up.
You know what we might be seeing from Vince, and he's just been slow playing this pretty incredibly, is essentially a Malira combo.
That would be cool. Yeah, Collected Company into Malira combo.
Yeah,
even Bizarre Veg, or what's the tutor Bree, Birthing Pod. Birthing Pod might show up in that list as well.
And
there's the hymn to Turok from Naveen finally.
Yeah.
Elaine was not happy that Treasure Cruise got picked. There's a loud exclamation from the other room.
I think I was very much unfairly harping on Vince because he's got a lot of different options available to him now. I don't know that Collected Company is the way to go, just because without redundant copies of certain cards, that it's not nearly as effective as it would be in Modern, let's say. But
it's deep, though.
It's still if you have Birthing Pod,
yes,
and if you have other options in your toolbox, it's definitely a card that is going to out of 40 cards instead of 60, pick up, hopefully at least one of those pieces that you need to just go infinite.
And Flounce, Ponder actually got taken in the 8th round by coins, so Ponder and Preordain are both already off the table. So Slide, I think, is the best one that's out right now.
Yeah. Okay, and we've got Trinisphere from Stephen Hagen, which is pretty clutch with Mishra's Workshop. Now, Brent picked up Skull Clamp, which was...
is he audibling into elves?
Well, the thing with Skull Clamp is, and this is what I was going to talk about a little bit earlier, Skull Clamp is absolutely insane and busted, especially with cards and with what he's able to do. With Ophiomancer is pretty incredible, which is just value right there. But realistically, you're looking at a Sword of the Meek Thopter Foundry combo.
That would make sense
because I would not be surprised to see a Krark Clan Ironworks, a Thopter Foundry, Sword of the Meek, and other value cards down the line. Monastery Mentor is something that Brent would get a lot of value out of, especially with Paradoxical Outcome.
True. And just to fill people in, they're drafting in the other room from us. We're sitting in the library, and they're drafting in the main room around the table where they're going to be playing the matches later. So, actually, let me throw
and the Grizzlebrand comes off.
Grizzlebrand got taken by Naveen. So I'm just going to throw on what the sneak peek of what we're going to be seeing when the players are actually playing, which is right here. You don't actually see anybody, but they're sitting right alongside of that same area. So they'll be playing on this play area. They're all around that same table right now in my front room. So.
All right. So just taking a look back at the chat. Let's see. Are they drafting in paper somewhere? So right now they're just doing the picks on the spreadsheet. A lot of the cards that everybody assumed were going to get picked have been proxied off already. Some of the surprise picks that show up later are going to get printed off, and so they will be playing in paper. But yeah,
they're holding their mimosas and drafting at computers around a big table right now.
Mm-hmm. So Naveen or Elaine, both of them, Naveen has played the meta
he found a
so
slot
disgustingly well. The only thing I think so far he's really missed out on was that Yawgmoth's Will. One of the things I'm curious to see is when Tendrils of Agony is going to get picked.
Who wants it though? Coins, maybe. I don't think anybody else. Coins is the only person that could possibly want Tendrils. I could see that one floating to 42nd or something.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Brain freeze. Excuse me.
Oh, interesting.
So Brent would really, I think, get a significant amount of use out of brain freeze. But so many of these decks, and we're playing in a 40 card format.
Right.
So you really only need to get 10 spells off.
Yep.
A lot of these decks are capable of getting to that point, especially with all the card draw out there. That's not even necessarily the number you have to hit, but with Paradoxical Outcome, that's easy peasy.
Yeah, I bet Naveen also really wishes he had that Liliana of the Veil. That one went 5th, 6th round. That was just very early, and if I were Naveen, I would have been disappointed to lose both that and Dark Confidant. I mean, I know he's playing Grizzlebrand and some big drops, but Dark Confidant would be great.
Yeah, with the archetype that he has, though, I don't think you can fault him for not expecting that Lily would wheel or continue to go farther down.
True. Yeah, I don't disagree with any of his picks so far. I think the Ancient Tomb, I think you probably didn't need, but I don't know what he's thinking either. Right? Maybe he is going into a Grixis Tempo deck. And instead of the straight Reanimator that I expected him to be on, but we'll see. Brent's taking some time to decide, I guess, where he wants to go. He still has 3 decks in his. If you look at his picks, the first 5 picks indicate one deck, and then the next 5 indicate a second deck, and then the next 5 indicate a third pick.
Yeah. Oh, very interesting. So Elaine got the Flooded Strand last round.
Okay, it sounds like they're taking a bit of a hiatus out there
Okay.
to go refill drinks and things.
Okay.
So maybe this would be a good time to talk through the player
Yeah.
lists.
Yeah. Let's pull it up.
So player profiles are here. You can see Elaine here. She played last time in the Vintage History draft. Last time she drafted Hate Bears, and she. Oh, sorry. Let me fix the link here. There we go. We still had the old players on there. There we go. So last time she took third place with a Hate Bears list. It was quite powerful, but it ended up being really limited by the fact that you could be hated out incredibly easily. So people had Dread of Night and Gloom and engineered Plague and lots of things that just really hurt her deck, which is what knocked her out of the first slot with this one.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that can get on the board before you have a chance to hate them out.
True.
Especially in this format where things are just so incredibly fast and counter spells are all over the place. But if you start Hate Bears early, you can really, really build up an incredible core, which is speaks to why she pulled into third place there.
Absolutely. So the other Naveen is the previous winner of the Vintage History draft. He took
resident
time
troll.
vault. Absolutely, a huge troll. But he is a talented magician, that is for sure.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
But yeah, he plays decks like 5-color charms and EDH, Modern Tron, and is very proud of his level 0 judge status. He claims to have a level 3 judge status for Flavor Judge, however.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's undisputable.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go back to the draft. It looks like they're starting back up.
Great
Basalt
pick.
Monolith.
Basalt Monolith is right in line with what Brent wants to be doing.
Yep. And that means he's probably going to float whatever that Merfolk Wake Thrasher that combos with it. He'll probably float that one a little late.
Let's pull up.
So Basalt Monolith costs 3 mana to untap, and it taps for 3 mana. So if you have a Wake Thrasher in play, and you pay 3 mana into a Basalt Monolith, you just twiddle it back and forth over and over, and your Wake Thrasher is as large as you want it to be.
Tap it once, that's fine.
Yep.
Tap it twice, that's okay. Tap it 3 times. And keep doing that, and you've got lethal damage if they don't have any blockers.
Yes.
Okay. And then,
God.
Yeah, John going with the Lotus Petal.
That's a late pick petal, I think.
It is. John could slot eventually into a Storm deck with everything that
I think he's aiming
got
for it.
with Time Twister and Wheel of Fortune. It would be interesting to see if we get a Lion's Eye Diamond right here. I don't know that anybody else. Lotus Bloom. Okay, interesting.
The one interesting thing here is if Coins decides to go your route and play that Brain Freeze package, then you start seeing the Eldrazi run their course, and people put Eldrazi to the sideboard cards to get to play around the Brain Freeze.
Yeah, and that's one of the benefits of Brent's artifact deck with the Tinker and the Blightsteel Colossus is that not only can you just tinker up your Blightsteel Colossus for maximum infect damage, but it functions so effective against the main kill piece of Storm decks.
Yep.
Or one of the 2 main kill pieces of a Storm deck.
So I think they misspelled Tarkir. They misspelled Trocaire. It is Tarkir on their flagstones there. But it's interesting to see that crop rotation still hasn't been taken. That seems to be the missing card from this crop rotation and fast bond.
Yeah, Vince has back-to-back picks, and I think at this point he'd just forgotten that those cards exist.
Yeah, they're hard. It's hard to remember everything.
So let's see.
I didn't realize
how many rounds. So we're on this. Yeah, we're in the 17th round. So currently, we're looking at 130 something picks. With Library of Alexandria finally coming off in the 17th round.
And a new card,
and everyone's letting him hear it.
Naveen takes Pack Rat.
Pack Rat. It just not only does it enable the Reanimator deck, but on its own can just completely overrun the board. It's such a strong card.
It is very good.
I think that's a perfect pick right here. I think
It's pretty fair for this format.
I think almost every single one of Naveen's picks have been like super on point.
He's been doing a good job.
He's shaping up really well.
So this Jace card, do you think she's just taking it for value, or are there going to be some future sight implications? Like, why Jace is a weird one. It's
well, okay, so look at everything Elaine's doing. Everything is pitching stuff into the graveyard.
Yep.
Factor Fiction is getting 4 cards out. Frantic Search is getting 2. Search for Ascant is constantly like milling away. Yawgmoth's Will lets you do that all over again. All of the not all the fetches, but the Prismatic Vista and the Flooded Strand are getting you there. And that +1 is not really anything to joke about. That's every time you tick that up, that's 5% of your deck.
You know what she's doing? If I had to call it right now,
yeah.
I think she might be trying to troll me and play my favorite deck, Doomsday.
Oh, wow.
Look at the rest of her list. It's all like cards that get value from graveyard, can kind of combo off Jace by himself as a win condition for Doomsday. If I were in her spot, I would be looking to take Doomsday right away.
Okay.
Isn't that insane? It all just lines up. It's like a good value graveyard deck, and now there's a win condition for it.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got Dan here picking up the Wooded Foothills, which is gonna let him get both of the blue-green lands that are there. It's a good pickup, and we see Wooded Foothills go in a blue-green deck. Like, if Vince wants to get Windswept Heath, he's got to do it right now.
Absolutely. So chat, now we're starting to get pretty far in here. If we're going to pull somebody in here to interview after the draft. Actually, I'm going to go out there and ask them. We're going to interview somebody at some point mid-draft here and pause them while we do a quick interview to see where they are. So probably in a round or two, I'm going to go out there and see what's going on. If you can vote in chat with who you want to interview, just type bang win for whatever player. So I'm going to show you how to do it right here. If you can just say win, vote like that, and then we'll be tallying up your votes that way, and we'll come in here and get whoever you vote for the most in for an interview in a minute.
All right. Oh, okay.
You have to vote for their first name, all lowercase.
Okay, this pick from Brent, Sylvan Library, is, I think, particularly dangerous to Vince right now. So what Brent has here is Sensei's Divining Top and Sylvan Library. He's also got Channel, and so going with this blue-green combination, what Brent's going to be able to do is further down in the draft pick up Oracle of Moldiah or Courser of Krufix, and using both Sensei's Divining Top and Sylvan Library and Library of Alexandria, essentially get to draw 2 to 3 cards every turn and never miss a land drop. With Oracle of Moldiah, that's dropping 2 lands per turn, and only getting gas off the top of your deck is, some might say, pretty effective. I would not be surprised to see him pick up a scroll rack with his next pick.
Oh, that'd be a good one.
I think that'd be an incredible pickup for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Brent's deck is really coming together, and he has a lot of options at his disposal.
Do you mind on cell 22?
Yep.
To say stop right there?
Okay, I'll do it. So that's gonna.
So yeah, down
around that way, that way.
Yes,
Okay.
we're gonna get an interview here in about 2 rounds. And yeah, throw out any questions you have that we want to talk to them about. We're not going to ask them about future picks. Well, they can talk about their own future
or
picks.
recommend them.
But we're not going to recommend future picks. We can ask them questions about what they're planning on drafting, but we're not going to say something like, why aren't you drafting crop rotation?
Yeah.
So we're trying to keep it as pure as we can. Yeah, this is great. Inquisition, okay, yeah. Man, Naveen's just been killing it with his picks.
It's just absolute value that sets him up to be really successful while taking them off of their combo pieces. Naveen's deck is super solid, and obviously everybody who's playing here wants to get that number one spot.
Absolutely.
But Naveen really, really wants to repeat, and he's pretty well positioned to do so.
And we don't have a picture of the prize pool yet, but we'll get it up there probably sometime during this break. But yeah, the prize pool is all liquor. The entry fee for this is a bottle of liquor that you feel comfortable giving to someone for their engagement present. And everyone has brought a pretty nice selection. I think the clear first round pick is going to be this massive bottle of unfiltered Belvedere. It's beautiful. So we'll get the pictures up there.
Yeah, it's enormous. I was frankly shocked.
It's incredible.
It walked in the door.
And there's mimosas being served right now, but as we get later in the day, Budweiser, since we're here in St. Louis, of course, is the unofficial sponsor. And then there'll be other drinks as well throughout the day.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anything in particular? Oh, well, there we go. Energy Flux.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Let's pull that card up.
So yeah, Energy
It was definitely
Flux
not
is
something I was anticipating.
No, this is a great one. It shuts off so many of these artifact decks.
Yeah.
Essentially, every artifact has an upkeep cost of 2. So Moxen don't even pay for themselves. Soul Ring just sits there tapping every turn and doesn't do anything. You can't pay for the cards off of Mishra's Workshop. So Energy Flux just shuts down a lot of these artifact-based decks.
We're seeing that, in this format, particularly against some strategies, sideboard cards become mainboard cards because.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Did you just see that pick?
I was just talking garbage. Let's pull this.
Waste Not is a sick pick. This is a card that was originally thought to be played as a kind of value card off of a discard deck.
Yeah.
Maybe off of a rack type deck. But I believe Coins is going to try to use it in a Wheels deck to generate his own mana and continue storming.
All right, so we just had 4 picks right in a row.
And thanks for the follow, CT Morling.
So Beast Within and Generous Gift
what is Generous Gift?
Yeah, I don't know. So Beast Within destroys a permanent, and they're it's okay.
2 of the same card essentially.
Yeah. Those.
They're good.
Permanent destruction, super important. Notice it doesn't say non-land. In this format, a 3/3 is a small price to pay for getting rid of a permanent.
This is true. I still just hate to see cards like this getting taken over a card like Vindicate. Right? You can be greedy, especially with all of his searches. He could easily just splash in a scrub land that no one has taken up to now, and play Vindicate over either of these cards, and you would just have the exact same effect, but without that downside.
Yeah, and it still does very much remain to be seen what his archetype ends up being.
Thanks for the follow.
Yeah, very much appreciate it, Paul Waits. Let's go ahead and pull up Dreadhorde Arcanist.
Yes, this is the new
new one for More of the Spark.
Yep, it lets you cast cards out of your graveyard.
Yeah. And what we're probably going to be seeing. I would be really surprised if we didn't see a Ancestral Visions from John.
Oh wow!
Next round.
That'd be neat. Yeah, that'd be very strong. Elaine taking Portent, I assume, instead of Potent.
I'll put that R in there.
So yeah, Portent is as a blue-white control player, you can imagine she's already very familiar with the card Portent.
Every time I try to click and fix it, they're so on top of it. We've got very diligent drafters here. We
do have 10 levels of judges in the house right now, so there's a lot of people that are very rigorously focused on rules here.
Yeah.
So yeah, Brent is still kind of splashing around. I think that the Survival of the Fittest is the card that tells me the most about what his deck is going to become.
Well, so one of the things that I was talking about when you had got up to leave was that we don't know exactly what Vince is going to do. It looked like he was going to do something, and that Ramen-Up is probably not a focus of his deck like we thought it might have been. Emrakul Aeon Storm. Yeah, he's got Channel.
Makes sense.
There's a turn one see ya later.
And it means that Brain Freeze isn't as consistent as a kill for the format, so Coins might just end up splashing into Tendrils instead.
Yeah. So I think 2 of the cards that we really should see from Brent, like I said, Scroll Rack, and the other one Pentad Prism, just
Yeah,
to
they'd
just
both
to
be
help
good.
help get him there.
You know, a card we haven't seen yet is the 5-drop black card. That's the EDH staple that draws your entire deck
Yes.
ad nauseum.
Mm-hmm.
Ad nauseum he could splash into an ad nauseum deck at this point as well. It is so. I think that you could argue that predict or strategic planning are better than portent, but sometimes you just need a 1-mana cantrip. So I can see arguments either way. I don't think it's a clear one or the other. Thanks for the follow, Cougar.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got Reshape from Eric Levine. Strong pick. That's gonna let. I mean, I'm honestly surprised that it kind of got this far, because Eric wants that time vault as soon as possible.
No one else is going to take that reshape from him, though. So I think he's pretty safe. Steven might.
I mean, my only thought with that getting this far is that it wasn't exactly clear what everybody was going to be specifically moving into, and with Brent having Tinker early on and Paradoxical Outcome and those kinds of things, and with Steven, getting that Mishra's Workshop, that it could have, yeah, yes, I know, that it could have potentially gone to either of the rest of them if they had decided.
And you see the transmute artifact right now as
Yeah.
well, so he's definitely up on that. It is interesting to see. So remember, in chat, you can vote for who you want to get in the interview during the halftime break by voting with exclamation point vote and then or exclamation point win and then the player's name. So if you wanted to see Brent, you would do win Brent. So
Yeah.
go ahead and throw in 1 vote per person. You can update your vote if you want to, but that's how we can check. And we're gonna ask them all the questions like what deck they're hoping to get on, what they're scared of, what they're worried about. Kind of get in their heads a little bit and see what it's like around the table, rather than just hearing us from inside this booth.
And so Price SC2 says Dan on Infect. Yeah. Yes,
Sure
he is.
seems that way.
Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't taken an Infect card yet, so maybe he's just going for the beatdown with a fair noble hierarch, but who knows?
We do have some advanced information that he put in some requests for proxies to be printed out. So,
Yep.
Not to give too much away, but yeah, maybe.
It seems pretty likely.
Yeah.
Steven's deck is playing all the new cards. It's very interesting. He already has a toolbox built up with the Mycosynth Lattice and Teferi's Puzzle Box. But yeah, he is kind of diving hard into the latest couple sets. Waterlogged Grove.
I'm gonna say that's the green-blue
Horizon Land
Canopy.
Yep, that makes sense.
I really love the naming conventions that
Yes.
that Wizards uses for
Oh.
all this stuff.
Sorry about that, Paragon. My bot. We had a player cancel at 3 in the morning, so I didn't update the bot, and I'll have to update that between rounds. Sorry about that. I'm logging the vote for John just for you.
All right, got a thirst for knowledge from Eric. Strong pick based on what the rest of the deck has. Probably gonna eventually have to pick up some more just role-playing artifacts. But there's 45 rounds for that. Naveen with Mesmeric Fiend and Brain Maggot.
Yep.
Those are just good value tempo plays. And let's not forget that he's got the Dark Ritual as well and the Mox Jet. So not only do they give you an extra look into the other hand or into the other player's hand, but let's say they get tapped out and you don't have a lot of other stuff going on. It's a valid reanimation target. If they're down to 1 or 2 cards, to make number one, check in on what they've got going on, and number 2, take that win con out of their hand. It doesn't look like, somebody will eventually pick up the Splinter Twin pieces.
Yes.
But nobody's doing that right now. But it's something that
Mesmeric Fiend and Brain Maggot also have good value in the 3-drop recurring Nightmare deck, where you use these cards to initially strip their hand, and then once you have control of things, you can just switch them into a recurring Nightmare of making Primeval Titans and Grave Titans out of them. So yeah, our team name is Our Lady on the Ground over there. She says Steven has a whole sheet of notes and is just working off the sheet straight down the list. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Does not surprise me.
Horizon cards are available to draft. Every card that is legal is available to draft. The other addition to this format compared to a regular tournament that would happen today is that we're going to be using the London Mulligan. So, following London Mulligan, following Horizon, and War of the Spark are all legal. Let's see. So, Emrakul, Library.
Other library.
Yeah, true. Double Library.
Um,
Naveen's deck is definitely shaping up. I feel like Naveen, Naveen, and I really like Coins' deck. I know it's not traditional, and I think it has the lowest floor and the highest ceiling of any of the decks, but I really think it has a lot of power.
yeah. So let's see what mana Coins is working with. We've got blue, black, red. So we've got Grixis.
Mm-hmm. And he has
Yeah,
a Scalding Tarn
so
and
that
Badlands.
looks like just about it.
Finale of Destruction. Devastation.
Finale of Devastation. The
green one. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a concordant, or this is a, what is the card called? The Court of Calling, but
Yeah.
for one less without Convoke.
Well,
right?
And what it's really going to do is if Brent is able to get to that amount of mana,
12 mana. Okay.
It's just a Blightsteel win.
Sure. Oh, fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess
it's
channel win.
Technically 14 mana.
Sure.
Because if you're gonna try to get that Blightsteel, that's how you're gonna have to do it. But gotta pay 12 for that X. But it's gonna be interesting to see how Brent's gonna be able to get to that amount of mana.
Channel. I mean, I think you're right that Pentad
Channel,
Prism.
sorry. Yep.
Pentad Prism is going to be influential in this deck because you need to get that other green mana. He needs 4 green to make this combo work.
It's going to be. You do have the Deathrite Shaman, which I think was a pick that we kind of overlooked, or at least I kind of overlooked at the time. But I think that deck kind of tricked us with the Tezzeret Master of the Bridge.
Absolutely.
I think it's much, much, much more of a black splash than it was a green splash.
I think you're right. I would like to see something like Rafellos come in. I think Rafellos could really open his deck up as well.
Yeah.
Because he's a survival deck, right? Rafellos, he has this giant toolbox.
Well, yeah, and with Bayou and Overgrown Tomb.
Yep.
Rafellos is just such an exceptionally strong card.
It is.
I think a lot of things are coming together really, really well for Brent. And Wheel of Fate is that perfect card.
Yes.
Like it Vince gets 2 picks. I do not see either of them being Ancestral Visions. I think that this is where John pulls the trigger on that. Going Dreadhorde Arcanist into Wheel of Fate kind of portents.
Yes. Oh, terrible.
It was bad. I just saw it next to Dreadhorde Arcanist.
We're scrolling down a little bit, so you're going to be losing some of the top picks.
Vince is definitely doing paired picks here.
Yes.
Swords to Plowshares and Path to Exile. It's shaping up as, if you... Oh, Innocent Blood. I was not anticipating that.
So I'm posting in the chat the link to all the draft picks, so you can follow along without having to only see what we have on the screen, because we're going to have to scroll down a little bit to make sure that we can keep seeing our smiling mugs here.
Yeah, Innocent Blood is such a good card in this format. There's the only creatures John has are, so far at least, are coming off of Bitter Blossom. Giving up one of them is nothing. Who cares? And so against a deck like Naveen, that's kind of, ouchie wowies if he gets that Grizzlebrand out, and he definitely gets to draw his 7 cards. But
Oath of Druids is going to be very strong as well, and this he's going to oath into either Deathrite Shaman or Emrakul or Blightsteel now.
It's also, if Brent tinkers out a Blightsteel, that sucker's indestructible. But
Yes.
Innocent Blood for 1 mana says,
True.
Bye.
Elaine has kind of fallen into that. With the Kess is migrating into that Grixis deck that Paul was talking about earlier.
Yeah, let's pull up Cass here for a second.
Yeah, and we're about to throw me out of this area. I don't know. Do you want to talk to him?
No, I'll let you.
Okay.
Let you do the chat.
So yeah, we're about to get somebody in here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna close down so they can't see the chat that's going on. So we'll be chatless for a little bit here. But yeah, Kess effectively allows you to flashback 1 card a turn.
I think that out of all of these decks, I think we see Elaine go ahead and do it and pick up a lightning bolt, probably in 5 to 10 rounds from now.
That's true. All right, so last chance to vote. You have about 10 seconds to vote.
I'm gonna get out of your hair.
All right, go grab a drink.
I'll go. Is there anybody that we have who won the?
I'll call out to you in a minute. Let's
Okay.
let's see. We can see right now who's here. All right, so it looks like the most votes are for
3
Vince.
votes for Vince. Oh
All
my
right,
God.
we're gonna talk to Vince.
You gotta. Yeah, I should be out of here. I was talking way too much trash.
I want to see what he's doing. We're gonna get Vince right in here in a minute. All right, so yeah, there's lots of things that are going on in this chat. I'm excited to hear what Vince's strategy is, because it is he went deep into the strategy he wanted, and I'm curious how he thinks it's going compared to the rest of the table. I genuinely don't think that this is a bad set of 20 cards up to this point. It's just kind of taken in an interesting order, and there's a lot of cards that, like crop rotation, that I think that could easily fit in his deck very well, and I'm interested if he's not taking those because he's forgotten them or because they aren't part of his strategy. So let's find out in a minute here. He's going to be coming in here. We have Elaine sitting in chat.
Oh man, come on! I thought it was gonna be in the other thing. Oh, you have a whole setup.
Yeah.
My friend, my compadre, my compatriot.
So we have Vince joining us here in the booth.
Oh god, without the sleeves. I didn't know I was gonna be on camera today.
Yep.
All right.
So here we go.
Oh. Okay.
Here are the cards that you've drafted so far.
Yes.
How do you feel like it's going?
So I wanted to pick some stuff that'll make people think a little bit about what kind of oddball strats I got going, but
Nice.
the later half of this is gonna be good. It's gonna be real good.
Where's your head at? What were you thinking walking into the draft?
So I wanted to avoid blue because every time we've done one of these, which is once, so more than not, blue and black are incredibly popular for very obvious reasons.
Yes.
It's vintage, you got all your staples, and I was like, if I run blue or black, I'm gonna be a contender for other people's
You have to
cards.
fight everybody.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So I was like, okay, what's a good way to be kind of evasive and play something that's a little bit more difficult to pick against, but then at the same time still have enough viability to be able to run as a deck.
Yep.
Obviously, it was a crush whenever Crucible got picked, and I was like, oh, come on.
And Strip Mine, too.
Yeah, but I saw the Strip Mine pick, and I was like, okay, he might pick Crucible somewhere down the line, but I didn't think he was going to be like, oh, yeah, I got to pick it now. But after I picked the Ghost Quarter, it's probably a reasonable pick.
Yeah.
But
you did get the Reming Excavator, though, so it's not like you still have the same effect sitting there.
Yeah, and that's why I ended up having to pick the Worldly Tutor and the I always forget how to
A lot of Murray's Call, yeah.
Mary's Call.
That makes sense, yeah, getting the tutor for him.
Yeah, because it's since I'm out of my black options, I have to go with the more creature-based options. I was thinking about going for I'm eventually going to get Green Sun Zenith. But
Nice.
I didn't want to pick it like too early on. I mean, I've only got 2 people really picking any green against me, so I think I'll have a smooth enough time getting Green Sun Zenith. I was gonna make it like 25th pick if I could.
Okay. Who are you worried about? Like, which decks are you fighting right now?
Naveen.
Naveen?
Because Naveen won last time and he knows what he's doing, but
Sure.
it's because he has all of the standard options going for him. He's got the Intombs, he's got his tutors. He's just like, okay, I can build mono black for the most part and be able to run smooth, and if I need to splash for an option, he picks Snap just as like a counter pick, but it's also a really viable pick based off of his instance of sorcery he's got now. So he's got his snaps, so he can, Dark Rid open up for blue, snap, dark red again, and they have 4 black available there. That's a tendrils. That's off of. You know what I'm saying?
Sure,
Like,
yeah.
Even if you tendrils for 4, that's still pretty good.
Yeah.
So I know it's gonna eventually come up, and that he's got the Leyline of the Void.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna crush my little side goofball game plan, but I think I'll be okay.
So how are you planning on winning?
So I was gonna go early game, just do a little bit of control options. I really was gonna be more worried about permanence.
Sure.
I'm still debating splashing black at the end just so I can get Assassin's trophies and.
Okay.
I was oddly enough, I was thinking about going splashing black, and one of my very last picks was going to be High Priest of Penance, just so I can do something
nice.
really silly and just, okay, you got this Planeswalker, that's a problem. Well, I'll see if I can just ping out my guy, blow up your dude. But
nice. High Priest of Penance.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Awesome.
Can Neem sign for it? Can you have Neem sign for it?
But yeah, it's just whenever it takes damage, destroy target non-land permanent. So if people have a body on the field or a problematic walker out, it's a good removal.
No, absolutely.
I'll be honest. I think I'm not giving Steven enough credit because his deck is it's like combo central. It's gonna be hard for him to miss pieces.
Sure.
And the fact that he got away with that Mike Synth Lattice pick and nobody thought anything of it. And everyone was freaking out about the Puzzles box picks because Narset obviously, but
Right.
Whenever he got that Lattice pick, I'm like, oh, but he's got Karn. Oh no! If he gets that off on anybody, they're gonna be like, oh, this game's over with. That's pretty cool.
And he has Grindstone Painter in 6th and 7th slots as well.
Yeah, I'm saying he's got combo central. He'll be good. He's got his tutor. He's got his tutors for his artifacts, so he can go off.
Sure.
Like, the Trinosphere might be something that comes up, but I try to stay fairly mid-range-esque. I got a lot of 3 drops, obviously, but I still gotta get. I think my next immediate pick is gonna be Elvish Visionary, or not Elvish Visionary, Elvish. Why am I forgetting it? Oh man,
What does it do?
it's the elf that enters the battlefield, destroys the enchantment or artifact.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yep, I've forgotten it too.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Chat probably is yelling at us. Doing
Yeah,
exactly this.
we're punting.
Yes.
Sorry. But yeah, that's gonna be one of my next picks.
That
And
makes sense.
I think I might just go from here. I think I'm gonna probably focus more on just making a standard little creature base, and
Yeah.
I might, if I can find enough creatures that are reasonable, I might splash in. What is the land called? Gavany Township.
Okay. Yeah.
Just-
No,
just-
that seems fair.
Yeah, because Gavany Township and Sterling Wildwood, even though it's bad, if somebody loses Sterling Wildwood, I think they deserve it. So,
Sure.
yeah, that's where I'm gonna go.
So you're basically building Maverick. It's kind of cool.
Yes.
Nice.
But I'll be honest, I play EDH mainly, so stepping into the Vintage realm is kind of nice. It's like, you get a little bit more fun stuff, so you can play goofier builds and you can play something that's a little bit more interesting.
And you did get double mocks, so that was
Yeah,
a
yeah.
good start to the draft. Well done.
That's the way to start it off. So everybody was just like, oh, okay. And since I picked white-green, I was like, they're going to take the Grixis colors immediately.
Exactly.
So I'm probably good. I'm so glad Coins didn't pick one of the Moxes, but that's because he's got his own. He's pretty much running my Nekasar deck in Vintage, which I'm so proud of. I love Coins for running that. That's so great.
It's really cool.
Yep.
All right. Well, good luck.
Hey, right on. Mark, as always, this has been a fantastic event.
Oh, for
I'm
sure.
so excited that I got to come again. I hope we hold more of these in the future, obviously. But yeah, this was awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you.
for sure. And if you can send Brandon back in,
Yeah.
and we have the giant pizza. I don't know. We'll try to get
The
that on screen.
Pointosaurus, yeah. You should obviously take a picture and let the people know.
Yeah, it's a 28-inch pizza
Yeah,
that
it's-
doesn't fit through our doorway. They have to angle it to get it in the house.
Yeah,
So,
it's pretty beefy.
yes.
Pun intended.
Yeah,
but-
beefy with the cheese only.
With the,
but-
oh, yeah. Hey, that's probably smart. But I'll go grab Brandon.
Okay, thank you. Oh, you can definitely talk in chat. Go ahead. So in chat, you can definitely talk about what you think they should take. He's not seeing it right now. The players are not going to be in chat. So yeah, feel free to talk about whatever you want. We've been talking about cards that we think they're missing. So for instance, we're pretty confident that everyone has just forgotten crop rotation. So
Do we want to do another interview?
yeah, let's do another interview. Might as well.
Anybody else want to do it? Elaine, you want to do it?
We threw Elaine out of the chat, so
One of those good. That's not true.
yeah. So Elaine is coming in the booth right now, so we get to talk about all the things she missed. But she has to point them out. Chat won't be allowed to point them out for you.
Oh.
So okay, what's your strategy walking into
My
the
strategy?
draft
I don't
today?
have one.
Okay, well that's reasonable.
Actually, well,
Camera's
I
up there, too.
Oh, hi. So I picked Jace Wood of Mysteries, and I also picked Gush. So I think you know what my next pick is going to be.
I am very excited and hopeful. What is it going to be?
It's going to be Doomsday.
Yes, that's what I speculated
Well,
about.
I'm probably going to pick it, but I may not pick it next. I don't think it's something that people are expecting. So it's like,
That was exactly when I saw the Jace. I'm like, the only reason would be that she wants to troll me and play like I've wanted to play forever and have never been willing to try.
Well, in the last draft, Jeff Blyden was in my seat, and he picked the Show and Tell Entomb deck, and then someone else picked Entomb and Reanimate and all of the good things, and I'm like, well, in that case, I'm probably not going to play that deck. Just going to play Fair Grixis, and then I was like, wait, I don't have a win condition in this Fair Grixis deck.
Yeah.
So it's probably going to be just like Fair Grixis deck with random nonsense. I'm looking at Baleful Strix, K Command, Planeswalkers, stuff like that, and then Doomsday, probably,
that
just
makes
to
sense.
finish it. Because otherwise, I don't know if I can beat all of this nonsense that people are doing.
Who are you scared of right now?
Eric has a lot of nonsense happening. Hagen has a lot of nonsense happening. That's why I picked the Energy Flux. There might be more of that stuff happening. I'm looking at K Command probably as one of the future picks, but I don't think that's gonna go. So,
Who do you think you're fighting right now for picks?
I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that people could potentially be playing. Maybe John. Maybe. I mean, Eric's in the same colors, but I think we're kind of done in terms of fighting for fixing.
That's great.
And he's playing a very different deck, so.
Yeah, your fixing was great. The Prismatic Vista was a great new card to pick up that I didn't remember existed, but the fetch for a basic...
I remembered it at 5 in the morning today, and I was like, I don't know if other people are going to be thinking about this, so I don't know how early I want to pick this. I don't know, I'm not going to say anything.
Well, somebody else did message me and ask me to print that card, so it's already printed. So you definitely stole it from someone. Okay. I'll tell you that much.
Okay. Yeah, I think, someone at the table said that, but I forgot what it was. Yeah, so that Show and Tell is probably not getting played.
When you took Portent, I thought that there was a good chance that you were just going to migrate back to blue-white control, but apparently no.
Well, I'm not going to play Miracles off of one Portent.
I don't know. I've seen you do worse, so.
Well, Lavinia's not happening this draft, so.
Reasonable, yeah. So last time, Lavinia, you took third pick, is that right?
I took fifth.
Fifth pick, okay.
And then I was not in my starting 40, so.
Well, decisions were made. So.
Decisions were made. Library of Alexandria was my first pick, and it was also bad.
This is also the joy of playing a format that no one gets to play more than once a quarter, is that no one becomes insanely great at it, and even if you have a rough idea, you're way ahead of most of the field in this format.
Right. So if I'm going to play Jace Wood of Mysteries and Doomsday, I'm thinking about prioritizing fixing as well. I think that's something that people are going to be fighting over. So, beyond the cards that I've mentioned, I think my next couple picks are going to be just random dual lands and stuff.
Which of those are still available?
Not the OG ones, but Watery Grave was taken. I might take Drawn Catacombs. I might take the Battle for Zendikar one.
Okay.
I might be a Signet or a Talisman somewhere in there, which
makes sense.
Yeah.
So, do you have your piles already built? Do you have a long list of all of your piles built?
Oh god, no. My pile is probably going to be Jace and then Jason to Gush and then kill them, which is fine. Doomsday and then I'll pass the turn and then I'll play Jace and then I'll kill them, right?
Doomsday and passing the turn, yeah, that always works out really well. I've never seen that go badly.
I mean, so the probe is taken, so I can't Doomsday and then probe open my pile. I could Doomsday and Yogg's Will something, but
no, that's fair. Yeah, Yawgmoth's Will is a great pickup early on.
Yeah, so I don't know if what's going to happen with that. Might be some LED shenanigans happening.
Cool.
I think someone took it, actually. I don't know. I'll see.
Yeah.
Cool.
Great. Well, if you can send Brandon back in and
Okay.
grab lots of pizza. So.
Okay.
Thank you. You're not allowed to be in chat.
What?
You're not allowed to be in chat because chat's talking about all the things that you're missing. So that's Elaine. I think. Let's see. Oh man, I agree with you, Paul. I think that both of those cards would be great. The door's open, so I'm not gonna like read them out right now. But those are great. I agree with both. I agree with all these picks that people are speculating on right now. I'm not like so sure that it's a trap. It seems like it could be good, but I'm a sucker for Doomsday. I play it in Legacy and EDH, and it's my go-to card. So I could just be having some true love of the game here, as opposed to a like neutral objective view. Fast Bond, yeah, Fast Bond would be a great pick. We've been speculating about that one and Crop Rotation both as the cards that are missing. There are 45 cards that each player will have, so let's go through the rules of what a VRD is a minute to kind of catch up mages. There are 45 cards that are legal, so after they get this last pick down here, it'll be over. Thank you. Delicious pizza. We're just going over the rules of what a VRD is. Brandon's coming back on camera with us. So there's 45 picks that everyone will have. Any card that is legal in Vintage is legal in this format. And in addition to that, we're also making Modern Horizons legal a little bit early and making the London Mulligan go into effect. So after everybody gets 45 picks, we're going to they'll take the physical cards and put them in front of lands, and so the proxies in front of lands. And then they're gonna start playing physical matches on camera. So we'll have one of the players in the booth here, commentating and calling out all the bad misplays of the player who's on camera.
So many.
Everyone gets a chance to both be watched and made fun of, and to watch and make fun of everyone else. So.
When I was gone, what kind of things did Vince illuminate us on?
So Vince was apparently trying to go hard into the Wasteland kind of strategy, but got sucker picked by the Strip Mine and Crucible, so he was frustrated about that. At the point that he took the Raminap and then realized he had the Pearl and Emerald, he was like, well, why not just play Maverick? So that's where he's falling into now. I think that the Dark Depths and Thespian stage are less of a central part of his strategy and more just a
redundancy.
I guess I can
condition.
win. It's easy enough. But I think he's primarily going to be going for creature tutors and just value creatures.
Okay.
So, yeah, Elaine is definitely on Doomsday. So she's going to be focusing on mana fixing, but her pile, she says she's already happy with it. There's not anything that she's particularly worried about.
Yep.
Both of them called out Naveen and Steven as people they're scared of. And Elaine is fighting with Eric and Coins for the colors primarily, but not really the same cards. And yeah, that's exactly right. They don't open a booster. They open a booster with every card in Magic, and then Rochester draft that booster. Is effectively what happens for this format.
Yep. I mean, Elaine has all the pieces in place for that Doomsday deck, really.
Thanks for the follow, Dash.
So, let's throw this one out to the chat. What cards are you the most surprised that you haven't seen picked yet? And also feel free to toss in like the number one card you think each of these players is missing that's still out there.
Yep. The ones that jump to my mind are Fast Bond, Balance, and Crop Rotation.
I thought Balance got taken.
Oh, did it?
I think it's somewhere in the 15, 16... No?
Nope, still gone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. I thought for whatever reason we had talked about that earlier, but maybe it was just in the same conversation that surprised that it hasn't shown up yet.
Yep.
I mean, I think that's a pretty ideal card for Vince to pick up. Given that I think he's the only one who's playing white.
Yeah, I think you're right. White only has one single player so far.
Yeah.
Because we have lots of people on blue and black, as to be expected. 2 players on green, and then just Coins and Eric on. Oh, and Elaine, so 3 players on red as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just Dan and Brent that are on green right. Oh no, Dan, Brent, and Vince are all on green.
Yeah. And green on its own, I mean, there is a Stompy deck that's pretty powerful, but
True name.
it's easier to yeah, that's a very good point. I think that I mean, Dan is eventually going to be slipping into not so secretly slipping into infect, and so it's not the most ideal win con because he's kind of mixing.
Is one of the other founding fathers of the VRD here? Is that Jibdash? That might be. This might be Dwayne. Yeah, I know. It's impressive that we got the whole Northwest VRD hanging out here with us.
Well, really appreciate you guys coming, hanging out in the chat, and watching this. I was telling the participants in the draft as I went out there that just based on the spreadsheet from the last event, this draft is so much more interesting. Like, there's
still a lot more conflicts.
There's nobody with like a bad deck or like a bad set of cards that at the very least can't very quickly be turned into something really potent and powerful. Like I was
Light bulb. The Kiki twin is really good in this format. It won VRD 8. It's usually a regular player. I don't think anyone's taken it today though.
I mean, just looking at what we have here, I think Elaine is best set up to.
That's not what she's going for though.
I didn't think it was, but I think that she's best set up to do it.
Eric
I think
could.
John has probably too many, not enough counter spells. Like the red mana is there, but I think the slots are, not enough draw and not enough counters to really hold that up and like take up the 3 or 4 slots that it's going to require. So, realistically, we might not even see. They'll probably get drafted, maybe as like a sideboard kind of tech, if the other win con doesn't work out. But there's a pretty good chance we don't see any main board Kiki or twin
right.
combos.
I'm just gonna grab the other computer here a minute to tell them they can go.
So. Yeah, what else do we have in the chat? Magically Malicious, hey, what's going on? Nice to see you here. Crop rotation for sure, and true name, absolutely. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, balance is just going to be so strong for Vince. Like, there's several cards that, like, for the next 4 picks, Vince could just money in the bank off of. Windswept Heath, Fast Bond, Balance, and what's the other one I'm thinking of?
I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't listening at all. Sorry, I was trying to get them to start playing.
No worries whatsoever. There's a lot of stuff. And crop rotation. That was the other one.
That one's huge, yeah. With the judges playing Storm, it looks like Coins might be playing a variant. He's playing the puzzle box type strategy. Essentially, get all the wheels and then waste not people out with a Storm package probably.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that the Elaine is the one that is most likely to win off of an actual Storm kill since she's playing Doomsday.
Yeah.
We'll see though. She might just be winning through the Labman Jason Wielder instead. Let me scroll down a little bit to let the pixel be visible there.
I've got another question for the chat, which is, what do you think the best card is, or the most pickable in the VRD format that goes unpicked? I've got my pick for that, which is Sneak Attack. I don't think anybody here benefits from a Sneak Attack, except for like maybe Steven.
Yeah, I mean, I could see
like,
Brent falling into it. Like, the problem is splashing into red is tough. That was the mistake I made last time. Is I played a rock deck, and then late I was just like, well, red is open. I can get red pretty easily, but what I didn't think through at the time, which is why I didn't end up taking first, is that by making those picks to get into red, so I don't remember what I took. I took like Taiga, and a couple other mana fixing cards, and then played Punishing Fire combo inside of my black-green deck, which seems like a fine idea. The problem is, by making all of those picks, it probably cost me 5 total picks, and those
Yeah.
could have all been sideboard cards.
Yeah.
They could have been insane sideboard cards. So I think that's the risk that you get by splashing into another color. So
Yeah.
Brent could do it. I mean, he already has the Death Rit. He already has like lots of ways to get into a third color. I don't think he needs to.
Yeah. Yeah. What else? I think unless Vince thinks about it, like he'll probably pick the card, but Council's Judgment.
That would be very good.
It's the only deck that's going to be able to play it.
Yes.
Now that I'm thinking about it, like Vince is like shockingly well set up to just get like straight value through pick 45.
Yes.
There's so many powerful white cards where just on a whim he's going to be able to do Stoneforge Mystic and that
Batterskull.
Batterskull combo. Not really combo, but
might as well be.
It's it's an extremely effective way to stack out the end of the deck.
Yeah. That's why some of these picks make me concerned, right? Because in that world, right, he's the only one in white. There's nobody else that's going to be there.
Yeah.
Like, Swords to Plowshares and Path to Exile aren't needed right now. Like, fight for all the cards you can get.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's easy to see someone else jump into that lane, but it's really tough to sit there and just like, well, I'm going to take these cards that no one else wants right now. And that's a really hard part that makes VRD more complicated than any other format, I think.
Yeah, I think that just goes to show you that the real concern, let's call it, is that there's no reason right now that Vince shouldn't be taking all of the green cards that accessorize with his deck.
Absolutely.
Namely, Fast Bond and Crop Rotation.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of whether or not Thespian Stage Dark Depths is the main win con of the deck, like, make it that.
Exactly.
Give yourself an additional 50% chance to hit that, off the top. If the deck or if the board is looking really bad against you,
mm-hmm.
like a single boom, deal with my 2020 flying, or
it's true
or not. So it'll definitely be interesting, especially we're halfway through this draft.
Yes.
Elaine, Steven, Brent, Eric, and John are basically all fighting over Grixis or Grixis adjacent stuff. And like we said earlier, like Vince can just straight go down through all of these mondo powerful white cards, and just rack up the value where the options are going to continue to run out for the rest of those other 5 players who are kind of in that Dimir, Grixis, Sultai kind of vibe.
True. So it sounds like the players out there are still on a bit of a break. They're grabbing food and things like that. So maybe let's jump over to the player profile here for a bit. So we've talked about Naveen, epic troll that he is. He still manages to put together a pretty epic deck as well. So previously it was on the Time Vault deck that Eric is on this time. He plays 5-color charms and is known for playing Modern Tron. Vince, the guy we just interviewed, let's talk about him a minute. And I have to pull it up in the right screen, of course. So Vince plays competitively occasionally, but is mostly an EDH player. When he does play EDH, he tends to lean into land cards. And at the last VRD,
Nekusar previously,
Nekusar and land-based decks are kind of his jam. At the previous one, he ran 4-color Mentor that kind of had some of the same strategies that Steven's deck has now, where you just have random 2-card combos that pop up. And he ended up taking 7th place. He had a pretty rough day of it where he couldn't match up the 2 halves of the combo, which I think is decently common in this field.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about Elaine already, but Steven is a modern Panza player and an Aminatu prison player. So you can see that he's kind of carrying this forward with Trinisphere being a pretty mainstay of his every other deck. So it makes sense. This is his first time playing VRD, but he's coming out here and he came the most prepared by far. He had he had a spreadsheet built out. He had things printed off and ready to go. So he's definitely ready.
Yeah. Then we've got John Coins up next. Plays Legacy Lands, so Vince took him off of that with his Dark Depths and Thespian stage. Tell us about Sin Triplets and EDH.
Yeah, so Sin Triplets is a Esper commander that when it comes down on your turn, you choose a player and that player can't cast spells or activate abilities for the rest of the turn. So effectively you get to shut a player out of countering your spells or interacting with you in any way. Additionally, you get to see their hand and cast cards from their hand. So it has some weird mana issues where you want to pick people that are on your colors and you want to have 5-color lands so you can cast green cards, for instance. But it's a fundamental control deck that wins off of either Storm or some other condition. I believe this is a Storm deck in the end. But it's a pretty deep control, lots of interaction as well.
See that, got another level 1 there.
Yep.
And segueing right into a level 3 judge, Eric Levine.
So fancy. He, of course, plays Storm like every other judge that exists in the field. He also is well known for his EDH commentary. He publishes an article, a weekly article for Channel Fireball on EDH. So he's pretty. I think he changes out his EDH decks pretty commonly.
Yeah.
But normally he's standing around watching high-level Magic play. Today he's slumming it with us and drinking. So.
Yeah, we're really lucky to have Eric in the St. Louis community. And,
he's great.
It's a Sunday. We're doing the VRD, and Eric is here. Not very many level 3 judges. There's a pretty significant number of judges per capita, I would say, in the St. Louis community, and I think Eric is kind of hugely responsible for that. It's fun, you go on a whim, you go fly to Phoenix or Seattle or whatever for Grand Prix and stuff like that, and you get to see Eric there, and he really, really loves what he does, and pretty awesome to have him here, just as with everybody else.
Yep. Then we have Brent, who's here. He normally plays Paradoxical. Oh, thanks for the follow there. Ellipses. Plays Paradoxical and Sig. Oh, it looks like players are walking in, so we'll get through these last two pretty quick. But he likes to play blue decks. He likes to stop people from casting their spells, and then eventually win off of some combo.
Yeah. He was the last minute fill-in for one of our players, and so in terms of levels of preparedness, he's got to be absolutely in last place. But looking at the picks that he's put together, getting that early mocks and then a tinker, and he's got a very precise, encyclopedic kind of knowledge about a lot of Magic cards, and so it's really serving him well here, where he's able to get a lot of smart picks on the board and keep that deck really together.
And last one, Dan. Dan drafted Power Artifact last time and took 5th place. He has a very solid technical player, and I think that he mostly doesn't play competitively. I think he has a lot of casual play, but he's just been around the format forever, so that's why he has a good knowledge of Vintage well enough. But let's get back to the draft. It's just starting back up.
Okay. Unsurprisingly, with Steven up next, we've got Goblin Welder. Makes a lot of sense with all the artifact shenanigans he's got going on.
I don't know if you meant that as a pun, but it's a good one if it was, because Eric just took Shenanigans, a new card from Modern Horizons that acts as Ancient Grudge, but with Dredge. It's a sorcery, so that's not as good, but the fact that you can just hit artifact after artifact while getting value from filling your graveyard can become incredibly powerful. I didn't notice that in the previous round he took Goblin Engineer as well.
Yeah.
Wow. So he's on that Welder plan. Both him and Steven are both on the same Welder plan.
Yeah, it's not surprising that these Modern Horizons cards are showing up in this draft, because in a lot of ways they function as just slightly powered down redundancies for core aspects of what these decks are doing. Like, we saw Force of Negation get taken very early. You know, Shenanigans is another really good example of that. And then we've got that Goblin Engineer.
Yeah, we also see Helm of Obedience. I thought that Naveen was just taking that Leyline of the Void to hate out all the other decks that have graveyard interactions. Turns out it was part of a 2-card combo. So if people aren't familiar with the way that one works yet, let me pull up Helm of Obedience. Leyline of the Void says that that your opponents don't have graveyards. Helm of Obedience has lots of text on it, but it basically says pay 1 and tap it, and it causes the player to mill until they hit a 1-drop, and you get that 1-drop. And then normally the cards that go back in, but if they have no creatures that hit their graveyard, then you just win. Or sorry, they would normally mill. I'm getting it wrong, but effectively, if you have Helm of Obedience and the Leyline in play, then it causes their entire deck to get milled into exile, and they try to draw their card next turn, and you win. So it's 2 4-mana cost cards, but one of them enters the battlefield unfairly if you have it in your opening hand, and the Helm of Obedience you can cast off your Ancient Tombs or Dark Rituals. So effectively, it's 5 mana and you win the game if you have a Leyline in play.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Brent's got a lot of options. Bolus's Citadel.
Wow, that's a new one.
That is. I mean, if he can get to 6 mana without taking 5 damage,
Yeah.
which could be pretty rough. But what he's going to be able to do is cast an Emrakul for 15 life.
And Elliot has a great point in that you can just tinker into Bolas's Citadel.
That's a much better point.
Yeah.
Which I think makes it all the more important that he pick up Scroll Rack in the next few picks.
Very true.
But I think it's an absolute brilliant pickup by Brent, especially with Sylvan Library and oh my god, Sensei's Dividing Top. Excuse me.
Yes, it's a very good one. So Angrath's Rampage, I just put up on stream. It's a weird one. You choose to edict them, so to make them sacrifice something, and you get to pick an artifact, creature, or planeswalker. So just super versatile removal spell. In a format where people aren't going very wide with creatures, it can act really well, but if they happen to go wide with creatures, you get to pick off an artifact of theirs.
Yeah, I think we probably would have seen it go a lot earlier if that was at instant speed, but regardless...
What? World Gorger? He's going for the World Gorger Dragon combo.
Oh, no.
Wow, that is
Why?
impressive. So this combo is a beautiful, dangerous, terrifying combo that you can pull off, where you cast Animate Dead on a World Gorger Dragon. It comes into play, flickers all of your permanents, so that you get all of your lands untapped, and then you basically create a loop where you're reanimating World Gorger Dragon over and over, and it's exiling the Animate Dead. If you have no other cards in your graveyard, it forces the game to be a draw if no one can do anything. If the player has a Swords to Plowshares and kills your World Gorger Dragon at the right time, you lose all of your permanents, including it. So it's incredibly dangerous, but it also means you get infinite mana. So infinite mana is a pretty good payoff for an incredibly dangerous card to play.
See, the interesting thing here is that it doesn't... I mean, do you mind if we scroll up on the draft picks?
Absolutely.
Because just from what I'm seeing right now, it doesn't look like there's really a payoff built in yet. Obviously, there's still, 24 rounds left to go in this, and you can absolutely find something. At the very least, just like a Banefire.
Sure.
But that's a super interesting pick.
He has nothing. He has lots of ways to get it into his graveyard. So maybe that's what his thinking is. It's going to sit there in my graveyard at some point, and I'll figure out something to do with the mana.
This smells a lot like a over the lunch break concocted
Absolutely
chunk of goofiness. I don't think Naveen is too sad to see Animate Dead go, but it certainly could have made his Reanimator value list a lot spicier. I think one of the cards that is normally picked pretty highly that we haven't seen yet, that we might not even actually see, is natural order. Natural order lets you sacrifice a green dude and just bring any green creature from your deck into play. We might see it from Dan, and we might see him running a I don't know, Crater Hoof Behemoth, if he's got all these infect creatures, but it seems just kind of clunky and like a waste of 2 cards, so that card might just completely go undrafted.
So Laz had a question about what's going to happen after the draft is over. So what happens there is that I just noticed that Eric Levine picked Accursed Centaur as his last pick in hopes that no one picks it before then. But anyway, so after the draft is complete, the players are going to build their decks out of the proxies we have. So we're going to have a bit of a break there. But at that point, it's going to become a round-robin tournament where everyone will play 7 rounds against all the other players. So it is not random. It is guaranteed deterministic. You will play everybody, which means that it's a really fun spot where if you you're 0-4 and you're down 4 picks, or
There
you're
we
down
go.
4 rounds.
Thopter Foundry Sword of the Meat combo for
Nice.
Steven.
Okay, so he's going full on combo.
See, that is the advantage of picking either first or eighth.
Yes.
Is that you double up on picks right in a row, and it's like, oh, there's a 2-card combo. Boom, I got it. No questions. I didn't have if it got to my pick, I get to toss these 2 suckers in there.
And you can actually see here, I'm going to pull it up for a second, the players were randomly assigned positions, and then they were able to draft what position they got in the draft. So it's a bit meta, but for instance, Vince got second choice, and he chose to pick 8th because he wanted that wheel.
Yeah.
The wheel's often better than getting a second pick, so he thought that getting 2 picks at a time was better than getting Ancestral Recall, which is pretty impressive. That's a big statement.
Yeah,
Oh, and there we go. Blighted Agent Glistener Elf. He's
Yep.
definitively an infect now.
Yep. Not that was a massive surprise.
Not at all.
But it's it's interesting that this is when the trigger gets pulled.
Contagion is interesting. Is that so? First of all, Abundance I think is a really odd pick. It makes sense in that it lets you just not draw lands anymore, which is relatively good. Especially with something like Bolas's Citadel, if you're able to hit a draw spell, you can get through all those lands that are cluttering at the top of your deck, but it's 4-drop, and it seems really intense. I don't know.
Yeah.
But Contagion is a cool one. This is the black equivalent of Force of Will, and it allows you to distribute 2 counters, both of which give -2/-1 to a creature. So you can kill a 2-drop, or you can make 2 2/2s into 0/1s. Just a really versatile card that doesn't require any mana to cast.
We have not seen the Splinter Twin combo yet, and we probably, we might, but one of the things to note is goodbye Pestermite.
Yeah.
This is either like a first card in out of the sideboard or first card out of the main board.
Very true.
Kind of card. Naveen is very decidedly in black, and so the ACC on this is not hard to deal with.
I also think it's not surprising they took Contagion right after Blighted Agent and Glistener Elf got taken.
Yep.
That seems like
Yeah.
might be thinking about a little bit, how am I going to deal with this infect matchup? Or he's just protecting his pack rat. One of those two.
Yeah.
Who knows?
And we got a interesting Twilight Mire from Brent.
Solidifying that black-green mana base. That makes sense.
And in our last round, we had Elaine going with the Creeping Tar Pit.
Mm-hmm. Players now have a little more flexibility. They're still strengthening up their mana base, but there's not so much competition.
Looting. Are we gonna see it?
She didn't mention it when she was in here, so I think she may have forgotten it.
Nope. All right, yeah, just making sure that mana base is shored up.
Yep. She's not that hard into.
Dark Six shored up.
Oh, God. The nudging made it so much worse.
I know. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, these 3. I mean, that's one of the advantages of these VRDs is that you have 20 different very playable kind of dual type lands.
Absolutely. And that's the interesting thing, right? Is that the fetch lands are very good and they go early, as do the OG duels. But basically everything after that, like maybe you could make an argument for Watery Grave and the Ravnica lands, but everything is just like there's so many cards that are roughly in the same range, right? The original shocks and fetches and duels are incredible because they are 5-color lands effectively. But like once you're in the range of am I going to take Creeping Tar Pit or Darkslick Shores or Drowned Catacombs, like all these cards do the same thing, and one's probably slightly better than the other, but they're all in the same range. So
Yeah.
it's an interesting spot.
Rest in peace.
Okay.
I mean, he's the only one playing white.
Yep.
It shuts off a lot of these strategies, or at least tones them down significantly.
Dryad Militant. Okay. That card's
Yeah,
not bad.
so I mean, like we're definitely seeing a pattern from Vince. He's taking his, he's taking this spot in the order to go back to back to create redundant hate pieces.
Yeah.
It's I find. Obviously, I'm fixating on Vince's picks, and it's just such an interesting strategy to see this play out because, essentially, let's see, what is it? Like 5% of his deck is shutting off every other strategy, and in a game that goes more than 10 or not more than 10 turns, more than like 4 or 5 turns, like he's got a really, really good chance of seeing all these answers pop up, and he's playing a significant number of these tutors. And so the way it's shaping up, I think his strategy and the construction of his deck just to essentially turn theirs off might work really, really well.
Yeah, I would definitely expect Thalia and Vryn Windmare to make it in this. Cabal Therapist is an interesting one. He took therapy earlier, and now he's redundifying it again with this one. It makes me think that he has more creatures coming, right? Because he wants to be able to flash back the therapy, and he also wants this. So, like, this can't just be for this one creature, right? Like, he has to have more coming. He's going to have a lot of information about his opponents.
You think Veteran Explorer?
That would make sense. That the Cavern of Souls like makes more sense then as well. Yeah. Okay. And there's the Doomsday.
Yeah, there we go. And so you see Brent with the Inkmoth Nexus, and I think that is one of our first like true hate pieces.
True.
Yeah,
counterpicking for sure.
Just as far as I can tell, there's no strong argument to be made that helps Brent's deck out really significantly.
Not at all.
That just says, hey Dan, shove it up your butt.
And we have Scale Up also taken from the new set, so that's obviously incredible with the Infect matchup. So that's interesting. If Infect can't get an Inkmoth Nexus, he has Blighted Agent Glistener Elf. Is he going to have to go into Plague Mirror and like some of the less common Infectors?
You have to have some kind of critical mass of infect creatures, but the thing is, like, he has so many counter spells.
Yeah.
And he has Jason Mind Sculptor that he can afford to just sit back. Like, you know what I think we see from Dan at this, well, not at this point, but at some point in the next several picks is a regrowth, I think.
Oh, that'd be very strong. You're right.
I mean, I almost think he needs it because getting taken off of Inkmoth Nexus is a real, like, we talked about this at the end of the break with Brent's like encyclopedic knowledge. He's like able to very quickly like go through the catalog in his head of cards, and I think he looked at Dan's and was like, he's obviously going to take Inkmoth,
right? And
it doesn't hurt me to take it, and so like it reduces Dan's effectiveness by enough.
Yep. If Brent didn't need it, like he didn't need this pick, then that's reasonable. I think the True Name Nemesis is a great pick to finally go in here. It's a little late, but that card's very strong.
Yep.
Invigorate, of course, helping out with the Infect plan. The Daze is still on the board. That is true. Good call.
Oh, Ashiok Nightmare Weaver.
Is that the new one or the old one?
No, that's the one from Return to Ravnica. So
That's his pet card for sure.
it's so good. Like, there's a reason they call it Splashiok. It's like sometimes it's worth just, drafting like pack 2, pick 1 or pick 2, because of how absolutely, like, how it just has to be dealt with in this format. Number 1, decks are only 40 cards, and the exile the top 3, that's a tick up. Beyond that, so many of these strategies you can tell, like looking at Steven with Inkwell Leviathan.
True.
Looking at Dan, like, if you're able to get rid of one or more of his infect creatures and get them into exile, like oops.
Well, and similarly, like Doomsday, if you just exile their 1-win card, they're done.
Yeah.
This is interesting. So Brent is doubling down on the Inkmoth pick. He took Blinkmoth Nexus. I think maybe it actually was a part of his strategy that he wanted it for this survival package.
Which just makes me, it makes me think of how, like, perspicacious that pick was.
Yes.
It was an incredibly strong pick.
Yeah, I thought it was just a garbage, like, side pick.
Well,
just to, like, screw over the infect player.
There's so much synergy with that card.
You're right.
Because at the very least, like, it's another artifact that can't be removed that you can sacrifice to Tinker.
Yep. Elaine doubling down on the mana makes sense.
Yeah.
The card I'm surprised that we haven't seen yet is a new Ashiok, because that card is very good against a field full of fetches.
Yeah.
Like, it turns off all these tutors. It turns off the fetch lands. Maybe that's why they didn't take Vincent didn't take crop rotation, because he's hoping to splash into this Ashiok at the end.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, but like, both Ashioks in a small deck format are extremely, extremely powerful, especially when there's not a bunch of creatures on the board to just chip away. No one is going to be playing combat tricks in this except for Dan, the infect player, but they're not combat tricks. They're kind of anticipated.
Exactly. So we had our second time with somebody trying to take a card that's already been taken. Graven Cairns was already taken earlier, but Steven doesn't know how to spell and had it incorrect up here.
Jabronis.
Right.
Yeah, and we see the Windfall here from Steven.
Oh, that is a good pick.
Which, especially with Narset as pick 2.
Ooh, Enlightened Tutor is a good card that's not been taken so far.
It's up to Vince.
Teeth. Oh no, Windswept Teeth is also.
Yeah. As we mentioned, there's like 6 cards that are just there for Vince to tee up.
Yeah.
Fast Bond, Crop Rotation, Enlightened Tutor, Balance, Council's Judgment.
Oh my god.
And Windswept Teeth.
Thalia, there's so many.
Like, we could basically just fill out the rest of Vince's picks.
Yep.
But he's been surprising us at every single turn. So
for the next one of these, I
see.
want to start tracking. I want to have a track the cards on the side that we know need to go that haven't gotten picked yet.
Yeah.
Just like the forgotten side. Ooh, Team Neem wants to know what decks we would draft. Which direction do you go?
I wouldn't go into this looking to draft anything in particular. So much of this, like, we're seeing it with Vince right now, right? He's the only player in white. We're in the 27th round? The availability of cards to him, like, Balance is like a top 5 round pick.
Yeah,
ostensibly,
I agree.
not necessarily, but like, I wouldn't bat an eye if somebody picked it 3rd round or 4th round.
Same.
And he has access to that in the 27th round,
It's
and that's
nutso.
That's the power of these things. If people, if 5 or 6 people are coming into this locked in to an idea of what they want to do,
right,
and then one or the 2 other remaining ones find a path that makes sense for them, and it excludes one of the colors except for red, because red is probably you could absolutely draft Burn. and good on you, but you're not going 7-0 or 6-1.
You might. I mean, you're the fun police, right? If other people get too greedy, burn will always kill you on turn 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible, but there's just so many combo pieces running around
True.
that getting to 7 wins is just, in terms of probability, like really, really low.
It is.
But still.
So, Flounce, Green Sun Zenith is one of the cards that Vince called out that he wants to pick. So he is aware of it. He's not forgotten. He just thinks no one else needs it. But I would be surprised if Brent doesn't take it at some point here, because it seems good in his deck too.
Okay, and so he's got Brent just went with Savage Summoning.
Okay. So that makes his
not
spells...
Heartless Summoning. Is this a new Heartless Summoning?
No, it makes his spells uncounterable and come in with a 1/1 counter with Flash as well. So it's...
Okay.
Oftentimes I'll see this card as part of a combo package with... What's that card that got unbanned in EDH? It's the giant guy that goes and fetches...
Protean Hulk?
Yeah, with Protean Hulk, you'll see Savage Summoning as a way to back it up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I could see Flash Hulk happening. It doesn't really fit his deck because he doesn't have blue.
The issue is he's running Oath of Druids.
Yeah.
Like, that, you don't want to get an accidental Protean Hulk.
Which also makes sense why he has the Nexi now.
Yeah.
That does make me wonder if he's going to run that Deathrite, right? Are you going to risk Deathrighting off of the Oath?
Yeah, that was I think one of those stays in and the other one does not.
I think you're right.
Like, Deathrite is an incredible card, but it feels so bad to go through your entire deck and get a Deathrite instead of an Emrakul.
Here, let me trade you a second. I'm going to reset the chat bot so we can get who people want in for an interview after this thing.
Yep. So I believe right now we're just starting round either 28 or 29. We've got Stephen Hagen off of kind of a, Duretti Goblin Welder artifact build, which makes sense because he was able to pick up a Black Lotus with pick 1, and now he picks up an Ensnaring Bridge, which he can easily cast with that Mishra's Workshop. Dan now going with Berserk, which I don't know if you know.
Wow, that's a great one.
A very strong pick, playing Infect.
Not the worst,
No.
I would say.
Going Vines of Vastwood into Berserk, I wouldn't be surprised if we, not in the next 10 picks, but eventually see a Rancor. Might evolve Kroza pretty soon, I assume. And Eric going for the value cantrip with Opt, going Impulse back into Opt. Eric is also playing an artifact-based deck.
Mm-hmm.
Very similar to Steven. Steven's got a lot more of the high-end stuff on his side. The Transmute artifact that went after Reshape.
Yes.
That's
funny.
And the Black Lotus but Eric is running the Time Vault combo, which is just super, super nasty.
Okay, so Ashiok Dream Render just went as well, so that's good.
Okay, yeah. Just an incredibly powerful card that has to get answered.
Yep.
And one of the things you'll notice, I don't think that there has been a single, except for Vince's back-to-back Beast Within Generous Gift, I don't think that there is a single card that destroys Planeswalkers that's been picked on this spreadsheet.
You're right.
There's no Vindicate. There is no whatever Undoing. There's no...
There is Angrath's Rampage. There's that one that edicts the Planeswalker.
Yes.
Yep.
But...
So, people, we're going to do an interview after this is finished, so if you want somebody to get interviewed, I saw that there was a request by Here for the Beta Keys. Just do !win, space, the first name of the person you want interviewed. So, if you wanted to interview Brent, you would do !win, space, Brent. And then we'll make sure to get him in here afterwards to kind of talk through how he thinks it went.
So, yeah, I probably should have said that there's no targeted Planeswalker removal, but it's a fair point. Angrath's Rampage does get rid of Planeswalkers. I
guess Dryad Militant does too, by that same logic.
And the the issue with that, not issue, but like worthy point to bring up is that Steven is the only one who's running anything that could be approximated as a Super Friends deck. He has a lot of Planeswalkers, and
oh my god,
a lot. There are value Planeswalkers in that list, and there are just like you have to answer this or you lose at certain points in the game.
Yep.
Ashiok Dreamrender is one of those. Earlier I had mentioned that that Steven would probably be drafting Memory Jar at some point soon, and I think I said that in like round like 6 or 7. And thinking back about that, it's not even close to the same thing as Time Twister or Wheel of Fortune, because you get the cards back in your hand. So I messed up mentally there, but what it does allow you to do is during their turn, before their draw step, you can pop it off, and they just get one card for their turn,
right,
and then miss out essentially on a draw step. And that is not the highest power level of things that you could be doing with what Steven has. So Memory Jar is a very, very good card, probably going to get picked up by either Elaine or John or somebody who's capable of moving into Storm.
I'm surprised no one is going to take Notion Thief. Notion Thief feels like it'd be a very strong card in these decks.
I mean,
Coins is on that
4 or 5
plan.
of these decks have
wheels,
have Dimir color, So, I do expect that Notion Thief will probably get taken at some point relatively soon.
What's the rationale for taking all these suspend cards? Do you think he's going to abuse it somehow by removing counters from suspended things, or is it just being value?
Well, it's interesting because he does have Dreadhorde Arcanist, but that doesn't work with permanents. So
when it attacks instants and sorceries, and it has to be in your graveyard. Yep.
So the thing with these suspend cards is that something that Vince could have theoretically gotten into with a balance type effect.
Right.
Because if you just suspend everything off the bat, then it's like, hey, opponent, discard your hand.
Right.
That's a really strong option that he could have moved into, but it's also like a corner case, like not the strongest play.
I do wonder if Coins has something else up his sleeve, though.
Hey, can everybody hear Mark?
I'm at the bottom.
Oh,
we're good.
Sorry.
Our OBS stream is a bit interesting in how it's set up, so.
Okay. We've got Vince. I mean, Reclamation Sage is a really versatile card in this format, but I almost would like to see Manglehorn instead.
Manglehorn would be very good.
Reclamation Sage does pick up enchantments, right?
Yeah, they both do.
Yeah.
So I think Leovold would be a good fit. I don't know about Naveen's deck particularly, because I don't think he has good access to blue, but I think that Brent could play it if he wanted to.
Brent could absolutely play it, and that's a card that shuts off 2 of these decks. Not shuts off, but like greatly impacts 2 or 3 of these decks, and he's already in the colors for it. So
yeah,
like let's see. Yeah, Vince just picked up green.
Joe Cool points out Electro Dominance and As Foretold both are up that alley. That could be where Points is headed as well.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, Karizev's expertise is not worth really
Probably
playing
not.
in this format. There's, so yeah, As Foretold, Electro Dominance.
Karizev's is also even more complicated because you need to have them to have a creature. Or you need to have your own creature, right? It's not as broken as the other 2, where you just literally resolve it and then you get to cast all your things.
Yeah. What is it? Finale of...
Electro Dominance is the one that I know of. But,
right.
But there's the red Finale.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember. Finale
Promise.
of Promise. And that's...
Instants and sorceries as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, he has a bunch of wheels, so maybe he's just taking these cards that he can drop into his graveyard. The Mox Tantalite is the one that I don't understand yet.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it will probably become clearer soon.
Elaine taking that 3-color land.
Oh, this little Grixis
Yeah.
shardy boy.
Mm-hmm. Got some Abrupt Decay. Okay, so Brent's going to probably take the cards that Vince said that he wanted. So Vince was thinking about throwing a Black Splash in for the last 5 picks and taking Abrupt Decay and some other stuff.
So let's focus on Elaine right now.
Yeah.
Because after Doomsday, well, not even after Doomsday. So like the last 7 picks
Yes.
have all been mana fixing.
Yes.
With the exception of Doomsday, of course. But are we looking at a list of picks where the main win con is already there, all the support cards are there, and she's just going straight for making it as viable and
Thanks for the follow, Polly.
yeah, thank you, appreciate it. And doing everything she can to avoid getting getting those bad draws, and then just deciding with the last however many picks based on what everybody else gets, like, okay, now is when I move into Splinter Twin combo. Now is when I move into some of the other strategies that require several picks in a row, and it's like, all right, well, now I'm pulling the trigger on it.
It's certainly possible. If I were in her spot right now, I think she's in the spot where she has everything she needs to make her deck work, and now she is just, no one's fighting me for anything, so I'm going to look at my list of cards I want, and I'm just going to take the cards that anyone else could theoretically want. So someone else could theoretically want a Fetid Pools, so she's going to take that now, and the rest of the cards she has on her list for her last 10 picks are probably all just things that she doesn't think are important that no one else will fight her for.
All right, okay, here, now the Faithless
Ooh,
Looting
there
has
it goes.
finally come off, but also Stephen Hagen picking up Wormcoil Engine.
Yeah.
That is, he's not going to be playing that with Recurring Nightmare, but that is a perfect card to recur with a Nightmare.
Or with a Goblin Welder.
Yeah.
Which he does have.
Yeah. Okay, so another thing that we had kind of passed over earlier for Brent with the, just talking about like these like incredible overlapping layers of synergy that he's going with. Those the Nexi,
Yeah.
as you will, those also work with Skull Clamp that he picked up earlier.
True.
That's well, am I gonna lose? I need an answer. Let's click the draw 2 button.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, if you have survival, you have Skull Clamp, like, you need to have creatures, and you don't want to trigger your Oath of Druids, this is a good way to do it. I expect to see him pick up a Mishra's Factory as well, because it hits that same button.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the only difference with Mishra's Factory would be the fact that it's a 2/2 and you don't get that Skull Clamp value.
Oh,
That's
true,
really
true.
not what you're going for in the first place.
But yeah, it's a good
Yeah.
backup.
Yeah.
Okay, Tidespout Tyrant as a reanimation target. That's a good one. So it'll let him... effectively, if this card resolves and you get another turn, you win the game, because you just bounce all of their permanents.
And, sorry, that was Naveen.
Naveen, yeah, he
Okay.
took Thada Adele last time, so that's... Let me go and find your Mox and cast it for free.
I mean, so do you think that Tidespout Tyrant is the most effective version of that ETB effect?
It's not ETV, it's on cast of any spell. So it's
Oh,
whenever,
okay.
yeah, so
Whenever
you
you
can do
play
it
a
many,
spell.
many times.
All right, yeah.
So that's why, like, in theory, right, he probably has a few spells to cast that turn,
Oh, yeah,
and then
absolutely.
just decimates their board.
Yeah, then I was thinking of something very different.
Yeah,
If it was, when it comes into play, return target creature to its owner's hand.
Probably not worth 8, no.
No, not whatsoever. I was thinking, like, even then going with like a Woodfall Primus or something.
Yeah,
Uh,
Terastodon.
yeah.
I could honestly, I could see him branch into the what's the white-black one that when it animates, it exiles, and now they have the new one. So there was originally Angel of
Are you talking
Despair.
about Tidehauler Sculler or?
No, so there was originally Angel of
Oh,
Despair.
Angel of Despair. Gotcha.
That says Vindicate when it comes into the battlefield, which is a very good one.
Yeah.
Then they made the new version of it that exiles when it comes in and exiles when it leaves, which is just strictly better Angel of Despair. Not strictly, but it is a better version of Angel of Despair. So Archon of something, yes, exactly. Good call there. Archon, not Archon of something. You failed me. Chitel, you really...
Outrageous.
I'm very upset. It's not Blazing Archon, it's a different one. I don't know. Anyway, but
Yeah.
one of those kind of Vindicate type cards would be very useful.
I was just about to say, do you think that Elaine takes Jace Vern's Prodigy
Yes.
next? And I didn't get it on camera.
Oh, that sucks. I do think that at some point she might take a Laboratory Maniac as a secondary win condition beyond the Jace.
Yeah.
The Jace wielder. We'll see, though. I could see her... I haven't seen a Baral move yet, but I could see a Baral making a play at some point here.
All right, here, fine. I'm gonna try to do this again.
Do it.
Do we see a Dreadbore from Elaine?
Okay. I vote no.
Okay. You're probably right, but I'm just thinking that's
Wow,
something
that is a
would
super
really,
late stream vents.
That is oh no, and then it's coming off the board because that was picked like 10 rounds ago.
Yeah. Oh, okay, good. I was gonna say 30th pick Steam vent seems wrong. Collector Oof is an interesting one from the new set.
Yeah, another null rot. The thing is, like, these cards on or like these effects on a stick, these like effect bears, like Manglehorn or Ramanop Excavator, this Oof. Wait, like no one is taking Lightning Bolt yet.
No. And Lightning Bolt's one of those cards
that creature removal is just not really there in the traditional sense.
Ashen Rider is the card we were looking for. Thank you for Boreator. That's the card I was talking about, but it's the better version.
There we go.
Yeah, Angel of Despair. So Mana Confluence, that's also a great point that City of Brass still hasn't been taken. I bet that's Elaine's next pick, because she has been hunting for mana everywhere, and why not take the 5-color land?
I mean, it's a very strong point, especially after Mana Confluence.
Right.
'Cause
now
if
she
you're,
remembers.
If you're going to want to get it,
Yes.
you're going to want to get it now. I think Mana Confluence just being the better of those two.
Nobody has taken. What's the land that taps a land every turn? It was
Rashadan Port.
Yeah, nobody's taken Port yet either. I could see Vince taking that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it fits best in Vin's deck, especially, I mean, with the land theme he already has, helping him shut down a fair number of strategies from the other players. It turns off Elaine's Creeping Tar Pit if she has to resort to it. It turns off Mishra's Factory if he's up against Steven. Temple of
Epiphany is the card
yeah.
she's looking for.
Malira Silvak.
I mean, I think this is just the Malira combo card, right? Silvak Outcast. Yep.
Okay, so good thing Vince didn't go too far into that kind of combo territory.
Sulfur Falls is going late. That makes sense. So yeah, I think this Malira is literally just a counter pick against Infect. He's made a couple of those now. And they're good, but...
Yeah, Brent's really not making this easy for Dan.
No. But I mean, if Brent just keeps taking them, then suddenly Brent has 5 picks that are shutting down.
Do we want to make sure that Sunken Hollow hasn't been taken before? I thought
Double checking?
Yeah, let's just check that. Nope, that's it. Okay.
We're good, yeah. So the rule is if somebody takes a card that's already been taken, then their pick gets taken off the board at that point. So then, right now, Naveen would have to repick. And it's not like a cost. He doesn't get a penalty, but he does have to pick after these other people that have taken after him. Drawn Catacomb was also fresh. That one I thought I had seen earlier too.
Yeah.
But I know we had talked about it.
I mean, except for the Temple of Epiphany, all the temples are on the board.
Sure.
Or, available to be picked. Darksteel Forge, strong.
Is it?
Strong
What
card
does
in the
that card
deck
even
that
do?
Steven's
Like,
working with.
I would have expected to see Mindslaver ahead of that.
I mean, absolutely. I think.
Okay. So this is a Karn tutor effectively, like a card you would tutor for on his board with Karn.
And so that Karn was his third pick.
Second pick, I think.
That was, I think, Narset.
Oh, you're right. It was
two.
Lotus, Narset, Karn.
So that's one of the real strong, I don't know, benefits. That's like the one of the primary advantages of Steven's drafting strategy is that so many of these cards that he's drafting can just go into the sideboard.
Right.
And so he's, essentially playing with 45 like playable cards in, a deck with 23, 24 non-land cards. It's a pretty distinct like metagaming advantage where he gets to play with the sideboard during the main boarded game.
But that does cost him in sideboard picks. So, and Homer apparently made the Ashen Rider call first. So, good job, Homer.
Yep.
Sundering Titans is a good one. So Steven and Eric are definitely kind of fighting for the same slots here. It's pretty cool to see.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of those picks to be
Thanks
made.
for the follow. Yeah, there are a lot. There's just a lot of these really powerful cards that, I mean, there's a lot of giant powerful artifacts. Like Mindslaver is one that I would have picked earlier than this, but I don't think it's wrong that they haven't picked it. It's just that they might have a different preference.
Yeah, K-Command. That's a very, very strong card that didn't come off the board until now.
Yeah, she mentioned that she was floating that one pretty late.
Yeah.
There's other cards like Ground Seal that I think could see play that haven't yet, that are just like very good against Naveen. Also, at this point in time, I would, if I were drafting, there's almost no chance I'd be taking cards from my own deck at this point. I would have been like, okay, I'm gonna start taking Flash Fires and Tsunami and just like take Blood Moon, just starting to take cards that are truly wrecking to other players. So I think Brent's making a great call with that Malira pickup now. I'd like to see other players move into a spot where they're not focused on their main deck, because what can happen here is that you get too excited about your main deck and making it as good as possible and like, oh, I can upgrade this pick because it's still on the board, and then you just realize that 2/3 of your games are in sideboard and you don't have anything in your sideboard, and other people are playing cards that say that you just can't cast blue spells anymore, right?
Yeah.
Like they're playing Hydroblasts and you're playing nothing.
Yeah, doing chokes and like
exactly.
Not hurricanes, whatever it is, but like yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Like, what, 6 of these decks are running blue?
Yeah, there's a lot, right? Like, and that's the thing is,
7?
people are currently picking cards that are beyond the number they could play.
Yeah.
So they're picking cards for their sideboard whether they realize it or not. But the cards they're picking for their sideboard aren't sideboard silver bullets. They're just taking cards that are slightly better or worse versions of cards they already have.
I kind of want to start a poll about whether or not Fast Fun does get drafted.
Ooh. Man, I would take a bet that it would not.
All completely forgotten.
Definitely. They've definitely forgotten it. Solemnity. Solemnity is great against Infect.
Yeah, absolutely. Death Shadow, I don't.
Interesting.
I don't understand it.
I mean, I guess the thinking is that the Death Shadow. Does he have a way to lose life? He has like Bitter Blossom. He doesn't have a way to just like lose massive amounts. Maybe he's taking Ad Nauseam next round.
I mean,
Maybe he's the one.
Oh yeah.
But yeah,
Wait,
there's not currently a way to lose a bunch of life.
I don't know. Maybe we see a Dismember, but honestly, like, why wouldn't you pick Dismember before the Death Shadow?
Right. Like, I think Death Shadow is gonna float really late. I don't know.
Maybe see, Yawgmoth's Bargain would.
Okay, here we go. So Elaine, who previously played a white Yawgmoth's Bargain. Holy! I just realized what you said. That card should not still be on the field.
Yeah.
So Dystopia. Elaine played a mono white hate bears list last time, or a blue white hate bears, and got wrecked by Gloom and Dystopia. So she has learned her lesson and is now diving into the hate pieces.
So here is a card that these players have forgotten about a lot of cards
Yes.
out there that are really strong and would benefit their decks immediately by drafting them. Maybe that should be the poll. If we type exclamation point win for the card that you think
Win only will grab players.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But
well,
throw it in chat if you have cards that you think people are missing.
Yeah. So here is another like deep cut that could be picked and could like completely change how their decks play, but I think would be very, very strong if Eric picked up Stasis.
Oh my god. That would be strong. Like, he's on a Trash for Treasure deck already. I don't know if it's the best pick,
Your
but
opponent doesn't get an untap step?
I would enjoy a player building a Stasis deck. I don't know if Eric's is that deck, but
I mean,
it wouldn't be bad.
With the Voltaic Key and everything like that.
True.
And if he gets a, I'm assuming that
He has
he's
a
going
Sol
to get a
Ring.
Voltaic Servant. But like to turn back on a blue source every turn.
Yeah. No, it's fair. I do think that Brent not having the Pentad Prism, like, I'm not saying he should have taken it by now, but I think that now is kind of the range where I would like to see that card get taken.
Yeah.
There hasn't been a lot of mana rocks taken, right? Like, Elaine's the first person that took a not even a signet, took a talisman.
Yeah, the signets should not be gone. Like, especially for they should not still be on the board, especially for players like Steven and Brent and Eric. Those are just like, they're just not turn 1 moxes.
Right.
And color fixers.
They're very
like,
good.
They're incredibly powerful. This is not a shuffle up, draw your 7, how am I going to combo off on turn 1 kind of a format. I mean, sometimes it feels like it, but it's a lot grindier than you anticipate, and those rocks are really, really strong in accelerating your plans, especially for someone like Naveen, who would do really well. Okay, there's the Recurring Nightmare.
Nice.
And so I think what you want to see from Naveen in the next couple of picks, nobody else is going to take it, but that Ophiomancer is just so
That's strong. Yeah, I could see that being last pick.
Yeah.
The last pick always sends a signal of what you want to tell people about yourself, so I feel like the Ophiomancer is a good one to throw in that last pick. Exploration is a good pick there. That one, I'm surprised is still around.
Yeah.
Vince has to be kicking
Burgeoning
himself.
has a similar kind of effect, but yeah,
Not as
Exploration
good,
is just
though.
better.
Yeah, Burgeoning is fine, but you can do broken things
Yeah.
with Exploration.
Yeah, absolutely.
But like Exploration, especially with Crucible or Ramming Up Excavator, is very strong.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what we're seeing right now is we're getting into that stage of the draft where it becomes like painfully apparent, and we'll bring people in and to talk to us.
Yep.
And we'll see just like the dread on their faces when we mention cards that they didn't pick.
Oh, it's gonna be
and
great.
It's just like, oh no.
Yes.
And we're seeing that like that's like this is happening.
Yeah.
So we got Elaine with Liliana's Triumph.
That's the new.
Yeah, it's the new Diabolic Edict, and so it'll be interesting to see if she ends up picking up the Eldritch Moon Liliana down the line.
True.
Maybe just for a little extra value, but.
See you, Paul. And yeah, I agree, Chai. It's strange to see Exploration ahead of Fastmont.
Yeah.
I feel like if I'm not going to take Liliana, I'm going to take the Edict instead, because it has so much history value. I feel like the history value is more important than
if
the
you don't
slight
have
upside.
any plans on drafting
Yeah.
a Liliana, then yeah, come on, you got to go with the Diabolic Edict.
Viscera Seer. Okay. I have no idea what Coins is doing. To be fair, Coins did discover at 6 a.m. this morning that he was going to be here.
Yeah.
2 hours after that, like, he literally got woken up by a phone call asking him to come.
That's an outlet to get rid of the World Gorger.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Liquid Metal Coating for Vince. I have no idea what. Are we allowed to curse on this?
Yes.
What the fuck is happening? What?
I find it confusing.
I'm just gonna put it out there. I'm entirely confused by the last 2 picks.
I guess it makes Reclamation Sage hit things that it wouldn't otherwise. I don't know.
Okay, here's what you can do with Liquid Metal Coating, because he does have Stony Silence and Collector Oof. During their upkeep, he can use Liquid Metal Coating to turn their Planeswalkers into an artifact, and they can't use their loyalty abilities. Right?
Yes, that is true.
I mean,
you can turn off one of their lands if you have a Collector Roof in play. Yes, that is true.
It's not the worst strategy if he's just going like straight hate everything else that's out there.
Yeah. But now you like built a 2-card combo to build a strip mine.
I mean, really, Vince just has like 5 or 6 different 2-card combos, and also like, hey,
yeah,
that doesn't work.
True.
Like,
that is reasonable. Okay, so lots of picks: Copy Artifact, Baleful Strix, Tooth and Nail, Bloodghast is a sweet pickup. Bog, Necropede. Okay, so Dan's just finishing out his list.
Tooth and Nail is so good.
Yeah, Tooth and Nail is good.
In Brent's list, like, let's just Emrakul and Blightsteel classes. That sound good?
Yeah. Koldatha Forge Master is very strong as well.
Yes.
So for people who haven't seen this card,
Mere Battlesphere.
it is a combo
Incredible card.
that just it's great.
I think that. So I'm not sure which of these players is going to do it. Whether it's Steven or Brent, maybe Eric. It's not going to be Eric. Never mind. Well, maybe one of them to pick up Sphinx of the Steel Wind. It's pro red and pro green. 6/6. It's flying. It's vigilance. It's lifelink. It's like it's a very strong artifact that goes over the top of other stuff. That gets in for damage and can stay back to block. Gets around Death Touch, and with Tinker or with a Koldatha Forge Master, popping that out onto the battlefield, it can either just be a nasty surprise or just a nasty thing that they have to deal with on the board.
Definitely.
The thing is, not a whole lot of green interaction and not a whole lot of red interaction, so those like two very powerful aspects of the card.
Is Nezahal, that's not a castle card for him, right? That's just a Tooth and Nail target? That feels interesting. So yeah, Brent just took Nezahal, which is fine. It's a good card. It's if you have it on the battlefield, you're probably going to win.
So,
but like the fact that it saves itself. Sorry, no, this one actually does stay on the battlefield when you discard 3 cards. I thought this was the one that bounced back to your hand. This is far more reasonable to me now.
Okay.
Because yeah, it is effectively unkillable, and it's a giant threat, and it will win the game.
Here is a card that we have not seen yet. There's 2 or 3 cards right now that we have not seen yet that 5 of these players could very reasonably play and should be. And those are Treachery, Bribery, and Control Magic.
True. All of those would be strong. Other cards in the same, what are the blue players missing? Rune Snag hasn't been taken, Deprive hasn't been taken, Divert. There's just days. Like, there's just so many cards that have not been, so many of the good counter spells that have not yet been taken.
Study? Come on.
Yeah, Arcane Denial. Like, there are cards. Ristic Study is.
There are a billion different counter spells that could be taken. You've got to be thinking that everybody is kind of content with the number of counter spells that they have right now.
Yes.
Relative to
Eric's been floating some super late. Like, he just took a Seal Sabotage right now, and that's like a very good card.
Chains of Mephistopheles.
Nice.
John, I definitely want to bring John in here at some point and sit him down with you. I'm not going to be able to ask any good questions, but I'm not making any assessment of the deck. I'm just not seeing how it comes together, and John knows how it comes together and like what the purpose of this stuff is. So I'd really like to hear that from him.
I think he's in a weird spot where he has 1 1/3 decks already done, and he's still taking cards to add to it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, Chains is perfectly fine, and it's an above-average card that stops some people, but it's not a card that is a silver bullet, and it's not a card that you need to have main deck. Right? It might be in main deck, but it's not a card that you desperately need. So he's taking kind of sideboard cards that are good against the field rather than sideboard cards that are good against the 7 other players that you know you're going to be against. And that's the beauty of this format, is because everything's face up. You can take flash fires and know that it's going to hit exactly 1 player, so it's probably not a very good card. But you can take choke and know you're going to hit 5 out of the 7 people. And I don't know, I get disappointed when I see people default to broad answers rather than targeted answers when they know everybody on the field. Alms Collector's a cool one. Basically, like, if they're ever going to draw more than 1 card at once, instead, let's split them. It costs 4.
Council's Judgment, man.
Yeah, Council's Judgment's very good.
Come on. I really hope that Vince comes back around on those cards that he's kind of seemingly forgotten.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if he's going to do Mother of Runes, but definitely would love that. He's got 2 different Thalias that are really effective.
He hasn't taken the Thalias yet.
No.
Dear God.
Like,
Yeah.
I really don't want to constantly be ragging on Vince, but there are a lot of
Containment Prince
of white cards that are just so gosh dang strong.
Containment Priest is a really good pickup up there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tremors is just an upgraded Pyroclasm. Looks like the next 3 players have their picks all lined up.
Here's the thing: is like Vince is absolutely going to win matches just because like he got a turn 1 Gaddock.
There's that Notion Thief.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm so happy to see that come in.
Okay. I wish we could do a like a poll to be the most surprising didn't get picked.
Yeah, that's what we need for next time. Is we're gonna have alongside here.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a list of the cards that we think should have been picked.
Lightning Bolt didn't get picked.
Yep.
Obviously Fast Bond, Balance, Treachery to some extent. Yeah, Council's Judgment. Nobody, Vince is the only one playing white, so it's not a shock that Vindicate and Anguished Unmaking and those permanent removals haven't got picked. Bizarre Baghdad, super late pickup that Naveen is absolutely stoked to see make it.
So I just pulled up the vintage restriction list. The cards that we haven't seen so far: Chalice of the Void, which I think is reasonable. That one's not so insane. But Lodestone Golem should have been taken by now. Fast Bond is...
I think we're going to see Dan probably pick it up in
there's that Bizarre.
Next 5 rounds. What?
But someone took Bizarre. Somebody talked about it way up top.
Yeah,
that would be a good card for his deck, and
Yeah.
he ended up getting it.
I think when it became like a good card for Naveen to pick up,
Yeah.
at that point, looking at the rest of the spreadsheet, no one else is going to take it.
That's fair. That is totally fair. Necro hasn't been taken yet.
Brent getting prime time.
Naveen needs to take Necropotence.
Or Yawgmoth's Bargain, which is another card that hasn't gotten picked.
Yeah, Bargain would be good,
it's
but
not as good for Naveen.
Exactly.
But
Necro,
somebody,
he has Dark Ritual.
Chain of Vapor and Pyroblast. None of the elemental blasts.
The only knowledge, there's a draft link right above you. If you just click that, you can see all the picks in whatever order you want.
I'm shocked that it has Mystical Tutor or Merchant Scroll been picked.
Mystical Tutor has been picked. I don't know about Merchant Scroll.
Yeah.
I just see what you meant. Sorry about that. I got the...
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Merchant Scroll's not been taken. Mystical was taken very early, I think. Nope. You're completely wrong. Wow.
Yeah.
Worldly Tutor and Vamp.
Oh, no, Mystical was 4th round. Never mind.
Oh, they must have misspelled
Dan,
it.
Dan got that.
Okay.
It was just scrolled down.
Yeah.
Snuff Out, good pick.
Vivian's Arcbow. Ew. Like, this answers flyers, I guess?
No, so that is another channel outlet where he can just pick up an Emrakul.
Okay. Maybe. You're not guaranteed. But yeah, you'll hit something, that's fair.
With however much life is available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Snuff Out's a good pick, I like that one. And Pyroblast, good, okay.
Yeah. We're now just kind of getting into the value accessibility cards.
I do think it's.
Elaine, is it time for lightning bolt?
I think Lightning Bolt's an interesting one. I think that it's a perfectly serviceable card, but I don't think it's insane. Like, I'm looking at the boards, and it's like, what are the things you're actually scared of? Lightning Bolt, like, might pick off a walker.
I mean, there are 3 damage to any target is never.
Oh, somebody says Bolt's already taken.
Oh. Oh, okay.
We
round
missed
23.
it. Steven
All
got it.
Well, thank you for catching me on my shit. Interesting.
Winds of Change. Okay, going all in.
Yeah, let's go ahead and pull that.
Which one? Winds of Change?
Yeah.
Yeah, Winds of Change is a wheel where you only get the cards that were in your hand, I believe. Yeah, so both players throw away their hand and draw as many cards as they had in their hand. So the player casting Winds of Change draws 1 fewer, right? Because they had to throw away their Winds of Change.
I just want to shout out to Ezeric. What up, dude? How you living? It's good to see you too. I'm just over here talking a lot of trash. Vince with Fracturing Gust and then getting skipped. Going right into Red Elemental Blast. We'll see if they rectify that.
Well, that's a pretty common thing that at this
Yeah.
late, you know that Vince is never going to take a red card, so
Right.
Coins is just floating spick forward.
It's, this is such an interesting draft because with only Vince going into white, you don't see any Cheons or
Right.
basically any Selesnya. So what I thought could be like top 5 picks, like to
Look at that counterspell that we missed.
Like, see, the issue with that is Mana Tithe should only be used when they have no expectation that you have it whatsoever.
It's great. I love this spec.
And in a cube draft, it's different than when every single pick is available.
But
on the
maybe he just
spreadsheet.
never puts it in his main deck, right? Maybe it's just
Yeah,
always in his
yeah,
board, and
it's just a
hey,
troll pick.
I wasted a pick, and now you play her on Mana Tithe. That could honestly be a thing.
Yeah.
Deck lists aren't public. We don't get to know what people are putting in their main deck. So it's very, all the picks are open, but that's it. Okay, Liliana's Triumph is now a justifiable pick
Yeah.
because she ended up taking the
Yeah.
Liliana. All right. Polymorph. Man, Brent is digging deep. I mean, he has a strategy.
I'm so shocked that so few of the signets have been picked. There's been one signet.
I don't think has there been any signets. There was one.
There's a talisman.
Yeah,
I know.
I saw 2 talismans, I believe.
We have the power.
It's true. Oh, and Diabolic Edict now got taken.
Yeah, there's 0 signets been picked.
Yep.
And that's, this is a really hard format.
It
Like,
is.
This is something that it gets done like every 3 months, every 6 months here.
Here, yeah, we do it once a
just
quarter.
getting started.
Yep.
Like, this is already...
Oh, Mana Pick's taken. He's changing it. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, Rune Snag hasn't been taken, though. Sorry, anyway,
Which
go
one?
ahead. Rune Snag, it's the Mana Leak
Yep.
for 2.
There are... This draft is already so much more interesting than the last one, and, like, the picks are so much more fleshed out, and the idea is fresher in people's minds. And, like, this is just one of those things we're seeing where, cards like Balance and Council's Judgment and Fast Bond and the Signets, just like, and Treachery, just people straight forget. Like, Bribery in this format is legitimately a top 10 pick because so many of these decks, like, let's just look at the deck list and see who has a thing that you'd be happy about bribering out.
Steven has some
Steven
mirror.
at the very least has
Battlesphere.
Yeah, Battlesphere is insane. Honestly, I would run it against Dan just to get one of his infect creatures out of the way.
That one feels like a bit of a waste. I might not side it out, but I wouldn't
Right.
bring it in for that.
Um,
Eric has giant things.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be unhappy about Sundering Titan or True Name Nemesis. Okay, yeah, True Name Nemesis, just gimme.
Yep.
Naveen, obviously, Grizzlebrand, Iona, yeah, obviously. Brent, yes. Emrakul, Blightsteel, Colossus. Elaine, not so much.
You got a Notion
Kess.
Thief?
Kess. Like,
oh, Kess is fine, yeah.
And
Does Coins have any creatures?
uh,
Viscera Seer?
World Gorger Dragon.
You don't want a World Gorger Dragon.
You
That's
do
going to end
not.
very badly for you.
And let's see. Yeah, I mean, I think.
So yeah, it's good against
John-
everybody but Coins.
I think John is the only one I wouldn't, because at least with Vince, you at the very least get a Sigarda.
Right. Okay, so Brent's taking another Basilisk Collar, probably to make his Bolas's Citadel better, right? So if you have the Basilisk Collar, you Bolas's Citadel down to like 1 or 2 life, throw that on whatever creature you had in play, crash in to draw some more cards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Brent's list has a clear direction.
But it's also missing some very clear cards that should be there.
Yeah.
Scroll Rack,
Scroll Rack taken by
Pentaprism.
Steven, I believe.
Fast Bond.
Fast Bond. Oh my god.
And then Signets. He's playing an artifact list, and I mean he's playing Paradoxical Outcome. And Signets are not. Let's be real. The Signets are not best for Paradoxical Outcome. Actually, at this point, I think Paradoxical Outcome and probably Deathrite Shaman don't make the cut.
I agree. Divest. That's an interesting call.
I mean, it's almost like. Oh, I'm confusing Elaine and John's deck list and be like, it seems like they've been going for an 8-rack kind of list.
Yeah.
Because in this format can kind of just be at most a 4-rack.
Mm-hmm.
But
That's funny.
yeah.
So the cards that we're missing: Fast Bond, Crop Rotation, Ad Nauseam, Necropotence.
No, Ad Nauseam's been taken.
Oh, did it? Okay, good.
Yeah, that was taken in like round 15, I think.
That's good to hear.
Hold on.
So we have Reb taken, but no.
Wait.
Oh, Reb and Pyroblast are both
Wait,
taken.
what? No, you're right.
Okay, that's what I thought. I know we talked about it
Wow.
for a while.
Okay, Balance.
Balance. What are the
Treachery,
other?
Bribery, but,
Yeah.
Thalia's Council's Judgment.
Council's Judge. Yeah. Really, we can build a white section.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we could just say white section, because, like, you've got both of the Teferis, you've got, like...
Oh, that's fair. But yeah, no.
Mother of Runes, but, like, yeah, nobody else is...
Mom is real, and the new Mom, too.
Yeah. All of the Signets.
Signets are big ones, yeah. Anything else in chat that you think was definitely missed? Anything we're forgetting about ourselves? None of the Thorns were taken, which is interesting. Fast Bond, yeah, Fast Bond is a big one.
It's more surprising to me than anything else that neither Brain Freeze or Tendrils of Agony got picked.
Sure.
But like it's not shocking.
I could see Tendril still showing up in these last couple of picks.
Absolutely.
Demonic Consultation is a card that you have to have some real willingness to sign up for, but...
So, yeah, one of the interesting things about this entire draft is, like, we've seen the draft go from, like, broken combo in the first, like, 4 turns, just, like, increasingly down to, like, very grindy, like, like back and forth style, like removal and prevention. And so, like, I think that these matches are going to be just like a lot more drawn out than we would normally anticipate.
There's a ton of interaction.
Yeah.
So here's 2 really interesting picks back to back. There's Crashing Footfalls, which is you pay 1 mana for it, and then 4 turns later you get 2 Rhinos, which at best is turn 5 you get something to happen. Then there's also Hex Drinker, which is in the same vein of a late game threat that you play early, where you pay 1 mana for it, and then 3 mana later you get a 4/4, and then 8 mana later you get a mini Progenitus. Neither of these cards are bad, but I don't know where these slots are coming from for Vince's list. I think he's gonna end up he's gonna get all the cards, put them in a pile, and be like, I need to cut 1/3 of these cards. So I don't know. We'll see what happens, but
I mean, and so many of them are sideboard cards, anyways.
Cataract Parasite. I know the other two cataract cards. Okay. Okay, so when they draw a card, they take 1 damage.
Interesting.
So it's Nekuzar. That is kind of the one thing I really do enjoy about VRD is that it has a ton of similarity with EDH, where there's just a million different decks that are all playable. Like competitive EDH, where there's infinite choices you can make, and you can be playing whatever form style you want. So we have a Nekuzar player, we have a Maverick style player. It's kind of like a cross between EDH and Vintage.
Mhm.
It's a really cool spot where you end up with the power level of a Vintage cube about, and then you have the actual like drafting intensity of a Rochester draft. It's just like a lot of the best parts of different formats.
Yep.
Yeah, assuming you're a heavily invested Magic player.
Yeah. I mean, like, we have a level 3 judge here. We have level 2 judges here. And we have that list of cards that people have just completely forgotten about.
Yeah.
It is so, like, mentally taxing and intensive to do this kind of a draft. Like,
Oh my god, there's another great one that Joe Cool points out. Unmask. That card went, I think,
pull it
4th
up.
pick in the last time. And should definitely have been taken by Naveen at this point. This card is incredibly powerful. It stops all the broken things from happening.
yeah, especially after you've got, like, a Gitaxian probe or, some effect where you take a peek.
Yeah,
Like, that.
it's very
It's like,
strong.
hey,
I will lose
Eric,
next
you
turn.
wanted to play that time ball and then that thing that makes you have infinite turn. I just don't know. I don't feel great about it.
Gone.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Um,
I don't know if Ayula, Queen Among Bears, is going to make the cut this time. But it's very possible. We'll see.
I hope that Eric doesn't forget.
Signet. Somebody found a Signet.
Oh, there we go.
Farseek, okay.
Oh,
The Tainted
Brent-
Lands
okay,
are very
Brent-
strong.
There's a bunch of cards that Brent needs to be picking up. Obviously, we've talked about it before. There's Scroll Rack. Everyone's already forgotten about.
Scroll
those.
Rack's gone. Steven has it.
Oh, never mind.
Or somebody.
But
It's either
still,
Steven or Eric.
Pentet Prison, etc.
Yes.
Shelldock Isle.
Oh my god, Sheldock Isle is incredibly powerful, yes. Yeah, there's also the other Force cards. Let's see. Because there's the Force of Despair, which is pretty solid. There's the Force of Green that's also pretty good.
Force of Despair. That is so good. I still haven't
Apparently
taken
we're wrong again. Sheldock was taken.
Oh.
Let's see, who took Sheldock?
Okay,
Naveen got it.
Oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Naveen is pretty good at making picks.
Yep. So we got another Talisman. Dismember
Another Signet.
comes off the board.
The second Duretti.
Duretti, Mommy Spaghetti.
Yeah.
And a Demir Signet. Looks like, okay, the door is open,
Yes.
finally. The floodgates
Everyone remembered
have
that they
opened up. Everyone's
exist.
like, oh shit, those exist.
Blight Mamba, okay.
Interesting. With the lack of creatures in this format, I'm just never mind. Don't worry about it. It was a bad idea.
Karn Liberated went late.
Yeah.
That is a late pick.
Also, another card that should probably get picked up is Ugin the Ineffable.
Yeah, Ugin is very good.
So, there's a lot of, like, an entire world of cards that we didn't get to see picked, mostly because Vince is the only one in white. So,
Okay, this card should not have been taken by Naveen. Naveen forgot about Stupor. So Mindrake lets you pay 1 and a black to make them discard 2 cards, and you also discard 2 cards. So, like, unless he is super deep in that Reanimator strategy, Stupor is just like... Stupor allows you to discard 1 card at random and then and then force them to discard a card.
But it... Yeah, I mean, he's
just trying to get his own
He's
hand.
trying to pitch stuff to the graveyard.
That's fair, I guess.
Okay, so...
Nicol Bolas, Dragon God.
I mean, super, super powerful.
It is, and she can cast it.
So...
I would have floated Nicol Bolas for my last pick.
That's the benefit of what Elaine did.
Yeah.
Like, just taking 6 or 7 rounds off to draft all of the mana fixing she needs.
This card is a good pick.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Wait, how many?
Oh, he does he have colorless sources?
Wasted is a basic land.
I mean, he's got Horizon Canopy and stuff, but
Oh no, okay, never mind. Apparently, they have ruled out there that you can't have waste, so he would have to pick waste as his one card. So he's probably gonna. They're discussing whether he's gonna be allowed to repick or not.
Are they just giving him shit?
No, I think.
Oh wow.
Now they're asking.
Okay, so here's.
Wait,
this isn't over, is it?
No, I have to jump out there and let him know that they can't have wastes.
I'll
be right back.
Okay. Well, one of the things that I'm here, make sure to close the door. I don't want to. Well, I'll just talk quietly. I really hope for Eric's sake that he does not forget about Voltaic Servant, because it's a redundancy for an infinite combo that he can easily get off, like all in the same turn. So yeah, I mean, just like looking at it right now with Time Vault and Soul Ring and Grim Monolith and like Voltaic, it's a redundant Voltaic key that you don't have to spend mana to activate. Like with Time Vault, it's just that's it. Like, ouchie wowie. So I hope that Eric doesn't forget about that.
Yeah, that would be very
And of
strong
course,
pick.
we'll bring everybody in here to talk shit on all the things that we as perspicacious individuals with Scryfall and
Exactly.
the entirety of all of Magic cards in front of us.
What is Extract? I don't think this card exists. Oh, there it is. Okay. It says remove Doomsday from the game.
Yeah. Ouchie. But like we said before, Elaine did her mana fixing, and now she just has like the opportunity to. She can just spend exactly what she's doing. I didn't even see that until now. Just spend the rest of the draft picking up all of the Nico Boluses because she's in Grixis.
Yep.
Like,
Thought Scour and Mental Note are probably about to go. So here's the interesting. So the ruling, just for everyone on chat, the ruling is that you're allowed to play any number of wastes, but you have to draft each one you want to play. So the players probably not super happy with this Eldrazi Displacer at this point.
well, I mean, there's still other land like Gavin. No,
He has like 2.
just 2.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't actually
Well,
looked,
no,
but it's
Dark
not very
Depths,
many.
Thespian Stage,
Dark Depths doesn't tap for mana. There's no.
Thespian Stage,
Yeah.
Ghost Quarter, Wasteland.
There's a Riftstone Portal in someone
Horizon
else's
Canopy.
list.
There's more. There's a reasonable amount.
It's possible.
Yeah. I mean, it's not good.
Valen
but-
says 5. So yeah. Basics are pickable as many times as you want. In the same way that like you can pick Relentless Rats, but if you want to play 5 Relentless Rats, you need to pick it in 5 slots. So in this, you're allowed any number of the 5 basics.
And I just want to say, I called that shot.
Arcane Artisan.
No, I called that shot like 15 rounds ago, where I said Dan, within the last 2 or 3 rounds, is going to pick up a Rancor.
Nice. That is good. Bitter Ordeal is an odd one, right? Like, is that just against? There's no Dredge players. Like, what is this Bitter Ordeal doing in Steven's list?
In Steven's list.
Yeah, it has
Hold
Gravestorm.
on. So, God, hold on.
I guess so. It exiles cards from their library. So maybe he's just hoping to
It's-
do it for 1 or 2 and just get a card out of their library.
I mean, yeah. So there's obviously that, but Thopter Foundry lets you remove their entire deck.
That makes sense. Okay, so it's a way to make Thopter happen
Like,
now.
You know, as I was kind of going over this in my head last night, I thought that Thopter Foundry Sword of the Meek would be an insanely undervalued combo. And it took until 23 or 24 for it to get picked up, but like it just doubles with everything. I'd be very surprised. Like I'm not that I would be very surprised, but I am very surprised that the Krark Clan Ironworks has not been drafted yet by Steven. Either that or a Phyrexian Altar.
I could see either one. I don't
Or
think
not
they...
Phyrexian Altar, the Ashnods, right? Yeah, Ashnods
Yeah, either
Altar.
one. But yeah, no, that's fair. Arrogance asks if green is underdrafted. If there's 3 green drafters here, I think that's about right. Somewhere between 2 and 4 feels like the right number of players for green.
Yeah, green has a lot of really good splashables.
Yeah.
As its
Oh,
own.
I'm going to add Eternal Witness to the list of cards that should have been drafted, because that card's very good.
Regrowth.
And then Reno.
Yeah, that was the card that Dan really wants.
Yeah. Legion Warboss, Chite. I like that.
So here's the question I have for you is never mind. It's not actually. I was gonna say, wouldn't you rather have Goblin Rabblemaster over Legion Warboss?
Yeah, why not both?
Exactly. Porque no los dos.
Yes, exactly. Eric's changing up his pick there.
Yeah,
he got rid of the Accursed Centaur.
Get that Ophiomancer, guys.
Yeah, now we're in the final make a statement pick.
Yeah. Oh, come
We're
on,
almost there.
Eric, get that full takes, or he's not gonna do it.
He's not going to do it.
No.
I don't think he thinks he needs it.
Okay, that's fair.
I think
Totally
it would be
fair.
good, but I
Yeah.
think he's just either forgotten about it or didn't think he needs it.
Yeah.
Perish. See, like, this is... People are finally taking the really good hate cards, but
Yeah.
no one's going to have taken Flashfire. No one's going to have taken Blood Moon.
Let's see about Choke.
No one will have taken Choke.
Yep. Nope.
Yeah, Choke... There's, like... The amount of hate drafting here has been far too low.
Yeah, I mean, so we were talking earlier about like what we would have drafted.
Yep.
Like what we're talking about now and like what we're going after. I probably would have just drafted for value at every pick instead of gone into an archetype, as I was kind of alluding to at that point, because there's just so much, like, whether you want to call it 5-color.
I'm going to pause you for 1
Yeah.
second. Reminder to chat, we're ending the final round. Type !win, followed by the first name of the player you want to have come in here for the first interview. And then we'll hit the player we want to talk to them.
I love that Brent just went for Fibblethip.
Oh, God. Yeah, see, that's the kind of
That's a
message.
statement.
I like to kind of walk in with, is Storm open? I'm going to take Storm if it's open, but it's almost never open. So the first, 10 rounds are just taking value picks and seeing where I fall.
Yeah, like, none of the Storm stuff got taken. Like, we didn't see Lion's Eye Diamond leave, which, if those archetypes aren't going, those cards aren't getting picked.
Elaine and Coins both mentioned LED when I spoke to them.
Yeah.
So I would hope one of them would take it, unless they've both just forgotten in the time since they talked to me, which is very possible.
Maybe the strategy just kind of changed based on... I don't know.
Elaine is still... she's a Grixis value, but she also has Doomsday, and if you have Doomsday, you should have LED. I guess she doesn't need it, right? Like, realistically.
Yeah. The thing is, I'm super impressed because all of these decks look super interesting. I think I'm most confused by John and Vincent's. I'm more confused by some of his late round picks, starting with Death Shadow. I understand the Viscera Seer, but and then Vince just going for like a value hate bears, and then taking Brushland and I think Wooded Bastion to kind of make up for the Eldrazi Displacer mistaker.
That makes sense.
But there's a lot of cards we did not see get picked. I think Ugin, both of the Ugins are right there. And like we have so many people running black, and the fact that none of them took the new Liliana
Or Necro.
Really surprising to me. It's just such a powerful
It's
card.
a 6-drop. I don't know. It's hard to cast 6 drops.
It's true. And that might be exactly why we didn't see Yawgmoth's Bargain.
Yeah. So yeah, the most powerful vintage decks. So Shops is one of them, but it's not very playable in this format. People have tried a lot and has not worked out very well. Okay, so Dreadhorde Invasion, Brimaz, and Temple of Phalanx.
Oh my god, Vince is trolling us.
Yeah, that's amusing. So let's see who we're going to get in here to talk first. Do you want to talk to him?
Yeah, I'd love to.
So the first pick, it looks like Brent has the most votes. So we're going to go Brent and then work our way down until everyone has their decks ready.
And this is where I get to call out everybody for not drafting Fast Bond.
Absolutely, yeah. You have the list of things to make fun of them for right there. So I'm going to set these aside.
Yeah.
And we'll get Brent in here.
So yeah, we're going to get Brent in here. And feel free to post again with who you'd like to see after that. the action is going to get. Do you have to hold that down? Do you have to hold it down or just click it on? Okay. Yeah, the action's going to get started soon after that. We've got a lot of really cool decks here and a lot of good questions to ask, and we'll get some insight from players who drafted these decks. Brent's up, and let's just going down his picks. I mean, really strong starting off, Mock Sapphire, Tinker, then Brainstorm. Paradoxical Outcome, which we'll find out whether is going to make the cut or not. So yeah, you'll just click that down, and then turn it on by clicking that right there.
Hello.
All right, can you guys hear Brent? Just let us know in the chat. And the first question I've got for you is, Brent, what would you name your deck?
Green Tinker, I guess, basically.
Grinker?
Grinker?
Yeah,
Grinker.
Sure. Okay, so feel free, guys in the chat, to let us know. I'm a little bit loud.
I'm always loud.
So feel free to let us know what questions specifically you want to ask, but I've got a couple lined up for you.
Okay.
So this is the first thing I want to get started with, because I have to, are the cards that didn't get drafted that were still out there. Okay, so
Which ones?
number one, which we were going on about for a long time. I was going on about for a long time. Fast Bond.
Thought about it. I have too much life loss already at this point. Channel,
Okay.
Bolus. It's just not worth it to
Okay.
me. But I did think about
And
it.
of course, it looks like Vince is a much better shell for that with the run up and everything like that.
But I did think about Fast Bomb,
Yeah.
but I'm already losing enough life. Like, I think taking like Nissa Who Shakes is better for me than Fast Bomb.
Okay. The other question, or the other card potentially, was Pentad Prism.
I thought about it, but like, honestly, I couldn't really remember what it did, and I was like, I don't think this fits for me. So
Okay.
what's it do exactly?
Pentad Prism, it's a 2-mana artifact, comes into play. It has Sunburst, and so you can remove a charge counter for any color. So it's a Tinker toss away.
Yeah.
At the time, I think you did you decide to bail on Paradoxical Outcome? Or are you still running it?
So we'll see. What happened is the original plan was more outcomey artifacts, Tezzeret, let's cast big creatures for free with affinity. No one hit into green except Vincent, so it left way more green open than anticipated.
Yep.
So I was just trying to knock out. I'm like, okay, this. So it was like, that's really what kind of happened. It's not that I didn't want to bail on it. It's that there was too much green. I mean, I took Tooth and Nail like pick 27.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I took Farseek and Rampart Growth at the end, which is crazy
Yeah.
because that's free ramp. So like, and Primeval Titan was really low.
Yeah.
So I might still use it because it's still pretty useful. But one of the reasons I took it early is I figure if I started taking it like the strong Storm Shell, people would back off, and they did. No one else touched Storm. No one even bothered with it.
Yeah.
I pretty much killed Storm by pick 5. It was either me or nobody.
Right.
Like that's where it was at that point. And that was the plan. But I took Brainstorm actually for Bola Citadel.
Right.
That was the reason
So-
I took Brainstorm, knowing I was going to take Bola Citadel.
That was another question I had for you, because you have Sensei's Divining Top and Sylvan Library, which fulfill that role of making sure that you don't get stuck with Emrakul on the top if you don't have the life to pay for it or whatever.
Yeah.
Did you think, because it took until pick 37 before Scroll Rack got picked.
Never occurred to me, actually.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't.
That was one of the ones that we were like,
Yeah.
right, he's got it.
No, I didn't think of Skull Rack. There's so many things.
It's so hard
and
to do.
I'm playing a list that's not common. The reason that this list anything like this it never sees, like green doesn't see play in standard or in vintage really,
Yeah.
because it's just not strong enough. However, if you do vintage singleton, which is what we're doing,
Yeah.
it becomes way stronger. So there's not a lot to look for and look at and kind of help build.
Gotcha.
Because when I came in this morning, I had one plan: Bola Citadel, Fibblethip, green stuff. That was it. There was no other plan involved.
Is the Fibblethip a real concrete strategy, or is it more of
Yes.
a flavor play?
So here's the thing: Fibblethip costs 2. It's a 2/1.
Oh.
The amount of ways that I get to draw 2 off of it.
Yep.
Defense of the Heart, Bola Citadel, Tooth and Nail. All of these are play the card, get 2 cards.
Yep.
There are 3 or 4 different ways to pull it out. Vivian's arc bow, like it literally comes into play, and it's a good polymorph target.
Yeah.
So let's say I whip him. Let's say I get what's that other one I got? I didn't take Eternal Witness because I didn't want to polymorph into it. That was the reason I avoided it.
Well, yeah. So that's the
what
other
was
question
that?
I wanted to ask.
Oh, what did I do?
Is
One of the first. I'm trying to remember what I'm trying to go.
oh,
up.
it's sorry, it's over here.
Oh.
I click down on the not that one, the Firefox maybe. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, what was that? I'm blanking.
So that was a question I was going to ask about Oath of Druids. So does that mean that Deathrite Shaman is in, is out?
So Deathrite Shaman is also a polymorph thing.
Okay.
That's why I want at least 1 to 2 small things. My only small creatures are polymorph and Fibblethip.
Okay.
I don't want to, and those are, now it sucks to hit those on polymorph, but I mean they're not dead polymorphs. That was my main thing. So if I polymorph into a Deathrite Shaman, I mean it's Deathrite Shaman, I can still do some shenanigans with it. If I polymorph into a Fibblethip, I now have 2 more cards in hand. So there's that as well. But I needed something to polymorph out of. That was why I took Deathrite Shaman and Fibblethip. I got to polymorph out of something.
Yeah. Okay. And so, what cards do you think don't end up getting played? Like, we see Skull Clamp, which is an insanely powerful card, but probably just didn't fit in the end.
Most likely, Skull Clamp will come out. Tezzeret Master of the Bridge will come out. I really wanted to focus more on... Tezzeret will be a side, like if I can't... We'll see if I can't seem to get the ramp up fast enough. Tezzeret's right there. But with so much green being available, I thought it was smarter not to focus. I did, because all the green is there. Yeah. And it was easier to go Bane of Progress, Savage Summoning. I mean, Channel is strong, and Tezzeret Master of the Bridge. If I had both of those out, I'm literally able to play almost anything.
So, let's see. One of the parts of the draft where we focused on your drafting the most was at the spot where you picked up Inkmoth Nexus. So in the previous 2 rounds, we saw that Dan finally pulled the trigger and went Blighted Agent into Glistener Elf.
Yeah.
And we were very complimentary of the pick of Inkmoth Nexus at that point because it's doing a lot of things.
There's 2 reasons for it. So, 1, I don't have a lot of creatures in my deck that aren't big, or that are little. I can't do it. So I was trying to take at least 3 to 5 man lands. I've got to have them. They also become polymorph targets. So let's say I'm dead in hand and I have a polymorph and an Inkmoth Nexus, and let's say I know Deathrite and Fibblethip's in my grave. I can activate Inkmoth polymorph and pop something big. I can polymorph man lands. That was the plan. Once he started taking those infects, I was like, he's going to take this, and I really need this. Yeah. Like, I need Inkmoth, I need Blinkmoth, I maybe need Mutavault, but I passed on Mutavault. I wanted Quizzing Quagmire more.
Yep.
But I need Inkmoth. Like, I need to have something that I can start popping in fairly quick and create pressure. And so that was my thought process. That's the same reason I took Merlia, Sylviok Outcast.
Oh, Malira, to prevent Dan's...
Yep, and so if I run into Dan, I can put that in play, or if I run into one that has a ton of creatures, throwing that and letting their creatures not do anything to me, that's great. Like, it literally stops creatures from attacking me.
Yeah.
Same as Defense Grid.
So, yeah, what...
Nahizal Primal Tide might not make the cut.
I was gonna ask if that one is gonna, be chilling on the sideboard for a little bit.
We'll see. We'll see how it is. Like, it's a good card, especially for my deck, but I don't think I'm gonna run enough blue. Like, I think I'm much more heavy on the green, and I really want to run Bola Citadel, so I got to make sure I have that black. Yeah. And like Bola Citadel, I think is a very underrated card in Vintage.
Okay. What
do I think I'll lose to? Infect. I think that will, because it's too fast. It's too fast. And maybe Eric's nonsense.
Yeah. He's
Those
got some
fast
pretty
artifacts.
sick, nasty stuff.
But that's why I took Bane of Progress. Like, when I'm making my picks, even though I wasn't on the end seat, I try to put my combos I wanted people to see right next to each other. So like I took Savage Summoning way earlier than I needed to, but I took it right before I took Bane of Progress. Well, if I get both of those out, all artifacts are gone, and you're not stopping me.
Yeah.
Like Savage Summoning lets me get out. Savage Summoning lets me go. Channel, Savage, Emrakul, game over, and you can't stop me. No Force of Will's done.
Yeah.
You can't Force of Will of Savage, and you can't Force of Will of Emrakul. So that's the plan with Savage Summoning, but no one really looks at it.
Yeah.
But I mean, a 1 green for
Not
uncounterable
bad.
big creatures, yeah.
What?
I'm worried it might be too slow, though. That's my concern.
I think it doesn't seem like of course there are combos out there.
Yeah.
You know, we can see with Eric, and you know, Infect's going to be fast too.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like this trended in a very grindy direction after about, you know, the first 6 or 7 picks, where it you know, the drafters became aware that this was going to be a more hate out the other decks,
Yeah.
do preventative maintenance kind of a thing. Let's hear your prediction on your final record. You got 7.
I think
7
I'll take at
matches.
least 3 losses.
Okay,
actually.
so 4 and 3.
Yeah. And then I did think about Necroponents and Ad Nauseam. It just... Green. Green is the problem with why I didn't take them.
Yeah.
Green was way too strong, way too open. If I had known Green was going to be as open as it was, I would have switched Skull Clamp for Necro or Odds, and I would not have taken Tezzeret had I known Green was going to be that left open.
Okay.
That was the main reason. Like, because originally it would have been Necro, Odd, and Bolus. I would have had 3 ways to do it.
What card do you think is going to be your MVP?
Channel?
I think so.
I think it's Channel. It's 100% Channel.
Yeah, I mean, Channel or Tinker could almost be a
Tinker.
toss.
The card I wanted to take that I didn't take is Grim Tutor.
Yeah,
I really wanted a Grim Tutor.
it's
But
a good card.
once again, too many green tutors.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I ran into. Like, also was considering Wayward Swordtooth, because I wanted Azuna, and Azuna got taken.
Oh, yeah.
And Wayward Swordtooth gives me an extra pop land, so I don't fizzle out.
Yeah. So I was thinking, did like Oracle of Moldiah cross your mind? Because especially with
No, it didn't.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier, saying like this would be a pretty strong route for Brent to go into Courser of Kruphix and Oracle of
I did think of
Moldiah.
Courser of Kruphix.
Yeah. And also
but-
to mitigate some of the channel life loss.
Yeah, I did think of that. But the other thing is, I have to keep my creatures low. Because
Exactly.
it's all about getting into big ones fast.
That's, you know, with the
It's-
including Oath in a Tinker deck, like it really takes out some of those like low.
It does, but I think it's going to allow me to be like, it's going to allow me to slow them down. So like I get Oath and then I have Tinker and then Polymorph. Okay, so what if I Oath into, say, Deathrite, Polymorph in hand, I Polymorph into Emrakul, there you go. Like, it works fine. I almost took Ulamog as well.
Yeah.
And the new Ugin. But I backed off on
the
artifacts.
The new.
The one where colorless are 2 less.
Yeah. Okay.
But I didn't take it because I backed out of artifacts.
Right. And then, the last question I've got, I think, is, well, I think this is going to be an exciting deck for you to play.
I really hope it works.
Like, you've got a lot of fun tricks up your sleeve, and best of luck, my dude.
Thank you.
Go ahead and when you head out, bring Mark back in and have him get somebody to interview.
Oh,
as
I'm
well.
excited about Final Devastation.
That
really
is what I was going to ask you about.
Channel into Final, into an Emrakul.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't take Gaia's Bless, or the Green Sun Zenith.
Yeah.
Because it's only green.
Yeah.
That's the whole, like,
Right.
I thought about it, and I don't think Green Suns went to, like, pick 28,
Right.
or almost 30. Like, if it made it to pick 40, I would have taken it. It was in a top-bottom 5 pick. But the original plan was less green.
Are you concerned at all that the other decks might not be running enough creatures for Oath to be as effective as you might want it to be?
Yes. But that's why I started to take some other stuff to
Gotcha.
kind of, like...
I mean, you've got Tinker to mitigate it. You've got
Tooth and Nail, Defense Grid, Defense of the Heart.
Yeah. The Finale of Devastation.
Yeah, just channeling into that would give it to me.
Right.
But like, I think.
Are you worried about getting to 4 green mana for the finale and the channel?
No, not at all. Actually, that's why all of my dual lands are green-black duals.
Nice.
If you notice, everything is Overgrown, Bayou, Hissing Quagmire. I took them Twilight Mire. Like I took them as when it worked. Like black and green is I think is what I need for Bolusodal. I'm more worried about hitting the blue off Brainstorm and
Tinker.
But I have Mox Sapphire for that.
Yeah,
so
that's true. Well, thanks very much for
Alrighty.
popping in with us, and
we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, best of luck.
Thank you. I'm excited.
Click this. Thanks everybody. Brent just walked out. Best of luck to him. His deck looks pretty cool. I always love getting a Blightsteel off of a Tinker. That hurts. So we'll get Mark in here and whoever he decides to interview. But yeah, let us know whatever questions you have for some of the people who participated in the draft with us, and you know what you're excited to hear about from them. Personally, I really like Eric's list. Time Vault, Soul Ring, Strip Mine Crucible, like anything with Tolarian Academy is always super fun. It looks super strong. You know, very early in the game, he can put out a Karn Scion of Urza and just boom 6/6 construct, boom 7/7 construct. It seems like it has tempo, it has combo, and just like a lot of overwhelming power. So that should be a lot of fun to see, and I wouldn't be surprised if Eric comes out on top of this thing. Naveen's got a really good reanimator list. We talked a lot earlier about how kind of the sequencing of his picks was so good. Okay, well, sure. No, if you want to do the interview with Naveen, yeah. So, you know, we were talking about the sequencing of Naveen's picks and how we were like very impressed by it. He, you know, Moxjet into Vamp Tutor into Imperial Seal, Entomb, Thoughtseize, Mind Twist, then Reanimate and Dark Ritual. Like all of those picks were, you know, they're instrumental to the deck. They're going to be very effective, and I'm excited. The man here is here to talk about it himself, and so I'll get out of your way, and
This is the man in the flesh, the winner of the previous round of Vintage History Draft, Naveen.
Hi, I'm the champ.
You are the champ. You are the true champ. So cards that we thought that you may have wanted that you may have forgotten were cards like Necropotence.
I was thinking about it, but I didn't. I don't know why I didn't put it in, but I did think about it earlier.
Okay.
I think it was because I just didn't have a. I didn't know what to do with it. Like if I just drew that many cards, I think it's basically what it was.
That's fair. So overall, what is your deck strategy? Let's talk through kind of at a high level.
Basically, I think just Reanimator plus, like, I think that's basically just what it is. So I just drafted, at the beginning I just drafted a bunch of tutors because I didn't know what I was doing exactly. And then I saw that nobody else was picking, like, any black cards, so then I just started taking the good black ones, like Thoughtseize, Mind Twist,
Right.
Reanimate. And so I guess it's going to be black discard, some
Nice.
Reanimate, and then the blue I think is just to like draw some cards or you know.
Or to cast some Ashiok, apparently, right?
Yeah, I like that one. That was a nice little spicy pick.
Ashiok is solid, and it's not even bad in your deck. I figured you would just do it as a troll pick, but it turns out that it's actually just good.
It actually ends up working. Yeah.
Yeah. So Sword of Sinew and Steel.
See,
I don't even know what that card does.
So that's the new one from Modern Horizons. It gives pro red and pro black.
Okay.
And it's the same +2/+2, but then when it deals combat damage to a player, you can destroy target artifact and target planeswalker.
And
yeah.
wow, that's
And-
ludicrous.
Yeah, and
Let's get it up here on stream for the people.
that's one of the new ones. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, yeah. So being able to kill, so you have to hit the player,
Mhm.
so you don't attack the planeswalker, but if you attack the player,
Yes.
then you get to
destroy
directly
the
walker.
Planeswalker. Yeah.
That's
and
very
it
strong.
just turned out that I have a bunch of these random dorks. Like I have Brain Maggot, Mesmeric Fiend,
Uh huh.
Blood Gas, Kitesail Freebooter. So I just have a bunch of these small guys.
Yeah, your list is actually pretty similar to mine from last time, but you went with the Reanimator sub theme,
Yeah.
whereas
yeah.
I had no sub theme, which is
Mhm.
why I lost. So yeah, no, that makes
I
sense.
did take some inspiration from your and Jeff's list last time.
The chat wants to know who you think you're going to lose to.
All right. So
Obviously, no one, but
obviously, yeah. But if I had to pick, like, I don't know, God forbid I did lose. I think I lose to one of these artifact ones. I think I probably lose to Steven.
okay. What do you
guess.
feel about your power level of deck versus the rest of the field?
I don't think my power level is insane. I don't have like any. I guess I have a couple of 2-card combos, but so I can just win kind of out of nowhere. But I think in terms of just actual power level, mine's relatively low. But I think I have a lot of consistency in like what exactly I'm trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to say.
That is fair. Yeah, I mean their decks seem strong, but they're also just like they're very fragile.
I
too.
think exactly. So I have like a bunch of like discards. So I think, yeah, like if you look at card for card, I think my deck is much weaker. But
Sure.
overall, I think it probably comes together with the discard and just kind of that kind of thing.
So Shellback Isle, that was a pick that you got super late. Was that intentional, or were
I
you
was-
trying to float it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was. I think people just forgot about it, to be honest. But yeah,
Yeah.
I ended up just taking it there because I couldn't think of any other card to take. But yeah, it was on my list from the beginning. Because
Okay.
that card is very powerful in a format where people are just constantly drawing cards, or you can like mill them and stuff.
Absolutely. So Limduel's Vault, I often see in cards like Legacy Doomsday.
Mhm.
But like, what are they doing in this list for you?
It's basically just Demonic Tutor
Okay.
for blue-black.
Fair.
Yeah, because like it gets better when you're setting up like the 5 cards for Doomsday or something. But the way that it actually works is that you can just basically go through and just pick the top card of your library.
Right. So it's like end of
Or,
turn,
so
pick
it's
what
not-
you want.
Yeah, so I guess it's not really Demonic Tutor, it's more like Vampiric, but
No, that's totally reasonable, and you have
Yeah.
plenty of life to spare
Mhm.
by the look of it.
yeah, hopefully.
I heard the room there was a loud cheer when you picked Pack Rat. I don't know whether it was a
They-
surprise or
They were a little bit mad, I think. I don't think they wanted me to pick that. I think people probably didn't expect me to either.
do you think that they think that it was too good, or what was
I think
the
they thought it was bad.
okay?
But I'm pretty sure they're gonna see that it is not bad at all.
Okay.
When I play it,
what is it gonna do for you?
it's just gonna be a hard to remove threat. Like
Okay.
if you look at a lot of the other lists, they don't really have, except for I guess Vincent's. I don't think they have a whole lot of creatures to really block or anything, and removal is pretty tight in this format because people I don't think like to use picks on them.
Totally fair.
So pack rat is just gonna be a pretty difficult to deal with right in the long run, I think. So if all else fails, I'm gonna have a couple of rats to get in on.
And you
And
have
it discards too, so
true. You do have recurring nightmare in here. It looks like it's mostly just to like get your big threat out as another reanimation spell.
it's basically yeah.
Okay, so it's
just
not like
a-
you're doing the looping kind of things.
No, it's mostly just a reusable reanimate if they somehow deal with my stuff, basically.
That's reasonable.
Not trying to combo or anything.
So you said you didn't know what you wanted when you walked in. You're in kind of the middle slot, right? The middle
Yes.
3 picks.
Mhm.
What does that do for you?
So I actually got the same thing last time. The last time I was actually in the same seat, which is why I picked 4 again. I thought it might be a little bit of good luck or something like that. So I was actually hoping to run back Time Vault again this time, but it got picked right before me. So it immediately threw a wrench in my plans. So right off the bat, I had no idea what I was doing, which is why the first 3 picks were just basically fit into any deck that's playing those cards. So,
Yes.
Yeah, I had no direction for the first 3 or 4 picks. This one.
Do you
because-
think Eric has the best list then right now?
I don't think so. I think the reason that mine worked out so well was that I wasn't really competing with anyone for those cards. But
Fair.
if you looked at the draft throughout, Steven and Eric were fighting over the same
entire time.
same core cards the entire time. They never faltered or changed direction at all. So
Yes.
it's going to be a little bit interesting to watch how that kind of plays out.
Yeah, I think it is, and I think Brent had an interesting he was kind of splashing all over the pond. So he just got off commentator. I didn't get to hear it, but I'm super interested to see how his deck turns out as well.
Yeah, it should be good. And Yeah, when you're comparing like Eric and Steven's list, even though they're doing kind of similar things, I think Steven just being in that first slot let him pick like these really powerful cards back to back, which is I think going to be a huge advantage in the in the actual games.
I definitely raised an eyebrow when Narset and Karn
So
were second
early.
and third pick.
So early, that was bizarre. He could have easily gotten those the actual last pick.
I don't know. I don't think they would have been last, but they could have been like 20th or like
I-
15th.
I don't
maybe.
think people were even thinking about taking the new planeswalkers
Yeah,
until he started doing. Like I don't even think anyone else took a single one.
yeah, no, because it was Jace is the next one, and then like Ashiok maybe was the
Yeah.
next one after that. Like
Yeah.
a long way down.
Yeah, I think he might have been the only ones to even like think about it before coming in
That's very cool.
because the set's like super new. I didn't even know half the cards. So.
Yeah, totally fair. Do you mind sending in? Let's see who's up next. Let's ask the chat who they wanted to see. Okay, Eric. Eric is up next.
Sure. Yeah.
Do you,
Sounds good.
Or sorry, no, John. If you can send in coins.
Okay. Yeah, I can get.
Yeah.
Coins.
Do you mind also having somebody start typing up in MTG Press? It's on my laptop already pulled up, but the cards that Elaine has on the list.
Oh yeah.
All right, so we're gonna get John Coins in here to talk about his list that seems heavily inspired by Nekuzar to me. I don't know exactly what it is, but it has a lot of storm-like elements, I will say. He gets to run cards like Winds of Change and Wheel of Fortune, along with all these suspend cards. So I'm excited to hear what his decision or rationale was for all the suspend cards. So, let's see. It looks like Safe, Unbanned, and Modern. Yeah, no, Stormforge Mystic. I feel like Stoneforge Mystic would have been a solid pick for Vince. I don't know if he just forgot about it or if that was a decision that was intentional that he didn't want to have it. But now let's talk to John Coins and see what this sweet Nekuzar Wheels deck is all about.
What up?
So tell us about your deck. What was your inspiration? How did you? I know your hours and hours of planning probably helped.
So, yeah. So definitely my knowledge of just playing the game a lot kind of helped pick some random cards that aren't on people's radar. Like I think one of my favorite picks was Winds of Change, so there's a lot of like weird interactions in the cards that I picked. So Chains of Mephistopheles kind of messes the game up a lot.
Sure.
In terms of what's going to happen. So Winds of Change plus Chains equals everybody shuffles their hand into their deck and then discards everything.
And you don't get anything either, right?
Huh?
When that happens, like you as the player casting the card also don't get anything.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. It's symmetrical, so I'm not going to have anything, but I'm fine with that. Like
Sure.
it's sort of like paying Pox or whatever like that. You're like you as the person casting the card, you just have to be okay with also not having any hand or permanence or
Fair.
whatever the effect is.
Oh, thanks for the follow, Salted. I kept waiting for you to just like draft Tendrils or something and like use Waste Not plus all these wheels to just generate Storm, but then it never happened. So what's the win condition there?
So I play Storm a lot, and I like doing that. And there was kind of some table talk after like my first, I guess my third and fourth pick, which was Twister and Wheel of Fortune.
Yep.
They're like, oh, Storm's on this table. Everybody hate draft, and I was just like, you know what? If you guys think I'm gonna do that, I'm just not going to. I'm just, and then so like I don't know, 10 picks after that, I just kind of started choosing like generic good like Grixis control stuff, and then I was like, what if I just make it? Well, I say not fun, but it is fun. Like let's discard everybody's hands. Let's make the game degenerate into like I have one permanent that's doing something and nobody else has anything. So that kind of situation.
Speaking of your one permanent, the Kabbalist, is that how you pronounce that card? The Kabbalist?
Cabal the Rapist.
Yeah, that one. So that card, Cabal Therapist. So chat wants to know if you are aware that card takes a turn before it does anything.
Yes.
Okay.
But
So-
I wanted to play Dreadhorde Invasion and Bitter Blossom to just continually have a token, so I
okay.
can just keep stripping my opponent from the cards in their hand.
That makes sense. That's actually a sweet interaction with Bitter Blossom.
Mhm.
I have not, and Dreadhorde, because Dreadhorde effectively in your deck, you're going to be stacking the thing every turn anyway, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then you also have all these suspend cards. Are those just strictly for value, or is there something I'm missing there about abusing
So
them?
there's Dreadhorde Arcanist,
Okay.
Where I can cast the stuff for 0. I was thinking about putting As Foretold, and then
That's
at
what we
the end I
speculated.
didn't. I also toyed around with playing some of the Cascade cards, like the red-black one that makes it so they can't block or whatever. But I figured there was too many hits that I didn't want to hit.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's some different stuff that I could have done. I don't want to say my deck was completely thought out, since I kind of was making it on the fly and I didn't have a ton of time to prepare. But
We told them already how you were the person that subbed in at 6 this morning for a tournament.
And then there is one pick that I 100% do regret. I was trying to get some other permanent effect in Kederic Parasite, and then I realized I have one red permanent in my deck. I thought that it just did it on its own and it didn't have like a drawback.
Because you play a Negazar.
Yeah. So
That makes sense.
the one red permanent is the Dread Arcanist, so I guess if I have them at the same time, it'll be okay, but I'll probably just end up not playing that card.
Yeah. Is Mox Tantalite going to make the cut?
It's possible. Yeah, I just wanted some stuff that was free-ish, or that I could like disrupt everybody's hands and then a couple turns later get some stuff out of exile.
Sure.
So that I then have permanence and mana and whatever.
That makes sense.
So
kind of
yeah,
the win con is the rack, essentially?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
The rack and little small creatures, or taking their stuff with Thief of Sanity, or copying their stuff with Copy Artifact. Stuff like that. I kind of like the indirect win cons.
Yeah.
And then Ral and Chain of Smog is obviously just infinite.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I hadn't even thought of that.
But Chain of Smog is good on its own because, like I said, I want to just discard everybody's hands. So if somebody wants to play along and be like, oh yeah, I'll discard your hand, okay, we'll just both have 0 cards. That's fine.
Yeah. No, that's really cool. So how did you decide on Time Walk versus a Mox? Did you just not want to be in the last 2 colors?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I figured I was gonna be Grixis or blue-black something, and I don't know. I'm just not like a green-white player. I was just like, those are the colors I just like always pick last.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
It happens.
Which deck are you most scared of playing against right now?
Stephen Hagen's.
Yeah.
For sure. His deck was very good, and he almost all of his back-to-back picks, he picked things that were 2-card combos, or just he just had really good picks overall, and I think his deck was very well thought out, and seems to have a lot of synergy and a lot of ways to win.
Yeah, those 2 picks of Narset and Karn for picks 2 and 3 certainly sent a message.
Yeah.
I saw that. I'm like, those seem like awful picks. And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, no, he just cleared his entire lane. Like, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everybody has a pretty diverse like game plan and everything like that. There are a few holes where some stuff that I think people could have picked better, and like myself included, of course.
Sure.
But that's always going to happen.
Yeah, so let's pull up the list. We have a list of things that we think should have been drafted that weren't drafted.
Okay.
Top of them are fast bond and crop rotation.
Yep.
But ad nauseum, did you put any thought into having ad nauseum or
yes,
Necro?
I 100% thought about picking ad nauseum like 2nd or 3rd.
Okay.
And then I don't know. I guess I just didn't want to go for it. I just figured the cards that I really wanted would get just hated right away. So I was like, all right, let me take like less visibly threatening cards.
That's reasonable.
Life for the Loam, I feel like probably should have been on there too.
Yeah, there wasn't a great slot for it though, right? Like who would have been playing it? Maybe Brent.
Vince, I think, because he had Wasteland and
True.
He had Wasteland and Ghost Quarter and bunch of kind of
An Excavator,
like
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's already in green for that. That makes sense. That's reasonable. Okay, cool. Well, thank you for talking through it. How are things going out there? Are they getting pretty prepped up?
I think so. Yeah, we need to
Okay.
make some more proxies, but
Okay.
we're about ready.
Sounds good. Can you throw
Awesome.
actually, we've already had Elaine in here to talk about her deck. I'm just gonna see who else we need to have you send in. Yeah, if you can send Eric on in, that'd be great. Okay. Actually, Eric, can you send Eric and Brendan if he's free? Thanks. So yeah, we're getting real close to being able to actually start the play, and at that point we're gonna have 7 rounds of a round robin tournament. We're gonna have at least 7 rounds on camera. We're gonna make sure we get everybody a chance to actually play on camera and get in the booth here to talk through it. But yeah, we're going to be joined here by Mr. Eric Levine talking through his deck. I'm not sure if it's going to be me or Brandon talking to him yet, but we'll see. I'll kick it off at least. How are the proxies things going out there? Are they getting them? Okay, cool. They're printing them? Good.
something's happening anyway.
Yeah. So you fell into this Time Vault deck in
Yeah.
third pick.
Yeah, no, I spent some time yesterday like specking out a Time Vault deck, trying to figure out what that might look like, looking at Vintage Cube, looking at like actual Vintage deck lists, trying to figure out what I wanted. And the thing that struck me most as I was looking at my deck right now is that I have 7 artifacts, and my Tolarian Academy looks really bad. Just really just truly awful. But I'm just glad Steven doesn't have it, honestly.
Yeah, no, it seemed like you two were kind of going pick for pick back and forth the entire draft.
Yeah, it was a little odd. I was doing pretty good in terms of like making sure he didn't get the things that I needed until I made that bad reshape pick, which I'm very, very sad about. Like, I feel like I redeemed myself by taking Goblin Engineer right before the break, but the reshape pick was just like, transmute artifact's a card.
Yeah, but you don't see that card in Modern, so we
Yeah.
never see it in play. It's really hard to remember.
Yeah, it's a tough one. But overall, like, my deck is, it's not amazing, but it's medium. It does work.
It seems great. I mean, like, yeah, you may have given him the Transmute artifact for your reshape, but you got the Tolarian Academy over Urza.
Yeah.
Like, and I know you're not going to play it, but...
But it's
Still.
fine. Like, the deck is fine without the Academy. It's just, card selection, a little bit of disruption, and then, like, Goblin Engineer into a Time Vault combo. Or Trash for Treasure is such a great card. I'm so
card is
excited about
insane.
just bad red Tinker.
Trash for Treasure is solid. I have seen that card try to see play in Modern once, and it was not good there, but I'm sure it's good here.
Yeah, I've tried a couple times to make Trash for Treasure work in Modern myself. It's not how you want to spend your time, but it's fun, I guess, and it'll work here. Like there's enough ways to get stuff into the graveyard, and stuff's gonna get blown up. And
Are there any picks that you wish you could have gotten? So here's our list of things that we think should have been drafted that weren't drafted. And
no, Fast Bond. Fast Bond was one of the cards I decided just not to draft and not to talk about. I wasn't going to take Bribery Treachery. I did almost take Acquire, 45th pick. I did consider Acquire, but I decided against it.
There's a question from chat for you. Would you have considered taking any equipment for the True Name Nemesis?
Yeah.
Like a sword or something to be returnable by the engineer?
I just have like no other creatures other than the True Name and what, Goblin Engineer?
Yeah.
I don't think I actually have.
You didn't get a welder
other
or anything,
creature.
right?
I didn't get welder because right after I took engineer, Steven wheeled off Inkwell and welder.
Oh man.
So yeah, no, my goal is just to like stay alive and vault key people, and True Name Nemesis walks through during vault key. Like that's all I need to do.
Very fair. There's not a ton of hate cards that were taken. Like you got a Perish pretty late, and that was good. Extract is obviously like. I heard people not loving the Extract pick from out there. I think they just didn't know what the card did, though, right?
I probably should have taken Bitter Ordeal instead of Extract there. I was just, like, reading down my list on my phone. I was just like, oh, Extract. Like, I wanted Extract and Bitter Ordeal, but I took them. I did it in the wrong order. That was another bad ordering I did.
I mean, it's not bad, though. Like, I think Bitter Ordeal does cost 3. Like, it actually does have a real cost there.
That's true. Like, Extract costing 1. I just, the other thing is I'm not sure how good Extract is just as, taking one card. A lot of these other deck lists I'm looking at, and I'm like, I'm not sure when I'm going to board in the Extract, or if I'm going to board in the Extract.
Mm-hmm. No, that's totally reasonable. I mean, are there any that you think it would be solid against right now?
I mean, I could, depending on the board state, like if Brent starts to go off on one turn, and then I extract him before the next turn, like that's a possibility. I might be able to disrupt Steven with Extract, but he's got a lot of redundancy, so I'm not 100% sure. It was partially a defensive pick, right? Like I don't need to get my Time Vault extracted, but
that's totally fair. Yeah, so I guess who are you scared of right now?
I'm pretty scared of Dan. Like that Infect list looks really sweet.
It does.
I think that his linear strategy. He got the cards he needed. Nobody got in his way. He got the trop 11th pick or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Like super late. He got plenty of card selection, plenty of ways to protect his Infect creatures, and I think he's very likely to kill people on turn 3.
I think you're super right. When I saw like his first Infect pick was something like 24.
Yeah.
I'm just like, yeah, it's very clear what he's doing, but he doesn't need to take any of these cards.
Right. Nobody's going to stop him. Nobody's going to take Glistener Elf or Blighted Agent or Blight Mamba from him. Right.
Right. And he just rattled off like Mox Diamond, Trop, Misty, Breeding Pool all in a row. I'm just like, oh my god.
Yeah, that was the portion of the draft where I felt like I got massively outplayed by Dan.
Yeah.
In that seat.
That in fact he was definitely playing that walking in. Like he sent me a list of cards that he wanted beforehand, so he was definitely aware.
Yeah, his plan was solid. I'm also scared of. I think I understand what John Coins is doing. Like I think I kind of like I'm.
I think
this
he
close,
does too.
Right.
Maybe
I'm this close to understanding what John Coins is doing, but if he figures it out, he could win the whole thing. I don't know. It's possible.
I'm not so confident, but like I think there's a lot of good things in that list, and they could win. But there's just like so much weirdness going on, and
It's
like
one of those
suspend
things-
cards.
Yeah, where if he draws the right hate cards
Yes.
against the rest of the field, he's got a shot in the dark no matter what.
Yeah.
If he plays good sideboard games, if he sideboards well, I think he has a decent shot to win like games 2 and 3 against a lot of people. He could take he could certainly place with that.
Yeah.
If not.
Like no one took fast bond or choke.
Yeah,
Just like,
nobody took
what?
choke. Bless you. Bless you, everyone, for not taking choke, by the way.
Yeah.
I really need my islands to untap, please.
Like there was just so many great hate, like gloom, like all of the
Yeah.
like 8th edition cards are just not there.
Yeah, chill didn't get taken.
Right.
There's nobody took warmth or anything like that, but I guess nobody really needs warmth in this draft.
True. Karn Liberated went so late. I was blown away when that card got. I was just like, okay, everyone's forgotten about Karn, and then you just snapped it up.
Yeah, well,
that was a great pick.
Once we had 2 Karns gone, I thought I'm just gonna shut up. Nobody's gonna worry about it. I'm gonna get Karn like last because I was really hoping to get Karn, the Great Creator, when obviously right before Steven took it. Right,
Yeah.
that was right about when I was hoping to get that.
Really? Yeah. See, I thought that was super early. Like you took a 3rd pick.
I think that card's fantastic. I think
Yeah.
that if it had gotten to me, I would have thought it had been undervalued by the rest of the draft. But
That's fair. So this card didn't make your cut, and I'm confused.
yeah, so Accursed Centaur is my this is my favorite meme card from Onslaught. I drafted a lot in Onslaught block. That was when I really started to play more competitive Magic, and this card really has always struck me as just a trash card that I really love. I think I had it in my. I had a deck based around Carnival of Souls
Nice.
and Apprentice Necromancer. That's the one. And so if you have an Apprentice Necromancer in your graveyard, an Apprentice Necromancer on the battlefield, and Carnival of Souls on the battlefield,
Yep.
you can lose any amount of life you like. As much life as you want, you can lose right away. It's wonderful. I love it so much.
That's amazing.
It's absolutely. But Accursed Centaur definitely lived in that deck just to trigger Carnival of Souls by itself.
That's totally fair. Raging Ravine also somehow didn't make the cut in your list.
Another card, I mean, I feel like I bring that sort of with me in my
Yeah.
heart wherever I go.
That's reasonable.
That's sort of, I feel like the aesthetic that I bring with me when I do my grim work here at these tournaments. So
Fair. You are in fact the Raging Ravine.
I am the Raging Ravine. That's me.
All right. So no, that's perfect. I think that we're going to be getting ready to start with the draft with the rounds soon. So we're probably going to go on a little bit of a break just to make sure everything's printed and sorted out. But yeah, we're going to be right back. So thanks everyone for coming in and hanging out with us. We'll be back in probably about 10 minutes. So see you all then.
Hello. Oh, baby. Looks like we're back. Get this pillow out of here. All right. So, Raging Ravine, we don't need that at all. What do I want to pull up instead? Okay. I mean, obviously the best card in the history of Magic, Ristic Study. Let's pull that up. Oh my God, look at that. It's so beautiful. How many people we got in the... Yep. Oh. Oops. Who's Elaine playing? Sorry about that, everyone. Who's Elaine? Okay. And who is playing? Naveen. How do we spell his last name? Baby. All right. Chimownian. Is it zoomed in? Tight. All right. Do we want to have everybody out there who's like doing social media stuff with their people to say like, "Hey, we're back live again. The play's about to start." Cool. Tight. Done it, boy. Pop on down. There were. It's such a hard format. We were a little curious about some of the cards that got forgotten. It became pretty apparent when that happened. Approximately what round that happened. Here, let's go ahead and scroll down here and make sure that we got yours turned on. No, you're just gonna scroll down here, like that. There's more audio feeds. So this one. Oh, this one. Okay. Yeah. So click that on. And then...
All right, so we...
Yep, there you
go. It looks like we're making noise. All right, cool.
Yeah, so we got... excuse me. We got Elaine up first against Naveen. So it's Grixis Value Delvey McNuggets.
Yeah, she called it Grixis Stuff.
Grixis Stuff. I think it's an appropriate title.
Oh, yeah.
Versus Reanimatorius.
Yeah.
Also Grixis.
It's fair. How do we change the stuff? Got this intuition or...
Oh, Ristic Study?
Yeah.
Just click on that tab, and then you type in whatever card you want.
Okay.
Ristic Study, my favorite card.
Oh, fair.
So
Now this card.
the
classic tax.
Love it.
The irritate everybody in your commander group card.
Yeah. So, here, if you want to, go ahead and that WordPad document down there. Go untitled. So, these were... the cards that we were like, oh, none of these got drafted.
Yeah, I was real. The Fastbond was on a lot of our radar. I walked in with the strategy that I just went cheap counter spells and then eventually was just going to pick Infect. But last year, this was last one of these.
Yeah.
Fastbond was definitely the card I wanted to play the most. So it was on my radar, this one.
Yeah.
And we just decided we're just going to hush about it.
Yeah. So, there's a reason why none of the white cards got picked because only Vince was on white, and like I was giving him a lot of undue shit. Like this is a really really hard format, and if you don't come in with like a very specific like list of stuff, then after like there's literally like 400 or I guess it's 360 cards that get drafted by the end of this. That's an insane amount of cards.
yeah.
And so it's super easy to forget stuff. But I was talking a little trash because of his forgetting of Fastbond when he had Wasteland and Ramanap and was in green, and Balance especially.
Oh, yeah.
Both Moxes. But like also, stuff like Council's Judgment and Crop Rotation. But like that, this is just such a hard format.
Oh yeah, looks like people are getting ready. Resolving mulligans.
Yeah.
We are using the London Mulligan, as it is.
I think we've got our players backwards.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. So here, if we go down here, the notepads, and then click on that one, and then type in Naveen. I'll pull it.
All right. Oh jeez.
No. That was me.
Okay, you got you.
Okay. Oh, that's not what we want to do. Go ahead and file save, and then pull up the other one.
Yeah.
At the bottom there, for the
Second player.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay.
File save.
All right, there we go.
Alrighty.
Okay, cool.
So we're basically off to the races here. I guess
There we go.
we should probably have them roll dice on the table and do high roll so we know who's going first. But we'll figure it out. Well, I think it'll become pretty apparent once the game gets underway.
Indeed.
Looks like Naveen is taking an early mulligan. That's one of the challenges with this. Anytime you're playing like a cube or like a Rochester draft like we're doing here, the Reanimator decks are one of the most likely to have to take a mulligan, whether you've got too many Reanimate spells in your hands or you don't have anything that lets you pitch anything. It's not infrequent that
Looks like
two mulligans.
Yeah, we call that the hands with all sauce and no noodles versus all noodles and no sauce.
But when it does work out, you've got some incredibly powerful stuff on the board, and only one person here gets Force of Will. So if Naveen's able to drop an Iona on turn one, or a Grizzlebrand, doesn't either of those are pretty good things to have on the board.
Pretty dead to those, yeah.
Tells Elaine she can't play any black cards. Oof. Ouchie, wowie.
Can be hard to get any
Mondo
answers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just because I'm a dick. But what I focused on mostly during the drafting portion of this was the cards that people forgot. And I think that Naveen would have really liked to have Dragonlord Silumgar in the deck, and Grave Titan as well. Grave Titan works so amazingly with Recurring Nightmare.
Yeah, let's say has the Nightmare.
Yeah, and said it so many times, like that just happens in this format. But this is a good start to get off to. Turn one Pack Rat.
That's a pretty sweet. This was the card that turned everybody in the draft to remember they should pick up removal spells.
Yep.
Because
if she doesn't get this removed right now, then it's just Pack Rat o'clock, and you don't even need to pitch like something valuable to. You don't have to like make a hard choice with the Reanimator shell. It's like Pack Rat is so valuable to this deck, because you can dump a Grizzlebrand in the graveyard because you're not hard casting it anytime soon. But beyond that, it's just like Wrath effects. Yeah, I mean Ben's drafted one, but not many other people have them.
We got the new basic land fetch. I don't know the name of this card.
It's not Terramorphic. If you pull up the
actual draft list.
But
we got the answer. Mana Crypt into the
Liliana's Triumph.
There we go. Now we have a real game as opposed to just being over right here.
Like, she had to do that. Like that had to happen. Oh, but then right into Splashiak.
Follow up Splashiak. Yep. Let's get that one up, because that card's...
Oof. Yeah. So...
With the night one?
No, it's a.
Nightmare Weaver. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Sorry.
Ashiok Nightmare Weaver.
So it's if you play MTGO Magic the Gathering online, it's called Splashiok for a reason. It's worth dipping into a color that you're not currently in, even in pack 2 or 3, because of how strong its plus ability is. Not only does it have to be answered, but if it goes unchecked too long, number one, it's removing the things from your library that you can use. At a certain point, you can use the nastiest among them against your opponent. But also, you've only got 40 cards. By the time Ashiok comes out, there's 30 cards left. You're immediately on a 8 or 9 turn clock without answers to that thing. So it's really nasty, and all this is happening while you have the opportunity to set up for something even bigger or preventative. So we'll see if Elaine is capable of getting this Ashiok off the board. She does have is it Amgrath or Angarth?
Angrath.
Angrath's Rampage. Is that it? To make Naveen sack a Planeswalker. In these Grixis builds, I was kind of surprised that nobody went with either, was it Bedek, or that destroys Planeswalker,
Bedevil?
Yeah.
Bedevil, yeah.
Bedevil, or just
Hero's Downfall.
Hero's Downfall. In this format, I don't think that Vraska's Contempt is that great because it's just too expensive. But Dreadbore is a perfectly good, perfectly good card. But yeah, Dreadbore and Hero's Downfall are great. Oh,
yep. It's got a.
Oh wait, no.
Landon, this is this is Nikki B.
Yeah,
the creature
Nikki
Nicole
B,
Bolas.
Flippy B.
Yeah, Flippy B. Oh, that's not a word.
Ouchies.
Oh no.
And
this is going to be a pretty quick clock in a format where nobody runs removal spells.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it just
yeah, just press enter.
Oh, I did. All right, let's get this bad boy up here.
Yeah.
Obviously not being paid for the 8 mana flip it to a Planeswalker, but
no, that's not happening anytime soon.
I mean, she's got a bunch of mana so far. She only needs a couple more because that mana crypt right there.
And Bob hits the board, and that's 6 power on the board. It's not going to be enough right now to get that Ashiok if it upticks right now, which I have all faith that it will.
At this point, it's a little scarier just to get domed by these.
Oh, yeah.
His Naveen has the problem of running line on little lands, even though he had the quick start with the Moxen and hasn't hit his third land drop. Fourth land drop, it looks like.
That's exactly why Ashiok is so nasty. Because, sure, Elaine could be bashing in right now and getting him down, but that's a real ass clock.
Hit a land though. That's a pretty good one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's one of the things. People tend to run lighter lands in this format, even if that's not particularly a good idea. I mean, but you've got accelerants all over the place. Everyone's playing so much ramp. It's
almost all cards are hyper efficient, or in Naveen's case, reanimate costs 1.
Yeah, exactly. Everything's super cheap and all super powerful.
Or you're running a bunch of mana rocks, we see Elaine with a mana crypt out there. You don't in some cases, you could, very legitimately get away with playing just a, 14, 15 land deck if you've got the artifacts and the moxes to support it.
Yeah.
Still not the safest play, but you can get away with it.
And everything's so good, it's kind of hard. It's always that tempting where you're like, I could just cut a basic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's more surprising than the Grixis we were talking about earlier, because Bedevil being able to pop artifacts would have been huge in a format where we have 2 people going big brown.
Okay, yeah, it
does.
Oh,
the classic, reanimate my pack rat.
It's gonna really.
I'd have enough
really
to make a new rat.
Eat away at his life total right there. So it looks like.
Oh, we got a Notions Thief flashed in.
Really?
This was the pick that Elena was. Well, no one's gonna pick this, and then everybody groaned that was in blue-black when I went around because they were. Flipped over a Kess.
Yeah.
So dome for 4 there.
And it looks like she got tails on the mana crypt, so that's 6 off the top. Fortunately for Elaine, that's not the clock that she's most worried about. Or, I guess it's not the clock that she's been ticking under up until this point. So her life total has not been threatened in the same way that her...
getting a casual read on the backside of what Ballas does.
I mean, here's the other thing about this, is like she might very well be holding her Jace... is it Unraveler of Secrets, the new one, where she might just be holding that in hand to let Naveen tick down the library and then drop it on the penultimate turn and then win the game against this Ashiok.
That's right. Jace got exiled with the first Ashiok tick. So
never mind. Game over.
Yep. So that line is out.
Yeah.
Attacking looks like making a rat and attacking the Ashiok here. Which is fair, because Ashiok's really scary when you have a low life, but you're running at 8 life currently, and just kind of a rock in a hard place here.
Yeah.
We got a spell being cast, but that's a tough call.
Yeah. Oop. That is some kind of removal spell. Looks like Kolagon's command. Yeah.
Okay, command. Seems to have chosen the...
Yeah, don't know.
I don't know what the second mode was. Was it discard?
I'm going to guess it... Well...
I didn't see him ditch a card, so I don't know what the second mode was.
2 damage to the pack rat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, it looks like he only has the 1 card, so yeah. Oh, destroyed the crypt. Oh, yeah, look at that. Missed that one.
Oh, smart. I mean, we don't have the life totals up. This is it's a difficult setup to run with the manpower we've got going on, but she drops the Dragon God.
Indeed. Oh, flips over. The Dragon God.
Yeah. And so
missed an L there.
It looks like Naveen's strong start was just really negatively impacted by
card I did not. Oh, where do we go? Card that I did not expect to see here at Vintage Rotisserie Draft. But this card is nuts.
Yeah.
It has a lot of words on it, and it is cheap for what it does.
Yep.
So
it, going back to what we were talking about with how many lands you run, this is exactly why it's dangerous. Naveen was stuck on 3 for a while, and it goes to show also how swingy this this reanimator list can be. You can have a 7/7 flying on turn 1.
Figuring out lands to tap. Gonna get Baleful Strix.
Yeah, I think Elaine might have very well crawled her way back pretty successfully here.
Got a pretty impressive board state right now.
Okay, she's got to untap 3 of those after she figures out what to discard to that frantic search.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a real tough position for Naveen. Cool.
Yeah, we had a...
And this turn, those pack rats just aren't going to be enough, especially without any fodder in the hand to get rid of.
Yeah, low life total for Elena still, but one of the things about this format is, since Vintage traditionally is played much differently than like a cube draft would, the Vintage Rotisserie, you think about it more like the constructed end, and you plan less for my opponent having a bunch of permanents on the battlefield attacking me with value creatures. So these are the kind of board states that sneak up on you a little bit and get pretty dangerous.
It never feels good when your opponent's Dark Confidant does more damage to you than it does to the player controlling it.
Mm-hmm. Figuring out how non-spin downs.
There we go. Yeah. Elaine drafted the Dark Confidant very, very early. And, we're seeing right now almost exactly why that turned out to be a really, a relatively strong pickup. I don't know that anybody else was going to draft it nearly as high, but, these decks just run so light on creatures that even if it's not, on top of the fact that it gives you this really absurd card advantage for such a low mana cost, it bashes in. It's another threat to your planeswalkers and your life total.
Yeah, that Confidant pick was very, very early, but I think it was more indicative of how she wanted to play this game.
Yeah,
and how
very, very grindy, very almost like a Jundi style Grixis.
Yep, she definitely wanted to play a more fair as opposed to not like a all-in sort of broken thing.
Yep.
And her deck seems pretty sweet. She got she started the dual train off way early. Everybody got all tense.
Yeah.
But
I still think at that point, you go with a polluted Delta over the Underground Sea. It's just it's better, for down the road. Especially if you have to branch out into different things. But that's the strong suit of her draft strategy was that she wasn't relying on a combo where she had to come back around in the next round after drafting one piece and either hope that it was still there or say these two are gone, what do I do next? It's just super value mid-range tempo type card, keep doing that again, and then she just got to select all the mana fixing that she wanted. 6 out of 7 rounds in a row were
it was pretty impressive because we had lots of people in those colors. We just had an attack of both trading off board states and getting a Pack Rat because Pack Rat is a fair and balanced magic card. People enjoy playing against Unlimited.
Everyone loves it.
It's just too good.
Not enough Umezawa Jits in this either.
Correct. It's very hard to pull more than one of those.
Yeah.
Let's pull it up. I think it was F10. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, and after this game is over, I'm gonna have them move those dice down.
So we could actually see life totals as well. Yep. Did see. We know he's got a duress off the Bob trigger, which while hellbent, less good of a magic card, but was definitely one of the ones that people, because we had a lot of black drafters at this table, were groaning about when it was taken off.
Yeah.
Ooh, got that Kess from earlier.
Yeah. So, and I thought this might go differently, where she would, potentially go in with the Nico Bolas and then flip it into Planeswalker mode, but
looks like we have a Kess come into play and cast their own.
I think we might see Naveen Scoop right here.
Yeah, it looks like you got the cast of Liliana's Caress off of, or Liliana's Triumph off of Kess to kill your own Dark Confidant, which you're sitting at here with no life total. The second time we saw Lana willing to blow up her own stuff, which is pretty good call. Sign that you're paying all the attentions.
Yeah. No one's accusing Elaine of not being a smart, conscientious player.
No, absolutely not. There you go. That was quick. That's the so we want to get out there to figure out.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
All right, sounds good.
All right, so
yeah, gotta bring it down just a little bit, closer to the blue end, but that was not how I expected. First game of the other one. First game of Rotisserie Draft to go with opponents being bashed to death by Nicole Bolas and stuff. More akin to the playing Mox into the Pack Rats and having big haymaker plays like that go down versus slow grindy with Dark Confidants and whatnot. But it comes out with a win. We can actually change that. There we go. Got our win counter. Oh, there we go.
Oh, I've got Neko.
Oh, you got Negeko? What do we do about that?
I'm just gonna push this away
bad boy down.
Yeah, there we go.
That good? Okay.
All right, how's the sound on that?
Doing good? We don't.
Yeah, Squiggle and Scotty Warbear. Warbear, excuse me. Yeah, the first Ashiok uptick got rid of that Jace.
Yep. Which is a pretty sweet hit for an Ashiok uptick.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to hit on the first one. Maybe have a creature in there. That would have been nice.
Oh yeah.
It was pretty fortuitous that Elaine was still able to get out as many creatures as she could in a deck that does not run that many. They all missed that 3 in a row. No creatures.
Yep.
Really hurt.
Mm-hmm. That's why it's actually just kind of there to mill you to death. But yeah, this one was these two, because Naveen, when he walked in, his strategy last time we did this was pick bottle good cards until a deck came out. Oh. Top of the screen.
Oh, the 1-0. Or
Top. I didn't know. You're right.
It's down here. Text. That one? Double click.
It is. Very true. Oop. There we go. Yep, we got our first win on the old Strem here. Yep. Figuring out all these technical things.
Yeah. We'll keep Elaine at 0-0 because I think that's their match.
Oh, their match count? Oh, okay.
Yeah, thanks for the Makar, the violinist. Appreciate the heads up.
There we go. You're right.
Yep.
But yeah, looks like we're gonna resolve some mulligans again.
Okay, so Naveen has a mind twist in hand, and I think that's the Sword of Sinew and Steel.
That was
He's got plenty of lands this time around.
Ooh,
got
Brain Maggot. There we got get a good look here. Got the Jace, got the Bob.
I think there's a Kolaghan's command in there. I think it's a pretty easy Kolaghan's command to take away.
The London Mulligan. I know it affected my decision making because you can kind of go more all in. And the thing we were talking about earlier with less lands in the format, answering the question how do we think the London Mulligan affects this format while this Brain Maggot resolves? Because pretty tough call here because everything seems pretty good. If it doesn't have an answer for this K command, it's going to get the card back and stuff. But the London Mulligan overall probably just helps things like Naveen was in last game and had a playable 5 that was pretty reasonable, which was due to the fact that he had access to 7 cards and could just ditch 2 that didn't do anything, versus just not doing anything the whole game. And it also makes people want to kind of go on the more brittle starts on stuff. Like you can play a deck that has a key piece and then just kind of go for it.
So it's not particularly surprising. It is interesting that the Dark Confidant was picked over the K command.
That was the play this turn. So
yeah. And I think that number one, it forces you to use the K command on the Brain Maggot, but also we have that. I was going to say that.
Yeah, that was my assumption. The Naveen picked all sorts of discard spells, so you could just take away the play and go for the thing that actually hurts you next.
Yeah.
If they can't cast it.
And we know that he does have that Mind Twist in hand, so it kind of tells you that there's a chance that he's got he had a Dark Ritual and wanted to Dark Ritual into Mind Twist, which would have been disgusting.
Oh yeah.
Goodbye 4 cards.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, that's that makes
yep.
makes a lot of sense.
Bashing in with a little Brain Maggot here.
She takes 1.
Takes one for the fetch land we missed earlier. The classic. Figure
Yeah,
that out.
I think we're gonna have to go let him know that she's DQ'd. Event DQ.
That's pretty brutal yet here.
But yeah, she's up and running. We might see the Jace come off or drop down now, but more likely the Kess.
Oh no.
Oh.
Well, not really under the gun here, so doesn't really have a lot of targets for. I guess they have the.
Yeah, the K command to get back or to get that Dark Confidant back and going.
I think Kess
But-
gets much better when you can play it and activate the same turn versus just like playing a 3/4 flyer. But yeah, to continue the answer, look at the one question. The London Mulligan definitely does that. It makes so the games happen more often, and one of the bigger complaints was the game plans of everybody happens smoother, so you get less like figuring out. We got that Mind Twist result cast on the stack, 4/3 with a 4-card hand. Oh, and there goes Kess.
Signet, Kess, and
Looks like a land, leaving us with a frantic search.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, the London Mulligan definitely helps decks like Naveen's, where you don't necessarily need as many lands to get your strategy up and going. Helps get a big old fatty on the board as early as possible.
yeah, if it's good or bad for the format, for the game as a whole, we'll find out. But seems pretty sweet for this one. Lets people do broken vintage stuff better. So
Which is exactly what we want to see.
yeah, it's everyone's here for. And they get blown out by the, like he was saying, silver bullet 8 pieces.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great.
I mean,
Can't hear any commentary from you. Yeah, that's what what we're getting here. Okay, we're gonna try to
yeah. Let me know if you can
pick
hear
this
it
bad
now.
boy up some. How's that for the commentary here? Ooh. Looks like we're seeing a graveyard, probably an exhume or something. Oh,
Interesting.
and he could
Okay.
Huh? You're fine. Sounds like something going on with your mic's what it looks like. Sure.
Yeah.
We interrupt. Yeah, well, sure
Okay.
thing. All right, here you go. We got some vodka shots going on.
Okay.
All
so
right.
Apparently,
Cheers.
if you guys know Jeff Curasa Blyden, these are shots of vodka from his friend's vodka distillery in the Virgin Islands.
Ooh, yeah.
It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I've had 4 mimosas. I'm halfway through a beer and vodka time.
Vodka time. Doing shots
Chin
finally.
chin, Monfredo. Oh, that finish is clean though.
Oh yeah, it's really super good. He brought it last time, and that was like one of the big, the big picks.
Yeah, I'm not usually a vodka drinker. I usually stick to bourbon and rye, tequila if I'm feeling.
Nah, I don't like
little
making
frisky.
bad decisions, so
Yeah.
I agree with you there. Oh, we got to reanimate on a Kess. That was discarded in the Mind Twist, which was why we assumed he was looking at his graveyard, or looking at.
Yeah.
Naveen was looking at Elena's graveyard.
Take me through that interaction. Is he able to pay the X on that? I'm not a commander.
Casting it from the
Yeah.
graveyard, you can, I believe. We'll bring up Kess here.
Oh, okay. So that's what you were saying earlier about being able to cast it on the same turn.
Yeah, you want to be able
It
to.
doesn't get rid of the mana costs and everything.
Yeah, it's just a normal. You can just cast
And
something
guys,
from the graveyard
if
here.
you're thinking to yourself, "Oh, this guy in the Cardinals hat total
Oh
scrub,"
yeah, we are.
you're right. I am a total scrub.
That is fair. We are, based in St. Louis, Missouri.
This mic is dead.
Oh, the mic is dead. Is that what's going on?
Maybe one of the mics is down.
No, we figured it out. It's people could hear it just fine. This guy couldn't hear us, and we were talking about it. So, yep.
He's a guy with a beard. His microphone is shoot. I don't know what that means.
Oh, it's fair. That is. It's hard to tell. Yep. St. Louis, Midwest Magic the Gathering players.
Midwest, mid-best. That's what they say.
We were in the judge community for a long time because we were like a third of the country.
Yeah.
So all the statistics were just skewed to our favor forever because we had most of them. So that was cool. Yep. We got a duress cast. We got this brain maggot killed. And looks like Mind Twist was exiled out of the graveyard again. I presume that was cast off our Kess here. Yeah, but this card's sweet. Just got printed in the modern, which is cool. So,
Okay, do you want to...
Okay, figuring out some technical things. Talking about, looks like a mana crypt is going on here. Figuring out what, wonder what's going on here. Sure thing. There you go. Oh. Can we figure... Good stuff. We're going to figure out some technical stuff. You'll see Mark again. His glorious hair. It's fantastic. I think this is a much different game than last time. Both players' life totals healthy, doing good, feeling fresh.
Check.
Okay, there we go. In a
Sorry about that, everybody. I believe I'm back online.
yeah, that's what it looks like. Please let us know if we have any more issues, so we can get them resolved as quick as possible.
Fuff.
Yep.
Yeah, Team Neen, absolutely on point with that.
It's the most important part about coming out here to do these vintage rotisserie drafts, because he hosts them in his house, which is pretty cool, because he has a very lovely house. And you get to see his hair.
Yeah.
So get to hang out.
Normally, when he goes out, where he leaves it at home. So
yeah,
we're very fortunate that he's in his familial environment here, where he feels
his
comfortable
natural
enough to keep
state,
his
as
hair.
it were. Yeah. Yep. So we got some Kess action going on. Didn't see this happening. We thought I was going to see some Gristle Brands and some.
It's rare that you do when it's not in your deck. So.
Caste reanimate.
It doesn't look like he's got any remaining targets with the reanimate and the mind twist exiled.
Yeah, looks like exiling some cards out of the graveyard.
We've got.
I see what's happening. It's the dig through time. Okay.
Okay. And getting getting rid of all of our creatures so that. And did we just? Was that a Jace ult?
That was a dig through time resolving. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that is the blue-black talisman down there on Elena's side. Who was that? Lazaranth? Yeah, that was him. That was getting all kinds of fixing going on. Real excited about the talisman cycle and the coming out Modern Horizons, finishing that up. Well, this looks like getting pretty close because we got a 3-life swing, got a Jace at 6 counters. Ooh, Leyline of the Void.
Interesting. Are we gonna? Well, I don't think we want to see a Helm of the Host or Helm of Obedience.
Yeah, yeah, because that'll. Ooh, got a Mox. With this Labman Jace seems pretty.
Lab maniacal.
Oh yeah. There we go. Moving our life totals a little better. But yeah, the Leyline of the Void was a speed pick. Got a late Mox here, but everyone likes more land drops. Guessing a 5-drop. This is the God Pharaoh.
Ouchie, wow.
There we go. Talk about value town. Mark
I
stole
think
my notes.
Naveen is reading exactly how he's going to lose this game.
Correct. All the words on this card.
Wow. Unless something drastic happens right now.
We're gonna bring this guy back up because that is the big boy. Like I said when this card we first brought it up, did not think this would be the card killing people in this vintage rotisserie draft.
Nope.
Your eyes kind of gloss over for new cards.
Yeah. So, all right, it comes in with 4, but it's just gonna get rid of old Kesserino. And it went into exile, which is interesting. Is that right?
It's the proverbial we, as in the person who's winning is doing it. We're just, I don't win. This is a bad position for me to be in because this makes her deck's way scarier.
Yeah, I think Elaine's got this. I don't think that any of the once the stuff is on the board, Iona's not going to prevent it. Grizzlebrand's not going to. Doesn't have any hasty boys.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get out of this. But you are right, Team Neem. We are a little bitter because he crushed us utterly the last one of these. So if we had to pick like an arch villain here, I would be feeling pretty good about Naveen not taking down people. But that's purely biased on our end as players of these vintage rotisserie draft, and we're.
See, I haven't played in one yet, so next time perhaps. But
no, you should get in with him.
I think I would really enjoy it. But commentary is the calling.
It's the calling. Oh yeah, this is
I have way too much fun talking shit and avoiding doing those exact same mistakes myself.
Oh yeah.
But,
We got an exciting play here with an entomb. Getting a tide spout tyrant. Looky there.
oh,
We in it.
this is
Hot
this
and
is-
fresh.
this is-
Oh no, it was the flip to Gristlebrand as no, pick up the Gristlebrand. We get a card resolve.
What?
Fiddlethip Nation.
Well, yeah, Brent. All right, Sir Thibault. If you dream it, you can achieve it. So.
There. Yep, and that was the
Yeah.
classic scoop to. Well, do we got a?
The old Ultarino.
Have no cards in deck and activated thing. That's what I'm looking like, because no cards and have two draw engines on table with a Labman
Is
Jace.
she explaining?
Yeah, it looks like it's the.
I don't know. He knew.
Oh, no, the Labman part of that card. That's a fair possibility.
Oh, wow.
And that'll take this one down.
We'll ask them and see what's up.
Yeah, we can bring them one of them
Yeah.
people in to see what's going on. And looking like the Fiddlethip Nation. That was something just made the echo come back.
Just the fib. Oh, something made the echo come back. I'll move this away a little bit further and stop saying dribble. That was the last one. Promise.
Yeah, that would be the match. It's best 2 out of 3 because we got everyone plays 7 matches, so doing more than that is pretty grindy. This is already going to be like a 10-hour day.
Completely unreasonable. Of course, I'm gonna have to leave you guys at some point because we are in St. Louis, and the Game 6 of the Stanley Cup is taking place in St. Louis tonight, and I'm a season ticket holder to the Blues.
Okay, that was a good call this year.
Yes. I am not going though because every single postseason game I've gone to this year, they have lost, and I'm exclusively when it comes to hockey, I'm a very deeply superstitious person, and I am not going to do anything, superstitiously or otherwise, to negatively impact their ability to win the Stanley Cup tonight in St. Louis.
Yeah, straight up taking one for the entire city.
Welcome. I can't let Boston win 3 of the 4 major sports championships this year.
Yeah, not about that.
Absolutely unreasonable.
Gonna go ahead and give.
But more importantly, much love to my St. Louis Blues.
There we go. That was the match. You want to talk about it?
I think I'm in here next.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Okay,
we're
we'll
gonna
bounce around.
switch out Dan and Elaine. Dan.
All right.
Absolute pleasure having you.
It was good.
Yeah.
Thanks,
appreciate
team.
it.
Yeah. Probably back here sometime,
Yeah.
or maybe not. We don't know.
Thank you.
All right. Pass this one on.
Alright. Is it easier to go around this way or that way? I feel like there's less points.
Definitely this style, yeah. Most definitely.
There you go.
Alrighty.
Okay, we got this box here.
Hi, friends. What's up? Some chat happening. Who are the- I'm betting on Naveen. Oh, well, too bad. I drafted no Fibblethips.
Yeah,
that is true.
it's accurate.
Because I did not draft any bad cards. 0 raked deck.
Wait, how do we make?
So I think you reach that bigger by expanding it that way.
Wait. How do I do this? Like this? Ah.
Ooh, look at that chat. Nice and big.
Okay. Cool. That was sweet.
Yeah. So,
Dan versus Eric.
okay, we got Dan versus Eric. Do you know how to change?
What's up?
Do you know how to change this stuff?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Oh.
And the stage left.
So we'll do text GDI
Uh,
right there.
how about you sit on this side? Okay, that's probably easier.
Swap it.
Cool. No, I'm good. Wait. We're good.
Also crank the volume of the white headset up a little bit.
Okay.
This one? Okay.
Cool. Is this me?
I think
Hey.
this is
Hi.
me.
Hi.
I don't know.
No, I don't know. What's happening?
Okay.
Testing? Okay.
All right. Text
I was
GDI.
drawing you amazing. Yeah, thanks.
All right. So we've got Elaine here with us.
Hello.
Do you want to take us through how that match played out? It looks like the MVP was Jace.
Yeah, I mean, I think the MVP was Mind Twist.
Okay, that's
But
fair. That's fair.
and that the Jace just I feel like whatever card I was left with, unless it was like the land, like would have taken over the game because this is like they're all like vintage cards and they're all like all insane, right? Um, though the Jace they're like I don't know. Feel like it was greedy going for like plus on myself to like try to win that way, but it's for the memes, right? There's like seven.
Why else are we here?
Exactly, right? Like, so that's not me, and that is also not Naveen, I don't think.
No, I couldn't remember who he said was playing. I know Daniel Zielinski is,
Okay.
but I also don't know what side they're on.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Temple of. Oh, so this is Dan is on the.
Dan's on the left. He's playing this Infect deck. Turn 1 Blighted Agent off of a Mox Diamond seems pretty good. And then on the right
Who do
side
we have on the right? Daniel versus.
versus Eric Levine. All right.
Eric is up 1-0.
Eric is up 1-0. Daniel is doing. Okay, cool.
All right.
Eric is 1-1 matches, and they're 0-0 for this match.
Oh. Well then.
What's up? Yeah, because he was in the booth last time, right? Okay.
Alrighty. So. Yeah, looks like Eric took down the first one. Of course, as you guys know, Daniel was in here with me. Commentating for the match between Elaine and Naveen. We were just kind of going back through that. Things are getting started off here. All right, so what do we have? We've got a Blighted Agent and a Glistener Elf on the board.
I'm gonna assume neither of these decks have interaction.
I don't believe that they do. So
Okay.
we can pull up the list right here. So in terms of Eric, I mean,
Eric's
not
got...
really at all. Excuse me. We've got. I mean, we do have stuff like Vidalcan Shackles.
Oh, that's quite good. What is that? Oh, that's a talisman.
Yeah,
That's a new talisman. It's gonna get spell snared. Oh, there is interaction. Man, that's a blowout.
Daniel has a lot of counter spells in his deck, and so the strategy that he rolled out with was draft a lot of counter spells early, a lot of powerful blue stuff, and then get some green blue lands, and then spike all the infect stuff.
Oh yeah, that was not expected.
Yeah.
And I mean, by that point, like, there's nothing you can do about it. That is
Mystical Tutor, I believe.
that I believe is a sleight of hand. He takes one
Sleight
of them.
Excuse me.
There's a
Oh yeah, that's Daniel
forest.
on the left. So
Is that
and we've got a Might of Old Crow.
Kosa and a wow?
And
Kill
an
you.
Invigorate. That is a
That's fast.
That's a game. Yeah, I mean it's a very very strong draft strategy. Infect is pretty nasty and quick, and so if Eric can't
Eric, I believe he was on Island and Steam Vents. I mean, not Steam Vents. What's it called? Shivan Reef.
Yeah,
That's what he
so
got.
he's on
He's on some artifact
he's on
stack.
Grixis, just
Yeah.
like everybody else here.
Well, but we're all playing Grixis different
Oh,
stuff.
yeah, no,
and
absolutely.
I went with the Grixis control deck. I figured like it's a lot of 1-for-1s, and like I said when I was in here like during the draft, it's like as long as I can cast my spells, I think I'm good. And there was definitely like there's not that many like card advantage cards, right? There's cast, there's the Nicol Bolas that's still up there. There's the other Nicol Bolas that's in my deck. And then Jace, and I think that's pretty much it. Like everything else is just 1-for-1s, and I felt like it was people are not doing fair things, so someone has to stop them, right?
So that when Daniel and I were in here, we were pretty complimentary about that draft strategy.
And I did not come in thinking that. I wanted to come in going Esper. The first pick doc, like after I picked Mana Crypt and Dark Confidant, I wanted to go Esper and like have some sort of weird life gain because like some sort of accidental life gain. I was thinking like maybe I'll 40th pick a Seeker of the Way or something, like because otherwise like I'm gonna die to my Bob and my Mana Crypt, which almost happened. Which did
You
almost
managed to get
happen.
rid of both of them.
Yeah, which. I mean, the whole point of like the card advantage is lost when you have to kill your own things, but
Well,
you know.
when you can use a single Kolaghan's command to get rid of both of those things.
Yeah, that was pretty sweet.
Yeah. I mean, it like they did their job before you had to get rid of them.
Right.
For certain.
Yeah.
No, but like, I think more so than anybody else, your draft was unique in that. Well, number one, 6 out of your 7 picks from like 18 to 24 were all lands.
Yeah.
You made sure to get that fixing out.
And I mean, it's free, right?
Completely shored up. That's a Dark Slick Shores reference. But
That was
not only
yeah.
that, but like Bob as a second pick is really, really interesting.
Oh, I
this
just
kind of
didn't know what to pick, and I was like, oh, this keeps me open, right? Like,
Yeah.
and like I tried to be open. Like I came in with the idea of like, well, what if I just draft like random 2-card Monty decks? It was just like every 2-card combo that's available, I just put it in my deck. But then everyone else was doing it. I'm like, well, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to stop them from doing theirs. And then I was thinking, well, maybe I'll draft Storm. But then the person after me decides to draft DT, Time Twister, Wheel of Fortune, like in the first 4 picks. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm not drafting Storm. And I ended up with this. And I mean, it's fine. Also, like, I think the lands are highly undervalued because if, like, in this sort of format, like, there's not going to be a lot of sideboard cards that you're actually going to put in, so the lands are basically free.
Yeah.
Right?
Just to answer one of the chat's questions, what land does Eric have? In that previous match, I believe that was the Underground River, the Pain land from Ice Age.
Yeah. And the...
And then now this is a Shivan Reef.
Shivan Reef.
Into a Faithless Looting. Getting rid of 2 basics. Looks like it might be a little waterlogged.
My experience commentating at Moonbase is that the players never want to show you their hands, so I'm just going to assume that we don't know what's happening until it appears on the board.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I think that was in the last game.
That was the
chat's
previous
a little bit
one.
old. So we do see that
Mystical
the Mystical Tutor is coming out right now after
Yeah.
that Trop.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah.
Fetch for
He's
the
going to get the
Trop.
Trop, cast the
And
Mystical.
getting the new card from Modern Horizons.
What is that?
Turns one of your dudes
Oh,
into a
scale
6/4.
up. Interesting.
And it's in Infect. It's an incredibly strong card.
It is very
and
strong.
That's a great thing about Infect and that draft strategy is you can do exactly what Daniel did, which
Right.
is draft all of the powerful cards that are going to, theoretically get picked.
I
a
will
lot
say,
earlier.
I believe he has Ancestral in his deck. So the fact that he's mysticaling for scale up means he probably has the Ancestral in his hand.
Either
Because I think
either-
Ancestral
either
almost
that or-
always
either
is
that
going to
or
be
the,
valued.
We've got a what's it
Ooh,
called?
Strip
A,
Mine.
Blossoming Defense. So like ready to go for the kill already. Because he knows that Eric does not have interaction, and so
Sure, sure.
Well, Goblin Welder is not a hasty boy, so that's not. And there's
This is-
not
this
gonna
is
be
scale
any
up.
effects. Yeah. All right.
Gonna get
So
3 mana. Mana Lake.
Okay.
Oof.
And ouchies.
I mean, every deck here I think has some sort of interaction. Like,
Sure.
yeah, like you have something, and that's gonna be really rough for him. I feel the only reason that this would make any sense is if he had the Ancestral in his hand, and he just got Strip Mine off his blue. So
Yeah, I think I was what I meant to say was removal, but
Yeah,
I,
sure.
I've been out of the game for a while, not right, as opposed to interaction. I'm
Right.
not sure because the worm
Yeah, he
card-
doesn't
the worm
have,
card
like-
and and a Might of Old Croza that makes it game, right?
right.
So I was just hoping.
Eric Levine does have Vandalblast in his deck and Pyroblast, and also Diabolic Edict, and a Pyroclasm. So there's a couple things, but I mean he has to have them. That's always how it is, right?
Yeah. Would you mind passing me that beer real quick?
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that a diabolic edict in the graveyard? How does he casting that?
I think that got
No.
he flashback on Faithless.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Doesn't
Okay.
have
Yeah,
black
he doesn't
source.
have it.
Maybe that was a sideboard call.
That makes
It was
sense.
running blue-red and then just...
There was the Misty.
Yeah.
Gonna have something at least.
You know, one of the things I kind of anticipated...
What is this? Invigorate? Seems reasonable.
Maybe I might have old Croza right now.
He's already attacked, so Might of Okroza is the
Oh,
one we
sorry.
have.
Invigorate was probably what he was holding up
Sure.
previously instead of the Might of Old Croza.
Okay.
Might of Old Croza.
Is the fetch?
So, one of the
It's a
things
forest.
that maybe Daniel could have drafted later in the rounds may have been a Dryad Arbor to kind of get around some of the
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
Triumph effects.
And like I said, I think lands are undervalued in this format because, like, you draft them for free almost. What is this? Ooh, a Viridian Incorruptor. So it's 3 mana 2/2 with Infect and destroy target artifact. So that's very strong, especially in this situation. Eric's gonna go down to 3 mana instead of 5. I think he's under the ropes at this point. Interesting.
Probably should have.
Daniel forgoing the... Is this a Pyroclasm? Oh, wait, is that actually what it is?
Goblin Engineer, I believe.
Goblin Engineer. Okay, so it entombs for an artifact, and then it can, like...
Yeah, and then
Sack
it can
to-
Goblin Weld.
That's quite strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we got the Vidalcan Shackle, excuse
That
me.
that makes sense. Yeah. Can't welder for, like, a giant thing, but you can still welder for that, and that's quite good. Daniel takes an untap. I expect him to send in both of these.
I can't imagine any reason why not to.
Is this a Might of Old
Rancor?
Croza? Rancor. Oh, that'd be very strong.
Yeah.
Rancor on the Viridian Shaman. Going to send in with both. He's gonna block the... Does he know that has trample? I'm sure he does.
Yeah.
Just snaps off the
Yeah.
block easily. What is it? Vines kill you.
There we go.
All right, there it is.
That's a 2-0 for Daniel. Wow.
Quite strong.
Yeah, Infect and that draft strategy, very complimentary. The core pieces of that deck did not have to be drafted until rounds 25 through 45, and
Yeah,
the rest of it was just Ancestral Recall, Force of Will.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's hard to beat unless you've got
Yeah, I'm not
some
looking
direct removal.
not looking forward to this.
Yeah.
Though I have a couple of stuff. I'll see what happens. All right.
Okay.
Well,
Keep doing that.
guess I will send somebody else in here.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
Cool. Nice hanging out with you.
You too. Alrighty, so we just saw Daniel Zielinski pick up a pretty quick, 2-game win over Eric Levine, our resident level 3 and Time Vault combo enthusiast. The Infect deck is good. Eric's is really good too. I think it just in this matchup, it just needs to get that combo out a little bit earlier, and hope that Daniel doesn't have, the creatures and the pieces. It's kind of like a vintage style Boggles almost matchup where Daniel's just got to beat himself, and that did not happen in either of those 2 games. So we'll see what's up next and who's
We're
on the
gonna have
mark.
Steven versus Eric on the Artifact Mirror, and I'll come in and commentate with you.
Okay, cool.
Everyone's deep.
Who's on left and who's on right?
Eric's not moving.
Okay. All right. So Eric's going to say exactly where he is. Already moving into match 3 for him. So this draft took quite a while, but the action is moving right along. So we got Stephen Hagen, who's going to be joining us. Alrighty. And let's see, what else do we got here? Change this back to 0, and unfortunately, Eric, just gonna have to drop you to 1-1 after getting off to an excellent start. But that's okay. There's plenty of matches left to be played. Not 1-12. We're not trying to drop him that early from this. Okay. I believe. Yeah, we'll find out when Mark gets back in here. The win-loss record of Steven. But what we can expect, so you just saw Eric's deck in action. Time Vault combo, a lot of nice little artifact pieces. But Steven, is doing a very similar Grixis artifact deck. This is the one with the Black Lotus and a lot of Planeswalkers. Kind of Grixis Super Friends artifact mumbo jumbo.
Hey y'all, I'm back. I'm excited for the Artifact v Artifact Mirror.
Yeah. We'll get Brent in here later for a 3-way Magic match.
Indeed.
And see how that goes.
Definitely. Brent's down 0-2 right now. It's not looking great for him.
Apparently the go hard on Fibblethip was not the optimal strategy.
It's a shame. He was very excited about that idea though.
I know.
Yeah, so this time it'll be cool because these two players are basically playing against each other the whole draft.
Yeah.
So it'll be cool to see them actually play live as well.
And
Steven's actually up 1-0 right now.
Yeah, so that was what I was going to ask. And we got Eric at 1-1. Let's pick out a card to put up on the.
Yeah, what summarizes the match?
So Steven, what about Karn the Great Creator?
That'd be my go-to of the card that I think shaped their decks.
I think so, because this is allowing, as a draft strategy, this card allows you to use your sideboard as 15 additional cards, essentially.
Definitely.
Yeah, really, really powerful in terms of letting you do everything on the tempo that you want to do. The only real downside of this is that you don't get to use Mishra's Workshop to put it out there.
Indeed.
But, what are you going to do?
So yeah, we have the bracket posted there in chat, which you can see where everyone is standing. It hasn't been updated with Eric's from last round, but as soon as I get off commentary, we'll get that up to speed. But the only person that's finished 2 matches other than Brent and Eric at this point was it Elaine that just came off or Dan? Dan that just came off.
So Dan's still only at 1 match because he was in here for the first round of commentary.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then Elaine was in here for round 2, so they're both still at only 1 match. I guess Brent is at 0-2, Eric's at 1-1.
Yep. Hagen's at 1-0. Yeah.
All right, so we got some lands out in play, deciding and saying yes, I want to play.
Sulfur Falls or this one here?
The artifact.
I do not know what that card is. That must be one of the new ones?
Let's go to
or it's a weird art of it.
Let's go to the spreadsheet here.
So this is on Eric's side. I know Eric, interestingly, drafted the Tolarian Academy, but decided not to play it. He just didn't have enough artifacts in his deck to justify it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough because all of these zero drop artifacts that you want to be playing, the Moxes and the Mana Crypts and everything like that. Oh, Talisman of Creativity.
Yep.
Interesting. Those just get gobbled up immediately.
Yeah.
And so
these talismans and signets, though, they went very late this draft, despite being around the same power level after turn 2.
Yeah.
It's just you don't get that explosiveness you get with Moxen.
Yeah.
But so many of these turns, there's 2 mana left fallow on boards all the time. Or in these cases, only 1 mana, because effectively they only cost 1 to cast, because they tap for mana immediately. So there we have. Is that Karn? That's the 4-drop Karn, right? Karn Sign of Urza.
Yes, that is. No, sorry, that is. That one is on screen. Yes. Yeah. Our preview card previously was. I don't know, Karn doing other stuff.
Oh, we have Neem linking the prize pool in chat. Yeah, it's not looking too bad. Whoever does win looks like they get this Belvedere vodka, that giant unfiltered bottle. That is a good first prize. I might be tempted by that Whistle Pig Rye though. That one's also really nice. What would be your pick?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of ryes and bourbons. So what's the one we have on the far right side there? If you guys are looking at the Twitter pic.
That's Kirk and Sweeney, 23.
Oh, that's a little Scotch, I presume.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Whistle Pig would probably be mine. Although, I'm much better at criticizing other people's draft picks than making my own. So I think I would have to just take whatever's left over.
That's reasonable. So we'll see next time when you're one of the participants instead of being on stream. We'll see how you do if you make the top 4.
Fingers crossed for next time. What do these about every 3 months?
Roughly, yeah. So probably this is the summer one. We'll do one again in the fall.
Okay.
Send out see when people are free.
I'd love to participate.
Yeah.
And have some of that shit talk thrown back at me.
Oh, Kirk and Sweeney is rum. Sorry, we've been corrected by chat.
Okay.
But yeah, vodka's always a tough pick because, like, despite it being more expensive, you're just kind of buying vodka, right? Like, regardless of what, I don't know, the vodka people will freak out when I say this, but, like, unless you're adding things to it, pure vodka is fundamentally the same thing.
Yeah.
So, oh, that is a painter grindstone that just resolved all at once.
Whoopsies. I think this is pretty close to over.
I like how we have a white bordered fabricate there because Eric's using like half white bordered lands for his cards.
So it looks like Eric is shuffling through his hand, deciding if he has any options available to him.
I mean, basically Eric needs to resolve something right now because next turn Steven wins the game when he activates the grindstone, milling everything.
Nobody drafted Mindslaver, did they?
No, nobody.
Which is, I mean, frankly, it's shocking with as many, the 3 artifact decks that we did have.
Yes.
That nobody could find space for a little Mindslaver, Academy Ruins 2-card combo action.
Even without Academy, it's still like perfectly fine by itself.
Oh yeah.
Like right here, it would win the game. What is that card on the far left? I can't see it from the glare.
Where?
This one right here, next to the Grim Monolith.
That's the Soul Ring.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, because Eric.
Yeah, so he resolves the Sundering Titan, blows up 2 of Steven's lands, and Steven still has the 3 mana needed to destroy with that one.
Yeah. I mean, what we're seeing is just like the power level of 2-card combos. And,
yes.
Nobody went too hard on it. I mean, Steven.
He has like
Steven
3.
did the most, I think, which is why I also think it's interesting that he didn't go with the Academy Ruins Mindslaver thing.
Right.
Because he's got the one we just saw, and he picked first, so he got to have those kind of consecutive picks.
Yes.
Went with Sword of Meek Thopter Foundry, and then
Let me pull up his list a minute so we can kind of see all of them.
Got a lot of ways to beat you very deviously and sneakily.
Yeah, so he has Karn, Mycosynth Lattice. He has Teferi's Puzzle Box and Narset. He has Painter Grindstone. He has Sword of the Meek Thopter Foundry. I can't imagine he's actually playing all of these.
Windfall and Narset.
Yep, Windfall and Narset in the same way, but Teferi's Puzzle Box is every turn.
Yeah.
I think that's all of the combos. Okuldatha Forge Master to go find whatever half he's missing from a combo. Fabricate to find the other half. Like, he went deep.
It's a very, very synergistic, like, can beat you out of nowhere type of deck, and I bet he's furious at Brent for taking Tinker Pick 2.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
yeah.
That if there's anything that could make that deck hum a little bit more smoothly, outside of power.
It's true.
Yeah.
You know what deck I would want against his, though? I would desperately want to have Burn. I think Burn would be just having that insane consistency, doesn't give him time to screw around and find the other half of his combo, so he might have 3 halves of a combo in his opening hand, and he just won't draw them in time.
Yeah.
Like, I just want a deck that is super consistent and shuts it down immediately.
How many people do we have in chat at the moment? I'm checking it.
Yeah, let's see. Looks like decent number.
Damn.
There were about 40 last time I saw, but
Well, we just want to say thank you to everybody who's hanging out with us on this Sunday afternoon.
absolutely.
I know you're all gearing up for some Stanley Cup action tonight, of course.
Indeed.
Um,
Go Blues.
absolutely. But we're having fun here.
Oh, thanks for the follow, Laser Speed.
Yeah. Laser Speed underscore. It's been a lot of fun, and it seems like these vintage like Rochester drafts are just getting better and better.
They really
And,
are.
Like, we can see that based on the decks that these two are breaking out.
It's just really cool to see all these like it's not that you draft all the old cards and then you draft all the new cards. It's like there's literally intermixing of all of this, and it just shows how deep Vintage is as a format and how deep kind of Magic is, right? You have Black Lotus and Ancestral Recall right away, which are obviously right at the very beginning, but then you also have like second pick Narset, which just came out a month and a half ago. It's really cool that it's not just that Vintage is dominated by all the old cards, or that Power Creep is taken over, like in Yu-Gi-Oh, where none of the old cards see play. There's just like a nice intermixing where new cards shake up the format, but don't just remove things.
Yeah. There is not just like a ranked list of cards that you go down now where it's
Yep.
like, okay, well, I have to pick this one next, or I have to pick between these two cards because this person's going to pick this one next. It's I have to immediately, like in round 2, decide what kind of general strategy I'm following, and I can just go through with it.
Yeah.
Like that's what like we're looking at it right now. Like Black Lotus first pick for Steven, second pick Narset Parter of Veils.
Yep.
And it's like on the surface, it's like a rinky-dink little planeswalker from a new set. It's an uncommon, and it gets taken right before Jason the Mind Sculptor.
Yeah.
Like it's a really really cool format.
Ooh,
And,
Tezzeret.
Oh man, we see Eric here already with Tezzeret the Seeker out.
So this card is wonderful because it can go and find Time Vault, and then once it finds the Time Vault, it can activate to untap it and give you infinite turns. It's a 1-card combo, and there's now a Time Vault in play.
Yeah. It seems like what the frick.
So Steven, luckily, has in play Karn the Great Creator, which doesn't seem like, oh no, it's not a Time Vault, but activated abilities can't be activated. So that means that sure, you can untap your Time Vault all you want, but until you get rid of Karn, nothing's happening.
Fortunately for Eric, he is playing with Hercule's Recall,
Nice.
so he. Oh wait.
That doesn't solve anything though.
That doesn't solve it because Karn once again can't be played with Mystery's Workshop because it's not an artifact.
Right.
Never mind.
I really do
So-
think they should have made Karn an artifact. Like I get why they didn't, but
I think it's almost exclusively because of shops, right?
I think because of shops and because they didn't want him to die to Ancient Grudge, they wanted to make him a more powerful card and more relevant.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're seeing the cost of that in Modern right now.
Right.
So, I think it wouldn't be a horrible thing if Karn came in, and yeah, he could tutor up whatever card you want with him, but then he could just die to a shatter right away.
Right.
But yeah, Karn the Great Creator is doing a great job of shutting down what in any other VRD would have been immediately game right there.
Yeah. What a fortunate card to have in hand, and a very fortunate card to pick third.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, he did it on the first cycle.
17th overall pick is Karn the Great Creator. Like, I really think that War of the Spark has irrevocably changed Magic.
Yep.
At least in this format, for the better. It's all been flipped on its head. And it's supremely interesting.
Yep.
But here's the thing. Teferi is no slouch.
Teferi's very good.
Regardless of whether or not we can get that Time Vault combo off, they can just swing in for 5 against this Karn and get that off the board.
Mhm. Well, and this is the weird spot. So right now, Karn and Mycosynth Lattice just had a combo where Eric no longer can activate any of his lands for mana, which is unfortunate for him. So actually, any of his cards for mana.
Let's go look at Tezzeret the Seeker and see what that ult is and how we're gonna.
Well, Tezzeret the
activate
Seeker
this.
is an artifact. Yep.
Wow, Steven.
Steven just crushing it on that 2-0. All right.
That is why you draft Karn third, because you can
Very
do stuff
strong.
like say, hey, you remember those basic lands you have?
Yeah.
No.
Hey, remember how you were gonna win the game immediately with Time Vault combo? No, first stop that, and then you don't do anything for the rest of the match. You're done.
No. Arrivederci.
Yes. All right. Well, we're gonna find another match. Hopefully, one that's a little faster. But I think we just figured out what the key to breaking open this match was.
I'm going to. I'll head out there. if you
Yeah,
don't mind.
grab
I'll
somebody.
Get another beer. Do you want
Sounds good. Yeah, actually, sure.
Okay, cool.
And if you want to find a player to throw on commentary, that'd be great. I told him to pause after this one, so. All right, so yeah, we're figuring out somebody else to throw up here, to throw into the den of Twitch. So people in chat, how are things going? What are you looking for out of the next one of these? We're trying to run one about one every 3 months. This is the first one we've streamed. We've done other ones just at my house with friends for fun, but this time it's kind of like. This format's a great format. Northwest Vintage Rotisserie Draft League was amazing back in the day, and figure we can carry on some tradition there and expose this format to more people, because it's one of those things that Vintage Rotisserie Draft is pretty difficult to set up. You have to basically have all the cards already and go through a lot of deep format knowledge, so you need people that can play Eternal formats. But you can run a modern rotisserie draft. That was a really big thing back in the day. I know that. I know Limited Resources ran these for a while. Thank you. Great. All right, we're gonna have Stephen Hagen joining in commentary here. So coming off of a 2-0 streak on camera, we're getting him out of here. Not letting him just dominate the rest of the day. So. But yeah, is there anything that you'd like to see for the next one of these that we run? I know that our webcam glare is something I want to work on. I also want to get a little more interaction with chat. Like, I want to have a live vote system on who you think's going to win. I feel like the magic system they have is pretty cool, where you can kind of have a advantage bar going. But I'd like to see that driven by chat. I want to see who chat thinks is going to win more than I care about who the commentators think is going to win. So I think that plus, I don't know, more interaction in general. Like when you're drafting. Like when you're here, it'd be nice to be able to vote for who's going to show up on camera next. Would be a fun thing to add. So that's the kind of stuff we're looking to add for the next round of this. But we're going to have Professor Hagen here joining us to talk throughout his 2-0 victory and then find the next match. Do you know who's going in?
I have no idea who's going in.
Oh, you have to lower the. Yep, you got it. Okay.
Is it on already?
Yeah, you're on. We have 40-ish people in chat right now. So.
Sweet.
Yep.
What are we discussing?
So I was just talking about for the next one of these, what do we want to do differently, right? So getting better camera gear is always a thing.
Absolutely.
Reducing glare, then figuring out how to get more Twitch interaction. So one of the things that I think would be cool is to have a live advantage bar where Twitch can vote to see who they think's ahead and kind of have Twitch vote advantage bar.
Yeah.
Twitch plays VRD. Yeah, one of the players is just Twitch chat. Oh God, that player would get destroyed instantly. Zarek, I don't know how well that would work out.
It'd be like the collective Pokemon game where the whole internet played Pokemon together.
And just
It worked out. They
ran
did-
into a
it took,
wall
like, 20
over and
years or
over.
whatever.
Yes, I've actually done Twitch plays, like Twitch plays tic-tac-toe,
Yeah.
and it's playing against literally no one. It's still very difficult. And so I think that another thing that would be fun would be like let chat vote on who they want to have show up next on commentary.
Oh, yeah.
Or like who to show up on stream. But yeah, and we already have a little bit of that. Like we have the wins system where people could vote for who they wanted to have in the booth in between rounds.
Okay.
So I think aiming for more of that stuff for next time would be interesting. But
That should be updated now too.
I think we'll update it when you're next on stream.
Okay.
So in the finals.
How'd the what did people think of that game there?
Well, I think it was really sad. It was just like so fast.
No life moved at all.
Yeah, exactly. No, the second game was amazing.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I didn't have Karn in hand. I was obviously just dead. There was nothing. I had no. I mean, that's my deck's problem is I don't have significant answers other than Lily. I don't have a lot of interaction. I have Mana Drain, I have Swan Song that I can bring in, and I have Lily, but I don't. I wanted Shenanigans, but Eric took it. I really, my big thing I would have changed. I love my decks. What I wanted to do, but when Eric took Dak Faden and showed he was going to be in the same colors.
Yep.
I should have switched to Teferi Time Raveler right there and kicked out of red and gone white as the third color and gotten Teferi and Knowledge Pool lock to go with my other locks.
Let's jump over to the draft and see what you had at that point. So
I had no red. I was holding off red as long as I could.
Okay.
'Cause I didn't think anyone else was going to do it. So when he took Dak, I took Toretti. That was my sign to go ahead and get in on my red.
Oh, okay. So you tried to box him out of it.
So I should have just said, screw it, give him the red. Because he took my Goblin Engineer, which I wanted badly.
Yeah.
That was my biggest contentious pick.
Yes.
So right there, after he took Dak, I should have taken Teferi Time Raveler and doubled it with Knowledge Pool and just got that locked down and had just another lock in and gone white, and I could have got more.
Yeah.
I could have got more interactive things because I mean, other than like burn and artifact removal, red just doesn't have that interaction.
Well, and there were so many picks that white didn't get, right? Like
Oh, yeah.
balance didn't go. Like there were just like
Even Mind Sensor.
yeah, there were just so many cards that white could have had that you could have had wide open.
Yeah.
Like and yeah, I definitely see. I think that in hindsight would be great.
I like it. I've been citing it out because I don't think I didn't cite
Oh,
it
you're
out
running
in
it main.
turns. He had other tutors, but
Okay.
like against like Naveen and some of the other decks, I think Ashok's going to be pretty stellar if I can like
Yes.
drop her quick. That was I don't know. I'm not sure on that one.
Yeah, I mean, what are the Thopter Foundry sort of the meat combo?
It's there. I haven't
Okay.
pulled it off yet. Match one, he had no rod, and he got no rodding.
Sure.
When I was going to get it, and then I mean that's another one because with Urza you can get that infinite on turn 3 or 4.
Right, that makes
I mean,
sense.
that by itself those 3 go infinite.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that, but that makes complete
For
sense.
infinite life. You just tap the
And infinite creatures,
tap
right?
the thing for blue mana.
Yeah,
And tap the sword for blue mana. Use it to stack the sword
that seems very strong.
and just go.
Yeah,
Yeah, you don't have to stack. You never have to stack the Thopter with Urza.
that's really powerful.
So that's why, again, Urza's one I probably picked too early. With those new cards, I just didn't know
Right.
how people were going to evaluate them, particularly with Elaine here.
Yeah.
She's up on new cards. She's up on metas. I figured she did her research. I figured she was going to be in blue-white of some kind.
Yeah.
That's why I picked Narset so early, is I figured she was going to nab it really, really quick.
That makes sense.
I mean, it just won whatever the vintage fit at Star City Con this weekend. 3 of the top 8 decks were Narset control.
right. Were they Narset Puzzle Box or just straight
Just
Narset?
straight Narset control.
Okay.
Narset Puzzle Box is seeing some a little bit of fringe modern play with 5 a couple
Wow.
things. And then obviously Narset's all over Legacy as well.
I'm gonna go check on what's going on out there, but I'll be right back.
I'll sit here and look pretty. If anyone's got any questions for me about my draft or stupid decisions I made, let me know. I'm happy to listen to them. Yep. Just looking ahead, Vincent's deck scares me. He's got a lot of hate and a lot of artifact hate. That deck scares me a lot. I don't want to run into that. Elaine's deck's good. I mean, all these decks are good. I think the decks were really good. Brent's deck's interesting. I don't think it's great, but I think if it gets rolling, it's just sick and will just kill you immediately. I don't know if Mark said it earlier. I wasn't here for the first one, but Naveen's deck is basically Mark's deck from last time with a few cards different. So, and he's solid. He plays tight. So that'll be interesting. And Dan's deck's just scary, just because Infect's scary. I mean, come on, that's oops, I'm dead. All right, man, Eric's just rolling on yeah. Eric's just camping the feature match. Eric Levine, regional coordinator, L3 extraordinaire.
He's a popular fella.
He is. The Raging Levine.
I asked him why he didn't draft Raging Levine, and he said he brought it with him already in spirit. that felt like a decent answer.
Eric's also the man of many Twitch streams and articles.
He's gonna be writing his article this week about his
That's what he said. He also Twitch streams video games with another judge. I can't remember who.
Yeah, I know that their Twitch streams are usually them playing like old versions of Sonic.
Yeah, like weird old.
Sorry, their Twitch stream is them playing old versions of Sonic. Thank you, Strawberry. And sorry everybody, I missed. This mic is kind of sucky. It's my old mic from when I played 40 hours a week of EVE Online back 10 years ago. So now it's like fraying and falling apart. But it also has push to talk on it. Okay, so that's Brent on our left. And I think this is the Raging Levine on the right, but we'll see. And he's 2-0.
You know what card I just realized wasn't good? I mean, I don't think it fit in any of these decks, but Candelabra. Did they get drafted last time?
Neither Candelabra nor High Tide was drafted this time.
Yeah.
Let's
But I mean,
check.
you got like Candelabra Coffers and like Mono Black or something, you know?
Let's check from the last stream. So,
I know High Tide wasn't the last stream. I'm almost positive. I studied that list though.
yeah, so Candelabra, if High Tide wasn't taken, Candelabra wouldn't be either.
I think there's other things Candelabra could go in though, right?
Really? I don't know. So yeah, there's no High Tide, no Bubbling Muck last time.
Right.
Nobody went anything Stormy at all last time. It's kind of sad.
I thought that somebody was going Storm this time, but they didn't end up really going in.
Coins was going to go Storm until people started
was?
making fun of him. Coins?
Oh, Coins. Yeah, that's what I thought. His deck would totally Storm.
Yeah, he was going to, but then people started making fun of him for it. So he was like, well, if they're going to do that, then they're just going to steal all my picks. So, like, they're going to hate draft me. And he audibled into that Nekuzar deck instead.
I wanted to go. I had the Kefnet and Scroll Rack, and I wanted to get a Time Warp in there, but I just thought Time Warp's just 5 mana. But the infinite turns with Kefnet, Scroll Rack, and Time Warp.
Oh, yeah, that'd be strong.
In EDH the other day, I had Scroll Rack, Expropriate, and Kefnet going.
Nice.
So 3 cast Expropriate, or cast for 7 Expropriate every turn.
Wow.
Pretty good.
So Coins is down 0-2 right now.
Yeah, I beat him.
Oh, so okay, so it's Coins down 0-2 and Brent down 0-3.
Okay.
And that's who's going to be on stream.
More messages. Oh, let's scroll down there.
Ah. What alliance? Oh, what alliance? Oh god, it was a long time ago. It was like right when Goonswarm was starting up. We had a little private group that ran in Lowsec, in one of those like pockets of Lowsec over in oh man, what is the name of that region?
I never played the game. I don't know. I was a WoW dude.
Yeah, I played WoW as well, but Eve is the name I fell into deep. I don't even remember which region of space it was anymore. It's been so long. Interestingly, I see you're a Twitch Prime user. That means that you, Joe Mama, you should be getting that new Twitch Prime bundle for EVE Online. So they have some loot box that you get if you play EVE Online. So I did get my job off of EVE. I was working up in Minneapolis. We're gonna have a digression here for a minute. I was working up in Minneapolis and I was talking to some guy on EVE, and he's like, hey, so I'm looking for a software developer, and I'm like, well, I'm not looking, but it's EVE Online, so you're for sure gonna like trick me into coming down here and then steal my kidneys and kill me. So, because like that's what EVE Online is. Yeah, exactly. Like the whole point of the game is to screw people over. But I like did a bunch of research, did like creepy stuff.
For Bitcoin. I think it's literally like
Yeah, utopian like libertarians in space is that's what EVE Online is.
It's like Andrew Yang is basically Reddit the candidate.
Oh god, okay. Diverging back out of politics. But I like thought this guy was trying to steal my kidneys. Turns out not to have been stealing my kidneys, and he gave me a job at Scott Air Force Base. That's where I worked. But
Who was it? Do we know?
No, you don't. He
I thought
was
he was an MTG nerd as well.
No, he actually works down in North Carolina now. But yeah, he was just a regular nerd, not a magic nerd. So are you on the Budweiser life today?
Right now I am, yeah.
Good choice.
It's a long day. I got to slow roll it. I can't get
Exactly. Yeah. I'm taking a break and having coffee because
I'm actually trying to win, so.
Yeah, fair. You actually have to care. I don't have to care at all.
And I got to drive home at some point.
We're trying to figure out what exactly the roll forward kind of percentage is. So people want to be in the next round of the VRD, right? Which is going to be in the fall, but not everybody can be because we need some fresh blood. So figuring out like, is it top half that makes it? Is it? I don't know. We need to figure out like what the cutoff is.
I mean, likely if it's in fall, no matter what, I end up opting out due to schedule, but we'll see.
Yeah. So the rule is going to be that you get
First pick. Or first ability.
Yeah, you get an entry into one of the next three
So we got
of your choice.
Exploration.
Ooh, nice.
I mean, turn 1 exploration solid.
Yes. Man, I feel like Leovold would have been solid in his deck.
Yeah, I don't know. He's doing a lot of cool stuff, but I mean, he kept talking on the chat that it was just he didn't have a plan. He had more of a plan than he said.
Yeah, no, that's Brent.
Natural order requires a shock, or requires a sack, right?
Natural order requires sacking a creature.
Okay, so he's got order and blight steel in hand.
Yep.
Blightsteel and hand seems bad.
Blightsteel and hand seems very bad.
We got a Viscerous Seer over here.
Null Rod, okay.
Yeah.
Not horrible,
So, I mean,
but...
Coins has got a lot of discard and disruption. He got Waste Not. He got several wheel effects. He's trying to slow roll and lock, and then just went out with Bitter Blossom, basically, from what I saw. Because he got Bitter Blossom and Batter Blossom.
Huh. Yes, that is very true.
The other day I had a awesome... speak of Waste Not. I was playing Magic August 1996 in Standard the other day.
Okay.
The guy had double Batter Blossom out, and
Nice.
I carned up a Icy Manipulator and just tapped down his token every time.
Wow.
And then I carned up God Pharaoh Statues, who's taking 3 a turn and could never attack with his 9/9 token.
That's so sad.
It was amazing.
So here we have an Aetherflux Reservoir. That is one pick that I didn't understand. I thought that he was
so hard in on Bolas Citadel.
Yeah.
Right. That I think he was thinking he's just going to gain life and cast free spells.
which makes sense, but then he didn't do the rest of the storm stuff that it felt like it wanted.
Yeah, I definitely think it should have not made the cut in his deck.
Oh, and he's okay. So he has that chain. What's that card called? Chain of
That's
something.
the chain discard thing. A chain of smog.
That's the one.
So it discards 2, and then the person can recast it at you.
Right.
You got it because it combos with Rouse Eric's, the new Rouse Eric.
Exactly.
And target yourself and just keep repeating it.
Yes.
And just kill them.
Because it says they can copy this spell
Right.
and choose a new target.
And
So
you're discarding your hand, but you're just keep copying it over and over and just kill them.
exactly. So here's the card we're talking about, Rel Storm Conduit. It's because when you cast or copy, it deals 1. So you lose your hand, but then you just do it over and over again.
Yeah.
As long as the spell resolves, you win the game. But I mean, apparently it's just a good card by itself too, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's likely you're going to lose 2 back, but I mean, they're not going to. If they keep going, I mean, especially if you got Waste Not or you're playing Hellbent of some kind. It's
Right.
interesting.
Yeah, he doesn't care if his hand's gone. Is what he told me. He's just like, fine. Like they can get rid of whatever they want. What is the morph in play?
It's probably 2/2 zombie
Oh,
from
off of the
Knot.
Waste Knot. That makes sense. Yeah, apparently Coins was thinking about going deep on As Foretold,
Yeah.
and then just audibled out of it at the last minute. So he's kind of left with a bunch of this, a bunch of suspense stuff that he's playing with the fair cost, which isn't terrible, but it is not the original strategy he was going to go with.
Oh my god, game 1 against me, I had a Lotus hand that was just going to explode and win.
Yep.
But he cast, stole the Lotus out of my hand, then cast Dread Hurricanist, and cast it again. Got a free cast off Get Pro,
Oh,
Preordain, 3 or 4 spells off Dread Hurricanist. That card is insane.
I
would not
honestly-
look at that card and say, oh my god, vintage. But it's stay in play. Vintage and Legacy. I mean, free brainstorms.
I thought that card was garbage when I saw it, and
I knew it was good. I just thought it needed pumped. I just thought it was
Same.
that kind of combo.
that's what I thought. I was like, well, this card is like bad, but people are going to try to make it do something with
Yeah.
giving it +2, +0, or like giving
Free
bad
ones-
equipment.
Free 1-cost spells, man.
Yeah, it's reasonable enough. Okay, there's an Oath. So he's playing Oath in his deck, but also playing Deathrite Shaman,
Yeah.
and just hoping to get lucky, which is fine. But I hope he doesn't have to get wrecked by it this time, because I guess Coins' clock is still very slow. He only has 5 power in play.
Yeah, but I mean, he's got Bitter Blossom now.
Yeah, but I mean, he has 5 power in play, and
Right.
there's a good chance that he gets a
It's
Leviathan
huge.
dropped on him or something. Let's see.
Point out a life change from Reservoir that was missed.
That makes sense. For today, rather than playing at regular Ariel, we're going to be playing at Don't Be a Dick Ariel. So
My
this,
favorite Ariel.
it's the best one. It means that you play tight, you don't ask for
Oh, and I
takebacks.
stacked up this receiver to stop the Oath.
Oh, that's smart.
That's sexy.
Yeah, Coins is a good player.
I heard
He's
about it.
oh yeah, he's a regular of a vintage and legacy storm. So that's where he falls in. And then he'll play EDH, and he kind of is of the Blyden school of EDH, where it's 75 plus. He has decks that try to win.
In the 75 to 85 range.
Yeah.
All the time.
You play to win. You do things, but
No,
you're not.
yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a guy I've been playing with that's always CEDH lately, and I mean I beat him a decent amount, but it's I don't know.
I'm taking apart my CEDH deck. I'm taking apart Zur. I've had Zur Doomsday forever, but there's just never anyone to play with, and I never want to just stomp people because that's not fun.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna bring it down and play
Into-
a blue-black deck of some kind.
What is that?
Probably
Bane of Progress?
it is Bane of Progress.
Ooh, saucy.
Yeah, not bad.
Oath dies though.
I hope he's. Oh, he doesn't have a chance to sack it before it comes in.
Yeah.
He can sack it before the trigger goes off.
Sack what?
Sack off his Lotus.
Oh, okay. No rod stops anything.
Oh, okay, fair enough, fair enough. So he can't prevent the 1/1 counter from it. So that is a big
That's
mana
game
progress. I think it's game win changing. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how many cards points has in hand. That's a zombie out currently, I think.
Wait, it only had 2? That can't be right.
It's 8 counters on it though.
Ah,
It's 6 and 2. The guy's green.
clever.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, well, yeah, he's a 4/4. That's not so bad.
Yeah, when he said Bane of Progress, I was like, Brent, man, I hate you.
Yeah, that is strong. Ooh, people think that Elaine's deck is favored to win, apparently. Her deck is very good.
And she's just a good player. I mean,
Yeah.
That's just the thing. I mean,
Yeah, I think that Naveen or Elaine both have very good decks. I think that their decks have lower upside than either yours or Eric's, but they are more consistent. Because like both you and Eric have really strong combo
Strong
decks.
money.
Yeah, exactly. But like sometimes you just don't draw the other half.
right. Yeah. I've got several, but
I was saying that if I were playing against your deck, the deck I would want to have is Burn, because it will consistently kill you on turn 5 if you don't happen to draw out for it. Okay,
I
so
kept thinking I should have drafted Nether Void, but I don't know. It's just expensive.
yeah, costing 4 is a lot.
I needed more. I mean, that's why I'm not even main decking this right now. I'll bring it in, but
Yeah, the biggest miss I think this overall draft is that people didn't take enough targeted hate. So like choke not being taken is a travesty in this field. There's five different people playing blue.
I actually didn't mind missing out on the real duels because I had
Yeah.
weird double blues and double stuff. I wanted the
Sunken.
filter lands.
Yep, that makes sense. Okay, so we had a fairy crash in with the
What was that?
fairy crashed in with. Oh, okay. Then he cast Innocent Blood. So fairy
Okay.
crashed in with it was that was Jitte. Jitte got the 2 counters.
We got a cheat
Then
with no 2 counters, no bearer.
right. Then Innocent Blood was cast to take care of that Bane of Progress.
Simple as just sack, right?
Yeah, both players sack.
Okay.
So that's why
Yeah,
that
get
also
the counters, then sack.
correct. So that's why he also lost the fairy. So there's Innocent Blood.
Rouse
Let's
out.
give it the better frame.
So we're gonna scry with Row, I'm assuming. Yeah.
Good. He's already used the chain though, so there's no combo with Ral. Ral's just a value
And
planeswalker.
doesn't have regrowth or anything, so.
So yeah, just scrying every turn, and he gets to copy a spell if he wants to.
Yeah. Survival's
Survival's good, but he needs to discard something.
counterspell. No, survival does not.
Survival's not good. Survival's terrible.
Wish the camera's a bit more over so we could see John's hand, or John was a bit more in.
Yeah.
Or at least see how many he has in his hand.
I don't think that's the fault of the camera. That's just
Yeah.
the way they both sit.
Oh, wheel incoming.
Nice. Yeah, that makes sense. If you're about to wheel, you really don't want them to have a survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
Okay, so dealing 1.
Did he double wheel, I wonder? Did he roll that? No, he didn't roll that down.
No, I can't imagine he would do it yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a Blight
He was
Steal.
Close game 3. I was pretty close to milled.
Oh, really?
If he drew slightly better when I was getting ready to kill him, because game 3 I killed him pretty fair, but I got a little scared towards the end.
Yeah, I loved Coins' picks up until about halfway through, and then I just think that he got like lost.
Yeah.
But maybe that's just because I'm a Storm player. So
You're bad people. It's all.
yeah, it's very true. But yeah, he has like Chains of Mephistopheles.
That's Shattered Dream.
Oh,
Sort of
okay.
Artifact.
Yep. So I talked to him. He had forgotten that Divest exists as a
Right.
card. So
Actually,
he
Vivian's Arcbow.
I
It was an interesting pick. I don't like it. I don't think it's a good pick, but it was an interesting pick.
So yeah, he just like myself had forgotten that Divest exists. So he took Shattered Dreams because that's a card from ages ago. But Divest is literally the same thing, but also hits creatures.
Is he scrying or is he going to double cast? What's in here? Rolling down, he's double casting.
Ooh, spicy. No, I think he
that's
rolled
right.
up.
That's weird.
I wonder. It came in at 4, then it went up to 6. Not
Maybe
sure.
he hit it with something. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's Dreadhorde Arcanist there. He can't make it out.
Nice, yeah.
Dreadhorde with the G is Oh crap!
Yeah,
That's vicious, man.
especially with a wheel.
Self-pump for the trample damage.
Yes. Okay, so this Dreadhorde's about to attack in at least as a 3, because he's going to use one of the counters off the Jitte. But that means that he's going to be able to double. He can double cast the wheel if he wants to.
Yeah.
This is where if I were coins, I'd be saying
counters are 2+2+2. He can go to 5.
he could, but I don't know if he has anything in the yard for it.
Right.
But no, if I'm coins, this is where I want to know what my opponent, how many cards they have in their library.
Yeah.
Of note here, Brent.
We rolled down definitely there. Unless he's keeping. He may be keeping like that weird way some people do walkers where they.
Oh, plus like the
Yeah, I
amount
hate that.
off.
It's bad.
It is bad. So Brent couldn't figure out what 40 cards he wanted to play, because he's impulsive and a child. So instead, he decided to just play 50 cards.
Okay.
So this might actually come to save him in this mill deck against Wheel of Fortune.
Here comes prime time. He's got no land shenanigans for it though. I think it's just thinning.
Yeah, I think you're right. Let's see. I mean, does he really have nothing? Like no
I don't
special
think
lands?
so. I mean, he's in straight green black, so
Oh, okay, so it's just for mana fixing effectively. Okay. Yeah, because I know Vince is the one that has the
Vince has
Thespian
got all the land
stage.
shenanigans.
Yeah.
But he should have at least splashed a mountain and a Keswick Wolf Run, maybe. You know.
Or like, I mean, I could see just playing Volrath Stronghold.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Volrath Stronghold seems like it'd be very good there. Yeah, I'm looking through and it's like Bayou.
This is fun though. I definitely maybe next time draft Enchantress.
Oh, Enchantress would be strong because you're not fighting with anybody.
Oh yeah. And even as a singleton deck, there's just a million redundancies.
Yes.
There's like a million, enchanters.
Yeah, the card like Eternal Witness is a card that should have been
Yes.
drafted. Oh, nice, he got it. Oh, right.
Oh, Arcanist! Oh!
Brilliant. Well done,
First
Coins.
reading the card. Eric's
Yeah.
gonna come over in a minute.
Yeah. This is where our level 1 judge calls in for a level 3 judge to answer the question. He might go through Elaine first and see if
Right.
we get a level 2's opinion.
Yep.
Yeah, 2 level 1 judges just discussing what should happen here.
Is John a level 1?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't know if I know at one point he's in that Blyden camp where he was a level 1 judge and he may have re-upped or not, depending on...
We have 1,000 levels here.
Yeah. St. Louis has a high saturation of
Are you
judge.
still 2?
I'm still 2, yeah.
Yep. Explain again.
So the interaction here is especially weird because most of the cards that are like Rel just say when you cast,
Okay.
but
Yeah, I figured it out.
Rel Storm's Conduit actually says when you cast or copy an instant sorcery spell because it wants to let you ping when you use its minus ability. However, when you have a card that says you can copy this, like a Chain of Vapor or Chain of whatever bad card that is, it lets you just go
Smog.
infinite. Chain of Smog, that's the one.
Boggles? Yeah, I mean,
Boggles would be good.
Obviously, Infect is working somewhat, right? So, I mean, I think Boggles could. I mean, you just get some of those little hexproof dudes and make them huge. I mean, there wasn't a lot of... I saw Wrath drafted. I almost took Toxic Deluge. I should have, actually. With
That would have been really good.
But Damnation didn't get drafted, so there wasn't a lot of sweepers drafted. So something like Boggles I think could do really well, too.
Boggles is in the weird spot where it doesn't get to play blue, so you're playing like fair colors and a
Yeah.
fair deck, and that's like you can win from there. Don't get me wrong, but like your interaction points aren't on the stack, which is a really big problem in this format.
Combo Boggles Infect. Just go.
God, you could do that thing. Yeah, I don't know. I really love Elaine's Doomsday deck. Her Doomsday deck.
Yeah.
Paul Waite was in here, who's like the godfather of VRD. So he and Dwayne and Jesse ran the thing back for Shotgun Lotus back in the day.
Yeah.
And as soon as he saw Elaine's deck, he's just like, "Doomsday is a trap" in all caps.
What is her Doomsday pile? I mean, what is he piling to?
Jace. So the new Jace, where'd he go?
Right, okay, yeah. Loader Mysteries.
Yeah. So she has. I mean,
I.E.
i.e. So this is her win con. She has Jace in the pile, but she also has she also has Gush to get into the pile and Frantic Search. So
Right.
she has multiple ways to get into the pile right away.
Yeah.
She didn't
Surprised
take
she
LED.
didn't take redundancy with Labman.
Yeah, she didn't take Labman. She didn't take LED. I think she got halfway through the draft, and then on the break, she realized that if she loses this card, she just can't win.
Right.
And
that's
she
why
got
picked, like,
scared.
the Nicol Bolas and the
Yeah.
Nicol Bolas.
So then she played into
I
the
thought it was a weird
Grixis.
shift at the end into the kind of...
Yeah. She went fair, and I understand it because I did see somebody mill out her Jace and just like or exile her Jace off of an Ashiok, and it's like, well, yeah, then you lose if you don't do the other things.
Well, I mean, I've got Bitter Ordeal on my board.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
You've got one gone.
There's a lot of people like Eric Levine has Extract.
Yeah.
So like, there's a lot of people.
Extract gave me the idea for Bitter Ordeal. It was just
That was one of the things he regretted. He wished he had taken Bitter Ordeal first because he.
I mean, I'm not going to get a lot of value off it, but if I can get 3 off of one, you know, just like smash in with something.
Oh, yeah.
And get 2 copies. You know.
Certainly acceptable, but I think that if he had taken Bitter Ordeal, you wouldn't have taken Extract. So he could have gone the other way around and gotten both.
I didn't actually. I mean, it's rare I don't know a card, but Extract's one of them. I was like, when he explained, I was like, oh shit, Bitter Ordeal, that sounds good.
Yeah. Divert is the one for me that, like, VRD taught me about Divert back in the day, and now it's just one of my favorites. Yeah, Divert this is a card like doesn't see play and doesn't deserve to see play in pretty much anything, but it is so sweet.
But you get around True Name Nemesis.
It gets does it?
Because it doesn't change the owner of the spell.
It changes the target of a spell.
Right. True Name Nemesis doesn't have protection from you, so you cast.
Oh my god!
You cast removal. I divert your removal. It checks. It goes, who's the owner of this card?
It's as it enters the battlefield, though. It's too late.
Right. No, you've got protection. You've got True Name giving protection from me, right?
Yep.
You cast removal on my dude.
Oh, cute. Okay.
I divert your removal.
There we go.
To True Name.
That makes sense.
Hey, who's the owner of this card? And it says that terror is Mark Caterburg.
Yes. Okay.
And then it goes, okay, cool, I'm dead.
That is brilliant. Okay. Oh, here we have the most fun card in Modern being resolved, which is what is that terrible, horrible card that no one likes?
Inquiry.
There we go.
Draw
So
3, discard 3.
each player draws 3 and discards 3. So you get to screw over your opponent.
That Mox Tantalite pick was garbage.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either.
Again, he was thinking Storm, and even his Storm is bad.
Yes. That was one that he didn't think he was going to play, but apparently he put it in.
Yeah, but it was so early. I mean, for not thinking you were going to play.
Yeah,
I mean, it wasn't like super early, but I mean, just for where it was.
if he's in the As Foretold package, it makes some amount of sense.
Yes.
But then as soon as you don't,
It's like Thought Erasure. Thought Erasure reads, my
Yes.
opponent has 3 of them on turn 2, 3, and 4 in Arena, and I never see them. That's what it reads.
Lazarenth knowing exactly how Burning Inquiry works. Man, my soft, poor, sensitive paws can't open a beer. So this is why you get to wear the kilts in our relationship.
Yeah, no, my too. Oh, it's hands.
Thank you.
But I have a kilt. And it's good for opening beers.
All right, so what's going on in this game?
We have a top and a dead Deathrite Shaman. I don't know what killed the Deathrite.
Innocent Blood.
Innocent Blood, okay.
Yeah, it came through again. So nobody took City of Brass? Am I right on that?
Yeah, no one took City. Someone took Mana Confluence.
Right, somebody took Mana Confluence, and as soon as they did, this was after Elaine had just spent 8 picks in a row taking dual lands for her deck. I'm like, okay, well, she's running 3 colors. The next card she's going to pick is guaranteed to be City, and she didn't take it. I don't understand how City didn't go.
I should have taken it. Lands were in a weird spot with me. I had so much stuff I wanted.
Yeah.
And that's part of the problem with going 3 colors. There's so much stuff I wanted.
Right. Well, there was a Zoo deck back, I think in VRD 5. Okay.
So I hate Fibblethip.
God. He was very excited about that pick as well.
It's whatever. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess he's Vivian Arc going it into play and hoping he draws 2.
Yeah, he had a whole
Cards amazing
list.
in Standard, but
How do you spell? I'm not going to even try.
FBL.
Nope, I'm spelling Concordant Crossroads instead.
all creatures have haste. Both
Yeah,
sides.
it's just a much easier one. Yeah, so I don't know. I think that
I hate that old word. The wording was so bad back in the day.
on the Concordant Crossroads.
Yeah, the old wording.
Yeah.
Creatures that attack or use abilities that include the tap symbol to end turn, they are brought into play.
I do love Enchant Worlds, though. This is one of the few formats where Enchant World actually is a relevant piece of information, because if you resolved your Abyss right now, you'd have to remove the Concordant Crossroads.
It's a lot of mana. I don't know if it's going to do anything. But...
Yeah, without Tendrils in his deck.
Or Brainstorm.
Right.
Or Brain Freeze, I mean.
Oh, I suppose we should update this result as well. Was it Brent lost, right?
Brent lost, yeah.
There we go. Yeah, so I think Coins' deck is 2 decks that are both very good stuck together, and both are at 75%.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems like the lunch
It was
break.
annoying. He had a lot of annoying stuff.
He did. I think the lunch break is really like interesting because you can see people's mind working in one way, and then they pause for 10 minutes, and then suddenly they draft a different way.
Yeah.
I think that it'd be cool. I think for next time to probably do 3 and just do in packs, like 15
Right.
packs, and then have little breaks between. Because I think you'll get more of those shifts. It'll be interesting.
It's like 15, 15, 15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like 15 interview break, 15 interview break.
If we did that, I probably would have tapped out a red.
Yeah, I believe it.
I went and read about 15.
And it's not even that like anyone says anything to you during the break that makes you think so, but you
Right.
just like actually evaluate your picks.
Pull up the draft list real quick.
Yeah. So
I went into red.
as of 15, you'd have Trinisphere, you'd have Duretti and
That's
Cascade
right. So I went
Bluffs.
red just before, so I would have had
But
one
you-
card and one land.
You'd be wasting 1 pick. Yeah,
2 picks, Cascade Bluffs, but
True.
I still run it for double. Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good idea. I mean, it might drag it out a little bit more, but
Well, we just won't do lunch right at that time.
right. Well, I mean, part of the issue also was that someone had dietary concerns and had to go get
Yep.
something else. So,
Okay, so Waste Not is on the field now.
Bane of Progress just came into play.
Oh my god, this is the same game like, all over again.
Right. So he stacked, but he can stack the artifacts this time.
Yes.
So he floated the mana.
So yeah, so we can have 4 mana floating,
Right. I don't think it matters. He doesn't have a ton of instances.
and Waste Not doesn't do anything when things are destroyed, right?
No. It's
Just
all
on discards. All right, so then we're just dealing with Bane of Progress.
has been wrecking, man.
Yeah, Bane of Progress is a very good card. And this time he cast it at the fairway. No, he polymorphed it. Okay. So he polymorphed into Bane of Progress.
Yeah.
Just once I want to see him oath into
He's
his
got
Death
Order
Ray
in hand
Shaman.
right now, so he can
Yeah.
order out the progress after attack.
Oh, thanks for the follow there, Ottoven. Yeah, I'm curious what we have. Brandon recording.
That's Finale of Devastation in his hand, I think. Yeah. Card's good. I don't know if it's good in this format. I think the card's pretty bonkers, but it can buy back stuff in the graveyard, which is solid.
Sure.
But his stuff's super expensive, so I don't know if buying back, unless he gets Nissa out.
Yeah, Nissa's very strong with it.
She is. I think she's strong.
Okay.
That's what I thought was going to happen.
Ditching that Bane of Progress. Going to find a green creature, right?
It's gotta
So
be green creatures.
he doesn't have Progenitus.
Really?
Isn't that just worse than what he already had?
I mean, ish. He gets more lands, cast something else in his hand.
Okay.
I mean, Bane did his work.
Yeah.
He's not blinking it.
I don't really. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Like,
Yeah, I don't think it's horrible.
right. And I guess like there's not that
He
many.
Light Steal, obviously.
Getting the Crater Hoof doesn't really do anything.
Does he have Crater Hoof?
No,
No,
but
I don't
I mean, if he did, it wouldn't do anything. That Nezahal pick was interesting. Like, at first I was just like, this is a terrible pick, and then I realized that like it protects itself, it blinks itself back in, it's fine with Tooth and Nail,
Yeah.
but it doesn't synergize super well with other things like
Right.
Natural Order. I don't think it's a bad pick at all, but it's just kind of like, if I had to choose a giant monster, I think I might go Progenitus instead.
Right. Galta. Even.
Galta, yeah.
I mean, it
Galta's
doesn't have
probably not as
protection,
good. Carnage Tyrant's better than Galta, I think.
Yeah.
Primetime isn't bad though. It
but
just-
Alcyn's really bad against. He's fishing hard. I mean, just dropping Raleigh in prime time.
yeah.
He's protecting 6 life. He's fogging. He's got a fog and a scry.
Yep. That seems right. Let's see if yep, okay. He takes the bait.
I mean, you have to. He died to it last turn.
Yeah.
That's when you have to. You know he's got it in his deck.
I mean, yeah, you're giving them one draw to take away a future draw.
Right.
And plus you're he has the Nexi. So that's at least something.
Yeah. Is he going to next side?
Yeah, he has both of them
Yeah, I'm just trying to. Is he anything to pump him?
themselves. So he can pump with he can attack with the Ink Moth, pump with the Link Moth at least.
Right.
But yeah,
It's just slow roll. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
no, I don't think there's a way to pump.
Combat trick,
No.
Does Finale Devastation give all your creatures the plus with attacks over 10?
Yes. Yeah, Finale Devastation wins the game.
That's a 12 mana combat trick.
Right.
13 mana you have to be able to attack. Or 14 mana you have to be able to alt.
Does he have a Finale in hand right now?
Yeah, he's got it in hand.
He might be there then. Because 1, 2, 3, 4,
14, you
5,
get the Animate the Nexus,
7, 8, 9, 10.
and it's Blink Moth, not Moth style. So.
Yeah. Coins looks very happy about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we get to go to a game 3.
I'm gonna go piss while we go to game 3.
Enjoy.
I will.
All right, chat. So, other than me dropping things all over the place, I think we are in a relatively good spot. So, let's take a look at, well, they're sleeving up for the next one. Let's take a look at what's going on for our standings. Looks like... So this is a little hard to read because there's a lot going on here. But the key things you want to look at are the points, which indicates how overall they are doing. For instance, Stephen Hagen is 2-0 and has only played 2 matches. So someone like Eric has 1 win, so it looks like they're relatively close, but he's actually played 4 matches and lost 3 of them. So not doing nearly as well right now. So, but you can see we're making it pretty well through the day. Some people have played far more than others, but overall, it looks like Steven's doing real well, which is why we've locked him out of playing for a little bit to take a break. Hopefully wear off some of that. Yeah, exactly. And Vince is also up 2-0 right now. So, yeah, things are going pretty well.
Vince?
Yep. And I'll link in the chat as well. I think bracket is the way. Yeah, there we go. So you can take a look at it yourself if you want to. But yeah, Eric, despite having a very solid deck and doing well in the one match we watched him, is not doing so great anymore.
I mean, our match was, Jesus, that was just silly.
Yeah, no, that was the one where Karn just stops him
Game
from
one was
winning.
Just like, I'm going to drop both of these. You have a turn to answer Grindstone and Painter Servant.
Exactly.
And I actually made a smart play for once. When naming a color, I was going to just say red and then or blue, and then I remembered he had red elemental blast.
Yep.
So I was like, red.
He actually has Pyroblast, yeah.
Pyro, whichever
Because
one.
Coin says the Reb. But yeah, on Twitter I posted this a while back, and I still believe it. I think Time Vault has moved from being massively underdrafted to now being overdrafted. I don't think it deserves a 3 slot here. I think something like one of the Dark Moxen or one of the or Mana Crypt are all more reasonable.
I actually thought after when I got this pick for first pick, I took first. I was pretty happy, but then I thought maybe I should have taken 8 to get the
double
8
mox.
gets that first better wheel. You get that chance at that double mox.
You do. I mean, but I'd much rather, I agree with you. I think that having the wheel and being 1 or 8 is ideal.
Right. Yeah, you want a wheel.
But I think I'd much rather take that wheel with all the information about what people are doing and a Black Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, that's legit.
So I think it's hard to justify 8 being better than 1. But I certainly, a lot of people have started saying that Ancestral Recall is better than Lotus, which I think is a reasonable argument to have. But
my plan was to have Goblin Engineer,
right,
which makes Lotus inherently better.
Yeah. No thought given to going the white route with RX Salvagers.
Again, I was so honed in. This
Yeah.
would be my first one. That
Yep. Yeah, I think that there's
I mean, you know what Goblin Engineer does, right?
I assume it combos off like Welder.
Well, yeah, it's sick value.
It finds the card and puts it in your yard, right?
It gets any artifact, puts it in your yard, but then it can recur things that cost 3 or stack an artifact, return something that costs 3 or less. So
Yeah.
it's Welder for things 3 or less, but any artifact can go to your yard.
Got it.
So with like that and Dak Fate,
That's very strong.
Yeah, that card's just sick. Eric's the soulmate of mine. Like we think the same.
Yeah, I think in this draft I would have tried to figure out how I can get into white and then play LED.
Yeah.
Because the fact that LED didn't get drafted
Just
is
time
criminal.
It's just so sick.
Sure, yeah. I don't know. As much as I am a blue player at heart, I find it really hard to stay in these matches fighting with blue. I'm like, blue is good.
Speed removal. I mean.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like the cards are great. It's just like all of the cards you have to fight for mean that you end up like you can either take a C level blue deck or you can take an A level black deck.
Yeah,
and I'd much rather go for the A level black deck or even a green deck.
I mean, my original thought was red black, but I just didn't know.
Yeah.
Like, with Void, with the Abyss, and with Nether Void and things like that. But I just didn't. I don't know. I need to do more research to make that work. Some kind of red blacky prison.
Yep. Totally fair.
5-month-old, I just don't have time.
I understand.
Yeah.
All right, so looks like lands and spells in Brent's hand. I thought I saw a Cabal Therapist there. Oh, nice. He's showing it. Okay.
Is Brent total 0-3 or is that?
He is 0-3 in matches, and
Oh,
John.
he's already played 3 matches. Too.
Correct, and Coins is 0-2 on
He's
matches.
flying through his round robin.
Yeah, well, Eric's already 4 matches in.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Eric is 1-3.
These games are going quick.
Yeah.
Elaine's only got 1.
I know.
Something happened. We haven't updated it.
Yeah, let's see. Everything should be updated. Looks like Elaine only has 1. Yes, Elaine and Dan are both only at 1 right now. But it's possible they just.
I thought they didn't play each other. They may be playing each other still right now.
Yeah, or they finished and haven't told Brandon yet. That's very possible. We have some people running logistics for us, and also like playing. So it just.
This is professional.
Right, exactly.
We got Neem running around like a stud. Because Neem's amazing.
Yeah, Neem's running social media, and telling us when things don't look good.
We love you, Neem. I'm Team Neem.
No, she's Team Neem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm Team Neem.
Thanks all for hanging out here with us. Seriously, let me know if there's anything that doesn't look right, or if you'd want something different for next time. We're planning on doing these every 3 months or so. So I'll link our Twitter here. You can follow along there for updates.
Alright, so he just took Bolus Citadel with
Oh, he took it.
Shattered Dream.
Nice.
I think he take the Ball Salt Monolith there. I
But
don't know. He doesn't have Power Artifact. Ball Salt Monolith. I don't even know why he's playing it. I guess he's a one shot of it.
I for sure he's gonna take Wake Thrasher, and he never did. Because Wake Thrasher plus Basalt Monolith would have been enough.
Yeah.
Um,
I thought about taking some. Thanks, Bert. I thought about taking a couple of my old favorites, like taking Harsh Mentor and
Oh, yeah.
Immolation Shaman, because they're like cheaper
Yes.
Burning Tree Emissary or Burning Tree Shamans that only affect your opponent.
I think you made the right choice by not being a black red. If that was your plan.
Yeah, that's part of my plan. Was like punish you for activated abilities. And,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna figure out black red for this, but Enchantress also sounds really interesting for.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to play in the next one, but if I do, I don't know what I would even go. It's just so hard.
What month it is for me.
Yeah.
Oh, Quick Ink Moth. This could be.
But he has no way to pump it, right? Like.
Yeah, but I mean, still, it's a.
Yeah.
Coins doesn't have a lot of way to stop it.
True.
I didn't see heavy instant speed. I got Edict.
Oh, Bert, no one's saying Mono Red is not good. Mono Red is very good. It just doesn't have the explosive power of the combo decks. And I was joking that if the plan was to take Immolation Shamans, then Mono Red might not be the best call. But no, Burn is very effective. It will shut down a lot of this Cookies things. Yeah, exactly. I think that Burn is criminally underdrafted.
Black Red Prison, which is something I thought about doing with like Nether Void and stuff like that, and it would have been bad, but that's why I didn't do it.
Yeah, I think there is a good build of that deck, but
It's just going to take a lot of research.
yes, yep. And you kind of
I
got to
have
find the right
souls,
slot.
So I can't play Mono Red.
I think Mono Red might be where I end up next time.
You had no soul. This is known.
Yeah.
You're a Doomsday and Storm player.
It was sad to see. It's sad to see that Lightning Bolt went 20 something pick and Chain Lightning went
I'm not even
45th
running
pick. Did you really?
Yeah.
That's sad.
Because I just had so many little combos. I needed shenanigans, and that's the
Yeah. I don't know what this paper is there.
Infect.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I'll tell you what I love is.
Okay. There's a Force of Negation in his hand. Is all I could see from the glare. I wonder if he has the Force of Will as well. Sorry, what do you love?
The Recurring Nightmare. How late that went.
Yeah. Recurring, and it's not even getting used for value. It's just as a straight up reanimator card. Naveen doesn't have the cycle. I know.
That made me think about a Nick Fitz list. Just,
Yes. No, and I've played against that list, and it's very good.
So Veteran Explorer's a little riskier.
True.
And that's pretty much a blind draft last time, didn't he?
Yeah. Wait, no. Blyden.
He had Reanimator or something.
Yeah, he was more reanimator than he was Nick Fitz. Okay, so now the Death Right's out.
Yeah.
That makes the Oath a lot less scary. But Coins is literally one card away from winning, so.
Yeah. He's G Probe, so he knows what he's up against.
Yep. Gitaxian Probe, I think, is very good. I do not know what's going on out there, but there's a lot of shouting and running around with high fives. Bert, are you a burn player at heart? Is that where you would fall in this? Because if so, I have lots of questions. I think that the best way to draft mono red is to start off by taking either Lightning Bolt or a Shock Land after you get through your Moxen. Like you get Mox Ruby, then you just take every fetch that exists, like all 10 fetches, and then a couple cards, and then take the lightning bolts, and then just take all bolts from that point out. Because that way you like force a land.
Player in vintage rotisserie should always take a duel that they're not going to use, he or she is not going to use, and start a run on dual lands to make everyone else make bad picks.
Yes.
And then you're just going to take all your burn. Then no one's taking.
And it's legitimately good too, because you just get to take all of the fetches, right?
He just double time walked.
Sick.
Brent's had to read that card so much.
All right, well, Time Walk. I've heard that card is not terrible.
Yep. Well,
So how about 2 of them?
Seems good.
So yeah, he just cast Time Walk twice.
Not stretch.
I think it stands.
I stand corrected.
Yeah.
He cast a 2-mana time stretch.
Yeah.
Oh, and game over.
Wow.
Damn, coins combos out.
That was insane.
Oh, and then he all these him? Oh, don't all these him.
So rude. I think we might have to give our first unsporting conduct at the Don't Be a Dick REL.
The Death Shadow pick, that was weird. I don't know. What?
I didn't know. I thought maybe he was going to go for like... I thought he was going to take Necro next. Right, so if you like Death Shadow and then Necro, I was like, that makes some amount of sense. Or like Ad Nauseam never got picked. So like I was like, okay, so he's going to take Death Shadow, and then he's just floating these like insane powerful draw spells till late in the game. But yeah, then never ended up paying out.
In an off-camera match, he dropped Dread. He got animated dead the World Gorger.
Okay.
And in response, Vincent turned it into an artifact with the one that turns things into artifacts.
Oh my god, with liquid metal coating?
Liquid metal coating, and destroyed it.
Wow.
In response to the first trigger.
That's amazing. So he just lost his whole board?
Yeah, he just lost.
Yeah. As soon as he picked it, I'm like, no, don't pick that card, because even though it's insanely powerful, it's just really risky.
All right, well, I'm going to go out and find out who's next for commentary.
Can you send Brent in here and then just find somebody to play up there?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
All right, y'all. Thank you.
We need Brent in here so he can take a break from playing so much. Wow, that was a snappy one. Great job to Coins, though. That was a well-played set of games.
Brent, you're up on commentary.
And find somebody else out there. We weren't going to tell people that Brent lost 4 times, but he just told everyone.
Of course I did. My deck's been... That was the only time we get on screen. Am I on? Is this mic on?
Drop the mic and then you're on. There you go.
So that is the first game I played where my deck has actually done anything.
It was
Before
impressive.
that, I had not cast more than 3 spells all day.
So the key is to cast Bane of Progress multiple times in a match, and that's
yes,
how you win.
That was amazing. Multiple times. Well, I don't know if you noticed, but when I polymorphed into it,
Yep.
I had Emrakul and Blight still in hand. So my only options were Brain of Progress or Primeval Titan. I was like, well, both of those work in this situation, so let's go for it. Because Deathrite was in the grave, Pibblebit was on play, and I was like, well, it's either Bane of Progress, and I might win, or it's Primeval, and I have a bunch of mana. But hopefully everyone enjoyed those games.
Yeah. No, they were fast but really good. Do you know who's up next? Did you see?
Vincent and
We've got Vince on the left.
Yep.
And Naveen on the right.
Got it. All right. So we got Vince on the stage left.
Is everyone enjoying it, chat? Y'all enjoying watching us win and lose?
Some of us winning and losing more than others.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a few people in now. Let's jump over to the standings while they're about to start. But on the standings, let's just see what's going on over there. Looks like Vince is currently 2-1.
Oh, I'm lost. I'm at the bottom.
Yeah, you are last.
That's okay.
That's okay. You have a chance to come back. You're only what 5 matches in now?
4 matches in.
4 matches in. Okay.
I did try to do some weird shenanigans though with my deck, so I'm not like. I think next time it needs to be a little faster. I'm running into issues with mana. Like I'm not having the right mana when I need it.
No, that's totally
I think
fair.
I went too many 2 double green sources.
That is totally fair. We do have Naveen 2-2 though. His deck was incredibly solid. I had him pegged as like first or second seed.
I think it's gonna be Steven.
Steven's 2-0 right now, so he's doing pretty well. I also thought Eric's deck was much better than it turned out to be.
Well,
He's
on
1
me,
and 3.
he literally like turned through me both times.
Right. And that's what I thought was going to happen all day.
It was so we all know that he did not take Transmute Artifact, but he did a reshape into Voltaic Key to win the game, which was ridiculous. But he did it.
It was definitely interesting.
So I have played both of these people at this point.
And how did they go?
I did terrible.
Let's talk through. What is Naveen's deck trying to do?
Put big things in the creature and bring it back by like turn 2.
Seems reasonable.
He's been entombing turn 1, and then if he's not doing that, he's just making you discard and remove everything. He's just constantly removing cards from your hand.
Yeah, he does have a ton of discard spells.
And then a ton
Vince's
of
deck.
exile under permanent spells as well.
Yes.
That happened to me multiple times.
Yeah, I know he had Shelldock Isle, and he got that one
Brain
very
Maggot.
late. Yeah, he has all 3 of the big good ones. So he has Brain Maggot, Mesmeric Fiend, and Kitesail Freebooter. And I think he has a Jitte or something. He has some equipment. No, he took the red-black equipment to throw on those because like he has a bunch of creatures lying around anyway. He has Recurring Nightmare in case he needs to just to upgrade into one of his reanimation spells.
And then Vincent, he's doing all some weird stuff. Vincent wound up winning against me because he realized he could wasteland his own land
Oh, nice.
in order to pump Reliquary for the 1 damage he needed.
So Vince is
And
on a
it was
very
the turn
fair.
after I got Bolus Citadel going and I flopped. But if I had gotten to the next turn, I think I would have been fine because I had Aether Flux in hand.
That makes sense.
But I didn't have the mana to cast it when I dropped Bolus Citadel. But he wound up finding a way to pump up.
So this game, it looks like he's leading off with a Horizon Canopy, which all the players now have access to, anyone that's playing enemy colors. But he's still on the original Maverick version of it. So turn 1 Mesmeric Fiend by Naveen. It's going to be stripping some card out of his hand. What would you take here, Brent?
Path? Actually, probably Tutor for him. Because
Take the Worldly Tutor?
I would say Path, but he's not running as many creatures. Like, Naveen's not really worried about creatures as much.
Yeah, if you don't take the Path, you're going to get hit by the Path. But at
Yeah.
that point, you're casting a Rampant Growth, which isn't so bad anyway.
No.
We got
I would not take the Path because I want the pump.
Yeah. No, I think I agree. I think you just take something to force him into pathing your guy. So he took the Brimaz King of Oreskos and let him resolve the Worldly Tutor. Looks like a Vesuva and a Ghost Quarter in hand. That Ghost Quarter pick I thought was it's Thespian Stage.
He took... I think it's Thespian Stage.
Yeah, let's
He
double
took
check.
Thespian Stage and he took Ghost Quarter. It was all basic lands.
It is Thespian Stage. I think Thespian Stage is a good pick. I don't love the Vesuva because I don't know what it does in his deck.
Which one?
The Vesuva?
Vesuva?
Yeah, that's the card. Second card there is.
It does what Thespian Stage does.
It does, but it doesn't combo with the Dark Depths. So Vesuva says that when it comes into play, well, no, it's because it comes into play and it comes into play as a copy, which means it comes in with the counters as well. So it comes in as a Dark Depths with 10 counters on it. So Vesuva is a fine card, right? Like it'll copy one of their cards or it'll copy a Horizon Canopy or something, but I don't think it does as much work. Yeah, I'm not sure. I
That's a
think.
good point.
I mean, it's the best land.
Thespian Stage.
It's always the best land on the battlefield, so it's not like the worst place to be, but it also comes into play tapped. That was a shame to see him take the Eldrazi, what was it called? The Eldrazi, it's the
Yeah.
Blinky one.
Yeah, but he didn't take waste.
Right, well he didn't, I don't think he knew the rules for it.
No, we did, because that's when I asked.
Okay.
I asked when he took it.
Okay,
That's why I typed it, because we don't play. And he didn't have, like, Soul Ring or any of that.
was he given the option to take back that pick, or no?
No.
Okay.
Because we asked him, and he's like, oh, don't worry about it.
Okay, so yeah, he was
didn't
being a
seem to
gentleman
care.
about it. Alright, yeah, so Eldrazi Displacer, he doesn't have that many ways to activate it, but you can see here, I mean, there's already 3 on the battlefield, so he's doing alright. And that card, I'm not sure what that card is.
I don't know. I don't remember.
It
I
costs
don't
3
think I've seen
mana.
that one.
Oh, okay, no, this is the instant speed Beast Within, the white Beast Within. He took them both back to back, and I don't remember the name of it now. So let's find the name of that card. It is a Generous Gift is the name of this card. It's a new one that just came out. Destroy target permanent, so it's a Vindicate. It destroys even lands. Its controller creates a 3/3 elephant. It's not a bad card. It is a little odd that Vindicate never got taken and this did, but whatever.
There's a lot of things that didn't get taken that should have been taken,
like Fast Bond.
Yeah, I thought about it,
Crop
but I was
rotation.
worried about too much life on me.
I don't know. Fast Bond is so good. Like, the fact that Ad Nauseam didn't get taken and Necropotence didn't get taken is also shocking to me.
So both of those would have fit for me.
Yeah.
But I think I should have taken them. I think I should have went ahead and went with them and focused more on the bolus part.
No, chat corrected. I'm sorry. It's actually the Collector Oof. It looks like it has a white border, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's Collector Oof.
Okay, that's just the glare that makes it look like it's not green. Sorry. Yeah. All the cards look white to me. Our printer's not great, and the glare is not helping. So, good call. So
yeah, I gotta say, that was the hardest part about this draft is cutting all the dang cards.
Yeah, it's a shame.
You want to know what's really shameful? I didn't cut a single card.
Yeah, the real joke here is that I have a giant stack of all of the cards that have ever been drafted for a VRD. And so we had to print off a bunch this morning. The only ones that had to be printed this morning were cards from Modern Horizons or War of the Spark that people didn't send me beforehand.
For me. I was missing them.
Oh.
I was missing, look at what I drafted, though. A bunch of stuff that never gets used.
Okay, yeah, so for people that drafted reasonable cards, the only cards it had to be...
I was missing, 27 cards.
Yeah.
Merlia Silvok wasn't anywhere there. Nezahal Primal Tide wasn't there.
Yeah. Melira should have been there, but Nezahal I definitely wouldn't have thought to have printed.
We had to do Paradoxical Outcome.
Paradoxical is also relatively new, yeah. That one just wasn't around when Paul Waite's Face was doing these, so that's where I took all the inspiration from.
Yeah.
Okay, so Thada Adel Resolves. That card is low-key great. Not so great when there's a Collector Oof in play, but Thada Adel allows you to go and steal your opponent's Moxen.
He definitely stole my box when I played him. He stole my Mox and my top.
Yep. So it has Island Walk, which means that against more than half of the field it's unblockable. And then as soon as it hits them, you get to search their library for a card, and then you can cast that artifact card.
I want to say it's unblockable against everyone but Vincent and Dan.
Is it? I thought there were only 5 blue drafters. So Steven, yes.
Yep.
Dan, yes. Eric, yes. Naveen, no.
No, okay.
Oh no, he has a couple blue.
But Naveen doesn't matter because he's playing the card.
Fair point. You,
I've got
yes.
some blue.
Elaine.
Blue.
Coins, yes.
Blue.
So yeah.
Against everyone but Vincent.
Okay, so 7 of our 8 players are on blue. So that's a good explanation of Vintage History Draft. 7 out of 8 players on blue, 4 players on black, 2 to 4 on green, 1 player on white, and 1 or 2 on red. In this case, we actually had 3 on red, but
red. When Eric engineered into Time Vault, that was ridiculous.
Yes. Yeah. Welder's very good. Okay, so now he finally pulled the trigger and pathed the Mesmeric Fiend so he can get back his Bremaz. So he waited for the oof to shut down things and get to the point where the world's okay. Then he had to cast it in response.
Good play.
Yeah.
It's a strong play. You wait. It wasn't really hurting him any.
True.
He didn't need it right away.
The downside of this play is there's currently a Thoughtseize on the stack. So it's kind of, do you want to let them take the Bremaz or do you want to let them take the Thoughtseize? Or let them take the path. So he opted to cast the path, meaning the Bremaz can get taken, rather than wait for a future one. But I certainly can't fault him for that. Leaving the creature sitting around is no good. Life totals are now 15-7. Oh, that's because there's a big boy that has joined Naveen's side of the board. That big boy is named Gristlebrand. So things aren't going to be great. I mean, if you're facing off against a Gristlebrand, your opponent's about to be drawing their whole deck, and maybe Naveen will accidentally say, use Gristlebrand again and be at 0 life. That's a way for him to win. But yeah, having Gristlebrand is pretty important. Did you see how he cast it? Was off life death?
Yep.
Okay. And that, it looks like the Knight of the Reliquary is about a 4/4. So she can go tutor at least, but I don't know. Gristlebrand has 1 turn left.
He's got this with Gristlebrand.
Yeah, Vince has one turn to draw something. Oh, and he hid the card from us.
I was trying to make sure I showed it, but yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. This is the old, I'm going to draw a card and then put it down because I don't know if I win or not, which is a better sign than just conceding. Okay, Dark Depths. Oh, dang! So he's getting to 2020. That's a way to block a Griselbrand.
Yeah. But he hasn't done it yet.
There's no need. Wait until it attacks. Because then you get to eat it.
Naveen might not attack, though.
No, I can't imagine he will. Then you'll make it end of turn to play around any Innocent Bloods or something. I don't know what Naveen has in his list that can deal with this, but...
I don't think Naveen has anything.
Vince does not have a Caracas. Caracas went undrafted, I believe. Yeah, there were a lot of lands that... like Elliot, there were a lot of lands that could have been
Library of
good.
Alexandria didn't go until pick 17, and I took it, I think.
I think that's right, though. I think Library is only okay. It's very good when you have it, but it's just like if it's not in your opening hand. But yeah, there's no Caracas was drafted. Rashad Port wasn't drafted. City of Brass wasn't drafted. There's a lot of things that could have gone.
The draft part was fun. That was enjoyable.
the playing not so much.
I mean, no, playing's fun, but like the drafting and thinking through it, and then sitting down to build, you're like, oh, I needed this, I needed this.
Yep. There's a lot of skill in the draft section where you just like need to have played a couple of these to know like number one
Like,
what you
a lot
can
of
float.
Vintage, but this is the first time I've done VRD.
Oh, careful. Yeah, no, it's VRD is very different. You have to deal with a lot of the like what happens when somebody else is fighting me for a pick. Do I just like back out and let them have it? Do I try to fight them back? Like what things are actually important? For instance, I despite respecting the fact that Steven took the Urza 8th pick, I think that he could have floated it much later. But he was scared because Eric was kind of in his lane, so he wanted to grab the Urza as soon as the Tellarian Academy was gone to make sure that he had a way to get access to it.
Yeah.
But like, there's just a lot of that choices where, for instance, Eric took Voltaic Key in the 6th round, and that Voltaic Key, no one would have thought to have taken it for literally 20 rounds after that. So I think that once you've played through a couple of these, you start being able to figure out what you can float and what you can't.
I will say, actually, I was going to take Voltaic Key around turn 8 if it hadn't, because he had Time Vault.
But that's fine.
I did not want him to have it.
Right, but that's fine. That means he takes Galvanic Key instead.
Yeah.
And if somebody takes that,
I was going to wait until a much longer time.
then you take Rel Zarek, right? Like there's so many ways.
Options though that doesn't stop him. I mean, he took Voltaic and then Tezzeret.
Yep.
Both of those let him win.
For Painter Grindstone, I think that there's actually an argument for, I need to take this relatively soon because they're irreplaceable. For something like Key, it's the best version, but there's so many versions that are very close to it that it's like Voltaic Servant does very similar work.
Yeah.
So now we're in a bit of a standstill where Vince is scared to activate because he doesn't want to lose his Merit Lodge to a removal spell. And Naveen can't attack because if he does, he loses his Griselbrand. But both players are at such low life total, and Naveen's just trying to figure out a way out of this Griselbrand area. Okay, Ashiok. So this is the old Ashiok, the one that steals creatures and exiles 3 cards at a time. This is one of Naveen's pet cards. Perfectly serviceable. It is a win condition, and it will shut down any game in the long term. It's not a slam dunk kind of, I am crushing the game immediately when it hits the board. It is just a powerful 3-mana walker. It kind of reminds me a little of Liliana.
Yeah, I think Ashiok's strong. It's got a good thing, but like for his deck, it's amazing. You basically just remove everything they need, but I think there were better options for him to pick because he picked this early, didn't he?
I think it went relatively early. Let's see. Where did Ashiok go? Ashiok went 25th pick, so I don't know. That feels not horrible to me. That's kind of once you're in that realm of I'm taking cards and I think you probably should have been taking hate cards at that point and floated the Ashiok until the very end when you already had everything you need. But yeah, it's kind of in that second half of the draft where it's not as important.
I just realized I don't have Defensive Heart in my deck.
You forgot to put it in?
I don't even think I printed it.
Oh, that's a really good card. You should play it.
It should definitely be in my deck. It's why I drafted it.
Well, yeah. That seems like it would be a good reason to have it in.
Oh, well.
So he's still not pulling the trigger. Is there
No,
something
he's
we're not
just gonna
seeing on
wait.
board?
So, I think he's waiting because he knows if he pulls it, that's it. He needs to either be able to win with it or it's gone.
Sure.
Like, that's just the way it is. Because he didn't Vesuva Thespian stage, so he can't do it twice.
Right. So this 3, where's it? What is this 3 right here? It looks like Gristlebrand is dead.
I don't know what this 3 is.
Okay, so now he's
Some
copying.
big-ass dice.
Yep. So now he's making a Merit Lodge. Merit Lodge is presumably going to block whatever this 3 is.
Well, we know the 20 beats a 3.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's an elephant.
Oh, okay, it's the elephant from earlier. I don't know how the Gristlebrand... Oh, the Gristlebrand died to a swords, I bet. The swords to
Right,
plowshares.
yeah.
So that Naveen is still at 4 life. Either way, he's at less than 20 life. Now he's down to 2.
What do you think Naveen is tutoring for?
I mean, my first thought would be an edict of some kind, but an edict wouldn't actually help because there's that knight that's sitting over there. So does Naveen have any exile effects? Honestly, I bet he's just checking his deck to make sure he actually has lost. But it's possible, like, because Snuff Out doesn't do anything. Sword of Sinew could block if he had a flyer, which I don't see. Spinning Darkness could gain him a little bit of life, but not enough to actually win. He has Helm and Leyline as a 2-card combo, but he doesn't have either half of them yet. Yeah, he's in a tough spot at this point. Oh,
I think you're right. I think he's just looking to see what-
Grizzlebrand died to the gifts given. Gifts given. Huh. Oh, okay, so Grizzlebrand was the one that was turned into the 3/3 elephant. That makes sense. Thanks, chat. No one has
Y'all are
upheaval.
doing amazing.
No one has upheaval. There was nobody that drafted the upheaval deck. It's a tough deck to draft because effectively the only way to break that synergy is to take a bunch of fast artifact mana. So honestly, the best place to take it, I think, is if you're on the 8th wheel. So you get double Mox, and then you have to like fight your way back into blue after taking 2 non-blue Moxen, and that's just a tough spot to be, especially because like the monoliths go really fast as well, and it's kind of like if you can get a Mox and either a Mana Vault or Mana Crypt, then I think you can justify it. But otherwise, it's really difficult to break the synergy of upheaval. A mono blue control list with Cryptic Command could be pretty strong with upheaval, though.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. I'm just like, so that card sitting there, that is a new one that just got printed. It's the Hex Drinker, I believe. Let's pull that one up. Are you familiar with this card yet?
I want to say, is it? Oh yes, it is the snake you leveled up. So it's 3 to 7 is instant protections, and then once you hit 8 is Progenitus.
Yes. Yeah, it becomes a very tiny version of Progenitus. I still don't know how he's planning on blocking this 2020 Indestructible, but we're going to find out very soon.
Unless he levels up. It's his turn, he has the mana. No, he doesn't.
Well, but he needs to jump it too somehow because it flies.
Oh, you're right. Who knows what he's doing here?
There's a recurring nightmare, so he's going to get back. Oh, he can get back Tidespout Tyrant. So Tidespout Tyrant, and then he has to cast one spell, and if he can cast a single spell, he gets to bounce the Merit Lodge and stay alive. And probably win. Like, let's get real.
At that point, yeah, he's won, because that is Vincent's win con.
Okay, so he gets a Tidespout Tyrant. Oh, no, he's going for the Gristlebrand so he can gain life. Okay, so plan... Get Gristlebrand, block, gain 7 life, stay alive through the hit from the other creature, then cast Recurring Nightmare again, use the Recurring Nightmare to get Tidespout Tyrant into play, bouncing the Merit Lodge.
I think that's correct.
I think that's Naveen's line. Yeah, Recurring Nightmare is just such a broken card. Like, I totally understand why this card is not allowed in EDH. I did see someone playing a Legacy Recurring Nightmare deck where their win con was looping Thragtusks. So this is a Legacy deck, completely reasonable Legacy deck that played the Nick Fitz package of doing Veteran Explorer into Recurring Nightmare that would sacrifice Veteran Explorers, getting back Thragtusks, and then looping Thragtusks into Grave Titans. So you're just like, every turn you gain 5 life, make a 3/3 and 2/2s, and you just bounce back and forth between those two for 3 mana. It's just insane value engine. And then you might as well have Eternal Witness, which I will note also forgotten in
Was
this.
not forgotten.
Not forgotten?
No, I completely was thinking about it like pick 8, pick 9. And
Uh-huh.
I go to take it and I'm like, it's not going to work for
Yeah.
my deck. I don't want to. My whole plan was, like, I knew I wanted polymorph, like, pick 3.
Yep.
I knew that's what I wanted. So for me, it wasn't going to work.
Totally fair. Somebody should have been drafting Eternal Witness, because that card is too good not to get drafted.
Vincent should have taken it, yes.
Yeah. There's a Dryad Militant in play, which is exciting. And all of the creatures are gone somehow. Did he block with...
I don't know, it's nap time for Brent. You know how early y'all made my butt wake up to be here?
It was a real early morning.
I don't go to work till 11 every day.
That's a shame for you. Okay, so here we go. Now, he gained enough life with the Gristlebrand that he can go to 1 by casting Reanimate on Tidespout Tyrant. Now, all he has to do is cast 2 spells, and then he wins. So let's see if Naveen has 2 spells he can cast. One should be Recurring Nightmare. Okay. Is Tidespout Tyrant... Let's pull up that card, because I don't remember if it's instant sorcery, or if it is any spell.
It's,
Cast a spell, okay.
yeah.
So yeah, there's one. He bounces
I
Merit
actually
Log.
tried to take down Tidespout.
Did you?
I did. But I saw that he had it, and I was like, damn it.
Okay, and he cast a... Was that a... What's the draw 3, discard a land card?
Frantic? No.
Nope. It's the other one. But yeah, anyway, he drew a bunch of cards.
It's nap
and
time
threw
for me.
away...
It's hard to think.
he threw away Bazaar Baghdad.
I'm
Now
literally going to take a nap after this, probably.
he's casting Inquisition. Inquisition going to take one of those cards he just bounced, I bet. Or Gaddock T, might as well. Nope,
No.
okay. Change up his mind. Taking the Knight of the Reliquary.
I think that's a good one.
Yeah, because, I mean, Gaddock T stops any 4-drops or above, but Naveen doesn't really have any of those. So at this point, the game's effectively over. All the permanents are getting bounced. Tidespout Tyrant's going to start crashing in for 5 damage. And we are 1-1, I believe. So this is going to be the final game.
I thought this was game 1.
Is it? Did we forget to reset the timer? Or the clock? Man, it's nap time for me apparently as well.
I could be wrong, though. As I said, it is definitely nap time for me, so I could be completely wrong.
This game has just felt like it was a full match. That's the exciting part of this one. It's been an interesting game.
It made me sleepy.
It's really warm in here as well. We can't have a fan on because it gets too loud. So, Voice of Resurgence, okay. Casting the Voice of Resurgence off of the Ashiok, or putting it into play, or however Ashiok works. Yeah, so I mean, Vince is down to 6 life, has 2 lands in play, and a 2/1. So things aren't looking so great for him. Is Naveen just being rude and choosing not to attack? Is that a thing that's happening?
Sounds like that's the Naveen play.
This is how Naveen takes first place, by aggravating his opponents into death. So chat, yeah, coming up very soon, Blues game is going to be going on, and I think this is where people are going to start getting upset that they aren't already here. Because the Blues are a big thing in St. Louis right now. Usually don't see too much excitement, but
Dude, I am
this
so
year...
excited. That's why I need a nap. I don't know how I'm going to play and watch the game. And I really hope there's somewhere where this game is on, or I'm just leaving.
If somebody has an NHL subscription, we can put it on. I'm going to TV out.
Live.
Do you? Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can pull it up to the front room. Keep
Sweet.
the Blues game on.
Yeah, I have Hulu Live. But I want to watch it. Otherwise, I'm dipping.
No,
Like,
that's reasonable.
it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience here.
It's once in several lifetimes experience here.
That is true.
I'm from Michigan, so this is the joy. Is I get to make fun of Blues players.
I'm from Louisiana, but there's no hockey down there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the closest team to where you grew up? Texas?
Central League team called Mudbugs, which I watched
Sure.
growing up, and that's
What's-
why I like hockey.
What's the NHL team though? Because I grew up where
I don't know,
my
Dallas.
my AHL team was the Griffins in Grand Rapids.
It
So
might be Dallas, but I don't know.
yeah,
Dallas is so far away that you don't even care, though.
yeah, that's reasonable. All right, Naveen looks like he is sideboarding after taking game 1. So I did see that he's not bringing Contagion in. That's the only bit of advice I have so far.
Contagion class.
Contagion is a great guard. You can turn off 2/2s into 0/1s. You can, I don't know, you can turn their 4-power creature into an 0-power creature.
I'm just glad I got to cast Fibble Tip.
Fibblethip is, I know you were very excited about it, and I'm not going to force you to be excited about it again, but that was an interesting pick, I'll say
I
that.
was, and then I polymorphed out of it. Like, I was like, woo! Fibblethip.
Just straight value out
The
of your...
plan of my deck is to somehow get Bolasibble, Fibblethip, Bolasibble, get a Fibblethip off of it,
Yes.
draw 2, and then polymorph into Emrakul. That's the plan.
Well, that was a plan, yes.
It has yet to happen, but I've gotten close.
I believe in you. I believe you can do it.
I don't.
So yeah, let's jump back over to see the standings right now. What's going on? Looks like... Oh, okay, Elaine won her 3rd match, so she's up... I'm going to refresh that one more time. Okay, Elaine's up 3, so she's at 3-0. Steven's still 2-0. Looks like Dan and Vince are both tied at 2-1. Naveen is at 2-2. And then Eric's at 1-3. You're down at 0-4 right now, and Coins is at 1-2. Okay, so this is looking good. We have guaranteed that the top 4 players get invites back to their choice of the next 3 drafts. So that's what people are playing for here. The top 4 automatically get invited back, but they also get to draft from the prize pool. So I don't have an overlay for it yet, but we're gonna get. But you can see on our Twitter what the prize payout is. It is a nice looking layout. So unlike last time where we had like some good things, there was a Mescal, there was a Kirk and Sweeney. This time we have Kirk and Sweeney. We lost the Hennessy White, but in favor of it, we got this massive bottle of Belvedere.
That was my buy-in, people.
It was a solid buy-in.
Oh,
There's
it's
also this
so-
Whistle Pig Rye that looks really nice. What
Yeah.
what would be your first pick if you had first pick? What would you go
Whistle
for
Pig
here?
Rye.
Yeah, that one's a solid one. I like the Whistle Pig Old World one a little more, I think.
Or the rum. The 23-year rum.
Yeah, that's good. I think
There's-
the rum went 3rd pick last time.
There's gin, then scotch, or whiskey, whatever. The Belvedere, then whiskey, then rum.
Yep.
I was trying to find a sake to bring,
Ooh, that'd be good.
but the only one I could find was like $36,
Nice.
so I didn't get one.
Yeah,
I was
my
trying.
my buy-in last time was a bottle of Glenfiddich. Then I came out with a nice, really nice bottle of Mescal that I need to break open later tonight when we're watching the Blues, I
I
think.
almost did Casamigos
Ooh, that'd be good.
because I work at a tequila bar, so I know a lot about that kind of stuff. And Casamigos and Yeho is like $60,
Yeah,
and it's really smooth.
totally fair. Yeah, so the I think that for next time if I play again, I'm gonna do a bottle of Madeira. Just like do a 100-year-old bottle of Madeira as my buy-in.
I think if I play again, I'm gonna focus more on mono green draft.
Yeah, mono green. I think the problem there is like, are you aiming for? Okay, anyway, yeah, they're back in the game. So mono green is good, but let's focus on this one. Started with a Moxen and went with the bold play of not playing anything turn 1 after playing a Mox. Vince's deck is solid, and the Mox helps a lot because he does have a lot of creatures that are on 2 and 3, but it seems like he didn't have one in his opening hand this time. His mana situation's also a little heavy.
We've got some open seats at the table.
Nice. All right, we're gonna swap in Brent out here for Brandon for a little bit.
Seems like a good trade if you ask me.
Only if you want to lose.
Cool.
So yeah, Brent's gonna be jumping over and getting some more matches in. We are in Game 2. Game 2 is just starting. Did you watch Game 1 with Naveen and Vince?
What's that?
Did you get a chance to watch Game 1 here?
I was
Otherwise-
around between tables. You know, I just gotta stay up to date on the meta.
Oh, I understand. You gotta scope out for next time.
Exactly.
So no, the first round, it was intense, went back and forth. Naveen animated a Gristlebrand. Vince managed to get Merit Lodge in play to block it on the turn he was about to lose. And then Naveen Naveen got rid of the Merit Lodge by reanimating a Tidespout Tyrant to bounce it, and then recurring Nightmare to the Tidespout Tyrant. It was a crazy game.
Yeah,
this is one for the rewatch.
That's nasty.
Okay, what is that card? Oh, is that a True Name? No. True Name went to Eric. I don't know what this card is. Looks like both of them are discarding cards.
Is that...
Oh, this is the new one, the new Stupor. Mind Rake, yeah.
Okay.
Good job,
Oh,
chat.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is you can play 3 mana to make them discard 2 cards and have a Mind Rot, or you can pay 2 and set up your Reanimator target at the same time.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. And it looks like Dryad Militant's in play.
That is good against Naveen.
Sure is. I mean, it doesn't take out the creatures. I don't think. Let me double check. So instant or sorcery goes into graveyard. You exile it.
That is not super fantastic against Naveen.
It's not as good. I mean, it means that you only life death once and stuff, but I don't know. It's not the Tormod's Crypt kind of equivalent. This is where if I was like calling for Vince to have taken Ground Seal. I would love to see a Ground Seal out of him right now. It's just like such a powerful effect. And cantrips, it's just like a great card. Oh, him to Turok? Okay. Oh no. So that's a Ramunap Excavator in the yard.
That's real bad.
Oh, but there's a Rest in Peace. Okay. That is good against Naveen.
Indubitably. Why did he go down to 14?
Well, because there's creatures attacking him.
Oh, I'm guessing he missed the
Oh.
first round of attacks.
That makes
He
sense.
was just at 20, so.
Okay. Yeah, so he took 3 and then took 3 again. Oh no. Oh no! What?
Ouchie, wowie.
Am I allowed to sacrifice my own Rest in Peace, please? Please? Because he's about to kill himself.
Well, you know what? He was kicking himself earlier for not drafting a Kasali Pride Mage. He would
Oh
enjoy
no!
having that in play right now.
Oh no!
Now that the
Thanks for the follow, Still Life. I'm sorry you had to
Still
tune in to
Life.
watch this massacre. Just getting killed with your own Rest in Peace.
And
Oh no, that's so
game,
rude.
Set and snatch.
Oh man. Well, this one won't be a very long match. I'm sorry. After game 1, which took like 40 minutes, I thought this one was gonna go.
Oh, just dejectedly.
Just drop your entire deck into exile. Oh, okay. So let's show the people
Yeah.
what sadness just occurred. This card that Naveen's playing looks like trash, but if you have a Leyline of the Void in play, or if your opponent happens to play a Rest in Peace,
Yeah.
then you just win the game if you have 1 mana and tap it. Wow. Well, that was quick. That was quick. I thought Naveen was just going to be attacking with 1/1s and 2/2s.
You know what? This thing was dragging along. So I came in here and I made sure.
Yeah, you get shit done. That's what you do.
Listen, no one has ever accused me of being inefficient. So, just happy to help.
All right, well, I'm going to get you a better co-commentator, and I'm going to go figure out who's going to go on camera
I don't
next.
know if one exists, but
Oh,
I
thanks. So
appreciate-
nice of you.
I appreciate you trying.
That's so nice of you.
All right. Yeah. I've got a beer out there on the second table, I think, if you want to bring it in. But yeah. All right, chat. What did I miss? Catch me up. So far, we've been filling out the win-loss reports. I think, I don't know if there is a exclamation point thing for our challenge, but is there a challenge exclamation point thing? Yeah. All right. Bang bracket will bring up the challenge with the win-loss records. I think that Stephen Hagen is currently leading the pack. Don't quote me on that, but he might be at 4-1 or 3-1, something like that. But it's, other than Brent, who I believe you were just talking to, I think it's kind of an open field. So Naveen now is at 3-2. That's really all I know. It was a very well drafted event. We're not having anybody go 7-0, but very cool. Let me pull it up while we're at it. Oh, is it up? I don't think that it is. Yeah, it's Dan versus who? Wait, which is left and which is right?
The one with the up.
These honkies, I swear.
These.
Left.
Hey, dude, go back to the stream so I know which one. The right one is going to be Dan. The left one is Steven.
Okay.
Excuse me. I need to properly assess my
Yeah.
receptacle placement situation.
Indubitably. All right, Steven Hagen. What's Steven's record? I think it's 3-1. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna say that that's what it is. I'm sorry.
You're okay. You're just fine. Just let me know whenever you'd like to.
Yeah, here, go ahead.
Okay, cool. Would you like to use my lap as a?
Yes, I would.
Absolutely, go hard.
Oh no, as long as you do or don't, it's not up to me. Okay, versus Daniel.
Your hand is warmer than my thigh. We'll talk about this. Ooh, okay. Currently, I am also 2-2.
Zelen.
The old not hitting the white land.
Yeah, that was rough. You know what? Should have drafted Windswept Heath.
Yeah, that's true. I should have drafted. It's funny because the only reason I didn't is because I was like, I see in the future that I'm going to do Basuba, Bush. I'm gonna have like Basuba, Bushland, and Horizon Canopy, and it would crush my soul if I died from picking myself.
Fair.
Maybe.
Wait, seriously? Steven's 3-0.
Yeah, Steven's deck is very spicy, sir.
Oopsie poopsie. Your stats? I believe ish. Yeah. Okay. Well then, Steven's a guy to beat, and oh, we've already got action going. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah. You know what? Let's do this later. Let's look at Steven in this Dan Zelensky game.
Okay. And that's a 2-1. Sorry. I do what I do.
Wait, he's only played 3 games.
This is what the bracket says. I don't know. All right, here. Do you want to put a card up? Oh, it's over. It's over.
Oh my god.
And we're also on the reverse. This is ridiculous. Here. All right. Sorry. This is just going too fast. I came in here to increase the efficiency of this operation, and now it's hyper efficient.
now it's just so efficient we can't.
Club can't even handle me right now.
That's.
Yeah. All right. Control C.
Okay.
All right. Control
Stephen,
V.
Stephen got it. I don't even. Oh, then again, it's like 2 people.
Control C. Delete. Control V. All right. Here we go. Boom! Getting it done. Copy paste.
Yeah, you know what? Find out this question.
I would be really, really irked
Yeah,
if I copy pasted that for nothing.
Yeah, I see. Okay, but here's the thing. There's a whole keyboard, right? All this technology, and I don't work in computers. This is
How do you fit inside a computer?
it's easy. You go to your yoga classes daily.
I only do them weekly. That's why. That's what.
the problem. That's the problem, man.
God,
You gotta
this
make
is
time.
ridiculous.
You gotta find the time.
That's fair.
Be aware. All right.
Okay.
I made that up, but it sounds good.
Hey, if it rhymes, it's on times.
New Roman. All right. That's good fun. Speaking of fonts,
Times New Roman? Get out of
this-
here.
This vanilla Helvetica, I'm messing with it. I'm messing with it right now.
I think this is just Arial.
It's probably Arial.
Yeah.
I'm making stuff. Let me have this. We're on stream. Actually,
Helvetica.
you know what? I could be talking about the text.
No, that has serif. That has serif.
There can't be serif.
On magic chords,
You know what?
there's so much serif. Serif of the scales, my dude.
It's odd how long people take to shuffle cards.
I don't get it.
I don't either.
You know why?
I just
I'm about efficiency, my dude.
In, out. All right. That's what we gotta
Oh,
think
sorry.
Who?
Your mic is now on.
Oh Jesus! People had to listen
I'm
to me.
sorry, Elliot has.
I don't know. Elliot has, but
We've got
Y'all are
an
missing some
island,
things
and
from
then we have a
chat.
botanical sanctum. We have a swamp, and then we have a talisman.
talisman, the talisman.
It's good that we've got your mic on now because it's a lot funnier now that they can hear.
Oh,
us.
they have no idea that I'm.
Basically, it was just me, just a stream of consciousness babbling about absolute garbage. There was a dial. It was like an interplay.
The question really is: does Elliot has what? Is that a blight? Oh my God, he's blighted
Blight,
aging.
yeah. Mhm.
He's that
That's
whenever
fucked up.
whenever he just
Oh,
like
no.
low key was just like, hey guys, I'm playing Simic. In fact, hope you don't mind. And nobody's gonna stop him. Everybody's like, okay,
All right.
yeah, sure thing.
Oh yeah. By the way, 10 on turn 2. Suck my butt.
Yeah, it's only good. It's only good. Let's see. He's explaining how magic works and reading cards. All right.
Don't read cards. Just play.
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah, just put it down. See if it works. See if it sticks. Deliberation. I really wish
That's
that.
the force of will in his hand, I think.
Oh man. I mean, it'd be good if he has it.
I think it is.
If he has it. I don't know why this is making me like
Hey
tense.
guys, this is a Budweiser. It says Missouri on it. Missouri kind of sucks right now.
This is a Budweiser, and it doesn't say Missouri on it, but it is a Bud Light Orange. This is pretty tasty, actually. I was
Bud
surprised.
Light Orange.
Yeah, orange.
Que fantastique. It's not que fantastique. It's
No.
que fantastique.
Oh, what's that? So while we're waiting for them to figure it out, Brandon, have you told them anything about yourself?
No.
You're an incredibly interesting person. How dare you?
I'm intentionally eccentric and yeah, like I'm a recluse, a hermit, if you will.
Hermit?
Yeah, to our viewers at least. Would you like to ask me some questions?
Okay.
See, this is an island. That's what he's. I'm just mimicking the dialogue that they've got going on.
Well, they decided to actually swap out to the legitimate talisman. Good on them, but like, we know, guys. Come on. We're all pretty friendly. Shake your hand, give you a hug types.
So the issue that happened there, he had a card in there that he accidentally had misplaced from somewhere else.
Oh.
So we grabbed the one that was supposed to be, and then subbed that card for basically the back of the deck.
Okay.
Because
Wow.
it was mixed.
Okay.
Right, there was a mix-up. He had the wrong talisman. Grabbed it from somewhere
Swan
else.
song? Would you like a
Oh.
2/2 flying bird?
Guess what? That doesn't help an infect deck that much.
Yeah, I know, but
It's a
it's.
blocker, I guess.
I mean, but it's still a 2/2 bird. That puts him on a 10-turn clock. That's viable. I was on a 10-turn
I think
clock.
they were already on a.
I do believe that
Oh,
man.
look.
The old
it.
friendlies.
Didn't
that,
even need it.
He was like, hey, did you know that this is a lot of damage?
Ouchie wowie.
He asked that man to his face. He said,
Whoa.
excuse me, is it okay if I make this a 6/4? He said, no, it's not. He said, well, is it okay if I make it at least 10 power?
Is it okay if I make it a 12 something or other?
Oh, yeah.
I guess it would be a 10 something or
10, well, at least
10,
a 10
10,
something.
yeah.
A minimum. Because I didn't.
10-5. Yeah.
Yes, because, yeah.
Oh,
It's at least an even number.
gross.
That was wildly quick.
That was buck nasty.
Yeah, it was. I think going for the old, check this out, boom, bam, thank you, ma'am. That's gonna get you there every time.
Listen, only one player here can have solemnity in their deck.
Oh,
You know what that man's name is?
ugh.
Vincent Brown.
I'll take that.
Take you down to the Brown Town.
Old Pound Town and Brown Town. That's what I'm talking about.
Choice.
Oh, but man, actually, so that means Steven just came ill prepared for the wham bam.
Just not enough force of wills. And
He didn't have enough counter spells, didn't have enough immediate removal.
you know why? Because Daniel drafted them all.
Yeah, he said.
Turns out that strategy's pretty good. If the one thing you want to not
happen to
your
you,
shit
yeah.
is counterspells,
If you just
draft
say,
them all yourself.
you know what I wish people didn't have in their hand? The things that I have in my deck. That's a really good strat.
Here, let's go ahead and change both of these jabrones over to 3-1.
Get on that thought. Get
action.
in there. Oh yeah.
Here,
And
you want to type the number 1, or actually, here I want you to type the number 3.
This is. Oh man, you had me sold. Hold on.
Okay. Wow.
Save. Do it.
Okay. And then we're going to type
Add a 1 to this 0.
Right here.
Oh my goodness. Steven. He's actually got a really interesting deck.
Yeah. I mean, there's combos galore.
Yeah.
So you dealt with this one thing.
Well, the funniest bit is majority of his combos
Stuff like your butt.
revolve around artifacts.
Yeah. And so
The
it helps
only-
that he has things that enable those.
Well, it's just gonna be odd because I'm gonna eventually have to play against him and I'm gonna go, man, you know what sucks is like, I gotta play the Sorrow Shards against you and I gotta play all this other stuff. But sideboard stuff, it shall come. Oh man, Brandon, I wish you were playing with us. You play the spiciest fun.
That is accurate.
Mhm.
Here's the issue.
Here's the problem.
I would be on the receiving end of ridicule instead of just exclusively being able to dole it out.
Oh, that's
And
fair.
I've been talking a lot of shit.
Yeah, I know. I feel like a majority of the people in the chat are just like, this Vince guy, he's out here making all the mistakes. He's ready to deal 20 infects, still did 10 through a counter. Yeah, okay. I mean, 10 is all you need, really.
Can you count to 10?
I
Ever since I lost a finger, I just have to use my toes.
Oh, but at least you got toes. Hey, there's some people out there missing all feet.
I know.
Yeah, diabetes is strong. More importantly, you guys in St. Louis, absolutely we're in St. Louis. I wouldn't sit here and say that I'm proud, but I will say that I'm from St. Louis.
Yeah. STL proud.
Yeah.
Kind of fuck Missouri right now.
Yeah, I mean, not just right now. It's a long time coming. It's been a train.
It used to kind of be like, hey, this is like a libertarian paradise. Just do whatever you want. And then now they're like, you know what? I think we're going to restrict everything you do.
We care about the rules now. Everybody's got to play by them. He's in Farmington. Oh, that's rough.
So this guy...
He gets it, though. He gets it.
This guy or gal knows what we're talking about.
It gets it.
Yeah, they get it.
Jaw Est?
Get it.
The Jaw Est?
What?
How much jaw do you have? I see it says Jaws 141. I should have known. They probably live right off of 141. Over in Farmington. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I don't even know if that's a plausibility. I don't remember where Farmington is exactly. I just remember that it is southern of the West County. The West. West is the counties.
True.
They're taking the longest time to shuffle it up.
Wait, I thought
they just
they're swapping out Naveen.
That looks like a Naveen,
Yeah.
because Naveen is the only other person who has any degree of tinted flesh.
Hold on, let me just check.
Yep.
It's not me.
It isn't you.
No, it's not you.
I'm between you and Naveen and tint and skin tint.
No, I think. Oh yes, sorry.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out.
So,
between
all right,
the-
let's update. Let's updot.
You could alt it
Where's?
right down here in the text box.
Yeah, I see this, but play on the left. We know that's Naveen.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Naveen balayage.
Oh, you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to.
You can't hear it.
That's true. Whew.
Naveen.
What's up?
Do you want to stay on, or do you want somebody else?
Oh yeah.
We're in
Yeah, I know. I feel like I sneezed. Ooh, quick note.
AJI.
BAL.
AJI.
HAI. Okay. More importantly, who's the person on the right?
It's still Steven, right?
Yeah, still Hagen.
Yeah.
Still Hagen. Okay, cool. What's Naveen is? He's
3 and 2.
I don't know. Chill on.
I think.
Check.
Okay.
Actually, you have it up in one of these tabs.
Yeah,
this
it's on the fire. Go ahead and click refresh.
cool. I'm on it. Naveen 3 and 2.
Look at that.
Hey,
just off the dome
just go ahead
piece.
and tuck. Just go ahead and tuck those wisdom nuggets away, man. You got it. You got it.
Listen, if there's anything I'm good at, it's tucking wisdom nugs.
Ah, wisdom nugs.
Cheers.
Cheers, sir. Oh man,
Okay, cards are shuffled.
I just played Naveen.
Players are sitting down.
He's an
freaking fragile.
oh,
Flippity flop.
oh, and your first land's a mountain.
Oh,
Nobody
what are
even
you
pulled
gonna
lightning
do?
bolt. Nobody even
What are you
pulled
gonna
lightning
do?
bolt. It was disgraceful.
Actually, that's not true. It got drafted in round.
I'm wrong, but when was it drafted?
I think it was drafted by Steven in round 23. Well,
Ooh.
you want to go to the check my memory here?
Let's check the old the memory banks.
Memory banks.
Yeah. Let's see. You said
Wait. Oh, all right. We have to scroll over. Scroll over to the left.
it doesn't matter. It helps if you can type.
Yes. Check that.
23. Stop you. Oh God. Okay, so this is the thing. People don't talk about it because Brandon's like super secretive about his secret powers, but he has eidetic memory to a degree, and it's flustering. Dude, nobody remembers stuff like that. The old 23rd pick.
Keeping it in my dome piece. Okay, so Elliot's talking shit on you. Vince, my dude, you're not in a position to be calling out shameful non-drafts. Which is accurate.
Yeah.
That
No. That's true. That's true. Not only am I not in the look, I'll tell you right now. I will make mistakes all day. What's up?
Naveen stole Steven's spaghetti.
Oh, he took the old spaghetti. Spaghetti. That's 100% accurate.
Yeah.
Mainly because I play EDH and everything's been in EDH. I don't even think about.
Yeah.
And that's such a short.
Balance,
It's like a
banned.
short list. Yeah.
Fastball? Banned.
And I wish I remembered that because then I just play mono black. I'm like, if I remembered, just check the ban list for EDH. Braid. You could just ditch. And I even asked Naveen. I was like, hey, Naveen, did you even think about getting Splash Infrared just so you can get the old looting of the faithless? And he was like, nah, man. I was thinking about it, but then I didn't get around to it. I was like, that's fair. That's fair.
I think from like round 13 on, I was like, hey, somebody needs to get faithless looting pretty soon.
Yeah, it's absurd, especially in like Naveen's build. Naveen's got the whole. He's got the whole spice. He's got the noodles together.
Yeah.
He figured it out though.
Listen, this is the second one of these that we've done, or that hath been did.
Yes.
And there's a lot of things that you forget about, like don't take duels before you take the fetches. You know.
Yeah.
That's a thing. There's a lot of magic cards. There's at least 15. I'd say.
Yeah, at least
minimum.
Hey, if somebody said there's a 16, I'd say yeah, that's fair. It's at least that many. At least.
Look,
You'd venture to say?
I'd venture to say at least 20.
At least. Oh my God.
We got a Thopter Foundry out.
Yeah.
This Effer is about to discard some cards randomly.
Yeah. Super hand.
Bye-bye. And guess what? They're exiled because of Elaine Delvoide.
Delvoide.
Why are they out? No,
He just
they,
puts
there,
he
there aren't in his graveyard. He was just checking it out.
Yeah. He just likes to do the old sideways. Naveen throws me off with that, but that's because I personally play mine, regular old vanilla graveyard status, and he's like, nah, those bad boys gotta go in there tap. So I know it's the graveyard.
Only one counter left on old Splash Yak. Except it's Splash
you know what?
Yak,
I'm glad Elliot is the perfect hey, guess what? That doesn't work.
This is not 1-0. Could you mind clicking text?
Ooh, text GDI.
Double clickety click.
Yeah, hit it with the boom bap.
It's that boom boom pow.
All right, yeah, let's go ahead and up that.
Style.
It is. You're correct. Look at that. Where's 0-0? I didn't.
We're on top of these things. Don't worry about it, you guys. Don't worry about
Actually, do worry about it. Correct us when we're wrong. Correct us when we're wrong. I'm on board for that all day.
Correct.
Yeah.
This Thopter Foundry, not doing a whole lot of.
It's hanging out. It's chilling.
It's there.
Sort of meek. Not gonna do much, but.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
What is that card? That's Grindstone. No, Painter's Grindstone? Grindstone. Let's pull up Grindstone. Go to the Four Fox.
The Four Fox?
There you go. Type in that Stony Grindy Boy.
Oh, God, where's the
search for magic card?
There it is. I see it. There she goes. Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah.
I need that old art.
Why is see Naveen's got cards in his graveyard and they should be in the exile.
No, he's got the Leyline of Void. It's for opponents.
Oh.
Yeah, but dude has a is that an Ashiok on the side of the board? I believe it is.
Yes, and it gets rid
Exiled
of
it.
all of those jabronis.
Yeah, they gotta go. It's a fire sale.
It's a bonfire. Turn the lights out.
How do you even know about Childish Gambino like that? Of course you do,
I
but
watched
how?
Community.
Oh, that's incredibly fair. He's seizing his thoughts. He needs to know what those are.
Why would you give them hold on? Why would you give them a free 2/2 flyer? Yeah. Okay, he's not
Yeah.
smart.
he's smart. I just want to know if it does. Okay, that's pretty snaz. I'm a fan. Oh, the mag.
Oh no.
The mag.
Uh-oh.
Oh, 2 lands. Okay. Get exiled after that, my guy.
No. Uh-oh. We done? We done here.
Oh.
That's game 1. All right. I'm going to be right back. I have to take a trip to the men's room to powder my nose.
Oh, absolutely. Enjoy your trip.
Thank you.
Don't forget to smell the flowers on your way, all right? It's all about the journey,
You know what,
not the
man?
destination.
I appreciate you.
All right, bet. Okay. Yes, he did. Ashiok came in, got the work done. Ashiok is severely underrated in my opinion, mainly because obviously 3-drop, so coming out turn 2 is not unreasonable, if not turn 1. I believe Elaine got the Mana Crypt, but the Vault was all Steven, if I recall. I believe somebody else altogether got the Soul Ring, but that's what I get for being involved. It's one of those interesting situations. Yeah, it looks like Levine got the Soul Ring, but let's check this out. Yeah. Oh no, Dan got the Vault. That's right. He was next in line. Yeah, he does. He does have that Lotus. The Lotus will get you there every time. Elliot, you're on top of it. Good for you, sir. Or, all right, that's a fairly. I don't know. I'm not good with names. I'm not a name scientist. So I'll say we'll say with the male acronym for this. Sorry, pronoun. English language is hard. So the shuffle up for leg game 2. Let's see where it's gonna go. It's a sir. There are women Elliots though. Hey, see, this guy knows. Tons of knowledge. Elliot is a male. I appreciate him stating that for the family.
I mean, yeah, you've got famously
Elliot
oh my
from
God.
Scrubs. Yeah, well, I'm trying to remember what her name is in IRL.
I love this show too.
Yeah, Scrubs is. If people don't watch Scrubs or haven't watched Scrubs recently, it is incredibly. It
does not hold up as well as you might think.
It holds up better than like Friends.
I don't know if I agree with that. Like, listen, Scrubs is my favorite comedy of all time. Do not get me wrong.
That's fair.
Oh my God.
What's your favorite silent film of all time?
My favorite film?
Silent film. Silent.
Joan of Arc.
Oh, okay, that's a good pick. Very solid.
La Passion de Jeanne d'Arc. Yeah. Probably the best acting performance in the history of cinema.
Ooh, over like Charlie Chaplin, the great dictator? Oh, man, that's hard to say. We'll have to disagree. It's Always Sunny is the best. Correct. Because I'm the trash, man. Danny DeVito. So, quick snippet.
Yeah.
I went to school with Danny DeVito's nephew, Dante DeVito. Really interesting kid. We'll leave it there. But regardless, I've run into Danny DeVito a couple times just because he was hanging out with his nephew. And, man, that dude is mirror image the exact same person in real life. If you whatever you imagine Danny DeVito is, that's exactly who he is.
You don't have to imagine.
Oh, absolutely. He shows you.
It is what it is.
Yeah. Like if I met Samuel L. Jackson and he didn't say motherfucker one time.
What the fuck is life even happening?
Right, exactly.
In terms of famous people you met, so anyone other than Danny DeVito?
Yeah, a few people. Anthony Anderson, he slapped my cousin. It was great.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
This part is OP.
Yeah.
You can't. No, that is banned.
Thousand turn -1. Baby on the field.
Wow.
Adorable counters infinite. You know.
Goodness
How are you gonna
gracious.
deal? How are you gonna
That
deal?
baby is adorable. Look at those little booty socks.
Look.
Yeah,
It's got a fox on its
Elliot,
one
I
say.
agree. Yeah, we're gonna have to switch that out with an island.
Yo, I paid close attention. Nobody drafted this baby. Absolutely. Nobody got that baby. But, that's because it's too good. It's banned and sealed.
Yes, it should be.
If you open it in a pack, I'm sorry. You got to keep that baby. That's your baby now.
Pack?
I'm going to pass for now. I'm passing.
I met Peter Dinklage. Oh, is it? Do we have a
Peter Dinks?
Do we have a bizarre Baghdad?
Oh, my. No way. I wasn't paying very much attention because I was busy having a phone. But,
Oh, we know his passcode now!
Oh, shit. Stream, if you can hunt down Steven and grab his phone, you know exactly.
1149.
Oh, my. No. Yeah, thank you. But don't. Okay, we said it out loud.
No.
Is this going to be on the internet forever? Of course it is, because the internet's
We're
going
gonna
to.
have to tell him to change.
I'm going to tell him to change his passcode. I might. I'll think about it. I'll tell him after I mess with. I'll mess with him.
Oh my God, is he a New Year's baby born in 1969? Oh, we just doxed him, didn't we?
Oh man, that'd be so good if he was though. Actually, that'd be like outside of being born on April 20th, 1969. What better birthday can you really have if you think about it?
You can't.
You can't. And yes, to be fair, we are making it worse for him, but we're just talking about it because we're gonna have to address it later. Just one of us remember, and I'm not much of a drinker, and I've been drinking today, so I believe in you, Brandon. All right, I'll tell him after this match. Fair enough. I'm looking for them to do something other than stare at their cards and then pass.
No.
You're right.
Too bad.
Too bad.
It's not possible. So
If I'd gotten Crucible Worlds, I forgot to mention this. If I had gotten Crucible Worlds, I was gonna do Lotusville, and that would have made me so happy.
I think regardless, you should have just drafted Fastbond.
Yeah. Oh, you're 100% correct. I'm not gonna let that down
you
immediately.
You shouldn't forget it for next time.
I will, because I'm not drafting white green again. It's good because I avoided a lot of issues, but then you know how funny it'd be if somebody was just like, all right, mono red. I play Magus and Blood.
Wait. Which did he just pitch an Ashiok?
To what?
The heck? To Bizarre Bag?
Bizarre? Really? Sometimes you gotta make bad life choices.
I have a racist Bizarre Bag that I bought from my local shop.
Because Cubic Mine is selling it back, so I gave it a home for it. Good for you, you know?
Yeah.
Take care of cars. They need to be somewhere. They need love too.
Listen, this man jaws more than anyone else.
It's jawist, not some jaws.
Yeah.
The most jaws.
Yeah, I know, more than anyone else.
More than anyone else.
The superlative jaw.
Yes. The universal jaw. If somebody was to speak of,
Mamma mia.
Oh man, Vamp Toots. Take two, my guy.
You know what you do? You know what you do? You toot it and boot it.
Gotta toot it and boot it. Come on. That's where you're at. I was actually kind of hoping that Coins would get Vamp Toots because he had the wheels. I was thinking about it just because I didn't have a good reason, but I was like, at least my Dark Depths will tap for something. That's actually what made me think of the Rift, whatever.
Yeah.
But I haven't hit that card one time, and it might be because it never got printed and I did not cut it out. That's very viable because I would forget something like that.
Gotta be on top of that.
Yeah, gotta.
Well,
it does not help you guys to keep me looking it up every time I'm here. I'm literally fighting. You guys are way off on the name. Oh, please correct us. Type in exactly how the name should be.
Jaw West.
Jaw West? Oh, man. I mean, that could... But then that makes you Jaw Rule with the West instead of the Rule.
Or like J.A. West. Like first name, like James Alistair West, 14.
Ooh.
Kanye West's
less known
cousin.
I was thinking more like a Jabiqua Alfonso West. See, that'd be pretty good.
Jamiroquai Arapaho West.
Ooh, Arapaho is a good name. That's a good name. I can't argue with that. That's absolutely correct. But please help us.
Way off on the name. I think we just nailed it.
I think we got you. I think we got you. You're good. You're good. You got it.
We figured it out. So I mean, it's not like it was difficult. So whatever.
Oh no.
That's a planeswalker. That's a spaghetti.
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 What are you gonna do?
Lest you forget, I give you spaghetti.
Somebody a touch.
You know that
My
I give
spaghetti.
you somebody.
No. I thought you were gonna go for the. I thought we were gonna go for it. Oh man, he's.
You know what's great with Bizarre Baghdad? Shell Dock Isle.
Absolutely. There's a lot of things great about Naveen's deck in general. Wow.
See, Elliot agrees with this. And he's probably on delay, so we were thinking about it at the same time. You know what that is, Elliot? That is a mental connection.
I think I would describe that as you guys have banding. That's what that is.
I don't know. Listen, this Liliana,
Same level, see?
This Liliana is kind of just helping him turn on that shell back out. We don't know what's underneath it.
That's true.
But
I see some of these times I'm just like, guys, if you guys just did the old quick pivot towards the cam, we'd be in there.
Here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
That Thopter Foundry can sacrifice those little 1/1s from Spaghetti. They can block things, and
And
just
pay 1
sacrifice
sec.
them to the Foundarium.
See, that's exactly why. That is precisely why I was like, I'm gonna do anti-artifact stuff.
Yeah.
Because I knew everybody's gonna
Why
draft it.
didn't you draft Manglehorn?
I actually thought about it because it's a creature. I wanted 2-for-1s. I wanted things that were like creatures and did another thing, but I didn't want another 3-drop. I already had a heavy 3-drop slot, and it was killing me. I legitimately messed up on Balance, Life from the Loam, and what's the other card? No, Fast Bond.
Fast Bond.
It's just Fast Bond.
And Council's Judgment.
Council Judgment. No, that's fine.
Mother of Runes.
No, I didn't want a mom. I didn't want new mom or old mom.
Okay.
My 1-drop slot was cool. Literally, none of my creatures have been targeted and removed. It's always just been like, hey, sack a creature. You've only got one. Suck it.
Why did you take Generous Gift over Council's Judgment?
Generous Gift because I wanted the opportunity to blow up my own permanent.
You can do that with Council's Judgment.
I know, but I could take. Yeah, sure.
Because then they vote for theirs, and you're like,
I vote for mine. Suck it. Yeah, I know how it works. But either way, it's like I blow up mine and then I get a 3/3 dude.
wait, that doesn't work with Council's Judgment, does it?
No, not get a 3/3 dude.
I lied.
Yeah, because if I blow up my land, look, if I take out a magic gun.
There's so much spaghetti.
Yeah, see, people sleep on. Man, I play him in my next star deck because he's just hard to get to. Let me make a 1/1 that defends every turn, and then eventually I'm gonna be like, oh no.
Oh, we got a Factorio.
Oh, a Durette. He hit him with the double Durette.
Listen,
Double Durette.
there's 2 plates of spaghetti.
Oh my god. All the Durette, much spaghetti. I don't even.
Mucho spaghetti.
Naveen, I know you got choices, but like I don't know if you got that because I don't think he has anything for planeswalkers. I know he has things that can swing, but Durette says, "Let me block my boy." My boy.
You mashed up my boy. I
What? You haven't seen? Brandon, this is exactly what we need to hang out, buddy.
I've never watched Goodfellas. As a joke, because it's from Godfather.
A part of me was just so hurt,
know.
just hurt right now. He's like, I've never watched Goodfellas.
We gotta figure out what spaghetti do we want to get rid of.
Neither spaghetti. Just block with your 1/1 defenders, man.
Sold on baby spaghetti.
Yeah, 1/1.
It doesn't matter. It's getting getting de-spaghetted.
The spaghetti will be minimalized.
Oh my god, did he already play his land this turn?
Oh, Naveen or Steven?
So the hasty boy doesn't come back.
Oh yeah.
Bloodcast doesn't come back.
He believes in the shoes and the clown.
Listen, I'm not guaranteeing that that's what happened. But also, if he's got another land in hand, it might not matter.
Well, I mean, it won't have haste for a bit, so he should play it then if he has it. But it can't block, so it doesn't really.
Well, I mean, those are
They'll be able to
those
swing.
have defenders. Listen, you just get it. Just keep it in play.
What is he turning them sideways for? No, what is he turning his defender sideways for? Explain to me.
Convoke.
Oh my God, he's whirring of inventions. Oh, Naveen.
You know what? Word.
Stop.
Yeah.
Womp womp. See, I'm glad. Elliot is all about
Now, baby,
being
tell me
correct.
What's the word? A word up.
That's a really good song. Cameo. Oh, I don't know. Actually, hold on. That's a remake from another song. Rick James? Wasn't that originally Rick James? So earlier, Naveen killed.
Well, another the old tight spout tyrant.
Yeah. I feel like Spaghetti was more of a threat as it pumped out blockers and can kill with only -1.
You know,
Absolute.
That may be true. I believe at the time it was at 6 loyalty.
Well, okay.
I don't know if he had anything valuable.
Does
in hand.
Tyrant fly? It looks like it flies.
I think it's a 5/5 flyer for 8.
I mean, that makes sense. That sounds good. I mean, like, I'd still do the same thing, honestly. Because if Lily's over,
yeah, Lily was at 6.
If Lily's over 2,
6. It might have been at 7.
I was gonna say if Lily's over 2, you just have to kill her if you only got one creature.
The thing is, if Lily sticks around, it just uses the minus ability.
Yeah.
And Tidespout's gone. And I don't believe he had the Bloodghast at that time. If he gets rid of Lily, then it forces Steven to use some other form of removal to get rid of the Tidespout Tyrant.
I mean, realistically,
and like you have to hope that he doesn't have that. But
well, yeah, I was gonna say realistically, he has Thought Profounded combo on the board.
Yeah.
So he's not necessarily in any struggle.
He's not losing this game. I don't think. I think that Steven is going to go up to 3-2,
four to one, and then Naveen's gonna go 3-3.
Yeah, which is it's tough to take. It's tough. Yeah.
Yep.
Look what you don't move the life dice out of the camera range.
Well, I mean, realistically, you only need to see the second life die.
I'm gonna go in there and throw bows.
Oh man. You know what? I'm not gonna stop you. I don't want to catch a bow. Nobody wants to catch the old bow. The old bow, it gets there every time.
Listen, Marie Curie is gonna go bop you in the face.
Do you have a?
Yeah,
oh my goodness! Of course you do. Of course you do. Is this one of your newer pieces, sir?
Yeah. I go. Listen, the redness is because I've been sitting it right here, not because.
Because she's red. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I go in on Monday to get the color work.
Where are you getting your tats done?
Self-inflicted studio in St. Peter's. My artist is Jesse Tranter. He's flippin' incredible. You see this Marie Curie? She's holding radium and polonium. Because
that's not bad. That's not bad at all. But she didn't know. But she found out. That's important.
Listen,
somebody's got to do it.
The hard way.
I'm saying somebody
found out the first way.
Nobody had known, and she found out for you. I do like her moment of discovery, which was just like, this photo paper is in the dark, but it's still getting hit by that light. What it is, what it do, what's up?
What it is, what it does, what it is, what it isn't.
Yes.
For another way to get out of bed without checking on my hit again. Thrift shop.
Yeah. How do you know this?
I looked on the internet.
He gave him the old handshake. Gave him the old one.
Oh, you said something about mana drain. Helm of Obedience Leyline.
Yeah, see, Elliot's saying the same thing I was earlier. I was really more concerned about Naveen's deck just because I knew he didn't have to worry about lands and stuff, really.
Well, no, the problem with a Reanimator deck is always a problem with a Reanimator deck, which is it's a glass cannon. Like if you get I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know if he's playing Iona or not, but he's, as far as I've seen on stream, he's never gotten the Iona out and just shut them off of everything.
Yeah.
On turn 1.
That'd be good.
Like,
if he
it's
could.
been.
He can though.
Naveen made almost perfect draft decisions throughout, like, the first 26 picks or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But he never ended up drafting. He never ended up drafting Dragonlord Silumgar, and he never ended up drafting Death or the Titan, Grave Titan.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Grave
like-
Titan was one of the ones that bothered me off the rib because I was like, all my brain was like, all right,
Yeah.
Black ETB, and I even told him, I was like, you didn't get a Gary, dude, and he goes, oh, that'd have been good, and I'm like,
Yeah.
all you gotta have is
Well, I mean,
four
you've
devotion,
got
4 or 5 devotion.
You got Recurring Nightmare.
That's what exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm like 4 or 5 devotion, that'd have got you there.
Yeah, I mean, like, so, I mean, as Vince found out, there are, you know, if you make some draft mistakes,
It costs you.
it costs you big.
Yeah.
And Naveen got Grizzlebrand, and he got Iona, which are the things you want to reanimate, but he did not get those complementary pieces that not only can you reanimate, but you can cast. And like Silumgar steals a creature or planeswalker. And Grave Titan says,
Have dudes.
fuck your butt. I'm going to town.
Have dudes.
We have Brent versus Steven.
Brent versus
you
Steve.
wanna,
The old left to right. I don't actually know the updated stats for Brent. Let me get that real quick. I'm pretty sure it's.
You still have some matches left. You want to get back out there?
1-5.
Or you wanna get back here for a bit? It's up to you.
I mean, I'm not in a rush. I'm actually just chilling in here, relaxing, having a good time. Elliot is over here being the man.
Yeah, Elliot's been great.
Elliot's been fantastic.
All right,
Elliot, you get big ups.
Here's what we'll do: is we'll get Vince out there after this match.
Oh yeah.
To make sure that do we have a playoff for the Tides?
No playoffs. It's just literally whoever, based on the standings at the end.
Okay.
Brent's-
We draft live, and we have 2 people in Quebec commentary still, but both of them are still playing, so I'll send one of them in when they're done.
Okay.
Okay, so Brent and who?
Brent versus Steven.
Yeah.
Steven.
Whenever we've got an opponent for Vince, just kick him out of here. I'm
Oh
tired.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
Tired. My dude, I like that so bad.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Okay, so
Brent versus Stefan. Brent had a bad go of it. I think he fell in love with absolutely the wrong cards.
I think he fell in love with the concept of a deck. Like
He fell in love with Bolas' Citadel, and that's not the card to fall in love with. You have Tinker. Just tink things.
yeah,
Just
it's
tink it or twink it. It's what I always
he's
say.
oh man, that's a good phrase. That's a good
Yeah.
phrase. You got to use it. Got to use it when you get it.
I'm
But
a hunk top. Is what I
Whenever I was playing against him, I had a moment where he was just going through Bolas' Citadel stuff. He had top Citadel. It's that is got some synergy. You pay 1, you get an additional thing up top. It's not bad.
You know what's really good? Spellskite against. Oh, this isn't in fact. Never mind. This is Brent.
Yeah, this is Brent.
Oopsies. That's not the worst thing to have.
Correct.
Is that
Spellskite's incredible against
is
Infect.
that an alien liquor? It is.
Yeah, that is a world enchantment.
No one drafted that.
not one.
Get it off the camera. No one drafted it.
Nobody can hear you. 0 This book. So there's a bookshelf. This room has like a set of bookshelves over here.
I don't care if they heard or not. It was more for the theatrics of it.
Stop. Everything's green now. Yeah. All permanents are green except
as Lupe
for.
Gasca said, everything is black.
I'm sorry.
Black.
So they got painters and sky. Okay, So what's Steven doing? What's going on? What is this? Who is this? Actually, he picked probably the best set of
He had the best round.
yeah. He's good to go. I only have like a couple of things that are even relatively worth it against this deck. So
I mean, you got Stony Silence.
I'm sorry, is that no?
You got
But he's got oath. He's got oath. I really want Brent to win this.
We got some spaghetti.
That doesn't matter.
Alright,
That's not getting rid of his enchantment.
So yeah,
He's gonna
I mean,
plus it.
yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah, you
well,
got to.
listen,
He's got to. He's got to.
Go in on it because he might not. He might hit the blight steal and just need an extra one.
He
one
needs.
blocker.
What is he doing?
He's flipping over for Oath of Druids.
Oh yeah.
So, okay, are we gonna see Emrakul?
Blight steal.
See, that's
Oh
what he
yeah.
did.
That's smart. Does Blight Steel doesn't have trample, correct?
Yes, it does.
Oh,
It
it
has
does.
trample and indestructible and infect. So it gives him one more resistance to. But here's the thing.
But if he just kills
blocks,
Duretti.
he blocks with both of them. He has one less infect. It really doesn't matter. It upticks Duretti, and now he's at 5 infect.
But he just
doesn't get.
Well, we'll
Oath
see.
of
We'll see what
Druids
Brent
next
does. Really, it comes down to what Brent does. Because if Brent just hits
turn.
Duretti.
This game is absolutely not over.
Oh yeah, of course. Right, and he doesn't even have haste, so he can't swing.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So he's gonna get another Oath trigger.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It can always hit Blightsteel. That's pretty good. I'm sorry. Does he have an Emrakul in hand?
Is that a Worm Coil engine? I don't know what that is.
That looks like a Worm Coil
Hey
engine.
chat, will you tell us what that card is? It's not a Worm Coil engine, but is it like a?
It could be. He's got one in his deck. Yeah, it is Worm Coil. I was gonna say I remember he had like a couple of artifacts. I was like, oh, that's pretty good. Did he scoop it up? Did he scoop it up?
I think so. That's a Viridian Joiner. No, I don't know what that. I don't know what that is either. God, come on, guys.
Golly gee whiz. You said Joiner? See, I feel okay. What was that second card that you played? Definitely looks like Worm Coil art, and I can't tell what the card next to Blightsteel was, but
Yeah.
that made him scoop.
Okay, let's go to Brent's. So it's not. You know what? It's not Mox Sapphire.
Correct. He played his second creature.
Was not Malira. Wait, was it Malira? No.
No, it
gonna a
can't
bad
be. That
thing.
doesn't do
That'd be a bad
anything.
thing
Nizal, no. I mean, it'd be funny if it was Basilisk Collar, but I don't think it was. Fifflethip?
Bane of Progress. I don't know what Bane of Progress is.
Oh! Bane of Progress. Bane of Progress. Okay, I will get. You know what? You're right. For the people. Bane of Progress says when it enters the battlefield, go ahead and blow them up.
Third one.
Third one? Okay. Go ahead and blow up artifacts and enchantments. They gotta go. And it's a really good pick, honestly. It destroys decks.
Oh, nasty.
It eviscerates.
Nasty.
Because he said, no artifacts for you, senor. Well,
Arrivederci.
Arrivederci.
You know why? Because then Blightsteel's like,
Well, Blightsteel gets bodied, though. That's a funny bit of
no,
it.
it's indestructible.
Oh, yeah. Infect, Trample, Indestructible. I keep forgetting it has 3 dealies. 3.
Trace Delios.
I keep it. I'm like, oh yeah, it's Trample, Indestructible, obviously.
Avi.
Oh no, but it's
Arena.
Infect. So then it's got to be Infect and Trample, but it's Indestructible. And get milled out with that bad boy. I dare you.
Yeah, Cheese Wahlberg. It was not Fibblethip. We've investigated this mystery thoroughly.
Thank you, Elliot.
Collected the evidence.
Thanks to Elliot.
And scientifically.
Mark is accidentally like low key being the most exceptional host. Excuse you.
Sea levels look a little low.
They are low.
I definitely don't have scurvy.
I don't have scurvy.
Yet.
Hey, but do pirates get booty though?
Oh. We're in the stream to ensure, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, there's vodka in here.
Not enough. There's enough, but there's not enough.
You know what? Maybe they were trying to just trick us into.
He's handing me this. Okay, this keyboard is one of the nicest keyboards I've had in my lap before.
Listen, there's a little bit of.
Okay,
little bit of scuzzle.
Look. You brought it up, so I'm gonna put it over here because I'm.
Listen, I'm trying to live that clean life.
Yeah. I wanna.
All right. Okay.
These some decent shorts.
We have, I believe, a Demure Signet.
That's a Signet sword.
An
Island. Is that an Ashiok next to that? I can't.
Well, Steven has the new Ashiok, I believe, in his deck.
Yeah. Playing against Naveen's old
shit.
Ashiok was weird. Good, but weird. Steven. I don't know who it is, but they're not that important. Are you looking up a card in MTG Familiar, sir? Which one are you looking up? Oh, you're not. Okay. You just wanted to know. Signet, Swagnet, what's in the bagnet? Did I tell you one of my favorite things that happened today?
You got some booty?
No, not today. Life's not that good. But
I did.
Stony Silence. I played. I had it in my hand. Got to rest. Ellen just goes.
Oh, yeah. 1-0, Brent.
You're right. You're right. You're
Text
right.
GI. Thank you, Elliot.
Elliot could just be.
Vince isn't on top of his game right
Hey,
now.
you know what? I put the keyboard down. That's what happened. The keyboard couldn't. See, God,
He
man,
does.
He does got us respectable. Okay, 2.
You know what? You know what we are? We're like a much fresher, cooler Turk and JD.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah.
Wait. Are you Turk, or am I Turk?
Let's let the viewers.
Yeah, let's let other people make choices. All right, I'm on board for that.
Let's let Elliot decide. Which one of us are you more attracted to?
That's a fair assessment. That's a
Right?
fair assessment. I'm balding, and he's got that head of hair that looks like it's constantly styled. He wakes up like that. 100%.
All right, we got a Library del Zander. He's got to play something because he's got Ocho del Cartos,
You know what?
or he's just got to pitch one.
Elliot's just the swellest person. I think both.
Listen, Turk did have a sex stream about Elliot. That was hot.
That was a thing that happened. Yeah.
Oh, we got more spaghetti on the
Oh
board.
my
Spilling spaghetti left and right
Oh man. Not one.
down on the bayou. Listen, this is really.
It's spicy.
It's more potent than we originally anticipated.
Yeah. It has its level of work. Brett, were you showing that off to the camera and then take it away, man?
Listen, we're not that on top.
So
of
that is
shit.
dad shock. Yeah, that's true. Basalt monolith. Is that a Twilight Mire?
Brent just tried to show his hand, but I could not see it. I saw a polymorph there. He doesn't have anything to morph, polyamorously or otherwise.
Yeah, that's true. Polyamorously. He can.
Is that a natural order? I didn't know that he drafted natural order.
I didn't see the natural order.
Oh my God, is
There's
this
no
a
way.
real draft?
Oh, there's no way.
Oh, shit.
I actually don't have like 2 cards in my draft pick, but I.
Oh, no, it was his 44th pick.
Oh.
44th pick.
43rd pick.
Oh, 43rd.
Yeah. You're in there. Oh my goodness.
Sylvan Library. Good card.
What green creature can
See,
he natural order into this?
I was talking about this earlier when we were in here during the draft, and I
Mhm.
said both Vince and
Malira, that's it.
what's Malira?
The only natural order card in Brent's deck that he can hit is Malira.
I mean, he has Deathrite Shaman, but I don't think he's playing it.
I don't think so either, because I didn't see it in either games I played with him. But what were you gonna say? I apologize, I interrupted you.
He's got prime time. In progress.
Bane of Prague, yeah, that's right. No,
Doesn't matter.
cards that he can play, then yeah,
Prime time.
prime time. Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
So prime time, Bane of Progress are the only 2 real ones that matter. Malira doesn't actually matter unless he's playing against Steven.
Man, sort of
Or not Steven, wow,
works with
Stan.
spaghetti really well too.
Yes, he does. Spaghetti says, excuse me, that seems like a problem. Can you get that out of here?
Spaghetti, lest ye forget. No one drafted Karkland Ironworks.
I actually was thinking about running that deck. It was one of my builds that I was debating. I ended up doing just green-white because I saw the people who were in the room, and I was like, all you bastards are going to play blue. I'm not mad at them, but I really want to play some fun blue cornhole shit.
Okay, so Elliot's asking, what can he natural order into? I mean, he's
He natural-
he's going to natural order into Bane of Progress, but he could also natural order into Prime Time.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did he just sacrament?
No, he bitter ordealed.
Oh, that's even worse.
Grave Storm.
Did he scoop it? Did he scoop it? I would scoop it
Because
too.
he exiled everything he could hit off of the Druids.
Yeah.
Ouchie, wowie, mambo.
Boom bap pow.
Combo number 5.
Good track.
Combo number
Combo.
0.
Yeah, I mean it's combo numero uno, because it just got there. Oh, that is a tilde.
1 to tilde.
That is a 1 to 12. Oh my goodness. All right. We're there.
Okay.
Steven's just a good Magic player. I think that's really the problem. He's
No, he drafted the best out of everybody here.
Yeah, absolutely.
He came in with a plan. Listen, you don't draft Narset number 2 overall and Karn the sculptor of.
What was it, like 7 or 8 for him?
Of Michelangelo's David. What?
What do you pick? When do you pick? Oh yeah, third. That's right. And then
Manadrain into Lily.
It crushed my small little soul when he Mycosynth Latticed 17th.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I thought that was the most insane thing. Cause I was just like, everybody at the table was just like, oh my god, he got Teferi's puzzle box, and I was like, that Narset's gonna matter, but that Karn, that Mycosynth Lattice, he's like, excuse me, Mycosynth Lattice is now a creature that's gonna slap you in the face every turn, and I wish you would I wish you'd want to tap your lands. I wish you would. Not today, sir.
You know what I wish? I can't say it.
Oh.
It's a Kanye lyric.
Oh no. It's not against the law.
It is.
Oh, okay, fair. Is it George W. Bush doesn't like black people? I don't know if he says
Do you
hates
not know
black
your
people.
Kanye West lyrics?
No. Those weren't lyrics. Those were just... Wait, is anything he says lyrics? How do lyrics work? What's the definition for a lyric? Does it have to be to a beat? Ooh, Sensei's top... Turn 1.
Lyric Dawnbringer. No one helped with that.
Nobody did. I actually wanted to. Because I was like, if somebody... Actually, it was more the World Gorger thing.
We've had 4 Hagen matches now, and I don't recall seeing Narset or Karn on board. My memory ain't great, though. So, when Stephen Hagen played against Eric Levine, Eric Levine, I believe this was on stream, he had out a Time Vault and a Tezzeret the Seeker. And with the next answer to that, Stephen Hagen played
Karn,
the great curator of whatever it's called.
Your artifacts.
Yeah, and so you can't activate it. Okay, well then what we'll do is we'll just have Tezzeret turn them into 5/5s, and then we'll swing at
Karn.
At Karn. Okay. No. Because Mycosynth Lattice gets played, and then you can't even not only can you not activate Tezzeret, you can't activate your lands.
Yeah. It says the game is null and void. All you can do is swing the creatures you have.
This is why Steven had the best draft of anybody.
Yeah.
It's been real nasty.
That's why...
Can I say nasty to say like as a Narset kind of a thing?
Nasty. Ooh, Windfall. That's
Ouchie wowie. Wait, that's Ashiok, not Narset.
Yeah, it's not Narset. No, it's not Narset. It'll actually be whatever the number is, but God, that's silly as hell. No, I was sitting right next to him when that game happened, and I was like, ooh, feels bad. Ooh.
Yikeroonies. That's what the cool kids.
That is what the cool kids are about.
I feel super lame after saying Yikeroonies.
Yikeroonies.
It's late in the day.
Okay.
We've been at this for a while.
I think he had that really sneaky, he had that sneaky vodka. That, ninja, it's in there, but you don't know it's in there. You're just like, okay.
No, I'm getting a little trash nasty. It's a good thing I got some Lyft credit.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not driving home.
This is the part where I'm hurt. I actually do have to drive home, but that's because my expensive things are in my vehicle. Not to say I don't trust this neighborhood, but
you don't trust Mark?
No, it's not Mark.
Mark's like the most trustworthy.
Mark is the swellest guy. Oh my god, I will fucking fight you. I love Mark. I love Mark. Mark is he brought me alcohol. He fed me pizza today.
Listen,
Mark is
you know why he's trying to butter you up. Listen, Mark's just trying to make us get us drunk. So I forget my shit here. So you forget your shit. All right. So we have a Simpsons, a Dining Top, and a Fibble Thip on the board.
A Fibble Thip.
Fibble Thip.
Actually, what is that? What is that?
Fibble Thip.
Is that a welder? Goblin welder?
No. Siwalu MD. Congratulations on your doctorate.
See, okay, I respect this person. I respect everybody in here for saying don't drink and drive. They're absolutely 100%
not going
correct.
to. You can share this with me.
No, I said I'll have to drive, but this is the trick. What I'm gonna do is, okay, you guys haven't seen my bag.
Just give yourself an enema and flush all the alcohol out.
Well, that's not how science works. And no, I'm not a scientist, but I can tell you that's not how anything works.
Well, that's always worked for me in the past.
Okay. But check this out. This is the
Yes,
trick.
hey guys, in case anyone was curious, yes, Mark
Is genuinely the
one of
best dude. Yeah, he's actually he's one of my favorite humans.
That was a bad. It was a
Don't you
serious
ever
joke.
be mean to Mark again. I'll almost think about not loving you every day. Almost. I'd think about it.
I'm just playing. Man. God, you guys are giving me such shit.
Okay, no,
fine.
I was trying to give these people credit for saying, I was like, hey,
Yes,
telling me not to drink and drive,
absolutely.
absolutely 100% correct move.
Not
This is
bad.
the trick, though. You know when you can drive post drinking, if you just stay a place long enough that you sober up. So I'm just gonna hang out with Mark all day. Like he's gonna be like, hey, can you get the hell out of my house? I'll be like, Mark, let me just hold your kid for let me just hold your kid for the next 2 hours, my guy. I'm just gonna chill with your kid. This bottle of water and me, we're gonna be living the life.
That kid is so good. It's banned in this draft.
Oh my god, it's banned in Matt. If you open it in a pack of a sealed event, it's banned immediately. That kid is.
It also shouldn't have got put there in the first place. I can't imagine that there's a lot of aeration.
Hey, look. There's a lot of cards that you can find in a pack. Every once in a while, baby might come up. It's just what happens. It's what happens.
I heard that's what happened because I didn't know that they were having a child, and I'm pretty sure they just opened it pack fresh.
Pack fresh foil, absolutely.
Yeah. All right, what do we got here? Oh, we're gonna attack with the Black Lotus.
Swing Black Lotus.
He makes mana.
On combat damage.
Oh, and then they're gonna tap things with it and then bring it back.
Okay, he's looking top swamp. I don't know what that is. Did he just put a Mox on top? Yeah.
He did. He sweetly did.
Forest. Let's go.
Oh, and he's
Is
gonna.
Death right?
He's gonna twink that Mox.
I would if I was him. I absolutely would. That's such a good play. It's what else he's gonna do?
Yeah, you blind steal right here, and then you force them to.
What are you doing? Okay, see, this is me complaining about something that
No, he.
Things are gonna be real dirty. See, Elliot agrees. Get nasty.
Yeah, you blind steal right here.
That's the only play I think.
You twinkle your finkle right here.
No dirty because it's countered. Nobody got
Wait,
Arcane Denial.
Why can't he blight steal? Oh, Ashik doesn't let you search your library.
What the sick?
Flippity flibble flop.
Oh my god, not too
Right,
countered,
well,
but
he's
you can't
gotta
search
get
it.
it. He's gotta
See,
get in
yeah,
there.
he's right. I always forget like that, and if he'd done that, and what is it called? Shadows, the 2-drop, 2-drop, blue black.
Oh, Shadow of Doubt.
Shadow of Doubt, yeah. That's a good card.
I like how you said 2 black. And I was like,
2-drop,
this
blue
weird
black.
card from original Ravnica.
Yeah.
That does not cost 2 black.
2 black, blue black, black, blue black, black, blue black. I don't know, man. It's a good card. It's a good card.
This guy.
This guy, fellow.
Fibble tip.
Uh-huh.
Fibble tip.
I'm fine. I'm excited that Philip finally had a card, and it wasn't bad.
It's not
Yeah.
at all. Like, I think it is appropriate power level for its flavor.
Correct.
Oh, listen. I think it might have been a mistake to get in there with the Ashiok to take those top 4 off the top. I mean, maybe he's hoping that he pops the Blight Steel or something like that, but like he's one Fibble Fit punch to the butt away from consuming his own demise.
Yeah, that's true. But let's see what he's getting out of grave. What is it?
Black Lotus.
No,
yeah.
You know, it's way better.
Wormcoil?
Yeah.
It's
It's real good.
but you know what? Fibblethip does not get through Wormcoil.
It doesn't.
Wormcoil.
And he gains 6 life while he's just hanging out.
Unless.
Ooh. I got all the exile triggers, so.
Unless. Is there any? Here, let's look at Brent's card. Is there anything that?
Yeah. Pulls. Unless what? Hot diggity dang.
Yeah, no, he's screwed.
Yeah, he's I believe he's
I mean,
out
does,
of
does
luck.
Does polymorph work?
No.
Nope.
No. It's still searching. Cause oh wait no, it's polymorph off the top until. Ooh, polymorph is off the top until. If he hits polymorph.
I mean, he's got a Sensei's Divining tap, but at the same time, like Steven still has this kind of in the bag.
I can hear Brandon. Wow, I can hear Brent talk from here. He's got one of those voices.
Oh, yeah.
He's got one of those voices. You can
It's
spot it.
very.
You can spot it. What's up?
Did I screw up the lighting at all? I changed it so it should have less glare. I want to make sure.
Oh, you're
good, fam. We
Grave A. Yeah.
That's just because you got us.
You're just too good. Actually, we've just been talking about all positive stuff about you in the chat.
Yeah, we did not talk any shit.
Hey, you know what? You know what? Just because he's here, man. You know what? Fuck Mark. All right.
Whoa, Vince! Listen, I told you so many times that Mark is my favorite person I've.
He's a
ever met
liar.
in the
He is a
entire
liar.
world. Threatening me.
Yeah, that's
Again,
absolutely
sorry,
correct.
I'm gonna punch you.
I'll never do it again.
Wait, what's illegal? Oh, he searched but he couldn't, and it's game over.
This cannot happen. Yeah, see, the thing is, Steven a judge? I don't think he is, but he's pretty much
You know
there.
what? We can actually find out if you'll pull up that on Firefox. Nope, that one. No, go to Firefox.
Okay, I'm on Firefox is what I'm.
Sorry, the Google Chrome.
Chrome? Okay.
Chrome, and then go to that. Click. Nope, go to the other one,
Oh my God.
and then go to.
All these
Steven.
faces. Steven?
Yep, level 2 judge.
Oh, of course. Yeah, he wouldn't have missed that. He wouldn't have missed that, so we're safe there. Do you want to?
All right, Mark, here you go.
You're gonna be going on camera next.
Oh, what?
I'm
People.
pairing up with Elaine.
But I just played with Elaine.
You're done. You're out. You're gone.
Elaine's going on camera. Elaine's going on camera. You're playing against Eric.
We're swapping out, guys. We're swapping. I'm playing Eric.
On camera? Yeah.
Eric is better than me. How upset.
All right. Hey, everybody. So we're going to be going with Elaine and I. Are we going to... Yep. Can you close the door? So Elaine and I are going to be here keeping this thing rolling. It looks like we're going to be having Vince, who you've seen consuming massive amounts of alcohol here, and he'll be going up against level 3 judge Eric Levine. So.
Oh man. Oh wow, you did the things with the stuff.
Yeah. So what the things that Elaine is referring to is the player profiles. So you can see here.
Oh my god, that's a picture of me.
This is Elaine, and how she previously took 3rd place with her garbage Hate Bears deck.
Oh god. Yeah. Well, I tried to improve on that, but I don't think I'm gonna improve on 3rd, even though I think my deck is better. I don't know.
So now we have Eric Levine going to be going up against Vince. And, yeah, we'll see what happens when the level 0 judge beats the level 3. My bet's on the level 0, because judges
Okay.
can't play Magic. Steven is very excited about
Speaking of
Ashiok.
judges not being able to play Magic, that was Stephen Hagen.
Who won, though? The level 2 beat the level 1 this time.
Yeah, that's true.
This is mostly a judge stream at this point.
That's true. I mean,
We were
there
just
are,
talking
like-
a lot about what's going to be happening in the future, though.
there are 10 levels of judge
Are there?
here.
Oh, well, yeah,
Right.
yeah, when you add them all up.
Yeah, there's a total of 10 levels of judge. Oh man.
So player on the left, those hands look like the beautiful hands of Eric Levine. So let's get him in here.
I believe he's 3 and 3.
I don't know. Let's pull up Challenge and see.
So
So if we go to standings, this should...
Wait, that's not right.
Well, it's refreshing right now.
Okay.
Okay, so Eric Levine is currently 3 and 3, and it looks like Vince is currently 2 and 2.
Cool.
So yeah, the nice thing about VRD and about, I guess, round robin tournaments in general is that in this case, a lot of times by this point in the tournament, you would know whether you're going to make top 8 or not. In this tournament, you're not playing for top 8. You're playing to make top 4 to get your money back, or to get your bottle back, I suppose.
Get the bottle back.
And you also have a cool, interesting spot where if you win, even if you're 0-6 and you win, you can knock someone else out. So there's a really fun spot where you get to just like play to try to ruin somebody else's day,
Of course.
or to try to help out your friend who's trying to make it into the money and get the re-invite. So the way this works is that currently we have 8 players. The top 4 players today are not only going to get at least one bottle, because the top 4 players draft the bottles.
Eric's starting off with a soul ring because he's good at magic, and that's what you do when you're good at magic.
But to finish that thought, the top 4 players are also going to get reinvited back to the next round. So there might be other players that get reinvited back as well, but you're guaranteed if you make top 4. Okay, so Hex Drinker is making the cut. Hex Drinker, one of those new cards that I think is interesting, but takes a lot of mana to really get going. Like, in order to become the mini Progenitus level, you need to have invested 9 mana into this thing.
Oh man, look at this. He's gonna go. Is that a? That's the new welder. So he's gonna.
Oh, Goblin Engineer?
Yeah, he's gonna fetch up a piece of his combo. Obviously that one.
So yeah, we got Goblin Engineer coming up there on the left. Eric's deck is pretty cool.
Eric's deck is very good. Against me, he went turn 1 Serving Key, turn 2 Time Vault kill you. And, I mean, he's not repeating that, but it's pretty good.
Oh, yeah, Elliot, it actually is Vince on the right there. Vince is on the green deck. He's on kind of a very similar looking Maverick-style deck. And Eric is over here on the left, and Eric's playing this blue-red combo-y Time Vault deck. So.
This is Dark Taps.
Okay, yep. Sadly, that land doesn't tap for any mana, but it is...
It should have drafted an Urborg.
Yeah.
That's what you do when you have that, right?
If you're in a blue-white Maverick deck, though, I don't know. Really, the pain for me was that he didn't draft Crop Rotation. Crop Rotation is just, like,
yeah.
desperately needed.
Yeah, that makes sense. Or Sylvan Scrying, or something like that.
Yeah, Sylvan Scrying.
Like,
Like,
the attack?
he kind of was in the middle.
Oh, okay. I was thinking, like, is he going to activate in combat? Because that's not how that works.
It'd be sweet if it did.
Hi, friends. There's a lot of people.
We're just checking off who's in chat. So people in chat, who are you rooting for? I know we have. I'm gonna post the bracket right here, but we have a lot of people playing right now. There's a lot of people that are live to make top 4. Who are you rooting for to win the whole thing? Obviously not Elaine. We don't want Elaine to win.
Me because I'm obviously the best, but
Are you the best?
just say me just because, right?
I'm not sure if you're the best.
I think my deck is the best, and well, no, that's not true. I lost to some nonsense for sure, some broken nonsense. But that's how this format goes, right? 5 mana. Oh,
Oh, Neem looks like she's rooting for Elaine or Steven. And, nice.
Well, Eric
Lazarenth is rooting for Painter.
So Eric casts Tezzeret. He's gonna sack the Soul Ring and get the Time Vault, and then he's gonna. What are you doing? What?
Well, I don't...
What?
He doesn't have the mana to activate the Welder.
Oh, you have to pay mana for that?
I believe so.
Oh,
Yeah, it looks like you have to pay
Never
1
mind.
red.
I see. Okay.
I do wonder if it's better to... Because he's leaving the Tezzeret at 3. Hex Drinker can get big enough to threaten it this turn, right? Because he has 3 mana?
You just weld in the
Oh, okay, so he doesn't care if the Tezzeret goes away at this
it has
point.
the key, yeah.
Okay, so I guess it doesn't matter whether he goes up or down there, but this gives him redundancy. My thinking was you want to protect the Tezzeret to guarantee that you can untap next turn. But this makes sense, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Painter and Legacy is interesting. Are you on, Laz, are you on the white-red version, or on the red-blue version, or which version of Painter do you play? Because I know there's a lot of them, like Imperial Painter and all of those. They're all very different now, so I'm not sure of the current state of Painter and Legacy. I've been playing Doomsday and Legacy for a while, so I don't try to interact very much with these. Elaine, you might know. You play blue-white, right?
I don't play that much Legacy.
That's
Also,
fair.
like, I don't know. Painter always does weird stuff, right?
Oh, mono red. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, soul lands are very good, though.
Oh, and so lands and not duels. That's fair.
Yeah, Karn the Great Creator, that is still the most shocking thing I can imagine. Like, this is Steven's first VRD, but I think he kind of knocked it out of the park. He's currently sitting at first seed, and...
I mean, he was in first seed, and he did have the Lotus and the nonsense.
I mean, yeah, he was in a good seat, but, like, he took very unconventional picks, right? Taking Urza at 10th pick, taking Narset and Karn back-to-back in the second and third round, like, these are incredibly unconventional picks.
attempt to kill you, says Eric.
Demonstrating the combo. So once again, we're at Don't Be a Dick REL, so usually there's going to be a swift concession here. Maybe you might ask to see which card they're going to kill you with, but Vince is not going to force him to play it out. This is the joy of the rules enforcement level that we have right now.
Steven has not before seen cards in VRD. Okay, look, I drafted 19 cards that have not been seen in VRD before, so...
If you have to count, I think that means that you're not really in the spirit of it, though.
I counted afterwards.
Are there 19 cards that have never been in VRD? And then are most of them recent as well?
There are ones that, I mean, the ones that we had to print.
Okay, yeah, so that means they've never been in VRD, and very likely they're in the last couple sets, so...
Yeah, I mean, I mostly... Look, my most recent event was a standard GP, okay, and...
Oh, look at you, fancy traveling judge.
Fancy traveling judge? No, I played in that event. I was a civilian.
And you made day 2, right?
And I day 2 it.
Congratulations. Yeah. How did it go?
I went 6-1, and then my brain turned off, and then I finished 9-6, and that's probably what's going to happen here, because I was like 4-1, and I guess now I'm 4-2, expecting to be 4-3 after losing.
We can get you more vodka. That helps.
I don't think that's how that works. I'm drinking Sprite.
Well,
This isn't Sprite. I thought this was Sprite. This is Canada Dry.
well, Canada Dry is very close to Sprite.
Okay.
So, no, so it's interesting. We also had another player from St. Louis who started off day 1 of that same GP in Kansas City, undefeated. Both didn't lose a match and didn't lose a game.
Didn't lose a game.
And then proceeded to go 0-4 and not make top 8. It was just brutal. Like, he had to win one match.
He went 11-0, and it was... I think he dropped, like, one game in, like, round 11, and then he went 0-4.
Yeah.
It was absurd.
It was crazy. All right, Elliot likes your picks, but thinks that you were bad. That's what I read.
Cool, but Steven has much more of his level front-loaded than the higher picks. That's true. But, I mean, so I've done this before, and I kind of got the idea that, you know, like, a lot of these cards are ones that people probably didn't expect, like... No one's going to be like, yeah, I'm going to take Prismatic Vista, which, no, that's not true. People thought that was going to happen. But, like, Jace Weirdo of Mysteries, a Braid, like, stuff like that.
Jace
like,
you could have floated pretty late.
Jace could have floated pretty late. A Braid, I think, was about where it should have been.
Do you think that Prismatic Vista has paid off for you today? Have you played it?
Prismatic Vista has been... It was not as good as it could have been, because I actually am not playing a basic mountain in my deck.
Oh, fair.
I ended up with enough fixes
okay.
that I didn't feel like...
Eric has a Dak Faden in his hand.
Ooh.
I don't think it's a turn... No, it's definitely not a turn 1. I think it's a turn 2 Dak Faden. That's going to be coming down.
Drawn. Yeah.
Oh, man, this looks great. But yeah, no, Steven definitely, like,
Steven's
he made a
Narset
statement.
into card, I still think is very questionable. He could have floated those.
I don't think he could have floated I think he could have floated Narset. I think Karn was going to go in the first 5 rounds. I think Karn is that good.
I mean, he picked Mana Drain after picking Narset and Karn. Like, I feel like Mana Drain's a more powerful card.
I don't know. I bet Eric would have taken Karn ahead of Steven if Steven had let it float for more than 3 rounds.
He did against me go turn 2, Mana Drain your play, turn 3, play Narset, tick down, find Lotus, crack Lotus, play Puzzle Box on 3. And I'm like, oh, well, that's, I guess, the thing that you can do.
Yeah, so Barkley, thanks for showing that. You can see the draft by hitting draft. You can see the previous draft by going VRD1. And you can, are you looking at the card there? That's Dryad Militant. That's in play right now. But if you want to, you can also do you can do exclamation point bracket, and bracket will show off the current standings. So the card that's currently sitting there is Dryad Militant, which does almost nothing in this matchup, but it is a 2-1 for 2, or for 1. Mm-hmm. Vince is definitely in the hate bears category. I think he just...
Hey, I'm a fan of that.
Yeah, Elaine managed to make it to top 3 playing hate bears, despite making questionable picks.
It was a tie at third with 4
hold up. What card is that? Impulse?
That Impulse, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there was a big tie last time, so... Last time we opted to go for in a tie, go to breakers. And I think that's what we're going to do again this time.
Oh, wow.
in the future, if I ever get involved in a tie, I'm going to insist on not going to breakers and instead playing it out because I think it's way more fun. But
Seems reasonable.
have you doomsdayed anyone yet, or have you just beaten down with fair
Card is
Grixis?
bad. Card is bad. I'm
Paul,
sorry.
Paul Waite agreed with you. He said it was a trap as soon as you took it. I'm just so sad. I
took it
want
for
that
the
card to be
memes,
good.
Okay? I'm allowed to do that.
Your deck was good. It was a good Doomsday deck, and then you just like drafted a bunch of garbage Grixis cards.
Well, Man, look, I was gonna play Storm, and then someone else picked Time Twister and
Yeah.
Wheel of Fortune and DT and all this other stuff. So,
Yeah, Coins definitely signaled Storm very hard, and then from what I heard after talking to him, it sounds like he
he thought other people were gonna hit him out, but
Yeah.
they didn't.
right.
Is the thing.
So
What-
Coins
what
got
is
scared.
that?
It's called Aura Shards. It's a beautiful
my
enchantment that says whenever a creature comes into play, pop an artifact or enchantment.
That's quite strong.
It's actually may. Okay, I thought it was mandatory. So no, he doesn't have to kill his own Aura Shards.
He does not.
It has to be one of your creatures, though. Okay.
Sure, but that can happen.
Oh man, that anti-synergy, the faithless looting is just gone. And that's because once again, this Dryad Militant doesn't care where it comes from, even if it comes off a Dak Fade and activation. If it's an instant or sorcery, it's gone.
Fins episode.
There were so many great counter spells that didn't get drafted.
In Eric's hand. I think that's gonna be very good against.
True Name Nemesis is low-key one of the best cards in VRD. I think it should go top 5, maybe top 10
Really?
picks. Absolutely. It is so unbelievably powerful. Like, there's very few cards that interact with it in any way. And if you just play a blue-based control deck and then have True Name Nemesis, you're going to have a great time.
I mean, that's fair. I wasn't too worried about like picking win conditions in my deck. 'Cause, I mean, there's plenty, right?
Yeah.
So that wasn't a concern. But he's just gonna block, right?
Yeah.
Did he forget?
I think that was an oversight, yeah.
Oh.
I think it was protection from players is a weird interaction, and people don't necessarily know what that means. So
That's fair.
Vince plays a lot of EDH, but not necessarily dealing with a lot of small creature combat. It looks like it looks like Eric is anticipating his Mox Emerald getting destroyed and having to give it back to
What is he doing?
Vince's graveyard.
What is he doing? He sacked his Scavenge or something?
I don't know what caused that. Was there a creature that came into play?
There's a token.
Oh, okay. If a token came into play, that's good enough
But
to trigger Aura
where's
Shards.
the token coming from?
Oh, is this? That's not a Keljoran outpost, is it?
It might be.
I did not see him that get drafted. So, I think that card might be this. And if it is, it'll definitely trigger. But I don't remember that card getting drafted.
Huh.
Hold on, I'm going to check the list a minute.
No?
No? So that's not what
What
it
is it?
is.
No outpost and list.
What is that card?
Chain Lightning, the token, wherever it came from.
Elaine, do you want to run out there and check? Just see what happened there? Because it looks like that's the elephant card that got played. But I'm not sure what's the other piece here. So, Sumstarve, this is actually a great opportunity to explain what's going on here. So this is a vintage rotisserie draft, and what that means is that if you look up above it where P. Barkley linked it, we are dealing with a bracket where players got the first player in the list.
It has Beast Within on his own land.
Okay, Beast Within on his own land caused a creature to enter, killing the thing. Okay, so explaining what's going on here. We had a draft earlier in the day around 10 a.m. our time, and it's linked up there. You can see where players drafted. So the first player took Black Lotus, the second player took Ancestral Recall, and the third player took Time Vault. They worked as a snake draft back and forth, drafting 45 cards each, and then they ended up with decks that they could build. So for instance, we are currently watching Eric Levine, who's on an artifact-based Trash for Treasure deck or Goblin Welder deck, playing against Vincent Brown, who is on a green-white Maverick style deck. So these are neither vintage nor draft in the traditional sense, but they are a weird mix of them both, where it's essentially an open-faced draft where you're able to draft any card that's been legal in Magic's history.
So Liquid Metal Coating.
Yeah, Liquid Metal Coating is an interesting pick. I don't know if I agreed with it early on, and I have not seen it play out, but it exists for reasons. So there's this.
also a collector, so
Yeah,
you
liquid
can't
metal coating
activate
plus
it.
aura shards is the combo though. So that's why he drafted it.
Okay.
So if you
Well-
look at liquid metal coating, let's pull it up. This allows him to make any permanent become an artifact, which means he can tap it to say your Sulphur Falls is now an artifact, and let me play a creature. And then he plays his creature, blowing up your Sulphur Falls. So this is the combo that he's been trying to assemble here. Is that the Beast Within token here?
No, that's a.
Oh, is that the
That's a
Oof?
collector oof.
Okay. So Collector Oof plus Liquid Metal Coating is a mild combo
But-
that lets you turn off one ability.
I mean, your coding doesn't work.
Oh, fair point. That's a good call.
Do they own the cards? Oh no, these are all proxies.
Yeah, Elliot, Elaine made a great point, which is that it's symmetrical. So Collector Oof actually shuts off. Yeah, exactly. Collector Oof shuts off your own liquid metal coating. Players do not have to own the cards. We are proxying everything out here. Every card you see there is a piece of paper in front of a basic land. So this is. I have all these cards sitting in my house, printed off, and we draft on a big spreadsheet at the beginning of the day, and then we have the players go grab their cards and put them into their sleeves, and then we play live for about 8 hours after that. So that was Vince that won that one, is that right?
I believe that was Eric.
Oh, you think Eric closed it out? So we might have a 2-0 here, where Eric ended up winning it. Yeah, okay, Eric definitely won. All right, so yeah, I think that Vince may have had the same consideration we had, where he thought that liquid metal coating plus Collector Oof it was a good interaction, and it turns out not to be. Which is, I mean, subtle. None of the three of us realized it, between Elliot, Elaine, myself. So I can see how that could happen. But yeah, so we're going to be getting somebody else on stream. My guess will be either Coins will be coming to join us here, or Coin will be going on stream, because he has a few more to go.
Yeah, he's quite behind in terms of the number of matches he needs to play.
Yeah, both him and Vince both had 3 left at the start of the last round, so let's pull up the standings here and see what's going on. So it looks like Vince has 2 matches to go after this one, and Coins is down to 2 as well. So.
All right, so I need to beat Coins, but Coins is not.
And this is a round-robin tournament, so every person here is going to be playing every other person here, meaning that even though so Brent is now done with matches, he has 1 more match to go. So even though Brent is at 1-5 and not in contention to make top 4, meaning that Brent would not be in there. Okay, so yeah, that's a good call out, Elliot. Let's get Coins on stream. Do you mind grabbing and telling them that we need Coins on stream?
Okay, cool. I mean, that's my last game, so I could
Oh, you want to play versus Coins?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, throw somebody else in here then. Okay, so yeah, we'll get Elaine versus Coins as the last match on stream, if he's available. If he's not, we might end up with something else in the meantime, but that'll be our goal. But yeah, so the interesting thing here is that even though Brent and Coins are kind of out of contention to make top 4, they both are just like mathematically eliminated, they still have a massive impact on the tournament. So, for instance, Daniel is sitting here at 3-2 and 2 matches left. I know for a fact one of his is to play against one of those 2, meaning that the 2 of them have the chance to prevent Daniel from making top 4. That's a big deal, so it's really interesting. Hello.
I've done all my matches now, so whenever you need me in here.
Yeah. Do you want to do it now? Because you still have 1 live, right?
I'm done.
You're done?
I finished like 20 minutes ago.
Let's swap you right now just to make sure you get your chance on commentary. So yeah, we're actually going to be joined here by level 3 judge Eric Levine, who is going to grab a drink and come join us here in the booth. So.
Yeah, let me get a drink. Okay, I'll talk for like 5 minutes.
So yeah.
I'm sure people have questions about when I Ashioked, or when I broke Ashioked.
Yeah.
Coins just started game 2.
That's
so
fine.
I'm gonna have him wait, I guess.
Cool. Yeah, okay, Elliot. We'll be sure to get Coins both in the booth and on camera. But first, we're going to make sure that Coins gets all the way through there. Make sure Coins gets through his current game. He's in game 2. But we're going to get Eric in here for the actual match. But here we have Brent. You want to give us a summary of what happened?
When I played against Steven, a lot of people were like, "Whoa, Judge." Funny thing, Steven and I are both judges, and as soon as I started to search, and I went, "Wait, I can't do that." And basically at that point, I went, "Do you want to let me take it back?" He says no, which is fine, so I conceded. That's basically what happened because I had no other options. There were no outs. There were no ins. I mean, you saw my hand. It
Oh
was
yeah,
dead.
you were dead either way. It didn't matter.
It didn't matter. I had no answer to Wormcoil.
That's right.
I could polymorph into Bait in Progress because I knew that was on top.
Yep.
So I could polymorph into Bait in Progress, killing Wormcoil, but then he'd have 2 others and just get Wormcoil back.
Yep.
So there was no answer. So we definitely noticed that we did that fairly quickly.
So we're gonna jump over to this match that's going live right now. It looks like is that I see a Savannah. Okay, so we have Vince still up here. Vince is now going to be 2 and 3 because you won, right, Eric?
Yeah, I
Okay.
it out there.
Nice, well done. So we gonna update. We get Vince up to 2 and 3, and then he's playing against whom? Let's see. We'll find out who's on the left there as soon as we see a card from their deck. That looks
like
I saw a tattoo.
looks like Steven?
Oh, okay.
I think that's Steven's
Yep,
tattoo.
that's Steven's arm.
Yep.
Okay, so Steven is, I believe, our top seed, but let's see. If we cut over to the standings for a second.
Yeah, his deck turned out fantastically.
Absolutely. So he's top seed at 5 and 1. Jeez. Yeah. Good call, Naveen. Thank you. So let's get 5 and 1. We got Professor Stephen Hagen. Dr. Stephen Hagen.
Dr. Professor.
All right, so yeah, in the same spot, right? Steven could go 6 and 1, which is incredible as a record in VRD. If you make it better than X2, you are doing amazingly.
Yeah, that's an unreal finish in a round robin format like this.
Yes, it's almost impossible to become totally undefeated. So he's live for the same record as Naveen had last time when Naveen won it. But Vince, despite being out of the running himself, has a good shot, or I guess mathematically not eliminated, but very close to being eliminated. Right. Has a good shot of influencing the tournament in cool ways.
And he's coming in here with some early beatdowns against Steven's much slower deck, but Steven's deck is the kind of deck that is just going to kill you out of nowhere, as I'm sure we've seen on stream a few times.
Absolutely. Yeah, so he leads off with the Grindstone, which Painter Servant he has. I don't think he has lots of ways to tutor for it. I did not see one in his hand, so we'll see.
He had it looked like he had a whir in his opener.
Oh, okay.
When I saw that, so we might be sort of on the cusp of a Painter Servant kill here.
Yep, and there's his third blue source. So
and he just drained that Ramanap Excavator, so he's got 3 colorless sitting in his mana pool here in main phase 1.
So yeah, he doesn't have the 3 mana to activate the Grindstone, but he will be able to get the 2 cards in play. Wow.
Yeah, so unless Vincent has some way to deal with one of these artifacts here, it looks like Steven's going to be taking game 1.
Yes, if Steven had 1 more mana, he would have it right now.
Yeah, if he was holding that Mox instead of Vincent,
exactly.
This game would be over.
Sadly, he's in first position, so he's not able to deal with anything as powerful as a Mox. He's stuck with Black Lotus instead.
Yes. And of course, if he had the Lotus, we'd be seeing that right now. He's filtering some mana through the Cascade Bluffs, and he's fabricating. Oh.
And that will be enough. No, he's still 1 short. No, he's a 3 floating. Oh my God.
He
wins.
Because he used 2. Wait. So he has 1 mana left, but he drained the Raman out, and he tapped Cascade Bluffs, and maybe he's floating a blue? I'm not totally sure.
Yeah, I think that's what that 1 indicates there.
Well, that was the mana drain die.
Okay.
So I'm not totally sure. Welder.
Interesting. Maybe we misread his hand. Maybe he doesn't have the whir.
Maybe he doesn't. Oh, well, never mind.
Who needs it?
Who indeed?
Why wouldn't he have just killed him?
I'm not sure. He must have.
Because, yeah, if he has...
So it looks like they're working something. They're doing the math here. They're trying to figure it out.
Oh, I think he had 1 extra in his pool but didn't realize it, so he let 1 flow away even though he had the kill on board.
Oh, okay, so he lost that mana. So he's given Vincent Brown the gift of life for 1 turn here.
Let's hope Vince has the swords just to keep this match alive, though.
It looks like we have a Reclamation stage taking out Painter Servant. That's huge.
And there's a Welder, so like Steven still has very live to win, but it's not immediate.
Sure, but that keeps Vincent in a game that, he had little right being in seconds ago.
Yeah, and Elliot, you're totally right. He was floating a blue plus a colorless, but I think he didn't realize he still had 2 floating. He thought it was only 1.
Right.
Oh, and there's the Dimir
Signet.
Signet
gets welded out, and Painter Stone's going to end the game here.
Yeah, okay, that's game. Oh, that's too bad. I was really excited for that for the Reclamation Sage to do work.
Now, I think Vincent has a lot of game against artifacts in games 2 and 3. He has a lot of being green-white. He's very well positioned to have a lot of hate against a variety of strategies out of the sideboard here.
Absolutely. Let's check out what he's got going on here. Solemnity, I don't think does anything, but he has liquid metal coating, which does things against artifacts that aren't artifacts yet.
Yep. He's got the Aura Shards, which I believe is in the main deck.
It is. It's insane. Those two cards together, we saw the combo happen last time, and it was brutal to watch.
Yeah,
Fracturing Gust coming out of the board.
Fracturing Gust could come out of the board. Given that Vince is on the play, I'm expecting Mana Tithe to come in here if it's not in the main deck. I'm not sure that there's much else.
Green Sun Zenith and a Reclamation Sage, that's probably main. Stony Silence?
Stony Silence is likely to be coming in here.
Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of hate, you're right.
So it's possible that he could sweep games 2 and 3 here.
That would be incredible. And, even Gaddock Teague does some work against Steven. Steven's playing a fair amount of large things, right?
Teague locks out the Whir, which is a big deal.
It locks out at least one of the Durettis.
Yep. The 4-mana Commander Duretti. It'll take care of that.
The Karns. Narset sneaks under the wire.
Yep, Narset just makes it, but yeah, Karn the Great Creator does not get there.
Mycosynthelitis. Teferi's Puzzle Box is small enough, right?
Puzzle Box still sneaks in there at a solid 3 mana.
Wow. But yeah, Steven basically has 3 different 2-card combos. So he has the Thopter Foundry, he has the Karn plus Mycosynthelitis, he has the Painter Grindstone that we saw, and then there's the hidden one of Urza plus the Thopter Foundry, where if you have Urza plus Thopter Foundry, it not only makes all the sweet Thopters in life that you normally get, but it makes it go infinite.
But you get blue.
Exactly.
You get blue mana, you can do whatever you want.
Exactly. So the players are finishing shuffling up right now, but there are so many cool sets here, and I think Steven's deck is great, but it's definitely not as great as it could have been because of the guy sitting right next to me.
Oh yeah, well, that guy's kind of an idiot. He probably should have moved off sooner. No, I don't actually think that. I think I did the right thing in terms of my deck. I had some tough matches in the early rounds, but I think my deck did a good job of showing off what it can do in the last couple of games here.
Absolutely.
But Steven is really showing us the power of these 2-card combos here in the Vintage Draft. Makes some of us here wish that we had taken, say, I don't know, Splinter Twin, Kiki Jiki, Pestermite, things like that, perhaps, that are just not appearing in the draft at all.
And here you see the London Mulligan going into effect. Steven's putting a card on the bottom of his library. So.
I can't say enough about how much I love the London Mulligan in formats like, in limited formats and standard. Obviously, I haven't played with it too much outside of that, but it's just been a fantastic enabler for people playing fun games of Magic.
Yeah, I initially, I was a skeptic. I said, this is the worst thing ever. It's going to break Vintage completely. It's going to require bans in every format. And I've just been proven wrong, and I'm happy to admit that I was proven wrong.
Oh my gosh, Steven with the turn 1 Welder into Lotus.
Oh, is that card good? Let's see.
It's a little bit good. So he's got a Talisman of Indulgence sitting out here on the table, ready to turn into 3 more mana, literally at any time of his choosing.
Wow. Yeah, the Welder plus Lotus combo is pretty solid.
It's a time-honored tradition here, and that Dryad Milton only gets instants and sorceries, but
I think someone needs to talk to Steven about his zone placement, because that Welder should not be in his graveyard.
Yeah, Welder needs to be exiled. Not that I think Steven has any ways to get the Welder back.
No.
So it shouldn't be relevant, and I think we left him without any of the Delve synergy, so that shouldn't matter.
All of that got to... who took the Treasure Cruise? I've
got the Cruise, and Elaine has the Dig.
Yeah, I know Elaine was upset at someone for taking the Cruise early on.
Well, she took the Dig, and then I took the Cruise.
Yep.
Shortly thereafter.
Because you also have the Dak Phaeton, right?
Yes, I do have the Dak.
Yeah, not the Gush, but you do have the Dak at least.
Just the Dak, but it was very nice to be able to steal Vincent's artifact.
Oh, that Mana Tithe just made the cut. Mana Tithe killed the Teferi's Puzzle Box.
Gosh.
This is a really good matchup where you get to see just how interactive this format is.
Mana Tithe doing work. Mana Tithe got me in our last match. Mana Tithe countered something I cast.
When we saw it get drafted, my position was Mana Tithe is the best card because you waste a draft pick and then you never have to put it in your deck and it still does all the same amount of work.
I'm so scared.
Yes.
You're so scared of Mana Tithe. So I just chose to live my life as though Mana Tithe didn't exist.
Yep.
Steven did that too, and we both.
How's that
got
working
punished
out?
for that. Yeah, well, I mean, I won my match, but I got punished by Mana Tithe. I'll tell you. it really scars you as a person.
Yeah, so really what you have to do is you take Force Spike so that you can counter their Mana Tithe.
Oh, what a dream. So Steven's down to 12 here. Oh, but he's got a 1/3 blocker now for that Dryad Militant.
Doing work. I wonder what color he named. I know he mentioned that against you, he didn't name blue like he normally would do because you have the Pyroblast in your deck.
Yes, he named red because he correctly remembered that I have the Pyroblast, which was, I think, quite a good play by Steven. Really,
Yes.
it gives you a little bit of a window into why he's 5-1 right now. He's making a lot of good play decisions. I was going to say this weekend, but today.
Yes.
It's a one-day event.
It is. Maybe it should be a weekend based on me waking up at 6 a.m. this morning and it currently being 7 p.m. right now. But
That's a lot. That's some dedication. Mark's not even playing in this event. He's just here sitting on this very cozy couch.
it's true. I did get to eat a large amount of the 28-inch pizza that's sitting right next to us.
That's
So that's the real joy.
It's a really impressive pizza box.
It is. It was on stream earlier, so hopefully you all saw it.
Stony Silence has come down here for
Ooh.
Vincent, and it looks like he's now casting Eladamri's Call. So he's going to tutor up a creature of his choice and put that directly into his hand.
That'll be very strong. Eladamri's Call recently added to Modern, which is going to... I'm going to see what happens there, but Collected Company seems like it might want it.
Yeah, there's definitely some combo decks as well that I think would be interested. The combo versions of the company deck
Yes.
that are interested in going infinite, gaining a lot of life, really as much life as you want. When you go infinite, what number do you pick?
I normally say a Googleplex, and then I like to denote any changes as negative and just like have a G minus.
Yeah, G minus whatever. We were discussing this earlier, and we decided that one of the good ways to turn this into social commentary is to say, to pick somebody's net worth. So Jeff Bezos' net worth, perhaps.
Or the difference between Bezos' net worth and the net worth of the average person, which is like negative 50,000 or something.
Whatever the delta is there.
Yeah. No, that's pretty solid. Although Bezos' net worth just went down a little bit. He's my boss, so I shouldn't talk too much about it.
That's fair. And speaking of net worth going down, Stevens just went down as well because he just lost his painter servant to Reclamation Stage.
Sure
which
did.
I can only assume came off the Eladamri's Call while we were talking about infinite numbers.
I mean, possible. I don't know. Like, it is useful to kill, but he has 2 combos in play. He already has a Stony Silence locking it down. I feel like...
I think the biggest problem is that it's a 1/3, which blocks his 2/1s.
That's reasonable.
So he's on the beatdown plan here, taking Steven down to 6.
Or 8?
That looks...
Or 6, you're right.
It looks like, yeah. It's hard to tell on the stream here, but...
Yeah.
I believe he was at 10, so he should be at 6.
That makes sense. Wow, yeah. The 1/3 blocker is really putting in work there.
It's a bigger deal than you might think. And here's Blade Splicer bringing a 3/3 with it. And that's the end of this game. We're going to game 3.
Yep, Blade Splicer locking it up.
That was impressive.
It was.
Vincent really showed off what he can do against this artifact-heavy deck.
And it's interesting because Vincent's deck is one of those that doesn't... It's not flashy. It's Maverick. It's just kind of playing a bunch of bears.
It's innocuous, for sure.
It is. It's not even playing like the hate bears, really. It's just like, I'm going to play some grizzly bears, and they have mild amounts of problems they're going to cause for you, but it's not like you're taxing their mana like flashing them in to counter their fetch land or something like that.
You're not getting Thaliad, you're not getting Mind Censored, but you're getting Collector Oofed.
Yes.
You're getting Reclamation Stage. Mm-hmm. And then there's threats that are impossible to deal with, like Hex Drinker.
Yes, and there's a 3-mana 4/4 that just ended the game right now. Like, it's perfectly fine.
Blade Splicer, an incredible rate in terms of power and toughness for something like that.
Right. When you add that first strike in, it's just, well, nothing else can move except for that golem. Man. So yeah, if you had to start over again, I know you mentioned that you were fighting through it, but you were happy with your kind of fighting position in this draft?
Overall, yeah, I think I did a good job of keeping Steven from really getting the most busted deck he could get and acquitting myself decently in my first VRD.
Yeah.
Getting an okay deck for myself. I felt like I had a couple matchups that were tough to win. I don't think I'm realistically beating Dan Zielinski 90 to 95% of the time.
Fair.
I think my match against Naveen, it's possible for it to go another way.
Mm-hmm.
I think I thought I was a favorite against Steven, and I lost that match 2-0, so, what happens in a 10-game set there, I'm not sure. But I feel good about my deck overall. Like I said, I think missing, the Soul Ring pick is close. There's some other stuff that's close. I'm still not sure about the what was it? Not exclude. What's the name of that card?
Divert or
No, the not bitter ordeal, the other one.
oh, extract.
Extract
Yep.
versus bitter ordeal. I'm not sure about that. Divert. I diverted a divest,
Nice.
which is not something I thought I'd ever do in my entire life. But I diverted Elaine's divest back to her because it is target player, not target opponent, like something like
That's
Duress
great.
might say.
Yeah, no, that's great.
So that was lucky, but no, I'm overall happy with my deck. Reshape is my biggest regret. Reshape is my biggest regret.
Has it bit you yet?
No,
Okay, that's
not
fine.
yet. But
It could.
in a parallel universe, it could have for sure.
Yep.
It can't anymore. My matches are over. I'm all done. We're 4-3 here. I've got the positive record. I've gotten out alive here. Really, I feel like I've.
Yeah, I think 4-3 is pretty good. I mean, let's pull up the standings again, but 4-3 is not a bad spot at all.
Yeah, I don't feel too unhappy about that in terms of a result. My Buchholz is pretty good.
The only people that can catch you currently are Vince. Vince is the only one that if he wins out, he catches up to you. But otherwise, you're guaranteed for top 5 already. So there's people that could not make it.
So I might be able to walk home with my own bottle.
Yeah,
That's not so
absolutely,
bad.
absolutely. And since Naveen was kind enough to bring along some of the extra bottles he got from last time as a donation, there's the honorable mention 5th bottle for when there's a massive tie there.
That's right.
You won't have to play off for it, which is big.
Oh, well.
Okay, and we're back to the games.
Oh my gosh, so the turn 1 Mox Emerald for Vincent, but it looks like we went turn 1 Grindstone, turn 2 Thopter Foundry on Steven's side.
Ooh. So he has, once again, 2 halves of 2 different combos, just sitting there being terrified.
And there's Green Sun Zenith for Collector Roof, and that's going to be a big problem for Steven. He can't activate either of those artifacts anymore while this is in play.
Collector Oof is doing work today. You're heading out, Brandon?
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch the movies.
All right.
Well,
Enjoy.
have fun.
Is that your beer?
It is my beer. I know. I'm sorry. It can be your beer if you want. Okay.
Is
'Cause
this
I was
your
going to
beer?
make you say go Bruins for
This
it.
one's not
So
mine.
you probably weren't going to do that.
I'm not Philistine. It's
Thank you, sir.
a pleasure.
Brandon, good seeing you.
You've all been great competitors, except for you and me. I love you all.
All right, so Brandon's going to be heading out for the day. He's next round. He is at the second to top of the list to be playing. I'll get it back to you if you do.
Doesn't look
But yeah, so Brandon will be coming back here as a player, as a competitor in the next round of the VRD.
Gaddock Teague just got. Oh, no. Ella Domry's call was just managed.
Okay.
It looks like.
Teague is sitting comfortably in play, beating down along with
Yep.
that Collector Oof.
Teague with Collector Oof, doing to Steven what I firmly believe the Bruins are going to do to the Blues tonight
Oh,
in Game
man.
6 of the Stanley Cup Final.
Like, you're going to get exiled from St. Louis soon. You better watch out.
I'm going to get killed when I step out that door.
I
That's
think
what's gonna
I think
happen.
you're right. So Elliot, we do this roughly once a quarter. This is the second one we've done, but they've been in the works for a while, so it's kind of we have a good core group of people, and so the next one will probably be sometime in the fall.
Steven spent one of his Mana Drain mana on Narset, looks at his top 4, and concedes to Vince.
Dead.
He
Oh
has
my
been
God.
creatured out. Collector Oof, locking him down. As
That
Vincent
card.
takes the set 2-1.
That's impressive. All right, so next we're going to have coins in here in some capacity. I'm not sure whether he's going to be on commentary or in there. I'll run out and check right now.
Alrighty.
I'm going to tell you the Blues are up, whether they are or not.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. We all know the Bruins were robbed in Game 5. The officials, I don't know if any of you in chat saw that terrible officiating, but now that there are no more native St. Louis people anywhere near this room, I can say all the pro-Boston things I want. So go Bruins. I don't understand this whole Gloria thing, and go Bruins again. Mark made an interesting decision leaving me alone. He should have known I was going to make this the Bruins propaganda hour. I'm really impressed by Vincent taking that down there. It looks like they're figuring out what's going to come next here. We should be back in just a few moments.
If you're up for staying on here, we have another round.
I'll stick around if you like. This is a lot of fun. So we've got Vince versus Dan. Two decks that want to rumble with creatures.
So since we're both Storm players, I don't know how well this is going to go. I mean, they're going to have creatures that are attacking and blocking. That's not a usual thing for me.
Oh, we're getting thank you, Strawberry Conch, whoever you are.
Is that
Emily.
Nice? Hi Emily, how you doing? Whoever you are, it's kind of like Team Neem. It's just like some random person in
Who
chat.
could that be?
Right. So let's cut over to standings a minute here to see where we currently sit, and we'll cut back because Challenge fails a lot at trying to live update. There we go. Okay, so Steven is still solidly in the lead, but Elaine and Dan are both tied here below. Okay, so here's the spot. If Dan wins this match, he actually breaks out of that big four-way tie with you.
It looks like we need to. We don't have the result in here between Steven and Vincent, though.
Yes.
So that's the only difference. But yes, if Daniel gets his 5th win here, he can break out of the black hole in the middle of the standings that Naveen and I are in currently at 4 and 3.
And that would guarantee him either 2nd or 3rd place. Yep. So this match is for whether he can get out of the single bottle range.
So both he.
You were doing something.
No, I think you're good. We need coins whenever he's done. But is that match still going or no?
That was game 1. Are we moving to feature?
No, you keep going. Yeah. Sorry, get some confusion going on. There's a lot of matches happening all at once.
So it sounds like John and Elaine are still mid-match, and Elaine is.
Yep, John and Elaine have finished up their first game and are going into game 2.
And Elaine is playing as well as at 4 and 2 for her life in guaranteed standings.
Yes.
Oh, my voice echoes a little bit. That's not a surprise.
Yeah, let's try dropping both of the mics a little bit. Sorry, people.
That's on me. That's my natural lack of a volume control kicking in here.
Yeah, no, it's because we're both sitting right next to each other, and neither of us has push to talk on. And this mic is from an old time when I used to play EVE Online for 40 hours a week. So it's about 10 years old at this point.
You still got your spreadsheets?
Okay, good. It comes through nicely.
Yeah. All your EVE Online spreadsheets, ready to take all those minerals across the galaxy and get your ship blown up by the Something Awful Guild, whatever it is.
It's a little more true than real. I've swept out my EVE Online spreadsheets for my Magic spreadsheets, so you can see the same kind of problem of degeneracy just spreading across different areas.
Yep, it's become a different spreadsheet now.
Exactly. So they're still shuffling up. I guess may as well fix up these standings though, as long as you're there. So Vince is playing the creature deck we just saw, and we have Dan. What is Dan on again?
Dan's on a very formidable blue-green infect deck.
Oh, right. Okay.
Which is just I think I said this earlier out in the play area, but throughout the draft, I felt like Dan had just kind of gone under the radar and sort of played all of us over the course of this draft. I was really impressed with his draft.
I totally agree with you. I think that his is insanely powerful.
He came in with a strategy in mind, and he didn't tip that strategy until, it picks into the teens. When he took that tropical island, I thought, oh no, this is going to be what's happening. And he's already picked up Spell Pierce, Spell Snare, Mental Misstep, Muddle the Mixture, Force of Will, Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, he just basically drafted all of the good blue cards and then decided to audible over and just pick up all these other cards that he knew he wanted the whole time. But he just didn't have to even signal or do anything with them other than draft good blue cards and then, pick 40.
Yeah.
Pick 30, probably. He switched over and just did good things.
And based on a note sheet I saw after we finished the draft, I think that was his plan the whole time.
He sent me a message last night with a list of all the cards that he'd want for Infect, but that was definitely, he knew from the very start he was on the Infect train.
What a mastermind.
It was impressive. And the nice thing about that is that you don't have to be in a particular seat. You just know you have to want to fight for blue. So if you want to fight for blue, you can do Infect from any spot along the way.
And Ancestral obviously helps a lot, right?
Yes.
With any blue strategy like this, but it looks like he's gone for Tropical Island off the Misty Rainforest. Not a huge surprise here.
I kind of feel like low-key spots 4 and 6 are about the worst places in the VRD because you both don't get the extra information, you don't get the wheel,
Yeah.
and you don't get the perfect middle spot where you can just like leech off both sides of the wheels.
Serum Visions.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Turn 1 for Dan. A little draw, a little scry.
So yeah, we're gonna see though. I don't imagine there's gonna be much blocking.
No.
But we'll see.
But there could be.
Yes.
It's possible. If Vincent runs out something like a Hex Drinker or a Dryad Militant or something else that he doesn't care about, he's just going to shove that right in front of a Blighted, well, not a Blighted Agent, but a Glistener Elf or a Blight Mamba or a Necropede, whatever it is.
Is this the blue-green Painland? Is that what we're looking at
That is Brushland, yes, the
Brushland.
green-white Painland, and that's the Ice Age printing of it right there, which is why it comes through in just such a beautiful color.
Yeah, I thought it was the. I was like, is this? I definitely thought this was a Kaljoran outpost earlier.
Yes,
But
yes.
chat corrected me that had not been taken.
Well, it's one of those landscape arts that you look at it and you go, that's something, all right.
That could be literally
And if
anything.
And if you look at it up close, it's a fantastic piece of art. The fog shading is really cool, but from afar, from this vantage point, it's hard to read,
Yeah.
Plague Mirror coming down on turn 2 for Dan,
Okay.
and a Wooded Bastion for Vincent.
Oh, this was Strawberry Conch's first rare, the
Yes.
Brushland. I can't
Yes.
imagine you were too excited about that, based on my excitement about lands when I first drafted a rare land. It's like, oh, why couldn't this be a Thorn Elemental? That's far
Yeah.
better.
I remember back in the day playing for Ante.
Yep.
One of my opponents anteed a Bayou, and I was very disappointed. Very, very disappointed. Not so disappointed now. Still have that Bayou, as it turns out.
Wow, you never got rid of it?
No, and I don't sell a lot of my cards.
Yeah, I sold out when I was little, and now I've gotten to the point where I sold out of Modern because I wanted a car instead, and it was just like ridiculous owning a place out of Modern.
Yeah.
But yeah, I basically any deck, and I'm like, rather than try to own the entire format, which is what I used to do, now I just buy a deck and keep
Yeah.
that deck up to date.
You buy a deck, you keep the deck up to date, you play the deck till you can't play it anymore.
And you play it foil. Why not?
Yeah, make it pretty. So it looks like we've got 2/2/1s facing down this Necropede, which is not exactly the matchup that Vince wants here.
Hex Drinker, he's played I think 3 or 4 times on camera. At no point has it ever been bigger than a 2/1.
That's disappointing. I think Vince might not be happy with Hex Drinker. He's probably pretty happy with Swords from that Plague Mirror, though.
Yeah, but both of these, he's playing a lot of 2-mana 2/1s.
Oh my
Or
gosh.
1-mana 2/1s.
Hex Drinker.
Now it's
is
bigger.
about to become a 4/4.
Sure is. With protection from instants.
Protection
So
from instants.
he doesn't have to worry about someone invigorating it.
Yeah, I don't think Dan has a lot of instants that he's going to be casting on Vince's creatures.
Yeah, some that might be cast in front of Vintage creatures.
So it's we've got Hex Drinker and Dryad Militant on Vince's side. Dryad Militant, the 2/1 that puts your instants and sorceries into the exile zone instead of the graveyard. And Dan's played Rancor on his Necropede and is going to go to town here.
Yeah, Dryad Militant has actually done some work. Not a lot of, like, the ability mattering all that much.
Vince gets blown out by a mutagenic growth here.
Ooh, that's rough.
Dan is happy to pay the life, turning that Necropede into a 5/3, and he'll trample over for 4 poison.
That mutagenic growth should be exiled, I believe.
That mutagenic growth ought to be exiled with that Plague Mirror.
I'm just going to go correct them a minute.
That sounds great.
I can't imagine it's going to matter, but we're
Vince
judges.
lays down a Dark Depths. So maybe he does have that Solemnity kicking around. Who knows? And we're exiling that mutagenic growth. Fantastic. Looks like Vince is here to level up Hex Drinker a little more. We've put 10 counters on the Dark Depths. Yes, good.
So Vince was very excited that Elliot probably figured out that the card was in the wrong zone. So Elliot, you've built yourself quite a rep with Vince at least.
Yeah, Elliot, I've heard has been asking a lot of good questions. Has had caught a lot of good stuff. So thank you.
Okay, is that a ranker on there?
Yep, that is a trampling 3/1 Necropede. Oh, pardon me, that is a trampling 7/5 Necropede.
Yeah.
And that spells big trouble for Vince. If that resolves,
Oh, Mana Tithe.
Mana Tide's going to force Dan to pay that extra mana.
So at least it's only a
And-
7/5.
Vince is going to die anyway.
That's reasonable. That's kind of how that works usually.
So that's game 1 for Dan.
Yeah,
What does Vince have to deal with this Infect deck?
let's take a look at the sideboards here. So Vince is dealing with a lot of cards, but this is one of the things that I was bemoaning, and I'm going to keep complaining about this all day, is that there wasn't a lot of sideboard cards taken. Like, not a lot of silver bullets. There were a lot of cards that are going to be in the sideboard.
Yeah.
But Vince is fundamentally playing with a lot of cards that do slightly better things than what he currently has.
Yes.
The one I will call out, though, is Solemnity. Solemnity, he has it.
Great card.
Yes, it effectively means that Infect can't deal Infect damage.
Yeah. The Infect creatures will try to place counters on Vince. Solemnity will say, you can't do that, and nothing will happen.
Yep. So let's pull up Solemnity here, because that's a card that you don't see in really any format right now.
And that's a card that does combine well with Vince's Dark Depths. If he plays Solemnity first,
Yep.
and then drops that Dark Depths down, it'll try to enter with 10 counters on it, which counts as having counters put on it, and all of a sudden, Vince will have a 20/20.
Sure does. So what is the so as a judge, what happens here when I attack with an infect creature? Does it deal damage to the player and they just don't get counters, or does it just try to deal infect damage and nothing happens at all?
So as far as I understand Solemnity and Infect, the way this works is that an Infect creature will attack.
Yep.
And Infect changes the rules of damage such that Infect will deal damage in the form of putting counters on you. And so Infect creatures will try to put counters on you, and Solemnity says, nope. So it just does nothing.
That's wonderful. So literally he doesn't have to block as long as Solemnity's in play.
So that's going to have to get forced or countered, or some other way to deal with it is what Dan is going to need if Solemnity shows up. Of course, that's one of 40 cards for Vince.
Exactly. And yeah, I don't think there's any way to tutor for it. There's no one took Enlightened Tutor at any point during the draft.
No,
so
Enlightened Tutor was on my list for when I was considering the blue-white deck, but I ended up not going there, and so Enlightened Tutor did not show up in our 360.
Reasonable. Yeah, and Malira did go to Brent. I was sure that whoever took Malira was going to at least take the other half of the combo, so they could build it out. But neither side did it. So
I was surprised to see that, but.
And let's see. So Vince has the. Is there anything else that he has here that's even useful?
I mean, he's got
Wrath of God.
He's got the Wrath of God, which seems like it might be a little slow, but
you may as well bring it in though.
You gotta try.
Yeah. Worldly Tutor, does that find anything?
Worldly Tutor can get.
It gets lands and creatures.
Yeah, I mean it'll get some sort of creature for him to block with.
I'm still so upset with him for not taking Crop Rotation.
Yeah, I was surprised that Crop Rotation didn't show up here. Crop Rotation is such a fantastic card.
And he does have 2 copies of Beast Within. One is Generous Gift and one is Beast Within, so that's
true.
Good.
Those are both Beast Within and Generous Gift are live to make a 3/3 Beast or a 3/3 Elephant out of an Infect creature.
And Swords to Plowshare's Path, so he has lots of interaction. He just needs to draw it at the right time.
Yeah.
Voice of Resurgence sadly doesn't do what we want it to do, because all the spells that are going to be cast against Vince are going to be all cast on the opponent's turn. So
Eldrazi Displacer. That's a good point. Displacing a creature that's been pumped, as long as it's not hexproofed with Vines of Vastwood or something like that, is a big deal.
That one is good, but the earliest I think he can pull it off. I shouldn't say. I was about to say the earliest he can pull it off is turn 3, but he has double Moxen, so theoretically it could be far earlier than that.
He has the Emerald and the Pearl, right?
Correct. He got both in his colors.
So he could theoretically play Gavany Township or similar, and Mox Displacer on turn 1. But it looks like he has Horizon Canopy to dance.
That's a Glistener Elf that just got countered.
Oh my gosh, Mana Tithe is here to do work, and that work is to counter the turn 1 Glistener Elf.
Nobody has been respecting that Mana Tithe, and they have been paid out.
All paying for it. Dark Depths comes down for Vince. So that's not a land that's going to produce mana for him, which he might be a little sad about here.
Yeah.
Botanical Sanctum turns on to Plaguemere here.
And now he can tap for mana. So that's the primary use, I think, for that card.
Yeah, you tap for the colorless mana. It's like snow mana. You get infect mana, right?
Right.
That's how that works?
You get infect mana. It deals a poison to you when it taps.
Well, what you do is you put a -1/-1 counter into their mana pool, which, I mean, you can sort of figure out. You can intuit how that would work.
Yes. I'm not sure how it would work, but I'll figure it out. I hope Daniel loses to make this interesting, says Team Neem. Well, I'm glad you're positive at least. That's good.
Chat really rooting always for that big bad tie.
Yeah.
At all times.
I don't know. If you were in that big tie, would you push for... You have actually a very good chance of being in the big tie.
No, I'm going to be in the black hole, right?
Are you going to push for the let the breakers handle it, or are you going to push for the play it out side?
Well, I've seen the standings. I'm at the bottom of that. my Blumhouse index or whatever it is very bad, so I'd like to play it out, obviously.
Okay.
I haven't de-sleeved my deck, but I don't, I probably shouldn't get to decide that.
Yeah, it's true.
Having seen the standings.
Yeah. I am very much in favor of it, but I've never felt right doing so to force people into it. Stony Silence is an interesting board choice. Do you think that it's in there, Elliot?
Yeah, I haven't seen Vince's hand, but if that's in his hand, I'm going to be quite surprised about that.
Yeah, Rest in Peace is also mildly interesting. I don't know what it really does for him here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the... Oh, yeah, okay, it's the Rest in Peace on the board.
Still equally interesting.
Yes. What does Dan have that plays with the graveyard here? Dan went and personal tutored for something. I don't think I saw what. But here's...
Become Immense? No, it's a good call out.
Here's Ramunap Become Immense. Yes, that's a good point.
Ramunap Excavator and Rest in Peace, not the best of friends.
Not a combo.
No.
Not a combo.
And yeah, Lidifo, we definitely did make fun of the Manatithe pick. I still love the Manatithe pick as taking a one pick into your hand and forcing everyone else to play around it for the rest of the draft. I would just never put it in my deck.
Plague Mirror and Blossoming Defenses send that Ramunap Excavator straight to the exile zone here.
Oh man, and that's the +2/+2, the one that's and hexproof, yeah.
From Kaladesh or either Revolt, one of those sets.
Yeah, one of them.
Blade Splicer here is going to get forced.
That's a better card than Manatithe, I think.
Blade Splicer here would be kind of a disaster for Dan.
And I didn't see what he exiled to it, but
I didn't either.
I bet it was something blue.
It was something blue, probably something he didn't need.
Yeah, not very important.
Or maybe the only blue card in his hand, who knows?
True.
He crashes in for one infect here.
I do know it wasn't another Force of Will. That's not possible.
Good point.
Yeah.
I know it wasn't Force of Negation.
True, because you have that.
That's in John Coins' deck.
Oh, is it Coins? Okay.
I printed one of those out. I was ready.
Yeah.
John had that.
I know that Dan was planning on doing the Force of Green, whatever that one is, and decided not to do it in the end. Force of Vigor, is that it?
Yes, I think so. Green Sun Zenith gets negated here.
Nope, not Fistful of Force.
Not Fistful of Force.
That card's very bad.
Although, if you'd like to clash with your opponent, you might be able to get +4/+4, which could work in Infect.
So yeah, I think Dan was anticipating more artifact-based strategies, and had me print off this card because he was hoping that he would be playing it, but I don't think he ended up turning out.
I didn't print out this card because I didn't want to live in a world where someone played it against me and I had to hand them the proxy so that they could destroy my life.
That'd be so rude. Okay, so now there's 2 infect damage a turn. I don't know where he's tracking it, because he's definitely taken some at this point.
He blocked... Yeah, I think he's taken at least one. I'm not sure what the what our methodology is, but here's Eldrazi Displacer. And,
So Eldrazi Displacer will tap the creatures and stop them from attacking. Does it do anything else? Because it exiles tokens really nicely.
It blocks. It's a 3/3.
It does block.
It does not block Blighted Agent, though.
No, sadly.
And, it looks like their die is right under our game score tracker here.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, I think I've taken 1 or 2.
With Worldly Tutor, yeah, what do you get here? You can't get Solemnity. That's not on the table.
Very sad. Because, he could if he had taken Enlightened Tutor.
Right, yeah. This might be a moment of tutor-related regret here for Vincent.
Yep.
Not having the Enlightened Tutor to put something like Solemnity on top of his library.
He could go find Malira. Oh, wait. No, not Malira.
Rip. Yeah.
I'd almost failed to find. Ouch.
It looks like it's Rex Sage here.
Yeah, Rex Sage.
Plague Mirror.
I think Rex Sage is the right call. You could get Collector Oof, but all it does is turn off that activated ability. It's not even helpful.
Yeah, and why get Collector Oof when you can just destroy that?
Exactly.
I'm not sure how much Containment Priest does here. Containment Priest is very good at shutting off Vince's Green Sun Zenith.
Yep.
But not very good at stopping Dan from doing his job.
Brimaz isn't terrible either. That thing can block for days.
Brimaz blocks for days, brings his own cat army to the table. I feel like he might have been a very good choice here.
But I don't know. This isn't a bad choice either. I guess Gaddock Teague would also shut off Become Immense. Would turn off There's some other counters, or Invigorate gets shut off, right?
Invigorate costs 3.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, that's 2 and a green.
I've never seen that card cast fairly, so I
Right,
don't know.
Yeah, no, of course not. But yeah, Blighted Agent is the only thing that really matters here.
Yeah.
Plague Mirror is almost totally irrelevant. It's going to get blown up, and even if it didn't, it could get blocked or whatever.
Containment Priest is coming in.
Containment Priest, of course, with the Almighty Flash coming in at end of turn.
That Dark Depths is not getting ticked down very quickly. I can't imagine he's actually going to use it when he has a Displacer in play. That card's just much better at absorbing mana.
Oh, that's right. Eldrazi Displacer and Containment Priest will send a creature to exile and absolutely just leave it there.
Wow, good call.
So that's going to send Blighted Agent, which is Vince's biggest problem here, to effectively the Shadow Realm. We're not going to see that again.
Yeah, good call out, Cedrix.
Thank you, Cedrix. It's been a minute since I've had Eldrazi Displacer and Containment Priest, sort of in my hands at the same time. And by a minute, I mean that's never happened to me in my entire life.
Well,
so
you
nice
should play
work,
more
Vince.
Vintage, because Vintage, that's a staple.
Yeah. No, I mean, I will tell you, the last time I played proper Vintage was...
Back when it was called Type 1?
No, not so bad. But I think Luis Scott Vargas beat me with Old Man of the Sea.
Oh, wow.
So it's been a bit.
Thanks for the follow, Noble Helium. Yeah, everything's in exile. There's a rest in peace.
Everything's exiled. We're all resting. We're taking a nice break from the graveyard.
Old Man by the Sea, I think, is still Vintage playable.
Quote, I am bad at Magic. I just realized how my deck is supposed to work. I'm going to flash your guy out, Containment Priest stops it from coming back in.
So it looks like Vincent just figured out what the rest of us figured out here, thanks to Cedrix. And thank you, Steven, for bringing us the good news.
That tasty bit of...
Yeah.
That delicious bit of information.
I just discovered how my deck is supposed to work, is the best feeling in the world.
That is such a Vintage Rotisserie draft sentence.
Yeah, it's not something I'd like to discover in round 7, but sometimes it happens.
I'd like to discover it in round 7 more than I'd like to discover it on the drive home. I'll tell you that very much.
That's true. I mean, he basically built a 2-card combo.
He did. Which, as we've discussed, are very powerful in this format.
Sure are. And yeah, if Dan loses, it does drop him into a 4-3 pool.
Dan, however, doing his best to dig his way out of this, is going to do the most powerful thing in Magic, which is drawing cards.
Yeah. If I had to pick one player at the beginning of this draft to win the whole thing, it would have been Dan.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it seems like he has not had the best of luck.
No, he had some rough matchups. I'm not sure who he took his losses to. It wasn't me, I can tell you that for sure.
Let me pull up a standings and see. I'm just going to throw them here in chat, because that way I don't have to switch this whole stream over.
Thank you, chatbot.
Yeah. Standings, maybe? Maybe I don't know how to type.
Standings with an S?
Very possible.
Maybe
Results?
the chatbot doesn't like you? Results?
The chatbot's running on my laptop that may or may not be dead. There we go.
Thank you, Elliot. Elliot chatbot. Bless you.
Elliot's the best chatbot.
You've really... this gives me comfort because it means the robot apocalypse is coming a little later. And Vincent, it looks like with his combination that he just sort of figured out at the last possible moment, has taken this game down.
Yeah, which, as of course, means that we're going to have more magic, which is always better than less magic.
So we're going to a game 3. So who did Dan lose to?
So Dan, let's go back here to the bracket itself. So Dan won against you. Sorry to bring that up again.
Yes. Just twist the knife. It's
yeah,
fine.
a little
I
bit.
appreciate it.
He won against Coins. He won against Hagen. He lost against Brent. Holy cow! So Brent, who went 1-6,
I
lost.
thought Brent told me he was 0-7.
He lied. Brent lied.
Okay.
No, Brent is 1-6. The one match he got was against Dan. And I do remember him saying that the way he got it was through Bolas's Citadel. So
that's right.
Yeah.
I remember him talking about this. Yes.
He was very excited about it.
Yes. No. Yes. I am. When Brent said he was 0-7, I was like, that doesn't sound right. I don't remember that. But I mean, I'm not here to tell him his record. That's
exactly.
not my job.
You don't have to keep track of it, really.
No. I mean, when I found out Brent went 0-7, I was like, my 4-3 sounds a lot worse. When everybody gets a win off one person, those medium records are a lot less medium and a lot more subpar.
There we go. 9th seed coming in, finally being the bot we all deserve with
Ninth
bracket.
seed is our bot.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, that's the bot name.
Great name.
Thank you. So yeah, it's bracket is how you get the results. I'll update it for next time so it actually like has all the different things.
Standings, results, standing bracket. Yeah, all those things when you're. It's like when you're buying your domain name, and
Yes.
you buy stlvrd.com, you buy all the common misspellings of stlvrd, which of course are many,
Many.
multifarious.
Really, we need a much better name than than the macronym that we've somehow created.
Oh, bless you!
Yeah.
Keep comedy green. Let's reuse this joke.
Macronym needs to get spread around a lot more.
I was like, at least when I typed that in the chat, I was like, at least Mark is gonna like this. If I'm gonna get one person, it's gonna be Mark.
Yes.
With macronym.
It's great. But yeah, I think, and technically it's an initialism because we're not saying Stulverb.
Right. Yes.
But
we're
whatever.
We're
I'll
not
let
saying
you slide.
Silvered, but I personally am willing to sort of bend definitions.
I'll allow it
for the sake of my medium joke.
Yeah, no, it's solid. So yeah, we're in a spot where we're gonna see if Infect can manage to pull it out in game 3. Vince really came up with a sick combo that he apparently didn't realize that he had drafted.
This match is huge.
Yeah.
Because if Dan loses and Vince wins, they join me and Naveen in the
Oh
black
my
hole.
god.
In the middle of the standings.
I had Vince counted out when I saw him at 2 and 3. I'm like, there's no way he can win out. If he wins this game, this one game determines if there's a massive, like a 5-person tie.
Horrible tie.
You will be, yeah, you'll be in here right after this match.
Okay, I thought this was the last match.
Is it?
It doesn't matter to me. But
Do you want to hop in for game 3?
Yeah, hop in for game 3.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna have Coins joining us for game 3. Have you played all your matches now? Oh, okay.
I played all my matches. I was playing vintage with Brent.
Oh, nice.
Go for it, man.
All right, so Coins has finished up all his matches, so he's not going to be on stream after this. But we got him on here commentating for match 3. We have Infect on our left with Dan versus Vince on our right with Hate Bears. And he just discovered that there's a combo when you have Eldrazi Displacer in play, along with a creature containment priest. That you just exile things forever. So that was what he just discovered, and apparently he discovered how his deck's supposed to work in round 7. He was very excited about this.
That's awesome.
Um,
Yeah, he definitely did some Displacer and what's the card that Reclamation Sage?
Yeah.
On me when we played, so that was a good interaction as well.
This game is also crazy because of the standings currently. If Vince manages to win, he creates a 5-way tie with Dan and Vince both joining in the middle. If he loses, then Dan escapes away and guarantees himself for 2nd or 3rd place.
Oh yes, this is an important match.
This is a huge match. Okay, so we have
plays here.
Glistener Elf on turn 1. That's exactly what you want to see when you're on the Infect side.
Definitely. You want to get those early couple points of Infect in and then go for a 1-turn kill with all your pump spells.
That's the goal. And his deck can do it on turn 2.
Oh, absolutely.
Didn't manage to this time, but he definitely has just Invigorate plus Berserk. It's pretty easy to do.
Yeah, any of those pump spells plus Berserk is really, really good. And I mean, he's in blue, so he's got a couple counterspell backups. His deck is really well situated for this.
Absolutely. So Elliot's saying that even if Vince does lose, heaven forbid, there's still a 1st place tie. And yeah, there is a 1st place tie, but it's a 3-play 1st place tie. So then it's just everybody tied for 4th place. So everyone's tying to see who gets the bottle.
Nice.
And at that point, breakers might not be enough. We might actually have to do the playoff. We'll see.
Gotta love round robin. Makes everything very interesting.
It does force things into the middle too. It's kind of cool. We have 2 players that are at 1 and 6, and then we have 2 players that are 5 and 2, and those are locked in. And then we have 2 players that are 4 and 3, and we have 2 players that are on the verge of possibly both being 4 and 3 as well.
Oh, there's the Displacer.
All right.
And the Force of Will.
So Vince takes 1 point of damage there.
Yep.
Nice. Yeah, I think after seeing what happened with that Force of Will last time, Mental Misstep's not going to be all that useful anyway.
Definitely not, but knowing when to fire off your force is super important.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. Okay, seeing some removal in response
Oh,
to
man.
the pumps. Yes. Okay.
So he lost a Mutagenic Growth and a Glistener Elf in that process.
Okay.
So getting a solid 2 for 1. getting two 2-for-1s actually, because you got the
Yeah.
Force first of all, and now the Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, Vince is definitely ahead on card advantage. How many cards are in his hand?
Was which kind of cards? Oh, I'm not sure either. Invigorate. I don't think it was Invigorate, was it? There's a Mutagenic Growth. Did I miss the Invigorate? Oh, okay, I think they're fixing the life totals right now. No.
Okay. What card is that?
I'm gonna run out there and make sure that life totals are right. Elliot, I think you're right. Oh no, okay, there's the Invigorate. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
There you go. They got it figured out.
Slide
Oh, which card right there? That's a Dryad Militant. It's been seeing a lot of play, and although it's been pretty innocuous, it has just been good as a 2-1 body for one.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely aggressive body. I mean, I guess the ability is sometimes relevant. I mean, maybe not every time, but
It got rid of a Faithless Looting earlier. That was like
I mean,
mildly
yeah,
useful.
That's good. That's super good.
Yeah. Raminap, okay.
Alright.
So far, I've only seen Raminap see play when Resting Peace is in play, which has not been the best scenario for it. So.
Yeah.
Ooh, did Dan Borden Chain of Vapor? I don't know. Do you bring Chain of Vapor if you're on the Infect side?
What's this? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think I would actually. Yeah, Vince has a lot of creatures.
Yep.
Yeah, I would definitely bring in as much removal as I could just to clear the way for my little guys, because all the infect creatures are like 1/1s. They're they're not going to survive combat with any beefier creatures.
So the question there though is, if I cast Chain of Vapor on your creature blocking mine, you can just bounce mine as well, right?
It's true, yes.
I guess if you have the Hexproof spell already.
Yeah, maybe play the Blossoming Defense or Vines of Vastwood or what have you before you cast the chain. Yeah.
Because Vines gives your creature not hexproof, but it gives it protection, or it prevents it from being targeted by your opponent's spells. And since they're
It's the same
copying,
thing,
it
right?
still should work, right?
Yeah. It's they still have to choose targets.
It's technically slightly different because if I, with hexproof, hold on, let me pull up Vines. This is not going to be relevant, but I'm super interested anyway. So it can't be the target of spells or abilities your opponents control this turn. But if I cast a kill spell, on my own creature, I can do it with hexproof. But if I cast Vines of the Vastwood on that creature first, I can counter your pump spells on your creature by using Vines of the Vastwood. So that's the slight difference. Is that
Okay.
hexproof would still allow you to target your own creature. Vines can prevent them from targeting their own
from
creatures.
targeting their creatures.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can use it defensively.
Yeah, and it matters
That's cool.
in Infect Mirrors a lot.
So I fired off Ancestral.
Ancestral is a good way to make up for those 2-for-1s.
Definitely.
Yeah, Chain would be very good against the Solemnity. So I think that you probably do need to bring it in, but you're not happy to use it. Would be kind of where I'd fall if I were in that spot, Elliot.
Yeah, I mean, if that's your only answer to Solemnity, you really have to, wait for a situation where you're going to be able to get in before he can just recast it the next turn. So,
Exactly right.
do we know is there any poison counters so far? No.
No poison counters. They've been tracking it up here right underneath this overlay. But yeah, we have not seen any so far. He's at 22. Okay, I was going to say, he can't be at 2. That doesn't make any sense.
No.
But the Invigorate gained his life. So yeah, we'll see. After this match, we should know enough about to actually do the bottle draft, which is always the exciting ending of this tournament. Okay, so there's a Thespian stage, so... Alright, Knight of the Reliquary.
Yeah.
This one will be nice to end out the tournament. Yeah, Knight of the Kitchen Sink.
Yep, Vince is trying to dream crush here.
Yeah, man. We're going to have a massive tie there. So what's your preferred scenario there? If you're... Do you force the play, or do you go by breakers and just get it done for the day?
I like to play it out. I like the thrill of it, right? Like, let's see what happens. So the best person wins,
Yeah, I agree. I like to see the decks play more Magic. That's always my goal.
Mm-hmm.
Does he need Chain of Vapor? I mean, not right now. Right? Is he... Oh, because he can Ghost Quarter himself? Okay. And he can Rising Canopy. So yeah, I think that does fill up enough. They're doing the math right now to see if... There it is. He's big enough. Yep. Knight of the Reliquary. She came in there and just killed him off. So yeah, that's the match.
Wow.
So, we are now live. We have everybody in the middle of the bracket. So I'm gonna pull up the standings in a minute. And let's take a look at what this looks like. So we're gonna have, all right. So remaining just this one. So we're gonna have 4 4 and 3s, and we have 2 at the top.
Okay.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah. So we have 4 people that all have 3rd and 4th place. So I'm gonna go out there, and we're gonna talk through this. You want to talk through it a minute here, and talk through the possible ramifications there for a minute?
All right. So we have all ties in the middle. So definitely gonna see some splits at the top with the fun liquor bottles that everybody's interested in, and myself down here at the bottom with my wacky deck went 1 and 6, and I'm probably getting nothing. So that's always fun. But I had a great time today, and I hope everybody watching at home also had a great time. This was super fun and super challenging of like knowledge of the game and like coming up with card choices and discussing, and I don't know. Honestly, it was really great. Yeah, great plays by Vince there at the very end. Did some really great trading back and forth, and he just was able to put a bunch of creatures on the board and get that game. So that was great.
There was a mistake.
There was a mistake. Uh-oh. What happened?
All right, so there was a slight mistake. It turns out that Brent actually hadn't won anything, and it was actually 07 today.
Oh.
So let's switch back here and let's see the live version of it. So they've also decided to go by breakers, which means that now we have a 3-way tie in first place, where Dan, Steven, and Elaine are all tied for first place, and the only breakers are going down to this level. This is the joy of a round robin tournament, is that breakers get in here.
It says our tie break's the same and our book holds is the same, but it
Yeah.
says he wins, so I don't know what that means.
It's based on. Actually, here, you want to swap out here? Let's get Steven in here to do some analysis.
Please talk about this stuff that I'm not as expert about.
So yeah, we're gonna have Steven come in here and we're gonna break down these standings.
Okay.
So we have a 3-way tie by match wins for first place. We have Naveen, Eric, and Vince as a 3-way tie for 4th place.
Fourth slot.
So the way that the first 3 work, we'll deal with those in a minute, but let's figure out this 4th place tie first. In this case, the only person who has better is Naveen, who's sitting there with a higher TB, and TB is the number of match wins against tied opponents.
Okay, so he beat his tied opponents at a higher rate.
Correct. So
Okay.
Naveen very clearly takes 4th place based on these breakers.
Right.
In the 1st through 3rd
So
position,
the issue with the first and third is interesting because Daniel beat me, Elaine beat Daniel, and I beat Elaine.
and Daniel wins out pretty easily because he has a higher point threshold. So he has won more games of his matches.
Okay. I was wondering where that extra point came from. That's
Yeah.
where I was confused.
So yeah, that means Daniel has won more things on a 2-0.
Okay.
And then you and Elaine are literally just tied.
Okay.
There's no difference. So you two are going to have to play it out. That's the
I
only
already
way.
de-decked.
You already what?
I already de-decked.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
So
I
Elaine,
can read that, but I mean,
it's up to you. It's
We
whether
figured it
either that or Elaine takes the win. So second versus third is going to be an interesting spot. Let's jump over here to full screen. So second versus third is a fun spot as well because second place gets 2 bottles and they get second pick and 5th pick, whereas third and fourth just get the 3rd and 4th pick, and then the first place gets first 6, 7, 8. So the first place gets 4 bottles.
but it's not two.
It's not you, yeah. The first, it's literally between second and third right now. So it's whether you get 2 or 1 bottles. It's up to you two. You two have to decide whether you want to re-sleeve and play it out, or whether one of you is going to concede. Of note, external, if you want to pay the other person $200 to concede to you, you're allowed to do this at Don't Be a Dick REL. Unlike any other REL in Magic. While we're figuring this out, I'm going to share up the prize pool while they're figuring this stuff out. Sounds like Elaine is very much not wanting to play at the moment, but we're going to discover and kind of try to force her into it.
How about I give you a magic card? I'll pull something out of my trade binder. And
I mean, I feel like the correct answer in the spirit of it is to play, but I know you don't want to, and I kind of also don't want to.
So yeah, this is what we're playing for right here. It's an exciting layout, and there's a lot of choices here. So yeah, it's really up to the players themselves. We're not going to force players into making a decision that they don't want to make. So, but yeah, I think the choice here is always interesting because I think the Belvedere is a good first round pick, and then Whistle Pig is another close second. But the second versus third, I mean, you two have to decide that right now. So I'm gonna pause the stream for a little bit, and then we're gonna do the draft live in here. So I'm gonna get the bottles and bring them over here, and we can get the draft live on stream. So I'm gonna drop back to the full screen, and then we'll have the bottles in this room for the picks themselves. We'll be right back.
round robin especially.
All right, so here we are. We're going to be doing the draft of these bottles live. So here are all the bottles that are up for play.
So is it 1, 2, 3 is the pick, and then
It's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, so the order is going to be first place gets first pick, and then you work down the orders until you get to fifth place. Fifth place doesn't get anything, and then the first place gets the rest. It gets all but one. So let's pull up the bracket one more time. Do. Okay. So in first place we have Daniel with 12 points. So Dan, which bottle are you going to take as your first pick? The Belvedere?
Yes.
All right, so taking the Belvedere as a first pick.
I went 0-7, brought the first big bottle.
Dan is Mr. Belvedere. Congratulations.
All I gotta say is I went 0-7, but I bought the bottle that got picked first.
Then Hagen's up next. What's this? All right, so Professor Hagen takes the rye. Elaine gets next pick.
I'm also Polish, so pretty
Mark,
sad.
tell me what I want.
I would go for, I don't know, do you want rum or scotch? Or there's so many choices.
I got, I think. I don't know.
This is the hardest part of the draft.
The hardest part is someone who doesn't drink alcohol making a pick.
Well, just don't make a bad one. People will make fun of you.
Drafting for alcohol, you do not drink very much.
I don't drink at all.
That's wonderful.
I just don't.
All right, let's keep it up. Keep it up.
I don't know what I
Naveen!
Take this one.
So this one.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah.
Naveen's a great bottle. I recommend it.
Okay, and then next is going to be Naveen at 4th seed. All right. Caribbean Cask 14-year Balvenie. And then back to Steven, actually.
Me and then, or Dan then me, and then, or Dan.
Nope, Dan gets the last 3. So he gets first and last 3.
Take what I brought.
What'd you bring?
It's a Powers 12, and I love fucking Powers.
Take it.
2015.
That's a Speyside. Yeah, it's a real peaty scotch.
The gin.
I will let someone else discover my love of Powers, so I'm going to take the Speyside.
All right, and that gives Dan the last 3 bottles.
Wow.
Going for a Monkey 47,
Next time I see you,
dry
guys,
gin,
about how you do
Powers,
so,
scotch,
Powers is, I think, an underdrunk
and
whiskey, and that is.
It is. It's
a Dull Winnie
They're normally
Highland
blended,
Scotch
that's
15.
not one of their blends, that's their-
Yeah, you want the blend. You want the.
I mean, their blends
All
are
right,
like
thank you everyone for tuning in.
whiskey.
I'll be posting on Twitter with the next one that's going to be going on. So follow along there, and I'll be posting everything probably where you saw it up to now as well. But this is the end of the Vintage History Draft. Thanks all for tuning in, and hope to see you there.